Chapter 289. The Soulfire Stone and the Trial of the Abyssal Blade Prison. The Venerable Elder's domain of blades is known as the Abyssal Blade Prison, akin to the depths of the infernal abyss, consisting of 18 tiers. Within these 18 levels of the blade domain, each tier confines the cultivators whom I have vanquished or slain throughout my years. The further one descends, the mightier the imprisoned cultivators become. The blade demon continued, his demeanor filled with pride. Are these cultivators still held captive by you? Xu Taiping inquired, incredulity etched upon his face. Otherwise, why would my blade domain be named the Abyssal Blade Prison? The blade demon shot Xu Taiping a disdainful glance. Rest assured, though I am not a paragon of virtue, the majority of those eternally confined within my blade domain are fiends I have slain. Only a scant few are challengers who dared to confront me. He added with an air of explanation. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a slight alleviation of his concerns. But what relevance does this have with the Soulfire Stone? He deftly redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. My current strength is insufficient to grant you entry into the Abyssal Blade Prison, not even the first tier. However, the Soulfire Stone possesses an essence of pure spiritual power. With it, I can unlock the first level of the Abyssal Blade Prison and usher you inside. The Blade Demon responded. What purpose would it serve to bring me in? A wave of unease surged within Xu Taiping. Upon entering the first tier of the Abyssal Blade domain, a single night in the outside world equates to 3 years within. The agony endured inside is also thrice that of the external realm. Moreover, the ferocious beasts and demonic entities confined therein will serve to refine your blade techniques. Coupled with the meditation seal you seek, if you endure for 5 nights, you will possess at least a 60% chance of mastering the blade domain, or even transcending to the second level. The blade demon calculated, arms crossed. Xu Taiping, hearing this, felt his lips twitch and then murmured with a wry smile, 5 nights. 15 years, thrice the pain of the outside world, and 3,000 ferocious beasts and demons sealed by you, esteemed blade demon. Are you not concerned that my spirit might shatter within your domain? The blade demon chuckled coldly. Would that not be even better? At these words, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on Xu Taiping's forehead. His demise would indeed be a boon for the blade demon. Senior, if I were to perish, you would surely suffer as well. Regaining his composure, Xu Taiping suddenly flashed a smile at the blade demon. Perhaps not, the blade demon retorted with a scoff. Senior blade demon, have you forgotten someone? Xu Taiping pressed. Whom? My sister Linghua. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the blade demon's gaze, which he quickly masked with a stoic expression. Rest assured, I shall not permit you to perish within my blade domain. A blade painstakingly forged by my own hands cannot be allowed to perish before my memories are fully restored. Xu Taiping felt a weight lift from his heart and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed blade demon. While he held respect for the blade demon, he would never extend the same level of trust as he did towards his sister Linghua. Their relationship was more one of mutual utilization. However, once you enter the Abyssal Blade Prison, all you need to do is voice your plea for assistance, and your trial will conclude. Thereafter, it will be impossible for you to enter the Abyssal Blade Prison again. The blade demon suddenly flashed a triumphant smile at Xu Taiping. Rest assured, senior blade demon, if I find myself unable to endure, I would feel utterly ashamed to seek your aid again. Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Upon seeing Xu Taiping's sincere demeanor, the blade demon's expression softened slightly, and he added, it is not my intention to make things difficult for you. In truth, once the Blood Rock Soulfire Stone is ignited, it cannot be extinguished. I believe even the Youyun Manor possesses but few of these stones. Given my current cultivation, without the Blood Rock Soulfire Stone, I would be incapable of bringing you into the training grounds, even if I wished to. Hearing this, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior Blade Demon, for your reminder. If I truly obtain the Blood Rock Soulfire Stone, as long as I do not perish within the prison, I vow to endure until the end. Do not speak such grandiose declarations just yet, the blade demon retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xu Taiping. He then lowered his arm, producing the ominous blade that emanated a disquieting aura, and gestured for Xu Taiping to approach. Come, I am not in the best of spirits. Allow me to strike you a few times. Xu Taiping felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking to himself, it seems you have no intention of even pretending to be gracious now, do you? Meanwhile, in the capital, at the inn where Dongfang Yuejiao resided, A tall and elegant woman looked with concern at her ailing daughter. Jiao, are you certain that it was the crow chick who entered the hall after which Xu Taiping handed you the Moonshadow Stone? Yes, mother, Dongfang Yuejiao replied, her voice weak. Without young Master Su's Moonshadow Stone, I might have perished at the hands of that creature. Her pale face reflected her lingering fear. By the way, mother, did you come to Youyun Heaven because you sensed that creature? Dongfang Yuejiao suddenly inquired with curiosity. We did not detect anything of the sort. The elegant woman replied with a hint of resignation. Then why did you suddenly come to Youyun Heaven? Dongfang Yuejiao asked, perplexed. I came to Youyun Heaven because your father has been feeling unsettled lately. He consulted our ancestor and discovered that you have been afflicted by a 7-kill calamity. The woman's expression turned grave. A 7-kill calamity. Why would someone wish to place such a curse upon me? Dongfang Yuejiao exclaimed in shock. Most likely, someone intends to sever the lineage of the Qinglong Heaven's painting of creation, the woman stated, her countenance serious. However, do not worry. The ancestor foretold that due to your fortune protected by the golden scale list, a benefactor will appear to assist you in overcoming this calamity. Thus it is not without resolution. She offered her daughter some comfort. A benefactor? My recent tribulations have only been resolved with the assistance of young Master Su. Could it be that he is the one destined to aid me? Dongfang Yuejiao's eyes brightened with hope. It is highly probable, the woman affirmed with a nod. Then gazed out the window. Once your health improves, we shall pay a visit to this young man, both to express our gratitude and to discern whether he possesses a means to overcome this 7-fold killing calamity. The following evening, within Xu Taiping's room, as Xu Taiping had anticipated, the master of Qiu Shanyuan dispatched someone to deliver the Zen Seal and the Blood Rock Soul Fire Stone to the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. By igniting the Blood Rock Soul Fire Stone with true essence, one could gain entry into the Blade Domain. When Xu Taiping retrieved the Blood Rock Soul Fire Stone, the voice of the Blade Ghost suddenly resonated in his ears. Very well. Xu Taiping nodded, then resolutely infused true essence into the Blood Rock Soul Fire Stone. Instantly, a brilliant green flame illuminated the stone, and a tremendous surge of spiritual power flooded the room like a torrent. Before Xu Taiping could fully grasp this spiritual energy, he was abruptly thrust into the Blade Domain by the Blade Ghost. Remember, once you enter, you have but one opportunity to seek my assistance, the Blade Ghost warned coldly. Standing at the dark entrance of the endless Blade Prison. Understood. Xu Taiping nodded and, with unwavering determination, descended the steps. Chapter 290. Entering the Blade Prison. The first level known as Heart Extraction, the first level of my Blade Prison, is called Heart Extraction. Those who enter my Heart Extraction Blade Prison will first lose their 5 senses, then their very essence, ultimately becoming mere husks, regardless of whether they are human or demon. Your task during this training is to eradicate all the husks within the Blade Prison before losing your essence. Otherwise, you too shall experience the torment of losing your 5 senses and essence, reduced to a soulless creature, until you awaken from the Blade Prison 3 years hence. As Xu Taiping descended the steps, the voice of the Blade Ghost echoed incessantly in his ears. Senior Blade Ghost. Sister Lingwei once told me that there are no perfect techniques or flawless treasures in this world. Just as in formations, no matter how powerful a killing formation may be, it must leave an escape route. Otherwise, the formation cannot take shape. This is a decree of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, there must also be a method to escape your Heart Extraction Blade Prison, correct? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. You speak wisely. All things are imperfect. Extreme abundance leads to decline. The sun moves to the west as it reaches its zenith, and the moon wanes as it becomes full. The heavenly Tao is flawed. Perfection must meet destruction. My Blade Prison is no exception. However, do not expect to learn from me where the escape route of the Heart Extraction Blade Prison lies. You must seek it yourself, the Blade Ghost replied sternly. Naturally, otherwise, what significance would my training hold? Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Moreover, do not forget the purpose of your journey. Once you enter the Heart Extraction Blade Prison, you may only wield a blade and must constantly contemplate how to perfect your 8-foot blade domain. The Blade Ghost admonished him once more, his tone grave. Thank you, Senior Blade Ghost. Before Xu Taiping could finish his words, a fierce wind from the passage below interrupted him with a resounding roar. This wind was unlike ordinary gusts. Infused with a bone-chilling coldness and the stench of decay, accompanied by an overwhelming intent of slaughter and destruction. Hearing the howling winds from the dark entrance and sensing the fearsome intent within, Xu Taiping hesitated, retracting his foot just before the final step. "Are you frightened?" The blade ghost inquired with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Somewhat," Xu Taiping admitted, much to the blade ghost's surprise. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, raising both hands to slap his cheeks vigorously, as if attempting to awaken himself. When he lowered his hands, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. His gaze sharpened, and an aura of deadly intent enveloped him, making him appear akin to a blade. The knife ghost, observing this scene from the shadows, let out a cold snort, acknowledging that rather than evading his inner fears, he chose to confront and harness them to ignite his fighting spirit, which was commendable. As the knife ghost contemplated this, Xu Taiping had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and strode down the final step. With a resounding thud, as he descended the last step and stepped into the entrance of the heart-piercing sword prison, a fierce gale once more struck him. This time, Xu Taiping was certain that this wind was not an ordinary gale, but rather the essence of the blade itself. As he unleashed his own sword aura to slice through the oncoming waves of blade energy, his vision finally cleared. He beheld the first layer of the knife ghost's prison, the heart-piercing sword prison. Beneath a sky drenched in blood, he saw decaying corpses, wriggling maggots, swarming flies, and crows feasting on putrid flesh, all amidst a mire of filth. Scattered across the ground were shattered weapons, and grotesque creatures resembling the walking dead mingled with human cultivators, forming a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Xu Taiping was astonished, pondering how the knife ghost, in his youth, could have been so influenced to create such a horrific realm. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the knife ghost seemed to have divined Xu Taiping's thoughts, appearing behind him and delivering a swift kick to his rear, propelling him into the tempest of blade energy where the air was thick with the stench of decaying corpses and the ground crawled with maggots. As Xu Taiping stepped into the prison, the previously aimless corpses in the wilderness emanated a palpable wave of terror. In unison, these undead creatures' eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and they turned their heads towards Xu Taiping. Sensing this terrifying aura and the murderous intent radiating from the hordes of undead, Xu Taiping instinctively reached for his sword. However, a corpse demon that had been lying on the ground suddenly sprang up, launching a deadly strike toward his neck. With a resounding clash, Xu Taiping managed to draw his sword in time to block the attack, but upon contact, a burst of flames erupted from the demon's blade, enveloping him entirely. In that moment, Xu Taiping unleashed his sword energy, dispersing the flames with a thunderous boom. Yet, as his vision began to clear, he realized that he was surrounded by dozens of corpse ghosts and demons, with an ever-growing tide of these abominations converging behind them. With a swift strike, he severed the first demon in two, then leaped to escape the encirclement, all the while slashing down any isolated undead that crossed his path. Chapter 291. Entering the Blade Abyss, an endless despair as the relentless tide of corpses and spirits encroached upon him. All he could do was engage in a ceaseless slaughter. When fatigue set in, he invoked the Blade Domain to continue his carnage. Within this realm, his only concern was the depletion of his essence. Yet the Blade Spirit provided him with an inexhaustible supply of energy. Even so, maintaining this state for 10 days, a month, or even half a year seemed bearable to Xu Taiping, as he had previously endured a year within the Blade Domain during his trials with the Blade Spirit. However, as the massacre extended beyond a year, he sensed his mental faculties beginning to falter. The exhaustion of his spirit directly led to its erosion by the domain's oppressive forces, gradually impairing his hearing and vision, leaving only the overwhelming pain, magnified manifold, that he could still perceive. After a year and a half, his mind succumbed entirely, rendering him a mere spectator as he descended into a state of living death. The anguish of this existence was not physical, but rather a torment of the spirit. A profound sense of helplessness and despair gnawed at him incessantly, as if he were plummeting into an abyss devoid of light. In that moment, Xu Taiping became acutely aware that this relentless despair, devoid of any flicker of hope, was far more unbearable than any corporeal suffering he had endured. Yet, he was destined to navigate this interminable despair alone for an additional year and a half. 3 days later, with heavy breaths, Xu Taiping awoke for the third time after enduring 3 long years in the Blade Abyss, rising from his bed as if he had just emerged from a pool. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he felt like a drowned man. He descended from the bed and seized the bottle of dragon gallbladder wine that had been prepared on the table, gulping it down greedily. As he set the wine jug down, he caught sight of his reflection in the copper mirror on the table. His sunken eyes and pallid complexion bore witness to the remnants of despair and solitude that lingered within him. With a sharp clap, he struck his cheeks twice, and upon feeling the sting of pain, clarity returned to his gaze. Xu Taiping, you have survived into the second year. Although your swordsmanship has improved significantly and the duration of your blade domain has extended to 10 breaths, this is still inadequate. You remain far from our established goals. Only 2 days remain. The meditation seal and soulfire stone can only be utilized for 2 more nights. If you cannot achieve a breakthrough, the completion of the 8-foot blade domain may forever elude you, let alone the second tier of the blade domain. The blade spirit's relentless voice reverberated in his ears. I understand, esteemed blade spirit. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, mentally affirming his resolve. He then began to stretch his limbs, pushing the door open to step into the courtyard. In earlier times, he might have chosen to continue meditating indoors. However, the torment inflicted by the heart-pulling blade prison on his mind was such that if it could not be alleviated, he might truly suffer a mental collapse upon re-entering the blade domain. Taiping, I await your presence. As usual, when Xu Taiping stepped into the front courtyard of the Youyun Martial Arts Hall, the fragrant aroma of porridge filled the air. Upon seeing him emerge, the 7th princess, Chu Tiancheng, along with Chu Xiao, who had come to join for a meal, and the Lu siblings all greeted him warmly. After exchanging pleasantries with them, the little martial aunt, Lu Rushuang, suddenly approached his side. Your complexion is deteriorating, she remarked with evident concern. She was aware of Xu Taiping's seclusion and had even faintly sensed the aura of the blade demon's domain, which heightened her worry. Do not fret, my little martial aunt. I have always trained in this manner. Had it not been for that moment of contention, you might not have seen me at all. Xu Taiping conveyed through a mental transmission while sipping his porridge. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang was quite curious about Xu Taiping's experiences at Qingxian sect. Yet, disliking to pry into others' privacy, she refrained from asking further. By the way, yesterday evening while you were in seclusion, the Dongfang Yuejia from the Chenglong Tian came seeking you, saying she had matters to discuss, she continued, tearing a piece of mantu and placing it in her mouth. However, as you were already in seclusion, I declined their visit, and they mentioned they would come again today. Dongfang girl? She is here for the Moon Shadow Stone. Isn't she? Xu Taiping replied, unsurprised. It must be for that reason. The Dongfang Yuejia even brought a token of appreciation, but I did not accept it. His little martial aunt nodded subtly. Just then, a series of knocks echoed against the door of the Youyun Martial Arts Hall. Who is it? Lu Yun asked cautiously as he stood by the entrance. Xu Taiping and his little martial aunt turned their gazes towards the sound. I am Dongfang Yuejia from Chenglong Tian, with urgent matters to discuss with young Master Xu, a timid voice called from outside. Hearing this, Xu Taiping exchanged a glance with Lu Rushuang, who then mentally inquired, shall we meet her? Xu Taiping finished his porridge and nodded, let us meet. As he prepared to enter the heart-pulling blade prison again that evening, he needed to divert his attention and allow his mind to recover from the despairing emotions. If possible, he was determined to endure until the end that night, not merely to break through the second layer of the blade prison, but at the very least, to fully master the 18-blade domain. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Taiping, accompanied by Lu Rushuang, made his way to the entrance. Chapter 292. Understanding the Blade Domain. Dongfang Yuejia's request in a guest study within the Youyun Martial Arts Hall, due to Dongfang Yuejia's request. Only Xu Taiping and a female cultivator accompanied her were present. Dongfang girl and Taoist Xu. The events of that day were merely coincidental. There is no need for such extravagant gifts, Xu Taiping said, gently pushing back a brocade box that Dongfang Yuejia had offered. Despite the wooden box's barrier, the spiritual essence of the treasures within pervaded the room, unmistakably signaling their extraordinary nature. Young Master Xu, we have come today not only to express our gratitude for the events of that day, but also to seek your assistance in another matter. The female Taoist priest seated beside Dongfang Yuejia once again pushed the brocade box towards Xu Taiping. Taoist Xu, if there is something that Miss Dongfang requests, please do not hesitate to speak. I shall assist to the best of my abilities, Xu Taiping replied candidly. He held a favorable view of Dongfang Yuejia. Although he was busy with his cultivation, he was willing to lend a hand if it were within his capacity. To be frank with you, young Master Xu, our young lady has been afflicted by the 7 killings curse the Taoist priest stated gravely. The 7 killings curse? Xu Taiping's face immediately displayed a look of astonishment as he turned to gaze at Dongfang Yuejiao. When he first arrived in the capital, the owner of the one-leaf book had placed the 7 killings curse upon him using the one-leaf book. It was precisely because of this that he experienced a harrowing escape, nearly meeting his demise during the final trial at Tianhai Pass. Thus, he was all too familiar with this name. Indeed, young Master Xu, Dongfang Yuejiao replied with a wry smile. Miss Dongfang, Taoist Xu, I must speak frankly. While I may lend assistance in other matters, I fear I am utterly powerless against the 7 killings curse, Xu Taiping said, shaking his head in resignation. Had it not been for the aid of the left eye lotus, he would likely not have survived to attend the Golden Scale Conference, let alone risk becoming entangled in such a deadly curse again. You see, an ancestor of the Dongfang family has foretold that although our young lady is afflicted by the 7 killings curse, she is also destined to encounter a person capable of breaking the curse. Given that you have aided our young lady in overcoming her tribulations twice at this Golden Scale Conference, you may very well be that fated individual. If possible, we implore you to assist her, Taoist Xu said urgently. Taoist Xu, Miss Dongfang, I truly am unable to help in this matter, Xu Taiping replied, casting a deep glance at Dongfang Yuejiao before sighing and shaking his head once more. He genuinely could not provide assistance. Moreover, he added, I believe it would be more prudent for you to seek out the one who cast the curse than to focus solely on how to counter it. To be candid, young Master Xu, we have indeed identified the individual responsible, but the Dongfang family is powerless against him for another 3 to 5 years. Taoist Xu said with a look of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping could only manage a wry smile. Dongfang Yuejiao's predicament bore a striking resemblance to his own past. He too knew who had cast the curse upon him, but found himself unable to take action against that individual. Miss Dongfang, I truly cannot assist you in this matter at present. It would be best for you to consider alternative solutions, Xu Taiping stated after a moment of serious contemplation. Given his current circumstances, whether he could survive the upcoming competition in a few days was uncertain. Even if he were to survive, without the aid of the lotus, he did not believe himself capable of helping Dongfang Yuejiao confront the unpredictable and ever-strengthening 7 killings curse. To agree to aid the Dongfang family under such circumstances would be undeniably irresponsible. It is quite all right, young Master Xu. The 7 killings curse is indeed perilous and unpredictable. You should not be drawn into this matter. Dongfang Yuejian smiled gently, shaking her head, her eyes devoid of any trace of blame or dissatisfaction. Young Master Xu, please reconsider. As long as you agree to assist our young lady in overcoming her tribulation, the Dongfang family is willing to offer an artifact as a reward. However, Taoist Xu remained undeterred. Upon hearing that the Dongfang family could provide an artifact as compensation, Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated such wealth within the Dongfang family. Little did he know, the life and death of Dongfang Yuejian were intertwined with the inheritance of the source law. A pivotal moment not only for the Dongfang family, but also for the sect behind Dongfang Yuejian. Had it not been for the fear of the 7 killing tribulation rebounding and intensifying, several elders from the sect would have come to protect Dongfang Yuejian. Taoist Xu, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am truly powerless, Xu Taiping lamented, shaking his head once more in resignation. Mother, no, Taoist Xu. Please do not put young Master Xu in a difficult position. Seeing Xu Taiping in such distress, a deep sense of regret washed over Dongfang Yuejian's face as she immediately grasped the arm of the female Taoist beside her, urging her to relent. Alas, the female Taoist sighed deeply at these words. Just as the two were preparing to take their leave, Xu Taiping felt a sudden intense burning sensation in his left eye, the eye with the lotus pupil. He recognized that the lotus pupil was craving golden essence once more, and he muttered internally, "Do not worry, I shall feed you shortly." However, as he was about to rise and fetch the golden essence for the lotus pupil, an image of a stone flashed before his eye. Upon closer inspection, it was the sealing stone that had once belonged to his junior sister. Following the appearance of this illusion of the sealing stone, his lotus pupil became increasingly agitated, causing him to wince in pain. Hey, you've already consumed that sealing stone. I have no second one, and even if I did, I cannot give it to you. Xu Taiping jested inwardly, thinking the lotus pupil desired the sealing stone. Chapter 293. Enlightenment in the Domain of the Blade. Do you truly have complete confidence? But immediately, The image of Dongfang Yuejian alongside Taoist Xu flickered in his lotus pupil. Wait, are you implying that I should request the sealing stone from them? In a moment of urgency, Xu Taiping questioned the lotus pupil within his mind. Upon this inquiry, the burning sensation diminished. How audacious of you to think. Let alone whether they possess it. Even if they do, should you take their sealing stone, you must assist them in overcoming their tribulation. Are you capable of that? Xu Taiping probed further. He had always been aware that the lotus pupil possessed consciousness, so he was not overly surprised by its response. After posing this question, the lotus pupil flared up once more, seemingly displeased with his inquiry, as if to say, "Are you doubting me?" Realizing that the lotus pupil genuinely wished to broker this transaction, Xu Taiping ultimately confirmed in his mind, "I must make it clear, this is a deal you proposed. If you cannot assist them, even if they grant you the sealing stone, I will not allow you to consume it." No sooner had he voiced this thought than a sharp pain surged through his left eye once more, as if it were chastising him for his excessive chatter. "Miss Dongfang, Taoist Xu, please wait." Understanding the lotus pupil's intent, Xu Taiping hesitated no longer and, braving the burning sensation, called out to the two women. "Young Master Xu?" Oriental Yuejian gazed at Xu Taiping with a look of perplexity. "I possess a method to unravel the 7-kill calamity that afflicts you, but it necessitates a particular item." Xu Taiping, his expression grave, turned his attention to Oriental Yuejian. "What item?" Before Oriental Yuejian could respond, the elder Xu interjected, "A sealing stone." Xu Taiping replied, "A sealing stone?" Oriental Yuejian appeared utterly unfamiliar with such an object, her face a portrait of confusion. However, upon hearing its name, elder Xu's countenance shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a frown directed at Xu Taiping. "Young Master Xu, the sealing stone is not an ordinary item. I fear there are scarcely a few within the entire Shanqing realm." Xu Taiping managed a wry smile. He was acutely aware of this fact, as he was currently relying on the one sprouting from the earth fruit to replace the piece consumed by Lian Tong. "Elder Xu, I am well aware of the rarity of the sealing stone, but it is the sole means by which I can dispel the 7-kill curse." Xu Taiping earnestly explained to Elder Xu, "If I were able to procure a sealing stone, how confident are you in breaking the 7-kill curse afflicting Miss Yuejian?" Elder Xu pondered before posing the question to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately recognized that the Oriental family might indeed possess a sealing stone. He mused on Lian Tong's remarkable abilities, which seemingly encompassed even this knowledge. After careful consideration, he replied, "I would say there is a 4. Xu Taiping intended to conservatively estimate a 4 or 5 out of 10, but before the words could escape his lips, a sharp pain seized his left eye, accompanied by the fleeting image of a cross. He understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Lian Tong. Thus, adopting a contemplative demeanor, he internally queried Lian Tong. "4 is insufficient. What level do you require? 8, 9, or perhaps 10? As he uttered 10, the pain in his eye dissipated. Xu Taiping felt a twinge of headache. Yet upon sensing a burning sensation return to his left eye, he lifted his gaze, somewhat resigned, towards Elder Xu and Oriental Yuejian, stating, "If you provide me with a sealing stone, I possess complete confidence in assisting Miss Yuejian through her tribulation." Complete confidence? Oriental Yuejian stood there, momentarily stunned. Beside her, Elder Xu let out a cold snort. "Young Master Xu, if you are unwilling to assist, there is no need to jest with us. Farewell." With that, she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Xu Taiping, then took hold of the hesitant Oriental Yuejian and departed without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt a sense of schadenfreude. As he stuffed gold coins into his left eye, he couldn't help but mockingly think, "It was you who mentioned 10. Now that this deal has soured, you cannot blame me." But no sooner had he uttered the words than the coins in his sleeve uncontrollably cascaded into his left eye. Hey, hey, I merely jested, and you're already displeased?" Xu Taiping hastily tightened his sleeve. For reasons unbeknownst to him, after exchanging a few casual remarks, the heavy weight of despair in Xu Taiping's heart felt considerably alleviated. "Prepare yourselves. The battle of this night is about to commence." He stretched lazily and exited the study. Heading back to his chamber, "Zhang Er, the person you spoke of is entirely different from the reality. Not only is he selfish, but he also has a penchant for grandiose claims." As they walked toward the front courtyard of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, Su Daoshang, disguised as Dongfang Yuejia's mother, expressed her displeasure to her companion. Dongfang Yuejia was at a loss for words. While she could comprehend Xu Taiping's refusal, she found it rather incomprehensible that he would boldly assert a tenfold assurance of aiding her in overcoming tribulations to obtain the Fengmin stone. Su Daoshang, Miss Dongfang, have you concluded your discussion with Taiping? Upon reaching the main hall, they encountered the young apprentice, Lu Ruxiang, who had been waiting. We have finished our conversation. Thank you, Hall Master Lu, for facilitating the introduction. Su Daoshang politely bowed to Lu Ruxiang, yet her eyes betrayed a lingering discontent and disappointment. Thank you for your efforts, Hall Master Lu, Dongfang Yuejia added, her gaze still brimming with gratitude, in stark contrast to Su Daoshang. As someone who had lived for nearly a millennium, Lu Ruxiang was keenly aware of the discontent and disappointment reflected in Su Daoshang's eyes. She understood that Xu Taiping had likely rejected their request, especially with the upcoming competition looming. However, she chose not to address it outright, instead offering a slightly apologetic smile. In these past few days, Taiping has been engrossed in preparations for the next competition. Some matters may not be due to his unwillingness to assist, but rather his lack of availability. I hope you both can understand. Although she was unaware of the specifics of their request for Xu Taiping's assistance, she had anticipated that he would decline, given the imminent contest. Upon hearing her words, both Su Daoshang and Dongfang Yuejia were momentarily taken aback, and then Dongfang Yuejia, with an astonished expression, inquired, Hall Master Lu, are you saying that young Master Su intends to participate in the next competition? Lu Ruxiang nodded in affirmation. She understood their astonishment, particularly as Dongfang Yuejia was among the few who were aware of the existence of that malevolent entity. I hope you will both understand, she added. Hall Master Lu, you are aware of the identity of that entity, correct? Su Daoshang asked gravely, her concern evident. Despite her unfavorable impression of Xu Taiping from the day's events, the undeniable fact remained that he had saved her daughter's life on 2 occasions, thus she could not remain indifferent to the danger he was about to face. The head of Qiu's estate has already approached us, Lu Ruxiang replied with an air of calm. Upon hearing this, Su Daoshang quickly grasped the implications. Hall Master Lu, forgive my candor, but no matter how enticing the promises from the Youyun estate may be, they pale in comparison to one's own life. You and young Master Su should exercise caution in your deliberations. If the Youyun estate proves difficult to negotiate with, my Dongfang family can offer assistance. Su Daoshang earnestly advised Lu Ruxiang. Indeed, Hall Master Lu, that creature is exceedingly perilous, truly perilous. Dongfang Yuejia added anxiously. Thank you both for your kindness. I have already conveyed my concerns to him. Nevertheless, he has chosen to confront that entity in battle, not due to the promises of the Youyun estate, but rather out of his own desire to strive for his own sake and for the sake of others. Lu Ruoxuang shook her head helplessly. There was no need for her to conceal anything from the 2 knowledgeable individuals before her. Moreover, with the competition approaching in just 2 days, there was no need to hide the fact that Xu Taiping would take the stage. Mother, I believe that young Master Su is not the selfish type, nor is he merely boasting. Perhaps his method for overcoming the tribulation genuinely requires the sealing stone. In the carriage returning to the inn, Dongfang Yuejiao defended Xu Taiping. Jiaoer, you place too much trust in others. The competition of the Golden Scale Society is still 2 days away, and anything could change. Just wait and see. It is highly unlikely that Xu Taiping will appear. Even if he does, he might very well concede at the onset of the contest. When faced with life and death, what honor or promise holds any significance? The beautiful woman shook her head with a knowing smile, as if she had already seen through everything. Do not worry, Jiaoer. Your 2 senior brothers will come tomorrow. At that time, the 2 of us shall face whatever comes our way, and we will surely assist you in overcoming this 7th layer of tribulation. She embraced Dongfang Yuejiao comfortingly, then lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, saying, as for whether Xu Taiping is truly a villain or a gentleman, we shall know for certain in 2 days during the competition. With that, she lowered the curtain and turned back to Dongfang Yuejiao, adding, if he truly dares to take the stage and battle that crow chick, I shall have the courage to ask our ancestor for that sealing stone. On the eve of the competition, within the heart-pulling Blade Prison, the Blade Ghost hovered above the realm, arms crossed, furrowing his brow as he gazed downwards. At that moment, Xu Taiping stood with a blade in hand atop a small mound formed of corpses. His body bore no unscathed area, and he seemed to have lost his wits, merely standing there, staring blankly at the sky. Within the heart-pulling Blade Prison, once one loses their sanity, they inevitably transform into a mere walking corpse. destined to be expelled from the prison once the time is up. Frankly speaking, to remain in my heart-pulling blade prison for a full 15 years without losing one's mind is indeed a testament to this child's resilience, surpassing my expectations. Perhaps I have been a bit too impatient. The blade domain is not like cultivating ordinary techniques. One cannot simply achieve perfection or breakthrough at will. There are many blade cultivators who have taken hundreds or even thousands of years to attain mastery in the blade domain. The blade ghost muttered quietly as he observed Xu Taiping's figure. Boom. At that moment, over a dozen demonic creatures surged from all directions, brandishing their blades and striking towards Xu Taiping atop the heap of corpses. The demons confined to the first layer were not overly powerful. Yet they were all at least of the demon sovereign level and were blade cultivators among the demons, possessing strength far superior to that of ordinary demon sovereigns. Enough is enough. Witnessing Xu Taiping on the verge of perishing beneath the onslaught of the demonic cultivators, the blade ghost sighed, preparing to send Xu Taiping out of the blade domain. Boom. However, just as the blade ghost raised his hand towards Xu Taiping, an exceptionally powerful aura suddenly emanated from Xu Taiping. His mind is still intact. The blade ghost was both astonished and delighted. Suddenly, Xu Taiping, who had previously resembled a mere shell of a man, straightened his posture, grasping the broken water blade firmly in both hands. With a fierce cry, he proclaimed, "My domain of blades is named unceasing. As long as my foe persists, I shall not rest." No sooner had the words left his lips than the formidable 8-zhong blade domain unfurled, a surge of blood-red, frenzied power emanating from his form. In the blink of an eye, his body was enveloped in dragon scales, leaving only his face exposed. Astonishingly, he had comprehended a blade domain that fortified himself. The blade demon stared in disbelief. The power of a blade domain typically manifests upon one's adversary, making Xu Taiping's self-empowering domain exceedingly rare. With a sound akin to the chirping of cicadas, the blade's resonance echoed, causing the blade demon, who was fixated on the unfolding scene below, to widen his pupils in shock, expressing incredulity. How can his 8-zhong blade domain simultaneously possess two types of blade power? Chapter 295, Battle of the Crow Chick. Xu Taiping will not appear, my brother. It seems Xu Taiping shall not take the stage today, does it? On the day of the 8th round of matches. In the viewing box of the Guangling Pavilion, where the Mu Yun siblings were seated, Mu Yuqin inquired with curiosity of her elder brother, Mu Yun. Not necessarily, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. Unless he has failed to perceive the anomaly of the ink crow chick, he would not risk his life to engage. Mu Yuqin was quite certain, adding, from his covert assistance to Dongfang Yuekan, it appears that his esteemed mentor may have discerned this matter even before us. What if his mentor possesses means to counter that entity? Mu Yun turned to Mu Yuqin with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqin's expression momentarily froze. Then she shook her head, stating, impossible. Regardless of how powerful his mentor may be, Xu Taiping's potential is limited. How could he possibly advance in such a short span of time, or achieve perfection in the 8-zhong blade domain? At this, Mu Yun interlocked his fingers behind his head. Reclining against the back of his chair, he sighed. Had I not witnessed his numerous matches, I too would deem this impossible. Mu Yuqin rolled her eyes, retorting, brother, you think too highly of him. How about a wager? Mu Yun turned to Mu Yuqin with a grin. What shall we bet on? Mu Yuqin's interest was piqued. If Xu Taiping takes the stage today, upon our return to the Abyssal realm, you must enter seclusion for 30 years to prepare for breaking through your current realm. Mu Yun stated earnestly. And if Xu Taiping does not appear? Mu Yuqin hesitated, not immediately agreeing. You have long desired to visit Inghua Island, and I could make an exception to take you there. Mu Yun smiled. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, she did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she added, if Xu Taiping takes the stage but concedes immediately, it shall still count as your loss. Agreed. Mu Yun nodded with a smile. You are certain to lose. Brother. Mu Yuqin beamed with delight. Mother, if young Master Xu truly does take the stage to battle the crow chick today, will you indeed request the ancestor to produce the sealing stone? In the same vicinity of the golden scale pond, on a solitary lofted viewing platform, Dongfang Yuejian turned to her mother, Su Qingtan, to inquire about the matter of the sealing stone. It was only after returning from that day's events that she comprehended the immense value of the sealing stone. If he truly dared to ascend the stage and confront that crow chick, her mother would indeed consider it. Su Qingtan nodded affirmatively. The sealing stone was undeniably precious. However, apart from sealing the 9 abyss, it held little practical utility. Compared to the inheritance of the source law, the value of one over the other was certainly clear to the old fellow. She added as a further remark. At this, Dongfang Yuejian nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, it was highly likely that this fellow would not appear. If the crow chick's identity was accurate, upon defeating you, his cultivation would at least multiply threefold. Not only he, but even some transformation realm cultivators would find him quite troublesome to handle. Su Qingtan furrowed her brow at this juncture. If that were truly the case, it would be understandable if young Master Su chose not to take the stage. Dongfang Yuejian nodded once more. Indeed, no one would dare to mock him for conceding this match. Hearing this, Su Qingtan slightly inclined her head. By the way, mother, do we truly have no means to deal with that thing? Dongfang Yuejian suddenly posed the question. Few were aware of the demon seed, yet the number was not insignificant, which piqued Dongfang Yuejian's curiosity as to why they had not intervened. To deal with such a menace, one must either slay it during the contest or wait until it awakens to eliminate it. One must never awaken it before its time. For the calamity it would unleash could turn an entire nation's populace into demonic entities. It now appeared that the Youyun Manor had opted to strike after its awakening. Although this would likely cost Youyun Tian a significant number of spirit refinement and even transformation realm cultivators. Su Qingtan sighed in resignation. The next match featured Xu Taiping from the true martial Azure Xian sect against the Crow Chick from the Xianhuang Tian Giant Deer City. While the two conversed, the voice of the Hill Manor Lord thundered across the expanse above the Golden Scale Pond. Shortly thereafter, the white-clad steward from Youyun Manor commenced reciting the rules of the Golden Scale list, as per usual. Lin Buyu, the individuals from Youyun Manor are reciting the rules of the Golden Scale list. Do come and take a seat. True Marshal, Chiyue Pavilion. A few days prior, second brother Qing Xiao had been summoned by the 9 mansions, prompting Zhao Linglong and others to relocate their gathering to Chiyue Pavilion for the viewing. With several senior brothers assisting with the arrangements, Xu Taiping's Chiyue Pavilion remained as verdant as ever. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Buyu tucked away her scroll and seated herself beside Zhao Linglong. Senior sister, today's match for Taiping is against that crow chick from Xianhuang Tian, correct? Zhao Linglong inquired of senior sister Jiangji. Indeed, it is the crow chick that defeated Dongfang Yuejian, Jiangji affirmed with a nod. Speaking of which, had it not been for Miss Dongfang summoning Xu Taiping and that squad of scarlet armored riders in a moment of peril, she might have faced grave danger. One wonders what animosity exists between the crow chick and Miss Dongfang that it would seek to take her life. Sitting opposite, Su Zian crossed her arms, gazing quizzically at the spiritual mirror on the table. However, that crow chick's ploy should no longer be effective against them, should it? Moreover, behold, merely a phantom can contend with the ink crow chick in a draw. Perhaps Taiping could even emerge victorious. Zhao Linglong expressed her anticipation. Indeed, there exists this possibility. It is conceivable that Taiping aids Dongfang Yuejiao precisely to test the prowess of the ink crow chick. Remarkably, this possibility holds weight. The other senior brothers and sisters, upon hearing Zhao Linglong's words, nodded in agreement. Even Su Zian and the eldest sister, Jiangji, concurred at this moment that Xu Taiping indeed had a chance of triumph. Only Lin Buyu, gazing at the spirit mirror, was enveloped in a cloud of concern. After a prolonged gaze at the spirit mirror, she suddenly inquired within her heart to Lin Bian. Your perception that day was not mistaken, was it? Soon. Lin Bian's voice resonated in her mind. There is no error. I have previously stumbled at the hands of this entity. However, I suspect Xu Taiping has already discerned that he is unlikely to ascend the stage. Even if he does, he will likely concede swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu's brow furrowed deeply, and she ceased conversing with Lin Bian. Bang! At that moment, the gates of Chiyue Pavilion were abruptly thrust open. The crowd looked up to find it was none other than the second senior brother, Dugong Qingxiao. Qingxiao, you have returned. The assembly exclaimed with delight. Yet, Dugong Qingxiao paid them no heed and directly approached the table, casting his gaze toward the spirit mirror while inquiring. Has the competition commenced? No, brother. Your timing is impeccable, Zhao Linglong replied, still beaming with joy. The others believed that Dugong Qingxiao was merely concerned about Xu Taiping's contest and thought little of it. The white-clad figure should soon finish reciting, and Taiping would emerge shortly. Su Zian offered a cup of tea to Dugong Qingxiao. Do not emerge. However, Dugong Qingxiao shook his head gravely, his hand trembling as he grasped the cup. Observing this demeanor, the assembly instantly sensed something amiss. Second brother, have you heard something? Lin Buyu promptly inquired, raising her gaze to Dugong Qingxiao. The others, too, looked at him with heightened anxiety. There is a high likelihood that within the ink crow chick resides a demonic seed of profound calamity. Dugong Qingxiao inhaled deeply and ultimately resolved to reveal the truth to the assembly, as the separation of realms ensured he need not fear detection from the demonic seed. Just as he began to speak, the white-clad attendant within the spirit mirror completed the recitation, and two figures, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, soared onto the golden scales platform. Xu Taiping and the ink crow chick had taken the stage. Witnessing this unfolding, Dugong Qingxiao slammed his fist on the table and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "You foolish boy, why did you agree to their terms? What benefits has the Youyun Manor granted you that you would risk your very life?" On the golden scales platform, the ink crow chick, separated by a wall of sword chi, gazed with a smile at Xu Taiping across the platform. Xu Taiping remained silent, merely locking eyes with the ink crow chick. Boom. At that moment, the wall of sword chi on the golden scales platform shattered, allowing Xu Taiping and the ink crow chick to see one another clearly. Yet the two remained motionless, silently gazing into each other's eyes. Xu Taiping of Qingxian sect. I harbor a deep-seated disdain for you, yet I harbor an even greater loathing for those who compel you to take the stage. Thus, I shall extend to you an opportunity, proclaimed Youyun, lifting a bone whip and directing it towards Xu Taiping, her gaze as frigid as ice. Oh, pray, elucidate. Xu Taiping replied, his hand resting calmly on the hilt of his sword, his countenance serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. I shall count to 1. Should you choose to kneel and surrender, I will spare you. If you refuse, even when you wish to concede thereafter, I shall not grant you that chance. Youyun stated with an icy tone. Xu Taiping offered no response, merely standing in place with a smile. 3. Yet Youyun commenced her countdown without delay. 2. As she uttered the second number, the bone whip in her hand began to emanate layers of golden radiance, her aura fluctuating at a visibly accelerating pace. Yet Xu Taiping remained steadfast, his hand still upon the sword hilt, his own aura undisturbed. Upon realizing this, Youyun felt provoked, her expression turning frigid. 1. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of that word, the bone whip in Youyun's grasp lashed out, producing a resounding crack, transforming into a colossal bone bird that resembled neither crane nor crow. Once formed, the skeletal bird's body began to envelop itself in flesh at a visible rate. It was, unmistakably, the divine bird Bifong, the very creature that had left Dongfang Yuejian in a state of disarray. In a matter of moments, a thunderous roar erupted as the bone bird ascended into the sky, releasing a piercing cry that unleashed a wave of sound imbued with soul power, reverberating across the entirety of Jinling platform. Even those far removed in the spectator seats found their focus wavering under the weight of Bifong's cry. Oh no! Why does this young master Su not concede? Dongfang Yuejian exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat, her countenance one of shock. Beside her, Su Qingtan bore an equally astonished expression. The two had nearly concluded that Xu Taiping would yield upon taking the stage, for no one would gamble with their life. However, the subsequent scene unfolding on Jinling platform left both mother and daughter in stunned silence. There stood Xu Taiping, facing the soul assault of the divine bird Bifong. Instead of displaying any signs of disarray, he remained remarkably composed, adopting a stance to draw his sword. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade. And with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, Xu Taiping and his long sword fused into one, transforming into a radiant arc that cleaved through the air towards the divine bird Bifong. With a sharp whoosh, before Bifong could even emit a cry of despair, Xu Taiping had severed its head. The massive form of Bifong crashed heavily onto the platform, and Xu Taiping, grasping the enormous head of the bird, gracefully descended atop its lifeless body. You just inquired why I would acquiesce to the Youyun mansion? Xu Taiping gazed at the crow chick with an expression as tranquil as a still pond, then cast aside the formidable head of the Bifong. Brandishing the broken water blade, he pointed it towards the crow chick, his eyes sharp as blades as he proclaimed, "It is simply because I possess the ability to slay you." Chapter 297, Battle with the Crow Chick. Is there a misunderstanding? The cry of the Bifong seemed to have no effect on him. How was he able to achieve such composure? On the viewing platform of the Guangling Pavilion, Mu Yuqin rose from his seat upon witnessing Xu Taiping disregard the Baifang's shriek and sever its head with a single stroke. The Baifang's cry could indeed disturb the minds of cultivators. Yet, little did she know, for someone like Xu Taiping, who had long been accustomed to the dragon gallbladder wine and had recently endured years of living death in the heart extraction blade purgatory, such torment felt akin to merely receiving a couple of punches. He had not employed any other techniques nor summoned any magical treasures. It appeared he had withstood the Baifang's soul assault solely with his own spirit. Mu Yun fixed his gaze intently on the golden scales platform, murmuring to himself, "Wait, let me observe." Suddenly, Mu Yuqin raised 2 fingers before her eyes, and a flicker of purple light glimmered within her pupils. When she looked again at Xu Taiping below, she beheld him enveloped in flames soaring at least 10 zhang high. His spirit had doubled in strength since the previous match. Mu Yuqin exclaimed in astonishment. Not only his spirit, but his swordsmanship has also significantly advanced compared to when he battled Yi Feiyu. Mu Yun's expression grew serious. As he observed, it was evident that during the 15 years spent in the heart extraction blade purgatory, Xu Taiping had not merely honed his blade domain. His comprehension of the demon-slaying blade technique had also seen considerable enhancement. The recent dragon-slaying display possessed an air of mastery that suggested he could effortlessly slay dragons with his blade artistry, coupled with the support of the Zen seal. Xu Taiping's progress over these 5 days might even surpass that of an ordinary cultivator over 5 years. Previously, there were whispers that the Lord of Youyun Mansion had personally sought out Xu Taiping, imploring him to eradicate that creature. At the time, I, along with others, mocked Youyun Mansion for their desperate measures. Now, it is clear they must have recognized Xu Taiping's potential long before us. It is we who ought to be ridiculed. This sentiment was echoed by another spectator, Su Qingtan, the mother of Dongfang Yuejiao. I never expected to misjudge him so profoundly, Su Qingtan remarked with a wry smile. I had thought this young master Su was primarily skilled in boxing. Little did I realize his swordsmanship far surpassed his martial arts. Moreover, his spirit is so robust that he can withstand the spiritual assault of the divine bird Baifang. No wonder he dares to confront the crow chick head-on. Despite knowing its identity, Dongfang Yuejiao sighed. It is premature to declare victory. That entity is on the cusp of awakening. The crow chick has yet to reveal its true strength. Su Qingtan shook her head. Just then, on the golden scales platform, the crow chick brandished a bone whip with force, while its left hand raised 2 fingers as if reciting an incantation, channeling its spiritual energy like a tidal wave towards the bone whip. In an instant, the whip visibly elongated into a formidable bone dragon. Simultaneously, the flesh of the skeletal dragon was rapidly regenerating. Compared to the previous encounter, the speed at which the ink crow chick executed its heavenly transformation technique was more than thrice as fast. Just then, as Xu Taiping swung his blade, the flesh had only partially enveloped the skeletal dragon when it suddenly took to the air, striking with a claw against the descending blade. With a resounding crash, the blade shattered, and the skeletal dragon was jolted backward, gliding several hundred feet through the air. However, at that moment, the flesh completely covered the dragoness body, and 2 dragon horns began to sprout from its forehead. In a mere instant, the skeletal dragon transformed into a genuine dragon, accompanied by a furious roar from the dragon. An ominous aura radiated from its form. If you wish to slay me, first ascertain your worth. The ink crow chick glanced at the dragon coiling above, then directed its gaze towards Xu Taiping, who hovered in the air. With a snap of its fingers, a thunderous boom erupted. In an instant, the dragon soared into the sky, and from hundreds of feet away, it lashed its tail mightily towards Xu Taiping. The force of this strike was so formidable that it seemed capable of shattering mountains. To the astonishment of all, Xu Taiping neither dodged nor countered with his blade. Instead, he unleashed a surge of vital energy and met the sweeping tail with a punch. Great Sage Fist, B11 style. With a tremendous impact, both Xu Taiping and the dragon's tail were propelled backward by the recoil. The terrifying force of the B11 style managed to match the dragon's tail blow. In that moment, as they beheld Xu Taiping's physique radiating an aura that instilled trepidation, both the ink crow chick and the onlooking cultivators were rendered speechless. In a flash, after deflecting the dragoness tail, Xu Taiping executed the dragon-slaying technique once more. He merged with his blade, transforming into a colossal blade shadow over 100 feet long, and struck the dragon. With a sharp slicing sound, the dragon's impenetrable scales were cleaved open, blood gushing forth. Just as the dragon prepared to retaliate with a claw, Xu Taiping's fist struck its head, causing its massive body to tilt backward. In the next moment, the blade's shadow returned, inflicting a deep, bone-revealing wound upon the dragon's vulnerable underbelly. From this point onward, the dragon had only the ability to defend against Xu Taiping's relentless assault. As anguished cries escaped the dragon, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing a one-sided massacre. Brothers, could there be a misunderstanding? The spectators of Chiyue Pavilion gazed up in confusion at Duga Qingxiao, who chose to remain silent. Similarly, Su Qingtan, seated beside Dongfang Yuejiao at the Golden Scale Pond, and Mu Yuchan from the Guangling Pavilion also opted for silence. After a considerable time, the shepherd Yuchun gazed at his elder brother, Mu Yun, with a bewildered expression and inquired, "Brother, could it be that you have made a mistake? The Mo Yacho has not been possessed by that entity. Otherwise, it would seem rather feeble, would it not?" Mu Yun shot a disapproving glance at Mu Chun, then, with a grave demeanor, responded, "It is not that the Mo Yacho is too weak, but rather that Xu Taiping's physique is extraordinarily monstrous, perfectly capable of countering the Qiu Long conjured by the Mo Yacho through the heavenly crafting technique. I am increasingly inclined to believe the rumor that the Lord of Qiu personally sought Xu Taiping's assistance. Furthermore, you underestimate the Mo Yacho. According to the intelligence we have gathered, this Mo Yacho can summon fierce beasts on the Golden Scale platform, including a Qiongqi and a Ban mountain ape. Both of these beasts are ancient, ferocious entities, although restricted by the constraints of the Golden Scale platform, preventing them from awakening any divine powers. Xu Taiping may still find it challenging to contend with them, given their formidable physiques and blood vitality that surpasses the martial god realm. Suddenly, Mu Yun furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the Golden Scale platform, speaking without turning his head. Boom! Just as Mu Yun spoke, a violent surge of energy erupted from the Golden Scale platform below. Soon after, the two beheld a fierce beast, with the head of a tiger and the body of a bull, adorned with wings, materializing before the Mo Yacho. It was none other than the legendary ancient beast, Qiongqi. However, like the Qiu Long, this Qiongqi was also incomplete, its skeletal structure comprised of wood and iron, with only 1/3 made of bone, and its fur appeared to be a patchwork assembly. Despite this, the ferocious aura it exuded was palpable even to the cultivators in the stands. Boom! At that moment, with a piercing sound slicing through the air, the Qiongqi, under the control of the Mo Yacho, soared forth. It spiraled, its claws resembling sharp scythes, slicing through the air as they lunged towards Xu Taiping. Bang! With a resounding impact, a flurry of silver claw shadows, akin to a multitude of razor-sharp blades, tore through the wind barrier surrounding Xu Taiping, striking heavily against his ice armor, causing him to stagger backward several steps. The Qiu Long, which had been on the brink of collapse beneath Xu Taiping's blade, finally seized a moment to catch its breath, letting out a fierce dragon roar before unleashing a massive fireball towards Xu Taiping. Bang! Although Xu Taiping shattered the fireball with a punch, the Qiongqi, with the strength of a martial god, had already landed a claw strike upon him. The situation on the battlefield had shifted dramatically. As he was propelled backward, Xu Taiping activated the frost breath technique, unleashing a chilling breath toward the two ancient beasts. However, the effects of the frost breath technique proved ineffective against these primordial ferocious creatures. As previously noted by his junior sister, Lu Rushuang, the corporeal bodies of ancient beasts can withstand most techniques other than source laws. Bang! Following the ineffectiveness of the frost breath technique, Xu Taiping's body was struck heavily by the colossal tail of the Qiu Long. Just when the crowd believed that Xu Taiping would be subdued, a sound reminiscent of a crane's call echoed, and Xu Taiping's figure suddenly transformed into streaks of dazzling blade light, fiercely striking at the Qiu Long and Qiongqi. In the end, all that could be heard was the sound of the crane's call, with no visible figure in sight. Meanwhile, the bodies of Qiongqi and Qiu Long began to bear countless blade marks, as the previously suppressed Xu Taiping commenced his counterattack. This was indeed the crane's call technique of the Demon Slayer blade. Observing Xu Taiping's frenzied blade intent atop the Golden Scale stage, Mu Yun couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Had Xu Taiping unleashed such fervor against him on that fateful day, he feared he would not have been able to remain seated to witness the battle. just as the spectators anticipated Xu Taiping to reverse the situation once more. The Mo Yacho again wielded the bone whip in hand, summoning forth a colossal ape, whose massive body measured 30 zhang, onto the golden scales stage. As the giant ape roared heavenward, a terrifying wave of aura surged forth, once again enveloping the stage. With a thunderous crash, the enraged giant ape leapt forward, colliding directly with the myriad of blade shadows unleashed by Xu Taiping. The impact was so great that the ape, utilizing its brute strength, shattered Xu Taiping's blade momentum, sending him sliding backward for dozens of zhang. Xu Taiping, no matter how well-honed your physique may be, can it truly rival an ancient ferocious beast? Remarked the Mo Yacho, seated imperiously atop a white lion, arms crossed, gazing at Xu Taiping with an expression of detached amusement. At that moment, Qiangqi's razor-sharp claws struck Xu Taiping's body, leaving a deep gash, as he had only just managed to fend off the tail of Qiulong. He had no time to recover, for the giant foot of the mountain-moving ape was already descending upon him. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yuchun from Guangling Pavilion swallowed hard, murmuring, "Brother, I take back my earlier words. This Mo Yacho is truly terrifying, summoning 3 ancient ferocious beasts in one breath, and they seem impervious to ordinary techniques. Even our master and the others might struggle to contend with them." Mu Yun nodded and replied, "Xu Taiping can only unleash the blade domain now, yet these 3 ferocious beasts are extraordinary. His 18-foot blade domain may not be sufficient to ensnare them all." Just as the two conversed, the mountain-moving ape on the golden scale stage suddenly brought both fists crashing down towards Xu Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping was ensnared by the tail of Qiulong, unable to free his hands to defend himself. In a critical moment, as Mu Yun had anticipated, Xu Taiping activated the 18-foot blade domain. With a resounding boom, as a silhouette of a crane ascended, the colossal fists of the mountain-moving ape seemed to be held aloft by an invisible force, unable to descend. Simultaneously, a piercing sound akin to a cicada's cry emerged, and the blade shadows emanating from Xu Taiping swiftly engulfed Qiangqi and Qiulong, sending them hurtling backward. Even the massive mountain-moving ape was forced to lean back from the force of the blade energy. With a single strike, he repelled 3 ancient fierce beasts, leaving the gathered cultivators in a state of profound shock as they marveled at the terrifying prowess of the blade domain. However, the fledgling crow, upon witnessing Xu Taiping unleash the blade domain, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a smirk graced his lips as he declared, "This blade domain is nothing extraordinary." He then raised his hand, directing it towards the 3 ancient beasts, murmuring incantations before forcefully clenching his fingers, exclaiming, "Combine." As the words left his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted, and the aura of the 3 ancient beasts surged dramatically. The onlookers, wide-eyed and astonished, beheld the astonishing sight of the beasts' forms visibly merging into one. In the blink of an eye, the once separate Qiulong, Qiangqi, and Banshan Yuan transformed into a colossal creature with a dragon's head, a monkey's body, and tiger's claws. Had the fledgling crow truly cultivated the art of heavenly creation to the realm of creation? Upon witnessing this unprecedented beast, Mu Yun sprang from his seat in alarm. "Brother, what is happening?" The aura emanating from that creature has surpassed the martial god realm. Its soul exudes a terrifying aura of destruction. Its existence defies the heavens. At this moment, Mu Yuchen also stood, trembling in shock. Boom, boom, boom. As the siblings spoke, the beast unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang! Following the 5th surge of energy, the beast, previously ensnared within Xu Taiping's blade domain, suddenly lifted its foot and stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding tremor, the beast broke free from Xu Taiping's control, its claws slicing through the air like a blade as it lunged towards him. This marked the true manifestation of the art of heavenly creation, transforming the cosmos and bending it to one's will. Witnessing this scene, the fledgling crow erupted into maniacal laughter from a distance. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping, facing the beast, placed his hand on the hilt of his blade just as the creature's claw was about to strike him, murmuring softly, unceasing. As the words resonated, a sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted within the golden scale pool, as if the very waters were to be cleaved in twain. The astonished onlookers beheld as the lotus platform beneath Xu Taiping expanded threefold, with ethereal cranes taking flight around it. Simultaneously, a torrent of golden blade energy surged from Xu Taiping, akin to a pillar of fire reaching for the heavens. With a resounding thud, the beast's formidable claws were repelled by this blade energy. The spectators were left in awe as they beheld Xu Taiping, who now towered at nearly 10 meters, his body enveloped in dragon scales save for his head. This was the manifestation of Xu Taiping's unceasing blade domain. In this moment, he radiated an aura that rivaled that of the fearsome beast, instilling in the gathered crowd a surreal sense of stepping back into ancient times. Boom. Just then, the creature conjured by the fledgling crow once again lunged forward, clawing at Xu Taiping with ferocity. Before the monstrous claw could descend, Xu Taiping had already drawn his sword, swiftly cleaving towards the beast. With a resounding roar, the blade's energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing the creature's shoulder. In the following moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, blood erupted from the beast's shoulder, and its entire arm crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Had Xu Taiping awakened the power of the blade domain? As the beast's arm fell, Youyun, who had been momentarily speechless, finally voiced his disbelief with trembling words. Chapter 299. The Victory of the Crow Chick. The unique power of the blade domain. The power of the blade domain? Upon hearing Youyun's words, Youyun, who had been equally astonished, suddenly displayed a look of terror in her eyes. She distinctly recalled that Xu Taiping had only recently awakened his blade domain. Was it not said that one could only awaken the power of the blade domain upon mastering each level? Moreover, was it not claimed that the power of the blade domain was akin to the divine abilities of spirit beasts? Yet, why was Xu Taiping's blade domain power manifesting in the enhancement of his own physical form? The more Youyun observed Xu Taiping's physique, the more her heart raced. She even hesitated to use her own ocular technique to gaze upon his spirit, fearing she might witness something her mind could not endure. Her ocular technique, known as Wujiu, allowed her to perceive the shape of another's spirit, thus sensing their emotions. Like her heart observation technique, it was derived from the legacy of the divine maiden of Zhu Mingtian. However, due to her currently weak spiritual power, she could not bear to look upon anything too formidable, lest she suffer a backlash. You are not mistaken, yet what we see before us remains the truth. Moreover, dear sister, do you realize? The ability to harness such domain power within oneself is exceedingly rare throughout history. Those who have comprehended it are invariably mighty figures who command great realms. Youyun gazed at Xu Taiping's captivating form, her eyes filled with awe and envy. What is so special about it? Youyun inquired, puzzled. Continue to observe, and you shall understand, Youyun replied, her attention fixed on the golden-scaled platform. At that moment, the ink crow chick upon the platform suddenly lashed out with its whip once more. Following that, amidst a terrifying surge of energy, its form merged with the white lion beneath it, transforming into a monstrous creature standing over 3 meters tall, with a lion's head and a robust, beast-like physique. Without hesitation, the ink crow chick, now in the form of this lion-headed monstrosity, extracted its spine, transforming it into a long bone whip, aiming it towards Xu Taiping's blade domain. The blade domain is merely a technique, a method. My 9-origin lion spine whip can shatter all techniques in existence. With a furious roar, the ink crow chick struck the long bone whip against the crane shadow enveloping Xu Taiping, resulting in a resounding explosion as the crane shadow and the colossal lotus platform beneath Xu Taiping shattered like mere foam. Had the blade domain been broken? The cultivators present were left in stunned disbelief. Unlike Youyun, they could not discern the uniqueness of Xu Taiping's blade domain power. As the beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a monkey broke free from the constraints of Xu Taiping's blade domain, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, it channeled its terrifying vitality into sheer force, flooding its entire being. Suddenly, it swung its arms with ferocity, its claws manifesting as dozens of streaks resembling sword marks, propelled by a tempestuous aura, lunging towards Xu Taiping. The piercing sound of the air being sliced, coupled with the beast's menacing aura and the claw shadows that appeared to rend the very fabric of space, sent a shiver of trepidation through all who beheld it. Undoubtedly, this creature's strike surpassed the comprehension of most cultivators present regarding the power of vitality. They had never fathomed that such vitality could reach a level nearly comparable to an ordinary transformation realm swordsman's blow. Many cultivators believed that once the blade domain was shattered, Xu Taiping would be powerless to withstand this onslaught. Yet, with the metallic clang of repeated impacts resounding, the spectators were astonished to witness Xu Taiping deflecting each strike of the beast with his blade, despite the dismantling of the domain. As he parried dozens of claws in succession, the speed of his blade increased exponentially, and his vitality surged at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, the onlookers beheld the long knife marks left in the air by Xu Taiping's weapon, encircling the beast completely. With a sound akin to the piercing of eardrums, a long knife mark sliced through the air, cleaving the space before Xu Taiping, including the beast itself, diagonally. A resounding crash followed as the beast's back erupted. A torrent of blade aura mingled with blood mist gushing forth from the wound. The blood mist, infused with the essence of the blade, bloomed like a crimson rose upon the golden scales platform. But the spectacle was far from over. Accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of cranes soaring into the sky, countless blade images erupted from within the beast, dissecting its massive form into myriad minuscule pieces. In the heavy silence that followed, torrents of blood and flesh began to rain down upon the golden scales platform like a torrential downpour. Amidst this gruesome tableau, Mu Yuchen recalled a passage from an ancient text in the Guangling Pavilion, a dialogue between the ancestors of the pavilion and the Azure Emperor. In ancient times, while beasts roamed the land, how could humans survive? Among the ancients, there were valiant warriors whose strength alone could slay wild beasts in the wilderness. After learning about the formidable wild beasts from antiquity, Mu Yuchen had once dismissed this as mere legend crafted by later generations. However, the scene unfolding before her now caused her beliefs to waver. The so-called blade domain is essentially a manifestation of a cultivator's utmost intent, merging their practiced sword techniques with other forms of magic to ultimately awaken a divine power. Most blade domains, or powers from other realms, typically manifest in two forms: to strike or to ensnare the enemy. Only a rare few can awaken powers that act upon oneself. In this instance, it was evident that Xu Taiping's blade domain served to enhance his vitality and fortitude. The advantage of the power of the blade domain lies in its intrinsic nature. To shatter it, one must extinguish its wielder. It is said that only those with exceptionally resolute hearts can awaken such power. At this moment, Mu Yun, filled with reverence, explained this to Mu Yuchen. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Mu Yuchen suddenly infused her gaze with true essence, employing her ocular technique to observe Xu Taiping's soul. Instantly, her eyes, filled with terror, beheld an unforgettable sight. A colossal dragon coiled upon a majestic mountain, gazing at the vast heavens above. Alas, merely witnessing this scene struck Mu Yuchen's soul as if it had been brutally punched, causing her to weep tears of blood and collapse to the ground. The ordeal was far from over. At that moment, the lion-headed figure of the crow fledgling let out a furious roar and, with a frenzied gleam in its eyes, lunged at Xu Taiping wielding a bone sword. Due to the curse of the Xianyuan demon seed, the fledgling was unable to concede defeat and was compelled to fight Xu Taiping to the bitter end. For surrendering would mean being forsaken by the demon seed, ultimately rendered a mere shell of its former self. Chapter 300. Defeating the crow fledgling. He calls himself Su Chan. Yet, just as the bone sword of the fledgling was about to strike, a sudden chorus of cicadas rang out, accompanied by countless blade shadows that danced in unison with Xu Taiping's long sword, cleaving towards the fledgling. Boom! With a resounding crash, the fledgling's body, crafted through heavenly ingenuity, was sliced into innumerable fragments by Xu Taiping's chaotic cicada cut, revealing its gory true form. Gasping violently, the fledgling coughed up a mouthful of blood, its eyes brimming with malice as it glared at Xu Taiping, declaring, "I, the crow fledgling, detest you so-called geniuses who perpetually exude an air of superiority. If I triumph today, I shall eradicate all of you self-righteous pretenders." Genius? Xu Taiping, standing beside the fledgling with his blade raised, paused momentarily, then shook his head while lifting his sword. "You have mistaken your opponent." As he spoke, he swiftly swung his blade towards the fledgling. Yet, at that moment, the fledgling's lips curled into a sinister smile, its eyes flashing with a hint of malice as it proclaimed, "Come with me to the abyss." In an instant, a thread-like crimson glow erupted from its eyes, shooting directly towards Xu Taiping's forehead. However, as the crimson light grazed his brow, it shattered unexpectedly with a resounding crack. And then Xu Taiping heard the incredulous roar of the fledgling echo in his mind. How can you be a mere mortal? How can you be a mere mortal? Hearing this, a slight smile graced Xu Taiping's lips. It appears that mortals truly are impervious to the demon's possession. In truth, he had sensed the fledgling's intentions long before. He merely wished to confirm a notion he had previously heard from Sister Linghua, thus refraining from intervening prematurely. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, his left eye's lotus pupil suddenly widened, and with a thunderous crash, that crimson light vanished without a trace. The phenomenon of the lotus eye devouring demonic entities had long ceased to astonish Xu Taiping. Just moments ago, while gravely injuring the crow of ink, the lotus eye had yearned to unfurl, a desire he had meticulously restrained. After all, once he vanquished the crow, the demonic seed would naturally dissipate. Thus, consuming it now should not arouse suspicion from the likes of Lord Qiu and his companions. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xu Taiping rose to his feet. The moment the lotus eye consumed the demonic seed coincided perfectly with his decisive strike that severed the crow's head. Hardly a breath had elapsed, and no one would be the wiser. Though the golden scale ranking might sense something amiss, it would not intervene as long as events transpired within the bounds of established rules. This was, indeed, one of the regulations governing the golden scale ranking. Thus, Xu Taiping felt no trepidation. However, as he stood, the overwhelming surge of his vitality began to wane rapidly, accompanied by an indescribable fatigue of the spirit and excruciating pain emanating from his corporeal form, crashing upon him like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, blood began to seep uncontrollably from his pores. More critically, he could distinctly perceive the essence of his life ebbing away at an alarming rate. The consumption of quick dragon gall wine and the ingestion of the grass rejuvenation pill came at a steep cost. The relentless power he had borrowed from the blade domain had forcibly augmented his vitality and physical strength, akin to sacrificing 30 years of his lifespan for merely a fleeting moment of that unyielding domain. His spirit and body would endure pain equivalent to the loss of those 30 years. At that moment, the voice of the blade demon resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Swiftly, he retrieved a grass rejuvenation pill from his pocket and uncorked a flask containing the dragon gall wine, tilting his head back to drain its contents. As the grass rejuvenation pill and dragon gall wine coursed through him, Xu Taiping felt a significant alleviation of the sensation of life slipping away, though the torment of his spirit and body persisted. This agony felt as if years of accumulated suffering had erupted all at once. Fortunately, he had refrained from unleashing the power of the second blade domain. Otherwise, whether he could withstand such backlash would remain uncertain. Sensing Xu Taiping's slight recovery, the blade demon's tone relaxed considerably. Indeed, Xu Taiping himself was still haunted by the near recklessness of nearly deploying the full extent of the unyielding blade domain's power. Xu Taiping, how do you fare? At that moment, Lord Qiu Shunyuan suddenly descended upon the golden scale platform, causing the previously hushed golden scale pool to erupt into a fervor of excitement. Can you still stand? His gaze was a mixture of exhilaration and concern. I can, Xu Taiping replied, gritting his teeth against the pain and nodding affirmatively. Excellent, excellent. You have performed admirably, Xu Taiping, Qiu Shunyuan responded, suppressing his joy with a firm nod. Today, Xu Taiping had not only slain a demonic entity, but had also saved countless citizens of the Youyun realm, along with high-ranking cultivators who might have perished as a consequence. Endure a little longer. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, I will be able to heal you, Qiu Shunyuan whispered, supporting Xu Taiping to his feet before proclaiming to the crowd, the victor of today is Xu Taiping of the Zhenwu Tianqing Xin sect. After this round, Xu Taiping of the true martial Sky Azure sect shall contest with the victor of the next match for the title of champion at this Golden Scales gathering. Upon hearing this proclamation, cheers erupted within the Golden Scales pool. In the Chiyue pavilion of true martial heaven, Zhao Linglong, with tears welling in her eyes, tightly embraced Lin Buyu, her gaze fixed intently on Xu Taiping's somewhat pale visage reflected in the spirit mirror. Indeed, in 7 days' time, our junior brother shall vie for the championship against the winner of the subsequent battle. Du Guqingxiu, brimming with excitement, struck the table with fervor. Today's contest had stirred their emotions profoundly. None had anticipated that Xu Taiping could triumph over the ink crow chick possessed by demonic forces. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Youyun Martial Arts Academy, the 7th princess and her companions leaped joyfully from their seats. Master, we have won. Brother Taiping can truly contend for the championship, Xu Tianqing exclaimed, shaking little Shirgu's arm with fervor. Indeed, we have triumphed, little Shirgu nodded emphatically. Her emotions were a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety, unlike her companions. She understood that Xu Taiping must have exerted an unimaginable effort to attain the newfound power he had just demonstrated. Mother. At that moment, Lu Wan, who had been guarding the martial arts academy, suddenly arrived at the stands, breathless. What is the matter? Lu Rushuang inquired, noticing Lu Wan's unusual demeanor and growing concern. Mother, a man just came to the academy. He entrusted me with a moon shadow stone, instructing me to deliver it to you and to brother Xu Taiping. He also mentioned that this pertains to your life and that of your senior brother, Lu Wan relayed as he presented the moon shadow stone to Lu Rushuang. Did the man reveal his identity? Lu Rushuang asked, frowning as she accepted the stone. He said his name is Su Chan Chapter 301, meeting Su Chan. Is there still need for a change in remedies? Evening. South Chu Imperial Palace. Elder Zhu, what is your assessment of Xu Taiping from true martial heaven? Prince Zhao Wang asked, gazing at the image projected by the moon shadow stone without turning his head. He is formidable, exceedingly so. Among the younger generation, this youth stands as a paragon, Zhu Huai replied, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Xu Taiping. Nodding in response, Zhao Wang then directed his attention to the third prince, Chu Yinan, who stood quietly nearby. What is your perspective? Chu Yinan stepped forward and bowed, stating, in response to your majesty, my master is indeed correct. Xu Taiping is remarkably strong. Pausing momentarily, he then continued with a confident smile. However, I believe I possess the capability to surpass him. Hearing this, Zhao Wang's expression remained impassive as he continued to observe Xu Taiping's form, poised after unleashing his blade domain, and inquired without lifting his gaze. What instills you with such confidence? With a confident smile, Chu Yinan respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I must report that 2 years ago, under the guidance of the esteemed Qianghua Immortal, I ventured into the sword tomb of Lutai Mountain and acquired the source law inheritance. The Heavenly Shadow Sword Cannon. I refrained from informing you, Father, solely out of concern for your well-being. Upon hearing this, King Zhao's eyes brightened, and he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Huai, asking, Is this truly the case? Zhu Huai, with a slight smile, bowed to the king and proclaimed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The royal family of Dechu is indeed the only royal lineage in the Youyun realm to have obtained the source law inheritance. Elated, King Zhao slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Excellent. Our Dechu is indeed thriving. How could a mere old Taoist like you ever scheme against us? In the Jinlin Pavilion, within the inner pool of the Jinlin Pond, Xu Taiping soaked in a medicinal bath, reclining against the edge while casually conversing with the Blade Ghost. After the recent contest, due to his severe injuries, Xu Taiping did not join the usual spectators, but was brought by the estate Lord Qiu Shanyuan to the inner pool for a soak in the pre-prepared medicinal concoction. According to Lord Qiu's prior assurances, regardless of the extent of his injuries from the duel with the demonic entity, the Youyun estate would ensure his complete recovery. At that moment, the dark red medicinal bath, known as the Essence Restoration Soup, was concocted from the blood of a flood dragon, infused with dozens of precious celestial-grade herbs. As Lord Qiu had explained, even disregarding the cost of the ingredients, the 9 flood dragons in the Jinlin Pond could produce only this single batch of soup in a year. As he felt the pain slowly dissipating, Xu Taiping let out a long sigh of relief, sensing that the Essence Restoration Soup was not only healing his wounds, but also gradually restoring the vitality that had been completely stripped away. This Essence Restoration Soup is truly remarkable, he mused aloud. The Blade Ghost replied with a sardonic smile, Indeed, this concoction bears some efficacy for your current physique. However, should you sustain such severe injuries again after advancing further, you will need to seek alternative remedies. Having absorbed the Blood Rock Soul Firestone, the Blade Ghost's spirit had significantly strengthened, allowing for fluid communication, a stark contrast to the previous days of silence. By the way, esteemed Blade Ghost, which formidable blade domain powers rank among the elite? Seizing the opportunity, Xu Taiping sought to delve deeper into matters related to blade domains. In contemporary times, many are unfamiliar with the intricacies of the sword cultivators. For those who delve into the art of the blade often meet swift demise. Upon their passing, the power of the sword domain dissipates, leaving little room for legacy. However, if one were to reflect upon the past, The figure that lingers most vividly in my memory is that of a certain sword enthusiast from the Celestial Dragon, whose prowess allowed him to summon the force of falling stars within the sword domain, capable of obliterating an entire miniature realm with a single strike. The sword demon reminisced. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's lips twitched slightly, as he finally comprehended why the sword demon deemed his primary sword domain power to be of only mediocre stature. Since there exists a sword domain, might there also be domains for fists, spears, and swords? Xu Taiping shifted the conversation. Indeed, any martial artist who cultivates their technique to its utmost limits and comprehends the ultimate essence can grasp the power of the domain. What of cultivators? Pure practitioners of the path, although incapable of wielding domain power, can, upon grasping the true meaning, understand the force of the great Tao. Xu Taiping's heart stirred at these words. Once your injuries have healed, take a day before the competition to revisit my sword domain, the sword demon advised. But didn't you say that my soul has suffered severe damage, and I should refrain from visiting your sword domain for the time being? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. Do you wish to triumph over the third prince for the title? Of course. Your recent encounter with the demonic seed revealed far too much, particularly your heavy reliance on your blood and physical vigor, which the third prince will undoubtedly exploit. Thus, your only chance of victory lies in mastering that second sword domain power. Therefore, if you aspire to win, you must take a risk and grasp that second sword domain power as well, the sword demon elucidated. Moreover, to be frank, I have yet to fully comprehend your second sword domain power. I must confirm its nature once more within the sword domain, he added. I understand, Senior Sword Demon. Xu Taiping nodded slightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill and glanced down to discover that the restorative liquid in the bath had completely evaporated. It is time to return. After inspecting his injuries, which had largely healed, Xu Taiping rose to his feet. At this juncture, the estate's master, Youyun, seemingly aware of Xu Taiping's recovery, approached the bath with a white-clad attendant. Young Master Xu, do you require a change of medicinal broth? Youyun inquired with a smile. No need, Master Qiu. I have already changed the broth 5 times, and my injuries are nearly healed, Xu Taiping replied with a slight smile, now dressed. That is splendid news. This calamity brought upon by the demonic seed is truly a debt of gratitude owed to you, young Master Xu. Youyun nodded with a smile, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. This is the token of appreciation we agreed upon with Master Lu earlier. Please accept it, young Master Xu, he said, extending a simple storage ring towards Xu Taiping. Chapter 302. Meeting Su-chan, my sister will support me through any adversity. Thank you, Master Qiu. Xu Taiping accepted graciously, not bothering to open it, directly tossing it into his gourd. He trusted that the esteemed master of the Youyun estate would not be so petty. The one who deserves thanks is I, Master Qiu gestured dismissively. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Xu Taiping bid farewell to the Lord of Youyun Manor and swiftly made his way out of the Golden Scale Pavilion, joining the waiting Master Lu and others outside. Who would have thought that the true martial celestial would remain silent for 5 centuries, only to emerge and gain fame across the 5 heavens? As he watched Xu Taiping depart, Lord Youyun felt a surge of emotion. My lord, who do you believe has the greater chance of victory? The third prince or this young Master Xu? Inquired the figure in white, momentarily retracting his gaze from Xu Taiping to pose the question. Have you heard the rumors regarding Lutai Mountain? Youyun turned to the man in white. Lutai Mountain? A few years ago, I heard tales of the immortal Qianghua from Lutai Mountain, who supposedly obtained the legacy of the Sword Tomb, though I cannot ascertain its truth, replied the white-clad figure. The white-clad attendant, being well-versed in matters outside the Youyun Manor, was aware of many things. The legacy is indeed true, but the individual who received it is not the immortal Qianghua. It is the third prince of Nanchu, Youyun remarked thoughtfully while walking towards the inner hall. Upon hearing this, the white-clad man's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he murmured, that legacy. Could it be the heavenly shadow sword cannon? At the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy, despite the jovial banter upon their return, Xu Taiping sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the academy. Little senior sister, has something occurred? He inquired of his little senior sister after the others had retreated to their quarters for rest. Realizing she could not conceal the truth from Xu Taiping, Lu Rushuang produced a moonshadow stone and handed it to him, explaining, before the competition concluded today, someone delivered this moonshadow stone. Who sent it? Xu Taiping scrutinized the stone in his hand, curiosity piqued. Su Chan, Lu Rushuang replied, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing the name, Xu Taiping's hand, which had been toying with the moonshadow stone, abruptly halted, and he gazed at Lu Rushuang in disbelief. Is it that Su Chan? Indeed, Lu Rushuang nodded, her expression impassive. Though she had been traveling far and wide, her connection to Uncle Gio had remained intact. Thus, she was well informed regarding Su Chan. Without further hesitation, Xu Taiping channeled his true essence into the moonshadow stone. Soon, a strikingly handsome face with resolute eyes emerged within the projection of the moonshadow stone. Although Xu Taiping had glimpsed Su Chan from a distance during the Seven Peaks competition, this was the first time he beheld the visage so clearly. Little senior sister, junior brother Taiping, I had initially intended to find a more opportune moment to meet with you both, but events transpired abruptly, and I must depart from Youyun heaven prematurely. I leave this stone with you to convey two matters, as I will be absent for an extended period, and the only individuals the Qingxian sect can reach are you two. The first matter pertains to the Qingxian sect, according to intelligence I gathered among the Jiyuan demonic hordes. Within a time frame of 1 to 3 years, a calamity-level demonic seed will awaken within the Yuxian cave, which has been guarded by generations of sect leaders. As for the calamity demonic seed, Taiping may not fully grasp its essence, but you, senior sister, should be well aware of what it entails. You need to understand that once the demonic seed awakens completely in 5 or 6 decades, not only will the master guarding it perish, but the entire Qingxian sect will also face annihilation. Furthermore, due to the blood oath established by the Qingxian sect, no disciple of this sect will escape from this calamity. Upon reading this, Xu Taiping's heart trembled. He was eager to inquire further from his little master aunt, yet he ultimately suppressed his curiosity and continued to read on. Taiping, to subdue this calamity-level demonic seed, the only course of action available to you is to seize victory at the Golden Scales Conference. Only by triumphing there can the sword ranking be reopened by the true martial genius. It is only with the reopening of the sword ranking that you will have a chance to inherit the legacy of the true martial emperor. In the present realm of true martial, only the legacy of the true martial emperor can vanquish such a formidable demonic entity. Thus, my little junior brother, exert all your efforts to claim the top position on the Golden Scales list. At this point, the image of Su Chan paused momentarily, then suddenly smiled at Xu Taiping with narrowed eyes before continuing. As for the second matter, I wish to inform you in advance, Taiping. If you manage to reopen the sword ranking, I assure you that your elder brother will participate in the next 9 prefectures sword conference, and I will seize the true martial emperor's legacy from your hands, then witness the downfall of Qingxian with my own eyes. After all, Qingxian must perish at my hands. As Su Chan uttered the final words, the smile on her face abruptly vanished, her expression turning as cold as ice. The scene concluded. Little master aunt. Xu Taiping raised his gaze towards Lu Rushuang. He had numerous questions swirling in his mind that he yearned to ask her. Please wait for me in the study for a moment. I need to fetch something. I will share everything I know with you then. Lu Rushuang nodded, understanding Xu Taiping's unvoiced queries. Xu Taiping acknowledged her with a nod and proceeded towards the study without hesitation. However, as he stepped inside, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Taiping, I have awakened. Linghua, is that you? Xu Taiping thought in astonishment. Is everything well on your end? The fairy Linghua inquired with concern. Relatively well, though numerous events have transpired. I may need to consult you. Linghua, Xu Taiping conveyed. That is acceptable, but at present, my spiritual essence has yet to stabilize, preventing me from maintaining this long-distance communication for an extended period. I shall seek you again in half a joss-stick's time. Do not fret. Your elder sister has regained considerable strength, and I can support you even if the sky were to fall. The confident voice of Fairy Linghua resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. Understood, Xu Taiping replied inwardly, feeling a sense of calm wash over him after hearing Linghua's voice. Before long, after their exchange, Lu Rushuang entered the study, carrying a bronze box. Taiping, everything you wish to know is contained within this, she said, placing the bronze box down with a weighty tone, gesturing towards it. Chapter 303. Discussing Taishian, the 5 elders, and the true martial emperor. Upon opening the bronze box, Xu Taiping found a jade pendant and a seal, quietly resting within. Upon discerning the items within the bronze box, Xu Taiping lifted his gaze, filled with perplexity, towards his junior master, Lu Rushuang. You should examine it, Lu Ruxiang instructed, gesturing toward the jade pendant. Xu Taiping nodded, reaching into the bronze box to retrieve the pendant. Upon grasping it, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of tranquility, as if his very soul had found solace. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary jade pendant possessed the power of concentration. As he turned the pendant over, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Engraved upon it were the words, Tai Xian Min, disciple of the sect leader, Lu Ruxiang. A tingling sensation coursed through Xu Taiping's scalp as he slowly raised his head. Incredulity etched across his features as he inquired of his junior master, Master, could it be that Tai Xian Min is the relic of the Yunmeng's immortal mansion? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxiang too appeared taken aback and promptly asked, Taiping, have you heard of Tai Xian Min? Xu Taiping pondered earnestly for a moment before recounting the harrowing experience of his expedition to the Yunmeng's relic, where he had stumbled upon the corpse of a disciple of Tai Xian's sect transformed into a specter. Ah, I see now. My senior brother had long made arrangements, Lu Ruxiang remarked, a look of realization dawning upon her face after Xu Taiping's account. Master, what connection does our Qingxian sect have with Tai Xian Min? Xu Taiping glanced at the jade pendant in his hand and directly posed the question. This is a secret known only to the disciples of the sect leader of each generation in Qingxian, Lu Ruxiang sighed as she took the pendant from him. She then raised her gaze to Xu Taiping, continuing, our Qingxian sect's original lineage traces back to the Tai Xian Min of the Xumi realm. However, as you witnessed in the cellar, the Tai Xian Min was obliterated overnight by some mysterious force during the Tai Su cataclysm. The annihilation did not merely entail the slaying of disciples, but rather a complete erasure of Tai Xian Min from the Xumi realm, encompassing its gates, halls, and all traces thereof. Only a small fragment was preserved at an excruciating cost by the 5 elders of Tai Xian's sect, who are now the 5 elders of our Qingxian sect. This preserved remnant is what you encountered in the Yunmeng's immortal mansion. Yet even so, this remnant could not escape the curse of the Tai Su cataclysm. Within a century, the land became rife with the stench of corpses, transforming both elders and disciples into specters. Ultimately, the 5 elders had no choice but to cast this homeland into the void, sealing it entirely. However, due to the profound roots of Tai Xian Min's legacy on this land, when the 5 elders migrated to Zhenwu Heaven, they constructed a teleportation array linked to it using the innate great formation within Yunmeng's, allowing disciples to enter and obtain the legacy. This became the later Zhenwu Heaven secret realm of Yunmeng's. Nevertheless, from that time forth, the secrets of Tai Xian Min's past were sealed by the 5 elders through sorcery, accessible only to the disciples of the sect leader across generations. Even after the Yunmeng's secret realm was seized by other sects, the 5 elders refrained from dispatching anyone to reclaim it. According to their assertions, the more thoroughly one forgets, the more secure the legacy of the Tai Xian sect becomes. At this juncture, Lu Ruoxuang paused for a moment, retrieving a seal engraved with her name from the bronze box before continuing. As for me, along with senior brother Jianjiu and senior brother Zhouang, we are the current disciples of the Tai Xian sect. Upon hearing the young master's narrative, Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. Although Fairy Ling Yu had long harbored suspicions regarding the origins of the Qingxian sect, believing it to be a branch of a prominent sect, Xu Taiping never anticipated that it was actually the Tai Xian sect from the realm of Sumi. However, once this revelation was confirmed, many of his lingering questions about the journey to Yunmeng Zhe were resolved. Junior sister, you previously mentioned that the 5 elders paid an exceedingly heavy price to preserve the lineage of the Tai Xian sect. Is this cost related to the mysterious abyss? After pondering for a considerable time, Xu Taiping suddenly looked up and inquired of the young master. He was acutely aware that the young master had decided to divulge all this only after witnessing the Moonshadow Stone given by Su Chan, undoubtedly for a purpose. You are correct, the young master replied, casting an appreciative glance at Xu Taiping. She had merely hinted at it, yet he had perceptively discerned the underlying significance. Lu Ruoxuang took a sip of water and continued, the calamity of the Tai Xian sect is known to few, but those who are aware include the human emperor of the 3 realms, who had yet to ascend, as well as the various emperors of the realms within the 3 realms. However, none wished to become entangled in the calamity of the void. The human emperor of Sumi even severed all ties with the Tai Xian sect in one fell swoop, cutting them off completely. When the Tai Xian sect was left with no alternatives, the true martial emperor, disregarding the opposition of the human emperor of Shangqing, accepted the Taishan sect into his fold. Yet, as a price, the disciples of the Taishan sect were bound to guard the mysterious abyss for generations. In hindsight, this was both a vow and a curse. Nevertheless, for the Taishan sect at that time, it was a blessing. Consequently, almost all the leaders of the Taishan sect, including the 5 elders, perished while guarding the abyss. Many ancestors, who once had hopes of ascending, resolutely entered the abyss to fulfill their vows. Throughout this long passage of time, no disciple of the Taishan sect who ventured into the abyss ever returned alive. Once, the 5 realms believed the abyss had been utterly destroyed by the true martial emperor and regarded it as a paradise of the Shangqing realm. Yet, little did they know that without the vigilant watch of the disciples of the Taishan sect, how could such a paradise exist? I do not lament the injustice of fate, for had the true martial emperor not taken that risk to accept us, the legacy of the Taishan sect would have likely vanished from the 3 realms. Chapter 304. On Taishan, the guidance of Fairy Lingyu. However, witnessing my fellow disciples enter the abyss one after another, seeing them lose their sanity, witnessing their descent into madness, and becoming mere puppets, I simply cannot accept it. Do you know that with senior brother Jinzhou's talent, he could have opened the heavenly gate and ascended to the higher realms 800 years ago? In the end, Lu Ruoshuang let out a long sigh, her face awash with a sense of regret. Master, what kind of legacy could compel the 5 elders of the Taishan sect, including my master, to willingly enter the abyssal demon cave? After a prolonged silence, Xu Taiping suddenly inquired of Lu Ruoshuang. Upon hearing this question, Lu Ruoshuang also paused for a moment before responding, before departing from Qingxian. I once inquired about it through the demon sealing gate with my senior brother. He merely stated that for this legacy, he would willingly descend into the abyss for eternity. He also mentioned that they sacrificed everything for us, and if we cannot even safeguard this small remnant of their existence, we are unworthy of being human. Although this statement did not unravel the doubts in Xu Taiping's heart, the resolute tone of the old sect leader inexplicably sent a tremor through him. What had the old sect leader witnessed to utter such words? Xu Taiping found himself increasingly curious about the legacy of the Taishan sect. Perhaps he could inquire with Lingyu later to see if she possessed any additional clues. He contemplated this in his mind. Master, Xu Taiping carefully placed the jade pendant and seal back, secured the lid of the bronze box, and while pushing the box towards his junior sister, resolutely declared, "Though I do not know the nature of the legacy that the old sect leader and my master would guard with their lives, I hold no particular affection for the Taishan sect. However, rest assured, to me, Qingxian sect is akin to family, and my brothers from the 7 Peaks are my kin. I shall strive to compete with the 3rd prince in the upcoming contest, even if it merely brings a modicum of vitality to the Qingxian sect." The resolute aura emanating from Xu Taiping at this moment mirrored the essence of her 2 senior brothers from days gone by. This sentiment elicited both comfort and unease in Lu Ruoshuang. For the last time she had encountered such resolve in her senior brothers. One had succumbed to madness and the other was lost to the unknown. Taiping, prior to the last competition, you requested a Zen seal from the Youyun mansion to enhance your comprehension of the blade domain, did you not? Lu Ruoshuang suddenly asked Xu Taiping. Indeed. Xu Taiping nodded. Do you still have the opportunity to further advance in your blade domain? Lu Ruoshuang inquired again. There is a chance, albeit a difficult one. Xu Taiping replied candidly. You should rest for now. I must step out for a while, but I will return by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Lu Ruoshuang patted Xu Taiping's shoulder and rose to her feet. Junior sister, what do you intend to do? Xu Taiping hastily stood up as well. The upcoming contest for the position of leader is no longer merely a personal competition. It has transformed into a clash between sects, powers, and realms. Do not underestimate the significance of the next 7 days. The royal family and sects supporting the 3rd prince are undoubtedly devising every possible means to enhance their strength at this moment. Your master and I, along with the Qingxian sect, may not have much to offer, but we must contribute in some capacity, Lu Ruoshuang remarked. Her smile tinged with a bittersweet undertone as she gazed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping stood there, momentarily stunned by her words. He remains oblivious to the fact that the contest between him and the 3rd prince may have evolved into a confrontation between 2 realms. Then, it falls upon you. Master sure. Xu Taiping nodded earnestly, refraining from uttering further words of discouragement to his junior sister. In the deep of night, Sister Linghua. What my junior sister conveyed to me is merely this. Having returned to his chamber to rest, Xu Taiping transmitted all that his junior sister had just shared to the celestial maiden Linghua. Simultaneously, he also informed her of certain aspects concerning the upcoming contest. Having fully assimilated the power of the earthly fruit, Linghua was now capable of relaying her thoughts to Xu Taiping, even from 1,000 miles away, through her lifebound artifact, the Green Gourd. Indeed, I had anticipated some of this, though I had not imagined that such a transaction was orchestrated by the true martial emperor himself. The celestial maiden Linghua appeared unfazed, merely murmuring thoughtfully. What makes this so extraordinary? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. Knowing the terrifying nature of the void cataclysm, yet still willing to extend assistance, must certainly imply that the true martial emperor possesses knowledge of a resolution to this calamity. Otherwise, he would not risk the lives of an entire realm to preserve the legacy of the Taishan sect. Furthermore, it is evident that this legacy is highly regarded even by the true martial emperor. Linghua articulated her conjecture. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart stirred, intensifying his curiosity regarding the Taishan sect's legacy. Taiping, let us temporarily set aside the matter of the Taishan sect. We can delve into it further upon our return to the Qingxian sect. At present, our utmost priority is to devise a strategy to triumph in the Gold-Scale Assembly's contest for leadership. As it stands, should Su Chan's assertions hold true, the Qingxian sect may indeed struggle to evade the calamity of the earthly demonic seed without the true martial emperor's legacy, Linghua stated gravely. Xu Taiping nodded, subsequently detailing the progress of his current cultivation and the strength of the third prince to Linghua, in hopes of garnering her advice. Sister Linghua, in accordance with our agreement within the Dragon Confinement Tower, I have scarcely drawn upon my true essence during the Gold-Scale Assembly's contest, and I have employed very little of my techniques. I understand you wish to give the impression that I am not particularly adept in the arts, and that I am more of a martial practitioner. Yet, from my current understanding, unless it is a technique of source-level caliber, it should pose no significant threat to the third prince. He expressed some of his thoughts aloud. Taiping, do you recall when I urged you to devote more time to cultivating the profound elemental clone technique and the Great Sun Golden Flame technique during our training in the Dragon Confinement Tower? The celestial maiden Linghua suddenly asked Xu Taiping. Of course, I remember. I have currently mastered both techniques to the second tier of great accomplishment. Xu Taiping nodded before voicing his concerns. The second tier of great accomplishment should suffice, Linghua mused thoughtfully. However, Sister Linghua, with regard to the Great Sun Golden Flame technique, unless it reaches the third tier of great accomplishment, its power remains insufficient to pose a threat to the third prince. Xu Taiping remained pessimistic about the prospects. I urged you to diligently practice the Great Sun Golden Flame technique, not as a reliance for this competition, but because it is a branch of the original method passed down through our sect. Fairy Linghua smiled. Chapter 305. Meeting Linghua. This time you cannot decline. A branch of the original method? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, followed by a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Sister Linghua, the original method you mentioned refers to the techniques directly inherited from the spirit bone steel, does it not? Xu Taiping inquired for confirmation. Indeed. It seems you have learned quite a bit during this time, replied Fairy Linghua. However, Sister Linghua, I have heard that inheriting the original method is exceedingly difficult. Many original methods have been lost due to the absence of successors. Xu Taiping expressed his concerns. Mastering a complete original method in merely 7 days seems implausible. Silly boy, you do not carry the heavy burden of sect inheritance, so you need not grasp the entire original method all at once like other cultivators, Fairy Linghua chuckled. Sister Linghua, what do you mean by that? Xu Taiping asked, somewhat perplexed. In ordinary sects, it is considered fortunate to find a successor for an original method within a century. Thus, when a successor is found, they will be chosen for seclusion until they fully master that original method before emerging. This is because an original method can only be passed down once to each disciple, and further inheritance is impossible. However, between you and me, we have no such concerns, so you merely need to inherit a portion. The time and effort required to pass on just a part of the original method is minimal, especially since you have the Xian Yuan avatar to assist you in comprehension. At this point, Fairy Linghua paused before continuing. Of course, the initial spark that led me to consider passing on part of the original method to you was your clear heart of enlightenment. I often heard Master say that the clear heart of enlightenment is the unparalleled state for inheriting the original method, and I have long wished for you to try it. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's confusion was nearly resolved. He realized that Fairy Lingwei had consistently reminded him to cultivate the Xianyuan avatar and the Great Sun Golden Flame technique during their time in the dragon-confined tower, precisely to prepare him for inheriting the original method. Moreover, had Fairy Lingwei not mentioned it now, he would have forgotten that he possessed the clear heart of enlightenment. Furthermore, the original method I am about to teach you is not an inheritance, but rather an enhancement based on the Great Sun Golden Flame technique. So the time required for you to master it will be significantly shorter. Fairy Lingwei continued. Wait a moment. Xu Taiping suddenly recalled something. Sister Lingwei, your concern about being recognized by your enemies does not actually stem from techniques like the Golden Crow Red Flame technique. Rather, it is your ability to progressively refine the Golden Crow Red Flame technique into the Great Sun Golden Flame technique, and subsequently, enhance it into the original method you mentioned. Correct? He asked with astonishment. Xu Taiping, now no longer the naive little cultivator he once was, realized that aside from the spirit bone steel, he had never encountered anyone with the ability to transform ordinary techniques into advanced ones like Fairy Lingwei. Upon hearing these words, the celestial maiden Lingwei fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. I should have anticipated that you would uncover this. Her words were tantamount to an indirect admission. Sister Lingwei, I no longer wish to learn your source technique. After receiving confirmation, Xu Taiping suddenly shook his head. Why? The celestial maiden Lingwei was utterly perplexed. Currently, the entire Shangqing realm is fixated on the Golden Scale Society. If I were to inherit the legacy, it would be one thing. However, should your enemies discover that my source technique is derived from the Great Sun Golden Flame art, would they not also uncover your identity? Sister Lingwei, to me, the position of the Golden Scale Society's leader is indeed significant, but it does not warrant placing you in perilous circumstances. Xu Taiping's resolve was unwavering. A seemingly ordinary spell, when deconstructed step by step, could ultimately transform into the long-lost source technique inscribed on the spirit bone steel. The implications of such a capability were terrifying, and Xu Taiping could readily perceive this. Previously, he had believed that the owner of the leaf book sought Lingwei out of grievances, but now it was evident that he was coveting the extraordinary ability that resided within her. Taiping, the divine art that I possess is not as formidable as you imagine. At least, it does not surpass the spirit bone steel. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the celestial maiden Lingwei suddenly emerged from the gourd. Then, with a smile, she cupped Xu Taiping's face in her hands, saying, As for your concern that my enemies might discover me, there is no need for such apprehension. As you can see, even from 1,000 miles away, I possess the ability to conjure an apparition before you. This proves that I have grown stronger, and not merely in an ordinary manner. Upon saying this, she let out a deep sigh, her gaze softening as she looked at Xu Taiping. Little Taiping, thank you for your support throughout these years. You have worked hard. Perhaps you are unaware, but when we first met, had it not been for those few yellow bean spirit crystals, even if you had hesitated for just a moment, I might have already perished. I still vividly recall how you lay in front of the fire python cave for 5 or 6 days to nurture the earth fruit. To accumulate merit for purchasing true fire talismans, you toiled from dawn till dusk, cultivating herbs and hunting monsters. I remember all of this clearly. Were it not for you, I would not have had the opportunity to restore my divine soul. Were it not for you, I would not have escaped the pursuit of the leaf book. Were it not for you, I would not have been able to reclaim my own fortune. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips, and with a playful squeeze, she contorted Xu Taiping's face before continuing. Thus, it is now my turn to assist you. You cannot refuse. Chapter 306, Meeting Lingwei. Source Technique, Great Sun Golden Crow, finger the words of the celestial maiden Lingwei warmed Xu Taiping's heart. At just over a decade old, having departed from his hometown of Qingyou village to reach Yunlu Mountain, he might have become prey for the mountain wolves had he not encountered Lingwei. To him, Lingwei was akin to a sister, a family member even more significant than the brothers from the Seven Peaks. Sister, I have said I cannot refuse. Just as Xu Taiping was about to decline, the ethereal figure of Lingwei covered his mouth with a hand. Suddenly, with a serene smile and an air of unparalleled confidence, Fairy Lingwei raised her delicate chin and declared, Moreover, this time, in addition to assisting you, I wish to inform the Supreme Realm and the five corners of this universe that the Huangting Dao Palace has found its successor. It was evident that the Huangting Palace was indeed the sect behind Fairy Lingyue. However, she continued, but what if the master of the Leaf Book comes forth? Xu Taiping was perplexed by Fairy Lingyue's audacious actions. How can I eliminate that old ghost without luring him out? Fairy Lingyue replied coldly. You intend to kill the master of the Leaf Book? Xu Taiping exclaimed in disbelief. Although my current strength still falls short compared to that old ghost, the earth fruit has bestowed upon us numerous advantages. You will grasp this when you visit Fengming Mountain to gather fruits after the competition. Fairy Lingyue said with a mysterious smile. I see, Xu Taiping nodded. In his memory, Fairy Lingyue was not one to act recklessly, so he trusted that her words were grounded in reality, stemming from the substantial benefits she had indeed acquired from the earth fruit. You may not be aware, Taiping. Fairy Lingyue then released her hold on Xu Taiping's face and elegantly perched herself on a chair, crossing her legs. Besides the master of the Leaf Book, several other ancient beings have sensed my presence, yet they remain exceedingly cautious, waiting to see if there are any other disciples of Huangting Dao Palace behind me before making a move. If I can eliminate the master of the Leaf Book this time, these ancient beings will undoubtedly think twice before acting recklessly. She assured him, so do not worry, Taiping. My intentions are not clouded by vengeance, but are the result of careful deliberation. With that final remark, Fairy Lingyue flashed Xu Taiping a confident smile. In that case, I can rest easy, Xu Taiping sighed in relief after her explanation. Now, let us not waste time. I shall teach you the foundational techniques derived from the Great Sun Golden Flame method. Fairy Lingyue raised a finger, gesturing for Xu Taiping to lean closer. Fairy Lingyue, what is the name of this technique? He inquired as he leaned in. At that moment, Fairy Lingyue's previously ethereal fingers solidified, and a radiant, multicolored aura emanated from her fingertips. Subsequently, she tapped Xu Taiping's forehead and, with a slight smile, said, This technique is called the true fire of the sun, and what I will impart to you is the Great Sun Golden Crow finger within it. 6 days later, at the observation platform of Wulao Pond in the Qingxian sect of Zhenwu Heaven, Master Lu, have you truly made your decision? Zhao Qian, the current sect leader of Qingxian, furrowed his brow as he looked at Lu Chuxian, the head of the 9th manor beside him. Indeed, Lu Chuxian nodded emphatically. If Taiping dares to venture alone into the mysterious clouds, how can we, if we cannot bear this minimal risk, face the cultivation world in the future? He stated with utmost seriousness. However, if the sword champion rankings are reinstated, those sword cultivators selected will have unrestricted access to Zhenwu Heaven. If anything were to happen then, it would be challenging for our current strength in the Zhenwu cultivation community to maintain control over the situation. Zhao Qian expressed his concerns. The reopening of the true martial sword champion convention is a matter that lies 60 years ahead. With a span of 60 years, coupled with the martial fortunes seized by Taiping, the cultivation realm of the 9 prefectures is destined to witness the emergence of a plethora of formidable warriors. This statement was made by the Sword Saint-Amon. Tomorrow marks the contest for the leader of the Golden Scales Association and several esteemed guest elders from the 9 prefectures, along with some cultivators allied with the Qingxian sect, have already arrived in anticipation of the event. Master, the formation has been flawlessly arranged. When the competition commences tomorrow, the spectacle on the Golden Scales platform will be vividly reflected on the giant pane of Wulao Pool, indistinguishable from observing it within the Golden Scales pool, announced a diligent assistant, perspiration glistening on his brow. Additionally, Master, you may utilize this formation to communicate with the heavens and the earth, he added. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chuxian acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Lu Master, how much do you know about the 3rd prince of Nanchu? Zhao Qian inquired, a frown marring his features. The Nanchu royal family maintains a veil of secrecy, yet we know he possesses the Kuei Shui spiritual bone and has been apprenticed to both the immortal Qianghua and the martial god Zhu Huai. His martial and cultivation talents are indeed remarkable, Lu Chuxian replied with a grave expression. However, rest assured, Zhao Sect Master, even if Taiping faces defeat, the reopening of the sword champion ranking will only be delayed by a decade or so, Lu Chuxian reassured, gently patting Zhao Qian's shoulder as he observed the worry etched on his face. What Lu Master says is indeed true, Zhao Qian responded, maintaining a light-hearted smile. Though inwardly he contemplated, who cares about your so-called sword champion ranking? My concern lies with Taiping. Should the little junior sister divulge anything to him, this fellow might be driven to desperation. On the eve of the contest, at the Youyun Cloud Heaven, within the Xian Cloud Martial Arts Hall, amidst the realm of the Blade Demon, huff, huff, huff. Breathless, Xu Taiping emerged from a heap of corpses, lifting his gaze towards the Blade Demon standing ahead. Sister Linghua, Senior Blade Demon, how did I perform with this strike? He inquired with a grin, typically devoid of pleasantries. The Blade Demon unexpectedly wore a rare smile and gently clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you have become a true blade practitioner." Chapter 307, Moonshadow Stone, Sword Concealment Technique. Taiping. Your second type of blade domain prowess is indeed intriguing, and it is somewhat safer compared to the first. However, the duration for which you can manipulate it is rather brief. Be sure to master the timing of your strikes during tomorrow's contest for the leader, he advised. Within the confines of Xu Taiping's room at the Xian Cloud Martial Arts Hall, after his exit from the blade domain, the ethereal figure of the Linghua fairy manifested within the chamber. I will, Sister Linghua, Xu Taiping assured with a nod. Thanks to the concentration lamp summoned by the little junior sister, though it pales in comparison to the Zen seal, it has allowed me to practice without feeling the fatigue of the spirit. He then raised his eyes to the ancient oil lamp on the table, flickering on the verge of extinguishing. Indeed, your Xian Yuan avatar has progressed significantly in cultivating the great sun golden crow finger, much faster than I had anticipated. The Linghua fairy remarked, her gaze resting on the Xian Yuan avatar seated upon the bed. However, though you have surpassed the first stage with your great sun golden crow finger, it is still far from perfection. Therefore, you must gather the golden sun flame in your palm in advance when executing it. At this juncture, the ethereal Linghua paused momentarily, then grasped Xu Taiping's hand, turning it over to point at his palm. Attempt to channel the great sun golden flame technique. Xu Taiping nodded and commenced the internal circulation of the great sun golden flame technique. As the technique began to operate, a fiery mark resembling a vortex gradually manifested in the center of his palm. With the passage of time in executing the technique, the mark transitioned from a fiery red to a brilliant gold. When this mark further transformed from gold to white, creating an overwhelming sensation as if his palm might melt, it would signify the peak of his power. Linghua then released Xu Taiping's hand. Therefore, it would be prudent for me to begin consolidating the great sun golden flame from the moment I step forth, correct? He inquired. Indeed. If you wish to unleash its maximum potential, that is the only way, Linghua affirmed with a nod. I comprehend. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Linghua, Xu Taiping said, offering her a smile. In truth, Linghua had already imparted this knowledge during their training. Her reiteration suggested a desire to ensure he did not forget. Actually, you possess a treasure that could synergize with the great sun golden crow finger, Linghua mused thoughtfully. Could you be referring to the Zhangwan ring? Xu Taiping raised his hand, revealing the ring adorning his finger to Linghua. It seems you have also deduced this, she smiled, proceeding to elucidate with great detail. Wind can amplify fire. If you can find a way to fuse the fire essence of the great sun golden crow finger with the wind essence in the Zhangwan ring, its potency would increase manifold. At her words, Xu Taiping felt a stir of excitement. However, after making her suggestion, Linghua furrowed her brow and waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, it might be a bit premature. The fusion of wind and fire essence pertains to the art of cultivation. Even with your superior spirit compared to ordinary practitioners, it is unwise to attempt it lightly, lest you risk harm to yourself. Moreover, the crucial point is that the grade of your Zhangwan ring is still too low. Attempting to use it might lead to its shattering. Xu Taiping's heart sank at this revelation. This indeed involves the art of cultivation? He expressed in surprise. He now understood that prior to the transformation realm, practitioners cultivated the arts of qi refinement and spirit refinement. It was only after transcending to the transformation realm that they engaged in the true arts of cultivation, which are considered the most elementary forms. Lingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no need for haste. Xu Taiping glanced at the Zhangwan ring on his finger and nodded. This ring had once saved his life. If possible, he wished to keep it by his side indefinitely. As if sensing Xu Taiping's sentiments, the Zhangwan ring trembled slightly upon his finger. By the way, Taiping, you also possess a sword. Linghua suddenly looked up at him. At her words, Xu Taiping smiled wryly, knowing precisely which sword she referred to. Sister Linghua, you mean the concealed sword technique passed down by my master, correct? he inquired. Yes, she affirmed earnestly with a nod. It is noteworthy that Xu Taiping once repelled a certain sword immortal's lingering sword intent at you, who peek with this very sword. Rather than immediately elucidating, Xu Taiping withdrew a sword from the iron gourd. Is this the rusted lion? The fairy Lingwei gazed at the sword in Xu Taiping's hand with astonishment. The blade was marred with rust. Were it not for the engraved characters rusted lion, one would scarcely recognize it as the once majestic spiritual weapon imbued with righteous energy. I never had the opportunity to mention this to you, Fairy Lingwei, but during my cultivation in the Dragon Binding Tower, the rusted lion had already begun to corrode. Since its deterioration commenced, I have gradually forgotten all the concealed sword techniques my master taught me, to the point of recalling nothing at all. It is truly perplexing. Even when I deliberately try to remember, I can conjure no techniques from the concealed sword method. At this point, a deep confusion clouded Xu Taiping's features, and he shook his head, saying, although my master professed that the essence of the concealed sword method lies in its concealment, if I have genuinely forgotten it entirely, how can I even draw the sword? Upon hearing this, Fairy Lingwei was equally astonished. You truly cannot recall a single thing? She confirmed with Xu Taiping. Indeed. He replied earnestly. Your master's concealed sword method is indeed unfathomable. How can one forget entirely while practicing concealment? Fairy Lingwei, now equally baffled, suggested. Let us consider it as though you have never learned this sword technique. Do not let it factor into tomorrow's competition. With a wave of her hand, she indicated that the concealed sword method should not be regarded as a trump card for the upcoming contest. Understood. Xu Taiping glanced at the rusted lion in his hand and nodded. While he had faith that the sword technique he learned was anything but futile, relying on a method he could not execute as a cornerstone for the competition seemed overly precarious. He recalled how the sect leader had mentioned in a letter that his master wished for him to sound the sword like a golden scale. It appeared he might disappoint the elder. Nevertheless, he resolved to bring the rusted lion to the competition. Taiping, it's time for me to depart. You should not continue your practice tonight. Rest well in preparation for tomorrow's competition, Fairy Lingwei suddenly remarked, gently tapping Xu Taiping, who was lost in thought while gazing at the rusted lion. Very well, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile, securing the rusted lion. Hearing this, Fairy Lingwei smiled back at him before her figure dissipated from the room. Once Fairy Lingwei vanished, Xu Taiping felt an overwhelming stillness envelop the room. Rest, he thought. He rose and lay upon the bed, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the ceiling. Since arriving in the cloudy abyss, apart from moments of unconsciousness due to injury, he had yet to experience a proper night's rest. Sleep had long been supplanted by meditation. After a prolonged struggle to find slumber, Xu Taiping exhaled a deep sigh. I wonder how senior sister Linglong and the others are faring. He suddenly remembered the senior brothers from the Seven Peaks, and a thought struck him. Ah, the moon shadow stone that senior sister Linglong gave me. I have yet to examine it. This moon shadow stone was handed to him by Huangke alongside a letter from the sect leader. Upon arriving in the ethereal realm of Youyun, he found himself either on the move or fleeing from pursuers, leaving no leisure to indulge in idle gazing. Amidst a flurry of anticipation, Xu Taiping retrieved the moon shadow stone and infused it with his true essence. An image soon materialized above the stone. Chapter 308. Encounter with Jianjiu. The scenic majesty of the golden-scaled leader. The first visage to grace the image was that of his senior sister, Zhao Linglong. Her amber eyes captivatingly close, revealing each delicate lash. Little junior brother. After hastily arranging the moonshadow stone, Zhao Linglong gracefully returned to her seat, beaming as she waved at Xu Taiping. Little junior brother, I heard from that rascal Huang Ke that your journey to Youyun will keep you away for at least 7 years. Thus, I thought it prudent for the brothers and sisters to leave you a few words, so you do not forget us. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. The moon shadow stone cannot hold so much, interjected the composed Dugu Qingxiao from the side. Oh, Zhao Linglong pouted slightly, a hint of grievance in her expression. But then her smile returned as she clenched her small fist in encouragement towards Xu Taiping. Little junior brother, no matter the adversaries you face at the Golden Scale Assembly, just do your best. Regardless of victory or defeat, when you return, we shall host a grand feast in your honor. After uttering these words, she cheerfully made room for the eldest sister, Jiangji, to take her place. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping couldn't help but smile. His senior sister Zhao Linglong possessed an uncanny ability to uplift spirits with just a few words. Junior brother, Your injuries should be healed by now, correct? Jiangji inquired, concern lacing her voice as she settled into her chair. She was the only one among the Seven Peaks disciples who truly understood the severity of Xu Taiping's injuries. Hence her worry. Senior sister, there is no need for concern. I have fully recovered, Xu Taiping replied, sitting on the bed with his arms wrapped around his legs, resting his head on his knees, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Little junior brother, do not take the golden scale assembly too seriously. Consider it merely an excursion. Returning safely is what truly matters. Everything else is of little importance. Jiangji's already gentle tone softened further, akin to a warm breeze caressing Xu Taiping's face. Very well. Senior sister, rest assured, I shall return safely. Although he knew she could not hear him, Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. Taiping. After Jiangji vacated her seat, the second senior brother, Duguqing Xiao, took her place. Second senior brother, Xu Taiping responded from afar. I must confess, I was reluctant for you to attend the Golden Scale Assembly. For cultivators of Zhenwu, the Youyun realm is perilously treacherous. However, since you have embarked on this journey, I extend my blessings to you. Moreover, little junior brother, do not overexert yourself. No matter the circumstances, nothing is worth risking your life. Duguqing Xiao's tone was grave as he cautioned Xu Taiping. He understood Xu Taiping all too well, aware that he would risk everything for certain matters. Understood. Second senior brother, this will be the last time, Xu Taiping replied, resting his chin on his knees with a smile. Subsequently, the third senior brother, the fourth senior brother, and the fifth senior sister each took their seats, offering Xu Taiping a series of trivial blessings. Hardly anyone mentioned the Golden Scale Society. Their sole concern was for his safe return. Once all the senior brothers had spoken, an unexpected voice resonated from outside. The sect leader, Zhao Qian, appeared to be calling Zhao Linglong and several other senior brothers to assist with some task. In an instant, the previously bustling room became eerily vacant. Xu Taiping had thought that the scene within the moon shadow stone would conclude there, but just as he was preparing to stow it away, he noticed that the chair within the image moved on its own. Moments later, a figure seemed to materialize from thin air, taking a seat upon that very chair. As Xu Taiping discerned the identity of the individual, astonishment washed over his face. Master? Indeed, seated upon the chair was none other than the venerable Nine Uncle, El Daoxian. In the image, El Daoxian appeared significantly older than when Xu Taiping last encountered him, his eyes now clouded with age. He initially gazed at Xu Taiping in silence, before, rather unusually, breaking into a smile, and then spoke in his raspy, aged voice. If my estimations hold true, those individuals may have divulged certain matters to you. I shall not feign hypocrisy. Taiping, cherish your life. Do not contend for my sake, nor for Qing Xian's. On the contrary, I earnestly wish for you to compete on my behalf at the Golden Scale Society. I long to witness my disciple vanquish the remarkable talents from all realms. I yearn to see my disciple's sword light resonate through the heavens. I desire to behold my disciple ascend like the divine bird, the rock, soaring 90,000 miles. At this juncture, El Daoxian's murky gaze suddenly sparkled with brilliance. After a brief pause, his eyes gleamed like gold as he fixated on Xu Taiping, stating, Taiping, my time is limited. Allow me to witness, to see my disciple standing at the pinnacle of the Golden Scale ranking. Upon uttering these words, El Daoxian's figure dissipated into thin air. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Linglong hurriedly returned to the room to retrieve the moon shadow stone, plunging the image into darkness. Xu Taiping remained seated on the bed, silent and contemplative. After a long while, he finally addressed the moon shadow stone with unwavering determination. Master, I shall ensure that you see it. Chapter 309. The contest for the pinnacle and the invited guests on the day of the Golden Scale Society. Amidst the capital of southern Shu, the tea houses, taverns, and even roadside stalls overflowed with spectators, all gathered to witness the anticipated contest. In the center of the crowd stood a spirit mirror, as everyone discussed the forthcoming competition. This year's Golden Scale Society was truly unprecedented. Not only had several successors of the Source Law emerged, but just days prior, a demonic seed had caused turmoil, fortunately quelled by the timely intervention of the Youyun house. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. The contest for the pinnacle today promises to be particularly intriguing. One contender is none other than our esteemed third prince of Dechu, the direct disciple of the immortal from Qianghua atop Lutai Mountain. The favored pupil of the martial god, Xu Huai, and endowed with the celestial grade Gui water spiritual bone, truly a child of destiny. On the opposing side stands Xu Taiping, hailing from the beleaguered realm of Zhenwu, merely an ordinary cowherd, belonging to a sect that could scarcely be deemed third-rate even in the ethereal domain of Youyun. Yet today, these two seemingly inconsequential figures are poised to compete for supremacy atop the Golden Scales platform. Such a scenario is perhaps beyond even the most astute fortune-teller's predictions. Within a quaint tea-house, an elderly storyteller, his hair a cascade of silver, sways his head animatedly as he regales a gathering of patrons with tales of today's contest. Oh, here they come. The esteemed guests invited by the third prince have arrived, he exclaims, urging the crowd not to jostle, for he can scarcely see through the throngs. Suddenly, a stir ignites among the patrons of the tea-house and the onlookers in the street. Come and see. Witness whom the noble house of Chu has invited. The storyteller gestures grandly, and the image on the luminous mirror in the center of the tea-house magnifies abruptly, focusing on the most opulent viewing platform to the east of the Golden Pool, closest to the Golden Scales platform. Although the competition has yet to commence, the cultivators permitted to spectate have already begun to arrive in droves. In accordance with tradition, the Youyun Prefecture generously allocates the finest two viewing platforms of the Golden Pool to the contenders of the supremacy contest, allowing them to invite their esteemed friends and kin to witness the event. This, in itself, is a splendid opportunity. Yet, it remains a mystery when the competitors began to engage in a rivalry of invitations, with the identities of their guests becoming increasingly illustrious and their cultivation levels ever more formidable. Over time, it has become customary for the prestige of the invited guests to be evaluated before the commencement of the supremacy contest at the Golden Scales, with the side boasting the more eminent guests garnering greater acclaim. Hail to His Majesty, King Zhao, who has come to observe. Hail to His Highness, the Crown Prince, who has come to observe. Hail to the martial god of Chu, Xu Huai, who has come to observe. The white-clad steward on the side of the Youyun Prefecture incessantly calls out in welcome. For Youyun Prefecture, this event presents a rare opportunity, occurring but once every few decades, to cultivate relationships with various factions, and thus they make every effort to honor their distinguished guests. At the invitation of the third prince of South Chu, Chuinan, the esteemed ancestors of the Bai, Qi, and Zhao families have all come to witness the Golden Scales gathering. Each time a name is announced, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd, for they realize that the prominent clans and celestial sects of South Chu have nearly all assembled. Indeed, even notable cultivators from other realms have been invited in abundance, a testament to the current prestige of the South Chu royal family within the cultivation community. Merely hearing those illustrious names elicits waves of cheers from the cultivators and patrons within the tea house. In stark contrast, the viewing platform for Xu Taiping appears notably subdued. Though some have gathered, most are unremarkable figures, rendering the spectacle far less grand than that of the Chu royal entourage. Has Xu Taiping truly failed to invite a single esteemed guest today? Perhaps he simply lacks the means to do so. After all, he is but a humble cultivator of little repute. Indeed, I observe that today's event featuring the third prince may conclude rather abruptly. Even within the realm of cultivation, there exists a multitude of sycophants. Despite Xu Taiping's remarkably dazzling performance against Mo Ya's fledgling, the moment his lack of a prestigious lineage was uncovered, sarcasm permeated the discourse. Such derisive remarks could be heard even by Lu Ruoshuang and her companions, who were already seated in the opulent viewing platform. This platform, lavish in its design, still felt rather sparse, even with the presence of the Xianyun Martial Academy and several old acquaintances who had once shared confinement in the land of no thought. Ruoshuang, had I known, you should have included the names of our old companions, grumbled an elder seated across from Lu Ruoshuang. This elder, adorned with a white beard and clad in coarse garments with straw sandals, was none other than Wu Taigu, the venerable ancestor of the Wu clan from southern Chu. Indeed, even if recognized, it would not incite significant trouble, remarked a kindly old matron, affectionately resting her arm around Chu Tiancheng's shoulders. She was none other than Zhu Lengqiu, the former master of the Xianli Mountain in southern Chu, who had exerted considerable effort in dealing with the night demon at Jinshan Valley. Perhaps it would be prudent to abstain, as you have only just broken through to the transformation realm, and your foundations remain unsteady. It would not bode well if adversaries were to seek you out. Lu Ruoshuang replied with a smile. adding, "Moreover, Taiping's friends are arriving shortly. Their presence will suffice to bolster the occasion. Pray tell, who are these friends of Taiping you speak of, whose renown surpasses even my own?" Wu Taigu shot Lu Ruo Shuang a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat indignant. "You shall soon discover." Lu Ruo Shuang chuckled lightly. With her old friends gathered, she appeared considerably more at ease. "Miss, Taiping's friends are nearly here," announced a scholar, respectfully approaching Lu Ruo Shuang while whispering discreetly to her. This individual, named Lu Zhua, had been assigned to protect her before her cultivation journey commenced, and subsequently accompanied her on various adventures. After Lu Ruo Shuang established a martial academy in Youyun Mansion, they referred to one another as husband and wife to maintain discretion. Following their emergence from the Blood Rain Forest 7 years prior, Lu Zhua had entered seclusion alongside several others to break through to the transformation realm, only recently emerging. "Let us descend to greet them," Lu Ruo Shuang exclaimed with delight, immediately rising. Chapter 310, The Head Examination. Responding to Xu Taiping's invitation, Zhan Wu Tian, Qing Xin Sect, Wu Lao Pond. "Lord Lu, one ought to have arranged for some individuals to support Taiping's standing, even if just a modest number," lamented Jian Quangqiani, visibly dissatisfied as he observed the unoccupied seats designated for esteemed guests on Xu Taiping's side. In such a brief span, how could arrangements be made? Furthermore, I never anticipated that Taiping would truly qualify for the head examination, Lu Chu Xian replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "This matter is inconsequential. When the sword's sovereign examination commences, we shall compensate for the spectacle owed to Taiping," chuckled an elder from Huangfeng Valley. Indeed, the sword's sovereign examination is firmly within the domain of Zhan Wu Tian. The other guests from the 9 mansions began to stir restlessly. As long as Taiping remains unaffected, all is well. The sword's Saint-Amand crossed his arms, his expression impassive as he murmured to himself, "It will not be so. Taiping cares not for these matters." Zhao Qian, the master of Qing Xian, remarked with a slight smile, "My junior apprentice is indifferent." On the opposite side of the 5 elders' pond, Zhao Linglong echoed a sentiment similar to her father's. "Indeed, my junior apprentice will not be swayed." Wu Mo, the 5th senior sister, nodded in agreement while holding Zhao Linglong's arm. Sighing, Zhao Linglong expressed her sudden melancholy, "Though I know my junior apprentice will not mind. I wish I could be in Youyun heaven with him at this moment. It would alleviate his solitude. I have heard that the sword champion ranking may soon reopen, and both my junior apprentice and 2nd senior brother are bound to participate. We will cheer for them together from the stands." The 1st senior sister, Jiang Ji, reassured her while gently patting Zhao Linglong's head. "Having witnessed my junior apprentice's competition, I find myself quite eager for the true martial sword champion event." Du Gu Qing Xiao nodded, his eyes alight with anticipation. At the invitation of the 3rd prince of Nanchu, the Eastern immortal from Xianhu Mountain arrived to witness the Golden Scales gathering. Similarly, at the 3rd prince's behest, the immortal from Xianli Mountain also graced the event with his presence. Additionally, the immortal from Lutai Mountain, Qianghua, came to observe the Golden Scales gathering. Just then, amidst the ethereal images projected on the 5 elders' pond's sword platform, 3 voices suddenly resonated. The echoes of these voices caused gasps of astonishment among the cultivators in the stands of the Golden Scales pool, their astonishment transcending the ethereal barrier to reach the 5 elders' pond. Thus, both the guests of the 9 mansions and the senior disciples of the 7 peaks fell into a moment of silence. They understood that such matters held little significance. Yet witnessing their junior apprentice being overlooked left them with an uncomfortable sensation. "When will this competition commence?" Zhao Linglong pouted in impatience. The other disciples of the 7 peaks shared her sentiments, all eager for the contest to begin swiftly. However, just as the clamor grew increasingly irksome, the voice of the white-clad steward welcoming guests on behalf of Xu Taiping pierced through the noise, announcing, at the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot Guangzhe of the Prajna Temple from the Kingdom of Outcloud has come to witness the gathering. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhao Linglong and her companions reacted with mild curiosity, while the guests from the 9 mansions sprang to their feet in unison. Likewise, the cultivators in the stands echoed their astonishment. Brother, what is the matter? Is this abbot from the Prajna Temple truly formidable?" Zhao Linglong inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. Tugging at Du Gu Qing Xiao, he took a deep breath before responding. "If the intelligence from the Huang Ke is accurate, this abbot has already attained the Arhut realm and can be regarded as a formidable figure across the 5 realms. As the two conversed, the white-clad steward continued to announce on behalf of Xu Taiping, at the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot Hong Si of the Burning Sound Temple from the Kingdom of Outcloud has come to witness the Golden Scales gathering. At the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot Ji Qing of the Compassion Relief Temple from the Kingdom of Outcloud has come to witness the Golden Scales gathering. At the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot Qing De of the White Horse Temple from the Kingdom of Outcloud has come to witness the Golden Scales gathering. At the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot of the Pilu Temple of the Kingdom of Cloud, arrived to witness the Golden Scales conference. The subsequent 5 announcements left the audience at the Golden Scales pond in stunned silence. Even the aloof Dugu Qingxiao, after a moment of astonishment, murmured, "It is indeed true." The rumors were accurate. The 5 great Buddhist temples of the Kingdom of Cloud did intervene against the Mad Wolf stronghold due to Xu Taiping. If he was taken aback, one can only imagine the astonishment of the cultivators present at the Golden Scales pond. However, the white-clad steward did not cease his proclamations. He continued to declare in a resonant voice, at the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, the abbot of Yunying Temple, has come to witness the Golden Scales conference. While the previous announcements had startled the ordinary cultivators, this proclamation sent ripples of shock through the ranks of high-level cultivators present. The reputation of Yunying Temple may not have equaled that of the 5 temples in the Kingdom of Cloud. Yet the senior cultivators of Youyun Heaven were acutely aware that each abbot of Yunying Temple possessed strength rivaling that of a war god. The pivotal point was that, despite personal invitations from the Emperor of Shiliang, these abbots rarely descended from their mountain retreats. Thus, the weight of the white-clad steward's announcement regarding Xu Taiping was unmistakably significant. In an instant, the grandeur of the Chu royal family was overshadowed. Although King Zhao of Chu was not a monarch lacking in composure, his expression soured upon hearing that Yunying Temple would also be in attendance. This was particularly poignant as he had initially considered inviting Abbot Faxian himself. Just when the crowd believed that the esteemed guests responding to Xu Taiping's invitation were limited to those already announced, the white-clad steward's voice rang out once more. At the invitation of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, Zhang Tianze of the Zhenhai Tower of Shiliang Kingdom has arrived to witness the Golden Scales Conference. Zhang Tianze. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Second senior brother. She abruptly turned to her companion, Dugu Qingxiao. Acknowledging her unspoken question, Dugu Qingxiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It is the same Zhang Tianze I once mentioned to you. Over the years, due to Xu Taiping, Dugu Qingxiao had gathered considerable intelligence about Youyun Heaven, including information on several war gods within. As for Zhao Linglong and the others, they had only learned about Xu Taiping and the Red Armored Cavalry's defense of the Tianhai Pass after hearing it from Dugu Qingxiao. Following the release of the Moonshadow Stone, to have invited General Zhang Tianze signifies that the earlier rumors must indeed be true, remarked senior sister Jiangji, visibly moved. Certainly. Dugu Qingxiao replied with a firm nod. Despite the Moonshadow Stone circulation, many in the cultivation community remained skeptical regarding the alliance between Xu Taiping and the Red Armored Cavalry. Today, General Zhang Tianze's presence was undoubtedly a resounding rebuttal to those doubts. In the span of these 7 years, the favor that the younger disciple had gained from such prominent figures must have required far greater effort than we could imagine, reflected the 5th senior sister. Feeling a pang of sympathy, second senior brother, I no longer wish to utter phrases about the insignificance of winning or losing. The younger disciple has invested so much. If he were to hear us say such things, it would surely sadden him. Zhao Linglong pouted in agreement. You are absolutely right. Dugu Qingxiao placed his hand upon Zhao Linglong's head, his gaze turning exceptionally cold as he declared, Junior brother, take a leap of faith. You are more deserving than anyone else to grasp the position of the Golden Scale leader. What actions could Xu Taiping have undertaken to summon such eminent figures as the abbot of the 5 great Zen temples, the abbot of Yunying Temple, and Zhang Tianze of Zhenhai Tower? In a tea house within the capital of Nanchu, an elderly storyteller, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke, his words laced with bewilderment. Meanwhile, those who had once mocked Xu Taiping now lifted their teacups, seeking to mask the embarrassment on their faces. Yet, some remained disdainful, asserting that the Golden Scale Assembly was not merely a banquet, grandeur held no value. Indeed, the true measure of ability would be revealed upon the golden scale platform. Could Xu Taiping truly contend with our third prince? The greater the spectacle, the more humiliating the defeat would be. Most of these individuals were cultivators from the state of Chu, naturally favoring the third prince in this contest. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianze would regard this young man with such esteem? On the distinguished guest platform of the third prince, upon hearing of Zhang Tianze's summons, King Zhao of Chu found solace. It was reasonable to believe that the abbot of Yunying Temple's presence was connected to Zhang Tianze. The martial god, Zhu Huai, nodded in agreement. No matter the scale, it is of little consequence. This match is destined for the third prince's victory, he stated. This sentiment was echoed by the celestial being Qianghua of Lutai Mountain, whose ethereal appearance and youthful visage radiated an aura of otherworldly grace. I have observed Xu Taiping's previous matches with the Moonshadow Stone. Even if he can wield the blade domain, he remains but a mere martial artist. While martial prowess may hold merit on the battlefield, we cultivators possess myriad strategies beyond it, he added. Zhu Huai furrowed his brow. Though displeased, he found no grounds for rebuttal, as the wisdom of Qianghua's words rang true. A martial artist supported by battle formations wielded incomparable strength compared to one without. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Zhang Tianze, who transcended the mortal realm with a mere human body. However, Zhang Tianze was but one. Zhu Huai murmured inwardly. At this moment, he turned to Qianghua and inquired, Celestial being, did you summon the third prince a few days ago to discuss countermeasures? His curiosity was piqued. You are indeed perceptive. Elder Zhu, if all goes as planned, today you shall witness Xu Taiping neither unleash the blade domain nor employ the power of blood and qi. Qianghua replied confidently, stroking his beard with a smile. Today marks the contest for the golden scale leader, pitting Xu Taiping of the true martial heavenly Qingxian sect against Chuinan, the third prince of the great Chu. The victor shall claim the title of the golden scale leader. At that moment, the voice of the governor, Qiu Shunyuan, resonated above the golden scale pool, proclaiming, the golden scale leader shall enjoy a century of protection from the golden scale list's martial fortune and gain entry to the 9th level of the Youyun Pavilion, where they may select 3 treasures at will. The sect of the golden scale leader shall share in a century of martial fortune protection and receive a decree from the great emperor of Youyun. As Qiu Shunyuan began to recite the rewards for the first and second place of the golden scale rankings, the attention of the gathered cultivators, previously drawn away by Zhang Tianze, swiftly returned to the golden scale platform. It was said that this year's golden scale conference marked the first gathering of the 5 directions in 5 centuries. Thus, the martial rewards for the golden scale rankings would far exceed those of previous years, particularly for the champion. Upon the viewing platform of the absolute void heavenly sect, Mu Yuchan spoke with palpable envy. I wish I could advance another round. Beside him, Ji Yi sighed. His injuries had nearly healed, which was why the elders of the Guangling sect had made an exception to allow him to spectate today. Hearing this, Mu Yun shot Mu Yuchan a disapproving glance. In response, Mu Yuchan quickly offered an apologetic reassurance. You mustn't blame yourself, Xiao Yi. No one could have predicted that the true martial heaven would suddenly unleash such a prodigy. Mu Yun nodded in agreement. It is merely a golden scale ranking. In a few years, our absolute void sect's Azure Cloud rankings will commence. By then, your heavenly demon array melody will surely be perfected, and you will undoubtedly help us secure our position in the Azure Cloud rankings. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Ji Ye's face dissipated, and he eagerly nodded, Sister, brother. Rest assured, upon returning, I shall enter seclusion and will not emerge until I have transcended my realm. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, Qiu Shenyuan's voice concluded, and the white-clad attendant from the Youyun Manor began to recite the rules of the golden scale rankings, as per tradition. Brother, do you believe that Xu Taiping has a chance of victory in today's contest? Mu Yuchan suddenly inquired with grave seriousness. It's hard to say, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. The contest for the championship is not merely a battle between 2 individuals, but rather a competition among the forces supporting them. In this regard, Xu Taiping cannot possibly compete with Chu Yinan, who has the backing of the royal family of the Chu kingdom. Furthermore, Xu Taiping's previous battle against the demonic seed revealed too much. The third prince must have devised countermeasures in the days leading up to this event. He continued, moreover, Xu Taiping's weaknesses are glaringly apparent. As he observed the arena below, he quietly elaborated. Weaknesses? Mu Yuchan inquired, puzzled. Though his martial prowess is at the godly warrior level, his mastery of techniques is rather average. His true essence, while not weak, cannot be described as profound, and his techniques lack any remarkable qualities. Thus, if his vitality and physique are countered, even with a godly warrior's body and the domain of blades, he would find it difficult to unleash his full potential. It is well known that both the godly warrior's body and the power of the martial domain rely on vitality, Mu Yun explained. Mu Yuchan nodded thoughtfully. Ah, indeed. However, she soon seemed to recall something, lifting her head in confusion to look at Mu Yun. Brother, why did we not consider this during the last match between Xiao Yi and Xu Taiping? Mu Yun shot her a glance of exasperation before responding. At that time, who could have known he could manifest the domain of blades? Moreover, to restrict the vitality of a godly warrior. Even our Guangling sect would have to pay a considerable price. The elders would not agree to such measures unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. Oh, Mu Yuqin stuck out his tongue, then glanced down with a hint of schadenfreude at Xu Taiping, who had already taken his place on the golden scale platform. With the might of the great Chu, they should be able to assist the third prince in achieving this, right? Mu Yun furrowed his brow and nodded. Thus, Xu Taiping's challenge is formidable. At that moment, Xiao Shenyuan's voice echoed again. Golden Scale Assembly, Leader's Trial. Let the competition commence. As the words fell, the barrier of sword energy separating Xu Taiping from Chu Yinan suddenly exploded. Boom. Almost instantaneously, a tempestuous aura surged from Chu Yinan, the third prince. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the runic light screens before the various spectator stands manifested. Following this, as the third prince lifted his sword with a fierce cry, another deafening crash resounded as layers of circular water prisons rose around Xu Taiping, centering him on the golden scale platform. From above, it appeared as though Xu Taiping was ensnared within a labyrinth constructed of water walls. Although, like most formations, each wall had an exit, searching for it would undoubtedly take more than half an hour. Bang! At that moment, Xu Taiping struck the wall of the water prison with a fist, only to break through a single layer, which quickly sealed itself again. When he attempted to leap upwards, the water prison rose with him, reaching the top of the golden scale pool. Boom. Meanwhile, after trapping Xu Taiping in the water prison, Chu Yinan's aura surged once more. However, rather than attacking Xu Taiping within the formation, he raised a ball of white flame radiating a spectrum of colors, smiling as he addressed Xu Taiping. My friend Taiping, you may have to endure a slight inconvenience. You cannot use your vital energy for the next half a stick of incense. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of flame in his hand exploded. Subsequently, the dispersed flames began to form peculiar runic patterns in the air above the golden scale platform. Guided by Chu Yinan's control, the formation of these patterns was not rapid, yet they gradually spread across the entirety of the platform. It was the Cold Crow Fire. The third prince intended to use the Cold Crow Fire to establish the Cold Crow Blood Array. Soon, some cultivators in the stands realized the third prince's intention. To think he would employ the Cold Crow Fire, the great Chu royalty truly spares no expense. Upon seeing the runic patterns formed by the white flames above the golden scale platform, Mu Yun inhaled sharply, his face filled with shock. Brother, what is Cold Crow Fire? Mu Yuqin inquired, perplexed. The Cold Crow Fire is a flame produced within magical beasts of the Cold Crow lineage, ranked at the Demon King level or above. Under normal circumstances, a single Cold Crow beast would only yield a flame the size of a fingernail. The quantity the third prince just summoned cannot possibly be produced without at least 1,000 Cold Crow beasts, Mu Yun replied gravely. 1,000? Mu Yuqin's face turned pale. Isn't that against the rules? She asked, bewildered and horrified. The Cold Crow Fire itself is of low rank and poses little threat to cultivators. It only demonstrates its efficacy under specific formations. Hence, the Golden Scale's ranking does not prohibit such treasures. Mu Yun shook his head. What, precisely, is the utility of this Cold Crow Fire? Mu Yuchun inquired further. See for yourself. Mu Yun gestured toward the Golden Scale's platform. At that moment, Xu Taiping seemed to have discerned Chu Yinan's intentions, promptly revealing the form of the dragon whale from the Fury Dragon realm. Instantly, a surge of searing blood energy erupted, sending waves of scorching heat radiating outward. Boom. After enhancing his physical prowess, Xu Taiping shattered a significant portion of the water prison with a single punch. With another strike, he caused the water prison formation to vanish entirely, just as the onlookers were about to express their astonishment. A blinding white light descended from the rune formation crafted from the cold crow fire above. Despite the soaring blade energy emanating from Xu Taiping, the white light penetrated through, invading his body. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a thick layer of ice crystals enveloped Xu Taiping, while his blood energy plummeted drastically, to the point where even the dragon whale form could not be sustained. This cold crow fire's blood cooling formation can so effortlessly suppress the blood energy of a martial artist? Mu Yuchen exclaimed in disbelief. Sigh, it is over. Xu Taiping is still too young, and the foundation of his backing is too shallow, Mu Yun lamented. Nevertheless, it is not entirely his fault. No one anticipated that the royal family of Chu would produce such an abundance of cold crow fire. He shook his head in resignation and added, indeed. Clang. At that moment, a piercing sword cry resonated from the Golden Scales platform. The third prince, having sealed Xu Taiping's blood energy, unhesitatingly summoned his flying sword, forming hundreds of sunflower water sword shadows before him with a hand gesture. It is evident that without that martial god form, Xu Taiping would be incapable of enduring this strike from Chuinan. How unjust! At that instant, even Mu Yuchen, who had harbored little fondness for Xu Taiping, found himself reflecting on the situation. There is nothing unfair about it. The competition for the top of the Golden Scales ranking is no trivial matter, but rather a struggle among the powers of heaven and earth, Mu Yun remarked, seeing the situation with clarity. In his view, if Xiao Yi entered the competition for the top spot, both the Guangling Pavilion and the Abyssal Heaven would exhaust their efforts to deal with his opponents in such a manner. At that moment, Ji Yi, who had been silent, suddenly interjected after hearing their conversation. Sister, brother, I forgot to mention something last time. What? Both looked at Ji Yi in confusion. During my last match with Xu Taiping, although it was a brief encounter, I am certain that his true essence is incredibly profound, perhaps even deeper than mine, Ji Yi stated earnestly. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, both Mu Yun and Mu Yuchen were taken aback. Boom. Almost simultaneously with Ji Ye's words, an exceedingly violent wave of energy fluctuation erupted from the Golden Scales platform. The expressions of astonishment still lingered on the faces of the Mu Yun siblings as they turned in unison to gaze upon the Golden Scales platform. A mere glance revealed their eyes widening in disbelief. There, on the platform, stood Xu Taiping, who had previously appeared exceedingly weak due to the sealing of his blood energy. Yet, at this moment, he emanated an aura that rivaled that of the third prince. The violent waves of energy surrounding him caused the air to solidify into ice, forming a tempest of frost and snow around him. From the elevated platform, Xu Taiping seemed to command the blizzard with effortless mastery. Chapter 3:13, Contending for Supremacy. The Tsangwan ring pierces the clouds. He practiced the cloud riding technique, a profound art taught by the ancestor of cloud veils. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Mu Yun sprang to his feet, gripping the railing with an expression of incredulity. The cloud riding technique. Is this not the most challenging method of cultivating qi beneath the source law? Mu Yuchen followed suit, stepping forward with a mix of astonishment and confusion. Indeed, senior sister. It is said that among the sects that inherit the cloud riding scripture, very few disciples manage to master it. Ji had now joined the two, adding, moreover, if the sect's records are accurate, judging by the peculiar phenomena surrounding Xu Taiping, it appears he may have cultivated the cloud riding technique to the third layer of great accomplishment. It seems we have underestimated him once again. Feeling the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from Xu Taiping, along with the distinctive aura released by the cloud riding technique, Mu Yun let out a bitter smile. This Xu Taiping is not merely a gifted warrior, but also an exceptionally talented cultivator. In truth, one cannot blame them. Xu Taiping's innate spiritual bones are rather ordinary, and combined with the breath-concealing technique taught by the Spirit Moon Fairy, along with the Lotus Eye's ability to mask one's aura, even a transcendent expert would find it difficult to discern the depth of his spiritual energy. Ji Yi chuckled in response, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Senior brother, it is not just us. Even the third prince likely misjudged him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun and Mu Yuchen exchanged glances of surprise, then their expressions relaxed in unison. Xiao Yi is right. The one who should be concerned is Chuinan, while I shall merely enjoy the spectacle, Mu Yuchen remarked with an easy smile. Boom. In the midst of their conversation, the third prince, Chuinan, who had also recognized Xu Taiping's concealed strength, unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Swish. With a piercing sound of slicing air, his flying sword surged forth, accompanied by hundreds of water sword projections, hurtling towards Xu Taiping like a tempest. In an instant, the gaze of all cultivators was drawn solely to Xu Taiping. Despite his recent display of spiritual energy, which was comparable to that of the third prince, the true essence and purity of a cultivator's power is merely foundational. The key lies in how one wields that essence through techniques. Facing the onslaught of hundreds of flying swords, Xu Taiping opened his mouth and exhaled a gust of frigid air. Instantly, a howling wind swept across the Golden Scales platform. The biting cold gust carrying shards of ice that surged forth like tidal waves, meeting the barrage of flying swords head-on. Frost Breath Technique. This is a technique imparted by the Fairy of Lingwei to Xu Taiping, an improved version derived from the Ice Breath Technique. It marks the first authentic magical art that Xu Taiping encountered in his life. In stark contrast to other intricate spells, the Frost Breath Technique is remarkably simple. The more true energy you infuse, the greater the chilling aura you expel, becoming increasingly frigid. When Xu Taiping faced the demon tiger, it was the Ice Breath Technique that enabled him to catch the creature off guard and freeze it, inflicting significant injury. In an instant, the third prince's flying sword collided with Xu Taiping's icy breath, resulting in hundreds of swords composed of the energy of the Kuei water being entirely frozen. Only one sword managed to pierce through the tempestuous blizzard of ice and snow, darting towards Xu Taiping. Yet, before it could approach him, the protective true energy of the cloud riding technique had already coalesced into an ice wall to obstruct it. By the time the sword shattered the ice barrier, Xu Taiping had already vanished from his original position with a swift motion. He reappeared, having utilized the technique of short distance to manifest in a blind spot from the third prince's line of sight. As his feet touched the ground, Xu Taiping raised a finger, pointing it directly at the third prince's head, at which point pure wind energy began to gather at his fingertip. Songwan Ring, one finger. Break the clouds. With a whoosh, a spiraling gust of wind condensed into a column of air the thickness of a thumb, shooting straight towards the third prince. Just as the flying sword failed to strike Xu Taiping, the third prince had already anticipated the attack, his hands forming seals to prepare a countermeasure. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wave surged upwards, lifting him to a height of 20 to 30 feet. The air column, transformed from the breaking cloud technique, nearly pierced through the water below, but ultimately failed to harm the third prince. With a resounding clang, after blocking Xu Taiping's strike, the third prince showed no hesitation in summoning back his flying sword. He then crafted a sword gesture and bellowed, "Sword rain like a waterfall." As soon as the words left his mouth, his flying sword whirled around him, droplets of water splashing off its surface, ultimately transforming into numerous flying swords. From above, one could see 3,000 to 4,000 flying swords, born of Kuei water's spiritual energy, arrayed above the third prince, swirling like a celestial dragon over the Golden Scales platform. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking cultivators, who had previously marveled at Xu Taiping's remarkable control over magical arts, were now rendered speechless by the third prince's terrifyingly profound true energy and his masterful Kuei water sword play. It was over, at this rate. Xu Taiping would not last even the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Sensing the overwhelming sword momentum from the array above the third prince, Mu Yuchen, who had initially intended to observe the spectacle, instinctively leaned back against his chair. As the sword formation was completed, the third prince, Chu Yinan, wielded the 1,000 Kuei water-flying swords with precision, unleashing a roar akin to a raging dragon as they surged towards Xu Taiping's position. Just then, Xu Taiping took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled. In the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated as dense fog, akin to white smoke, swiftly engulfed the entire Golden Scale platform. Chapter 314, Contest for Supremacy, the Ta Qing Xian Yuan Avatar Technique. From a distance, the entire Golden Scale platform was shrouded in thick mist, save for the third prince, who was elevated by a column of water. This was none other than the mist concealment technique derived from the fog-borrowing technique of the Spirit Bone Tablet. The third prince, sensing with his spirit, realized he could not perceive any aura within the fog, rendering him incapable of locating Xu Taiping's hidden position. "Then I shall leave you nowhere to hide." A smirk crept across the third prince's lips. Immediately, he flicked his sword finger, causing thousands of flying swords to disperse. arranged in neat rows and columns above the golden scale platform, reminiscent of chess pieces meticulously placed on a board. Descend. After the swords were arranged, the third prince forcefully pressed his sword finger down, and with a thunderous roar, the neatly aligned thousands of swords plummeted simultaneously. At that very instant, just as the third prince made his move, a figure suddenly burst forth from the fog at an astonishing speed. This individual was none other than Xu Taiping. As he emerged from the mist, a blazing fireball rapidly coalesced at his fingertip, aimed directly at the third prince ahead of him. One could not help but marvel at the timing of his strike and the intensity of the flame he conjured, leaving the onlookers stunned. Was that the heavenly fire finger? Not merely an ordinary heavenly fire finger, but one propelled by the great sun golden flame technique. The aura of the fire element was swiftly detected by the cultivators in the surrounding stands, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Yet, the third prince appeared to have anticipated Xu Taiping's choice of timing. Suddenly, a hand concealed behind him extended forth, palm directed at Xu Taiping, and he forcefully clenched it, exclaiming, "Annihilate." As the words fell, a thunderous crash echoed as the previously descending swords, which had been falling in perfect alignment, abruptly shifted their blades, converging from all directions towards Xu Taiping, ultimately encasing him like a colossal claw. Boom! A tremendous shockwave ensued, as Xu Taiping was pierced through by 1,000 swords. The audience erupted in gasps, and among the esteemed guests on Xu Taiping's side, Princess Tianqing let out a piercing scream. However, some cultivators with keen spiritual senses discerned a terrifying truth the moment the swords pierced Xu Taiping's body. They realized that the aura emanating from him vanished entirely, as if what had been pierced was not a person, but merely an avatar. Yet, how could an avatar wield celestial-level techniques? Upon realizing this, Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the third prince, Chui Nan, shared a similar reaction to Mu Yun, both believing they had misperceived the situation. It was only when he heard a sound slicing through the air behind him that he confirmed he had indeed been deceived by Xu Taiping. Heavenly water is born. Without glancing back and without a trace of hesitation, the third prince, Chu Yi, intertwined his fingers and swiftly formed a mystical seal, then bellowed, "Earth, enclose the sixth realm. Create a cage upon the ground." As his voice resonated, swirling torrents of water converged around him, coalescing into an imposing wall of water, ultimately transforming into a colossal water tower that enveloped him entirely. Boom! Just as the water tower, formed from the gathered streams, enveloped the third prince, a massive blade of wind, akin to a shadow of a knife, struck down upon the water tower. This was none other than the legendary technique of the Zhangwan Ring's 3 fingers, the Sea Splitter. Bang! The clash between the wind blade and the towering water structure resulted in a deep fissure measuring over 10 zhang, etched into the surface of the water tower. One must concede that the Lutai Mountains Kuei water sword technique, with its dual prowess in offense and defense, truly stands as a pinnacle of celestial sword arts. Boom! After successfully deflecting Xu Taiping's strike, the third prince resolved to dismantle the water prison, transitioning from defense to offense. However, to his astonishment, the doppelganger, which he had previously pierced with his flying sword, surprisingly coalesced once more, exhaling a frigid breath directed at him. A deafening roar echoed as a bone-chilling frost instantly encased the dissipating water tower in ice. The third prince stood agape, utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend how Xu Taiping's doppelganger was able to execute celestial-level techniques with the same finesse as the original. This was utterly illogical. The spectators were equally struck dumb by this spectacle. Yet, their astonishment was primarily rooted in the fact that Xu Taiping had managed to ensnare the third prince with his sorcery. It was crucial to note that prior to this contest, Xu Taiping had been perceived merely as a martial brute. Could it be that my brother Xu Taiping is truly an extraordinary prodigy? After witnessing the third prince encased in ice within the water tower conjured by Xu Taiping, Mu Yuchen stared in disbelief for a considerable time before stammering a question to his brother, Mu Yun. However, he soon realized that his brother appeared to be in a daze, repeatedly murmuring, "A doppelganger capable of wielding celestial arts. A doppelganger capable of wielding celestial arts." Suddenly, with a resounding clap on the table, he exclaimed, "The Taiqing Xinyuan doppelganger technique. It is indeed the Taiqing Xinyuan doppelganger technique." He could hardly believe it. He had actually mastered the legendary Xuanyuan's innate doppelganger. The attack on the third prince had originated from that fabled Xianyuan doppelganger. Mu Yuqin's reaction was relatively calm, as he had not previously heard of the Taiqing Xianyuan doppelganger technique and thus did not grasp its unique significance. In contrast, Ji was well aware of its legendary status and, after hearing Mu Yun's words, displayed a look of utter disbelief as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, was it not said that only those with a clear mind can cultivate the Taiqing Xianyuan doppelganger technique?" Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than he was left flabbergasted, locking eyes with Mu Yun as they simultaneously declared, "He possesses a clear mind." Though Mu Yuqin had not heard of the Taiqing Xianyuan doppelganger technique, he was familiar with the concept of a clear mind and thus gazed at Xu Taiping below as though he had seen a ghost, stammering, He possesses a clear mind?" Not only Mu Yun and Ji Yi from the Guanling Pavilion, but also several esteemed cultivators present began to recognize this extraordinary revelation. Among them, of course, were the individuals seated in the royal box. This lad possesses the clarity of the Tao heart. Could it be that all the martial fortune of Zhenwu over these millennia has converged upon him? The esteemed Qianghua, a celestial being from Lutai Mountain, furrowed her brows. His Highness can no longer conceal his strength. The cold crow fire can only sustain for the duration of a tea's brewing. Should Xu Taiping regain his vitality, even if victorious, it would surely be a Pyrrhic triumph. At this moment, Zhu Huai spoke solemnly. "Indeed, the time has come." Qianghua nodded in agreement, then raised her hand, directing her sword-like finger towards the third prince, encased in ice within the water tower. Chapter 315. Contest for Supremacy. At this juncture, the third prince had already discerned that Xu Taiping possessed the clarity of the Tao heart, enabling him to summon the Xianyuan avatar. Thus, upon witnessing Qianghua's pointed gesture, he hesitated no longer and lifted his hand adorned with 5 rings. Suddenly, with a crack, one of the rings shattered. In that instant, the surge of spiritual energy emanating from the third prince cascaded forth like a flood released from a dam. Boom! Even from a distance, beyond the towering ice structure, the onlookers could palpably sense the escalating aura of the third prince. Truly, the essence of the Gui water spirit bone is exceptionally pure and formidable. Just moments ago, Mu Yun had been astounded by Xu Taiping's clarity of the Tao heart and Xianyuan avatar. Now, he was roused by the overwhelming spiritual fluctuations radiating from the third prince. "Brother, what treasure is that ring on the third prince's hand? Isn't it stipulated by the golden scales ranking that one can only possess 3 celestial tier treasures?" Mu Yuqin inquired, perplexed. "It is not a treasure that enhances strength, but rather an artifact that seals one's true essence," Mu Yun replied with a wry smile. "A seal for one's true essence?" Mu Yuqin was taken aback. The Gui water spirit bone, one of the 10 celestial spirit bones, is particularly unique in that it can accumulate true essence without limit. Akin to the ocean, no matter how many rivers converge, it can never be filled. Thus, practitioners possessing the Gui water spirit bone often choose to seal their true essence to avoid drawing attention, much like the third prince is doing at this moment. Mu Yun explained, somewhat resigned. The nature of root bones can sometimes defy reason. The capacity for true essence accumulation is indeed limitless. Mu Yuqin's lips twitched slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, the immense ice tower, previously sealed by Xu Taiping's frost breath technique, began to fracture under the onslaught of the third prince's formidable true essence. What a pity! If only we could seal that third prince for a while longer, the cold crow fire would extinguish. Observing this scene, Mu Yuqin could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Xu Taiping. Clearly, once the third prince is released and allowed to unseal his true essence, the ensuing battle for Xu Taiping would be arduous. Achieving this much is commendable for Brother Taiping, if he can endure for the duration of a tea's brewing. Perhaps there is a chance once the cold crow fire is extinguished, Ji remarked optimistically. However, Mu Yun, overhearing this, shook his head and said, "If the third prince intends to exert his full strength, Xu Taiping may not withstand even for a tea's duration." Boom. Amidst the conversation, Xu Taiping's avatar of Xianyuan suddenly opened its mouth once more, exhaling a frigid breath towards the colossal ice tower with all its might. However, this effort merely served to momentarily slow the cracking of the tower, proving to be of little consequence. The disparity in their true essence was far too vast. The frost breath technique had lost its efficacy, and it would be prudent for Xu Taiping to relinquish his fixation on sealing the third prince. Mu Yun shook his head. deeming Xu Taiping's actions at this moment somewhat irrational. Yet, he soon found himself helplessly observing as Xu Taiping, seemingly contrarian, maintained his posture to invoke the frost breath technique, preparing to unleash another wave of icy breath upon the tower. Futile. Do not engage in such fruitless endeavors. Boom. Just as Mu Yun intended to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by a resonating explosion triggered by a surge of spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, he and Ji Yi were astonished to witness the fluctuations of Xu Taiping's true essence rising dramatically. Could it be that Xu Taiping had sealed his own true essence? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Mu Yun exclaimed in bewilderment. Little did he know that Xu Taiping had not sealed his true essence. Rather, he had merely been relying on his dragon whale physique. Except for that one occasion at Tianhai Pass, he had not utilized the true essence that had already coalesced into snowflakes atop the Danshin Snow Mountain. This time, he had simply summoned that portion of true essence. The Celestial Moon Fairy had previously advised him to cover the Danshin Mountain with snowflakes. Boom. As Xu Taiping transformed all the snowflakes from the Danshin Snow Mountain into true essence, an aura emanating with a strength rivaling that of the third prince spread across the Golden Scales platform. His innate qualities were indeed inferior to the third princess, yet his diligent training was unparalleled. Since his initiation into cultivation, he had not missed a single day of breath regulation, except when severely injured. In recent years, he had even replaced sleep with meditation. What kind of Danshin could accumulate such profound true essence? Mu Yun's mouth fell slightly agape, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a phrase. Who? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Xu Taiping once again encased the third prince in ice using the frost breath technique. The third prince, who had previously exhibited calm composure, now appeared genuinely flustered. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at the ring on his hand and resolutely declared, I refuse to believe you can trap me again. With that, the sound of cracking resonated as two more rings shattered on his fingers. Boom. At the instant the rings broke, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the third prince surged once more, doubling in intensity. In an instant, the ice tower, previously re-encased, erupted with hundreds of fissures. Observing this, Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring, surely now, Xu Taiping is out of options? The aura radiating from the third prince was now nearing that of a fully realized cultivator in the divine refinement realm, a truly frightening sight. Yet, just as Mu Yun entertained this thought, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and an indescribable sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that Xu Taiping had yet another hidden card? A startling realization surged within him. At this moment, standing before the ice tower, Xu Taiping placed a hand over his left eye and whispered impassively, open. As his words fell, the lotus within his pupils suddenly blossomed. The spiritual energy residing in his lotus eyes began to surge into his meridians like a tidal wave. Beyond merely concealing his presence, the lotus eyes possessed another remarkable ability. They could store an abundance of genuine energy that could not be utilized daily, releasing it all at once when needed. It was this very technique he had employed against Yi Xian during the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Boom. In an instant, an aura emanating even stronger than that of the third prince erupted from Xu Taiping. Upon sensing the sudden surge of energy from Xu Taiping, Mu Yun stumbled slightly. Disbelief etched on his face, exclaiming again, what kind of prodigy has this true martial heaven nurtured? Chapter 316. Contention for Supremacy. The fourth ring shatters as the aura around him surged. Xu Taiping unhesitatingly exhaled a breath of frosty air. Boom. A bone-chilling gust of icy wind, mingled with snow, swept violently across the Golden Scales platform. In an instant, the colossal ice tower, which was on the brink of shattering, froze once more. This time, however, it was not just the ice tower. Even the Golden Scales platform below and behind it, as well as the Golden Scale pool beneath, were sealed in ice. From a distance, half of the Golden Scales platform had transformed into a mountain of ice. The third prince was momentarily taken aback. In previous days, during their simulations of this contest, he and his two masters had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none had predicted the current situation. He could scarcely believe that among cultivators of the same rank, there existed someone capable of contesting his genuine energy. Ironically, the very technique he had employed was called drawing a cage on the ground. Yet at this moment, it was not others who were ensnared, but himself. Break free. After a brief astonishment, the third prince quickly regained his composure. He placed both hands on the icy surface. attempting to draw upon the frozen genuine energy within the tower to shatter it. The situation was clear. Xu Taiping intended to trap him within this ice tower until the cold crow fire above extinguished, restoring his vitality, an outcome he was desperate to avoid. Crack. Under his relentless effort, signs of melting began to appear in the frozen genuine energy within the ice tower. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the ice surface fracturing resonated once more. Xu Taiping, upon witnessing this, exhaled another chilling breath. The speed at which the ice tower cracked was immediately slowed. For a moment, the onlooking cultivators realized that this contest for supremacy had transformed into a battle of genuine energy. Xu Taiping and the third prince were now engaged in a contest of the depth and purity of their respective energies. However, this seemingly monotonous tableau filled the spectators with anxiety. For if either side faltered even slightly in their genuine energy, the speed of the ice tower's cracking would change dramatically. Numerous times, Xu Taiping's frost breath technique nearly faltered, threatening to allow the ice tower to shatter. Little junior brother, hold on a moment longer, just a moment longer, and that cold crow fire will extinguish. In the arena of the five elders pool of the Qingxian sect, Zhao Linglong was filled with excitement, her feet dancing in place. In contrast, the usually silent Dugu Qingxiao shook his head and remarked, "The third prince will not wait for long. He is about to unravel the seals of the other two rings. I hope Taiping can recognize this and be prepared." Unlike the exhilarated Zhao Linglong, his attention was fixated on the fluctuations of the third prince's aura. He understood well that as long as the third prince did not break the seals of the other two rings, he had yet to unleash his full power. If he could break them, he would have done so already. In my opinion, those two rings are mere decorations. Zhao Linglong disagreed with Dugu Qingxiao's assertion. Although the Kuei Shui spirit bone could harbor immense spiritual energy within, releasing it all at once would severely impact the practitioner's meridians and acupoints, potentially rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Thus, they would refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. This was the very reason why the third prince had not unsealed the other two seals. As Dugu Qingxiao spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the shimmering image of the competition at the Golden Scales platform, not daring to blink. He could vividly imagine that if the third prince resolved to break the seals of the other two rings, the ensuing circumstances for Xu Taiping would be nothing short of horrifying. Beside him, Zhao Linglong and the other disciples of the Seven Peaks, influenced by Dugu Qingxiao's tense demeanor, watched the shimmering image above the sword platform with bated breath. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy resonated from the shimmering image above the sword platform. The disciples of the Seven Peaks felt a tightening in their hearts. The second senior brother was right. In the midst of the image, the third prince roared decisively, "Unseal." As his voice fell, one of the remaining two rings shattered. The moment the ring broke, his aura surged to a level that even peak practitioners of the refining spirit realm would find daunting. The sensation was most palpable among the cultivators observing from within the Golden Scales pool. At that moment, the imprisoned third prince within the ice tower struck them as a tempestuous sea, tumultuous waves crashing violently. On the viewing platform of the Youyun Martial Arts Hall, the five presiding masters, who had previously worn expressions of indifference, now furrowed their brows. Beside Lu Ruoshuang, Zhang Tianze, who had appeared somewhat drowsy, suddenly awakened, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. "I didn't expect the third son of the Zhao family to be so formidable," he murmured lazily, stifling a yawn. Just then, a sharp sound of a sword's cry erupted. Following this, the immense ice tower trembled violently, as though it had endured some internal shock. In an instant, cracks began to visibly spread across the tower's surface. Observing this, Xu Taiping and his Xianyuan avatar, suspended beside the ice tower, exhaled a breath of frost-laden air. Yet, even with both breaths released simultaneously, they could not restore the ice tower to its former state. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xu Taiping hesitated no longer and once again invoked the mist concealment technique, swiftly vanishing from sight. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Xu Taiping's retreat, the colossal ice tower, which had taken on the appearance of a massive iceberg, suddenly exploded. Thousands of piercing water sword energies surged forth with a whoosh. Chapter 317, Contest for Supremacy. Source Law of the Golden Crow. The third prince, as if venting his pent-up fury, unleashed the water sword energies like a tempest, sweeping across the Golden Scales platform and forcing Xu Taiping out from his shroud of mist. There is nowhere for you to hide. Upon seeing Xu Taiping compelled to emerge, the third prince bellowed furiously. As his words fell, he gripped his long sword and thrust it upwards with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the turbulent true essence of the third prince transformed into a surging wave, crashing towards Xu Taiping. Bang! Faced with such a ferocious tide, Xu Taiping's frost breath technique met the frozen surface of the water, shattering almost instantaneously. Even as he attempted to escape on the wind, the overwhelming waves relentlessly pursued him, nearly dragging him under several times. These colossal waves were entirely composed of the third prince's true essence. If Xu Taiping were to be engulfed by them, the contest would come to a swift conclusion. You think you can outlast me until the cold crows extinguish their fire? Dream on. Observing Xu Taiping's frantic evasion, the third prince snorted coldly, firmly grasping the sword hilt and then loudly reciting, "Creation is like the still waters. The wise are unpredictable in their concealment and actions. Clouds arise, let the waters open the path." As his words resonated, three towering deities, formed from the true essence of water, abruptly emerged from the surging waves that enveloped the entire Golden Scales platform. These deities possessed dragon heads and human bodies, wielding various divine weapons, radiating an aura of unparalleled terror. Is that the cloudy abyss water summoning spell? Bhikkhu Guangza of the Prajna Temple gasped, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the three divine figures in the water. Amipa. The remaining four abbots also recited the Buddha's name with solemn expressions. Master Xianji, what is the cloudy abyss water summoning spell? Asked the seventh princess and Chu Xiaoxiao, their faces etched with concern as they looked toward the seated Xianji monk. It is said to be a spell bestowed by the great emperor of Cloudy Abyss, invoking the divine powers of several ancient water deities. This spell can harness their might, rivaling ordinary source laws in its celestial prowess, replied the monk, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, both women's expressions shifted in alarm. Brother Taiping cannot yet wield his vital energy. How could he possibly withstand this spell? Just as they spoke, a tremendous crash echoed as the three deities leaped from the water, encircling Xu Taiping in a corner of the Golden Scales platform. At that moment, Xu Taiping found himself with no escape route. Behind him lay the Golden Scales pool. Retreat meant defeat. The three deities stood before him like miniature mountains. Moreover, behind the deities loomed towering waves that almost reached the apex of the Golden Scales pool's dome. The third prince stood atop this monstrous wave. In that moment, Xu Taiping appeared as a mere ant, under the watchful gaze of the divine entities. Disciples, we humbly beseech the three deities to eradicate this vile obstacle. Due to the previous lessons learned from the Ice Tower, the third prince, after subduing Xu Taiping, resolutely prepared to strike. Boom! As the words left his lips, the three previously motionless statues suddenly quivered in unison. This mere movement unleashed a wave of pressure and aura that reverberated through the Golden Scales pool like the thunder of the heavens. The assembled cultivators in the viewing platform felt a tightening in their chests, as if an unseen force was grasping at their throats. Some cultivators, merely glancing at the three statues, could not help but tremble with fear. How could one possibly contend with this? On the viewing platform of the Guangling Pavilion, Mu Yuqin pressed his hand against his chest, his face etched with astonishment. If this Xu Taiping were to wield the celestial demon formation tune, perhaps he could still fight. But at this moment Ji Yi frowned and shook his head. Mu Yin contemplated how he would respond if he were in such a predicament. Ultimately, he shook his head helplessly and declared, within the bounds of the Golden Scales rules, this situation is unsolvable. Swish. Boom. Just as the three conversed, the metallic sound of a weapon being drawn suddenly erupted. The trio then witnessed the three statues, conjured from the true energy of water, emotionlessly draw their respective weapons. A more intense wave of aura surged, violently colliding against the array barrier in front of the viewing platform. Following this, the three statues glared furiously, simultaneously bellowing, "To be slain, to be cut down. It is permissible to strike." As their furious shouts echoed, the three statues raised their weapons, charged with a formidable aura of destruction, and swung down towards Xu Taiping. Observing this scene and feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the statues, the crowd at the Youyun Martial Hall shuddered in unison. The seventh princess, cradling the little monkey safely, cried out, "Brother Taiping, do not stubbornly hold on. You may concede." In her view, securing the second position was commendable, and there was no need to risk one's life for the top spot. Boom. Just as the crowd gasped in horror, anxiously hoping for Xu Taiping to concede and save his life, another terrifying wave of energy spread from the Golden Scales platform. However, this explosive aura did not emanate from the third prince or the three statues, but from Xu Taiping himself. To the astonishment of the seventh princess and the others, they witnessed Xu Taiping suddenly merge with his nearby clone, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture pointed at the approaching statues. At his fingertips blazed a flame, as brilliant as the sun, rapidly expanding into a phoenix engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, a scorching aura, as if intent on reducing the very heavens and earth to ashes, erupted as the golden phoenix spread its wings. The source law of the great sun Golden Crow. Within the royal viewing platform, Zhu Huai and the celestial being Qianghua nearly rose in unison, exclaiming in astonishment. Chapter 318. Contest for Supremacy. The three divine statues of the Golden Crow. At the moment when the two exclaimed in astonishment, a golden crow soared forth from Xu Taiping's fingertips, emitting a resonant cry before taking flight. In an instant, its body, glowing like a blazing flame, expanded exponentially. Concurrently, the three divine statues summoned by the third prince struck down with their swords and halberds. With a thunderous crash, the three divine weapons clashed against the Golden Crow. The collision unleashed a tempest of scorching winds, reminiscent of searing blades, that erupted from the Golden Scale platform as its epicenter. The protective barrier surrounding the spectator stands buckled under the force, cascading outward in layers. Nevertheless, the searing winds still lashed against the onlooking cultivators, their intense heat and destructive aura sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, a piercing cry from the Golden Crow pierced the air. The startled crowd, now fully awake, was left in shock as they witnessed the three divine weapons of the statues succumbing to the flames emanating from the Golden Crow's form. With a resounding roar, the Golden Crow, its massive wings unfurled, descended like a flaming blade upon the three colossal statues. The violent impact reverberated through the air, as the divine radiance surrounding the statues was cleaved apart. The very bodies of the statues were severed, and the searing golden flames rapidly consumed their forms. It appeared they were in a stalemate, yet within mere moments, the three statues would be reduced to ashes. This spectacle sent waves of trepidation through the higher-ranked cultivators present, for their very souls sensed that even they would struggle to withstand such inferno. Observing this dire situation from his position atop the surging waves, the third prince swiftly resolved to act. He brandished his sword, commanding the torrent of true essence, transformed from his water element, to envelop the three statues while simultaneously channeling his internal energy into them. In an instant, the tumultuous waves, which had nearly covered the entire Golden Scale platform, were entirely transformed into spiritual energy surging into the statues. With a thunderous roar, the statues radiated divine brilliance once more, and simultaneously, they unleashed their fists with overwhelming force towards the Golden Crow. In response, Xu Taiping, who controlled the Golden Crow, concentrated his true essence and forcefully thrust a finger forward. The Golden Crow emitted another sharp cry, its wings flapping vigorously as its claws reached out to meet the fists of the statues. The clash between the statues and the Golden Crow, fists and claws, erupted in a dazzling blaze. The bodies of the three statues were torn apart by the Golden Crow, which itself exploded into a multitude of fireballs that shot forth from the Golden Scale platform. The raging flames incinerated the water summoned by the third prince into vapor. As the flames subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Both the three divine statues summoned by the third prince and Xu Taiping's Golden Crow left a profound impact on the minds of the cultivators present. In their perception, it was inconceivable for a cultivator of this realm to wield such formidable techniques. Xu Taiping, not only possessing profound true essence, but also mastering several celestial-level spells, even commanded a source technique. Mu Yuchen, who had long been at a loss for words, felt his chest heave violently. Beside him, Ji, who prided himself on his exceptional talent, suddenly displayed a look of bewilderment upon witnessing the recent confrontation between the third prince and Xu Taiping. However, in comparison to Mu Yun's current expression, both Mu Yuchen and Ji Yi appeared remarkably composed. Mu Yun, drenched in sweat, gazed at Xu Taiping below with eyes that mirrored those of someone beholding a demon. Elder brother? Mu Yuchen, sensing something amiss, cast a curious glance at Mu Yun. Without responding, Youyun swiftly produced a communication jade slip inscribed with golden runes and, without hesitation, shattered it, uttering, "Master, the heir of the Huangting Dao Palace has emerged. Please take heed of Xu Taiping." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, you used our only celestial-grade communication jade slip just to convey this message to the master." Ji Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, what is the Huangting Dao Palace?" Boom. Before Mu Yun could answer, a resounding sound of air being torn apart interrupted him. Below, on the golden scales platform, Xu Taiping soared through the air, landing before the third prince, and in that instant, his vital energy surged explosively. In a heartbeat, he grew to a towering height of 2 zhang, and his muscular arms sprouted scales akin to those of a dragon. The body of a dragon whale, in the realm of the enraged dragon. A formidable and tyrannical force of blood energy erupted from his being, and the mist generated by the rising heat made the fluctuations of this energy appear wave-like, spreading in rippling circles from Xu Taiping. It was only then that everyone suddenly realized the cold crow's fire had extinguished. Swish! At the moment when the blood energy exploded, Xu Taiping unhesitatingly drew the broken water blade from his waist, simultaneously roaring, "Blade domain, activate." This roar, intertwined with the sound of a dragon's cry, struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. Immediately, several crane silhouettes, accompanied by the cries of cranes, spiraled upward from around Xu Taiping and the third prince. Beneath their feet, a lotus platform materialized. This was the manifestation of Xu Taiping's unceasing blade domain. Oh no, the third brother is trapped within the blade domain. On the royal side's viewing platform, the second princess, Chu Yuti, grew tense upon witnessing this. Immortal. It seems every step we take has been calculated by the person behind Xu Taiping, Zhu Huai remarked, arms crossed, without turning to address the nearby Qianghua immortal. Since he is from the Huangting Dao Palace, our defeat is not unjust, Qianghua immortal chuckled while stroking his beard. The second princess, upon seeing this, immediately frowned and retorted, "You too, as the mentors of the third brother, how can you still be smiling at a time like this?" Witnessing her younger brother, Chu Yi, trapped within the blade domain, suffering repeated strikes from Xu Taiping's long blade and sustaining grave injuries, her emotions began to spiral out of control. Silence. As the second princess spoke, she was abruptly reprimanded by King Zhao, who exclaimed, "Haven't you caused enough trouble? Speak any more nonsense, and I shall have you thrown out." King Zhao glared at Chu Yuti. Observing the scene, the celestial being Qianghua chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "Your Majesty, it is only natural for a sister to worry about her brother." Zhu Huai, deep in thought, stroked his chin before speaking, "Your Majesty, second prince, do not be hasty. The true contest has only just begun." Upon hearing these words, both King Zhao and Chu Yuti were filled with confusion. However, as a resounding clash echoed like a war drum from the Golden Scales platform, their expressions transformed from confusion to delight. On the Golden Scales platform, after being struck aside by Xu Taiping's blade, the third prince suddenly brandished a long spear and forcefully struck it against the ground. The sound reverberated, thud, thud, thud. With each strike of the spear, a sense of being amidst a vast army enveloped the spectators in the stands. Chapter 319, Contention for Supremacy. The second form of sword domain power, it was the spirit of battle, the martial prowess of the war god Zhu Huai. The rumors were indeed true. This martial spirit could be passed down through generations. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion was left astonished. In the midst of his astonishment, as the third prince's military spirit surged, ethereal figures of warriors began to coalesce around him. Simultaneously, it seemed as though the audience was hearing echoes of 1,000 armies forming ranks upon the Golden Scales platform. This was the most extraordinary aspect of Zhu Huai's military spirit. Boom. Just as the third prince's military spirit surged forth, his corporeal blood energy began to ascend dramatically. In the span of a single breath, his stature soared to over 2 zhang, his muscles and bones appearing as if forged from steel. The third prince had unexpectedly cultivated a physique akin to a war god. Mu Yuchan from Guangling Pavilion was left speechless. She had never anticipated that he could conceal such a formidable martial body until now. Bang! At that moment, freed from Xu Taiping's sword domain by his military spirit, the third prince suddenly took a powerful step forward, brandishing his spear as he bellowed, "All commanders, heed my command and slay the enemy." As his words fell, his entire being erupted with blood energy, enveloping the surrounding ethereal figures formed by the military spirit. In an instant, amidst the roar of 1,000 armies, the third prince, wielding his spear, led the torrent of troops charging towards Xu Taiping. This spectacle left all the onlookers in stunned silence. The combination of the war god physique and the military spirit revealed that the third prince's martial talent was on par with his mastery of spells. It was unforeseen that Xu Taiping might ultimately fall to the very martial prowess he excelled in. Observing the third prince breach Xu Taiping's sword domain with his military spirit, Mu Yun from Guangling Pavilion could only manage a wry smile as he murmured to himself. He found himself at a loss for words on how to evaluate this contest. Whether it is Xu Taiping or the third prince, the talents and strength exhibited by the two at this moment have surpassed the conjectures and imaginations of the majority of the cultivators present. How could this be? Just as Mu Yun thought that Xu Taiping would engage in a fierce battle against the overwhelming military intent of the third prince, a sudden roar of a blade echoed, leaving Mu Yun momentarily stunned. At this moment on the golden scale platform, Xu Taiping's blood energy surged dramatically, revealing a force that transcended the martial god realm. Such a display alone would not have caused Mu Yun to lose his composure. After all, Xu Taiping had previously wielded this power during the contest against the demonic species. What truly unsettled Mu Yun was that, as Xu Taiping invoked this power, a second aura of blade domain abruptly emanated from within his realm. In that domain of blades, as countless white feathers erupted and scattered, the phantoms of warriors conjured by the overwhelming military intent suddenly slowed their movements in unison. Even the third prince, Chu Yinan, found his actions faltering, his strike delayed by more than half. Could it be that this blade domain possessed a second force capable of hindering the actions of those trapped within it? As cold sweat trickled down his forehead, Mu Yun pondered this thought when the scene before him abruptly returned to normal, with the phantoms of soldiers and the third prince charging towards Xu Taiping at full speed. Could it be that I misjudged? Just as Mu Yun stood there, perplexed, believing he had seen incorrectly, Xu Taiping's figure shot into the military formation like a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, he had obliterated the figures of hundreds of soldiers. Even as the phantoms shattered, the blade shadows he left behind had yet to dissipate. In an instant, the once formidable military formation crumbled. "Brother, we understand now," exclaimed a shocked Ji Yi. "It is not that those within the blade domain have slowed. Rather, their speed appears diminished in the eyes of the master of the blade domain. Xu Taiping's second blade domain power allows him to perceive the actions of those trapped within as slowed." At that moment, a wave of warriors' phantoms formed from battle intent, shattered within the military array, leaving behind lingering blade light. In truth, Ji Ye's conjecture was accurate. Once Xu Taiping's second blade domain power was unleashed, any individual attacking him within the domain would appear to move in slow motion to him, with weaker opponents moving even slower, as the armored soldiers charged towards him. In Xu Taiping's perception, their speed was hardly distinguishable from standing still. Thus, cutting them down was akin to harvesting crops. With another explosive cry of the blade, the final line of armored soldiers blocking the third prince was shattered by Xu Taiping's blade shadow. The third prince, too, sensed the anomaly. However, due to the sheer speed of Xu Taiping's strikes, the manifestations of military intent could hardly withstand his assault for even a moment. As soon as he comprehended the situation, Xu Taiping's blade, imbued with a thunderous momentum, materialized before him. In this perilous moment, the third prince summoned the entirety of his vitality and strength, sweeping his spear towards Xu Taiping. However, just as the spear was about to collide with the blade, Xu Taiping deftly sidestepped, allowing the blade's edge to circumvent the spear and slice into the third prince's abdomen. In the realm of blades, the third prince's speed appeared to Xu Taiping significantly swifter than that of the armored soldiers. Yet, it remained markedly slower than during his usual prowess. With a resounding impact, despite the third prince's martial spirit and the protective aura of his true chi, he was nonetheless cleaved open by Xu Taiping, whose power transcended the realm of divine warriors, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone. Had the third prince not withdrawn his spear in time, he might have been severed in two. Before he could regain his footing, a sound akin to the chirping of cicadas erupted, and Xu Taiping, accompanied by a multitude of blade shadows and a momentum reminiscent of thunder, struck towards the third prince. It was the culmination of his effort. As he wielded his blade, Xu Taiping murmured to himself, at this moment, bolstered by 2 realms of blade mastery. He felt confident that no one beneath the transformation realm could rival him. However, to his astonishment, the third prince did not flinch before the impending strike. Instead, he wore a broad smile. Subsequently, he raised his hand, shattering the last ring upon his finger with a sharp crack. In that instant, he assumed a sword-wielding posture and bellowed, "Heavenly Shadow." The moment the words escaped his lips, Xu Taiping felt the very fabric of reality darken abruptly. The third prince's voice resonated in Xu Taiping's ears. "Xu Taiping, I possess a reason I cannot afford to lose. I must not perish." Accompanying this declaration was a radiance akin to a rift in the heavens, expanding gradually before Xu Taiping. Yet, as the light drew near, a chill ran down Xu Taiping's spine, filled with dread as he realized it was a sword. With the blade's momentum still unbroken, he instinctively swung his weapon towards the luminous apparition. With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping's demon-slaying blade failed to obliterate it, causing him to be jolted backward. Indeed, as Xu Taiping had surmised, this was no ordinary light, it was a sword. Wait, the Heavenly Shadow sword. Could it be that the sword technique now employed by the third prince was the very same one that Yuqing, the scholar, had utilized against Su Chan during their fateful encounter? Xu Taiping suddenly came to a realization, recalling the scene from that day on Mount Yuhua, where Yuqing had wielded the light of heaven and earth as his sword, grievously injuring Su Chan. In that moment of contemplation, several beams of light erupted from the inky blackness above. Xu Taiping cast aside his distractions and raised his blade to defend himself. Chapter 320. Contending for Supremacy. I conceal a sword within its sheath. With a series of resounding clashes, Xu Taiping managed to parry several strikes, but the final blade sent him hurtling backward. The Heavenly Shadow sword was elusive and indefinable. Despite Xu Taiping's formidable blade domain, he found himself unable to employ it effectively, relying solely on his robust vitality to barely withstand the onslaught of this unexpected sword light. At that moment, with the sharp sound of a sword echoing, dozens of beams of light enveloped him. Bang! This time, Xu Taiping could not block them all, a long sword scar carved into his chest. It was only then that the spectators in the stands of the Golden Scales pool realized the situation. It was the Celestial Shadow Sword. The third prince had actually inherited its legacy. A gasp arose from the audience. Looking down from the stands, the Golden Scales platform, though not engulfed in the complete darkness Xu Taiping had witnessed, was still shrouded in a dim haze. The third prince, suspended in midair, appeared to be enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Strangely, whenever he raised his hand, the surrounding world grew even darker, while Xu Taiping below was suddenly illuminated by several glaring lights. Bang! As Xu Taiping was once again struck back by a sword transformed from a beam of light. Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion sighed, stating that since the third prince dared to invoke the legacy of the Celestial Shadow Sword, this contest was nearing its conclusion. However, this meant that the third prince might find it challenging to continue his cultivation. To wield such a legacy and win would not be honorable. Beside him, Ji Yi expressed his discontent, but brother, Xu Taiping does not appear likely to lose. If he can just hold on a bit longer, won't the third prince exhaust his spiritual energy? Mu Yuqing was somewhat perplexed, for he perceived that Xu Taiping was not entirely incapable of countering the third prince's Celestial Shadow Sword. Can't you see? The third prince is merely toying with Xu Taiping. He is not exerting his full strength, Mu Yun replied with a shake of his head. Bang! Just then, after successfully blocking dozens of Celestial Shadow Sword strikes, Xu Taiping was once more sent flying by a single blow. His body was now riddled with wounds, unable to sustain his blade domain, barely maintaining his dragon whale physique. Taiping, concede. At that moment, Mu Yun heard several figures from the Youyun Martial Pavilion shout from the stands, disregarding the backlash from the Golden Scales Association's restrictions. Yet Xu Taiping on the platform seemed oblivious, swiftly rising from the ground once more with his blade in hand. Bang! He appeared impervious to pain and fatigue, repeatedly enduring the strikes of the third prince's Celestial Shadow Sword. Initially, those watching from the stands believed Xu Taiping was merely too proud to concede, thus stubbornly persisting on the Golden Scales platform. However, gradually, their expressions shifted from mere spectatorship to one of deep emotion. At this point, Xu Taiping bore no unscathed area on his body, yet each time he fell, he would rise again. clutching his sword and fiercely countering the incessant onslaught of the celestial shadow swords from all directions. The crowd finally realized that Xu Taiping's persistence stemmed solely from his desire to win. Moreover, he was not just yearning for victory. He firmly believed in his ability to triumph. Clang! Just then, as another sword resonated, the entire golden scales pool was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Simultaneously, behind the third prince, thousands of flying swords, forged from the convergence of earthly light and shadow, materialized. From a distance, the flying swords appeared as a resplendent sun suspended behind the third prince. Blindingly radiant, it was evident that the third prince intended to conclude this contest. As the terrifying power emanating from the flying swords enveloped the arena, the onlookers fell into a hushed silence. Only from the direction of the Youyun martial arts school did a voice cry out. Disregarding the prohibitions of the golden scales pool, senior brother, concede. Concede. Yet Xu Taiping remained oblivious, rising from the ground, his hands gripping the hilt of his blade. His resolute gaze fixed upon the sun above. His eyes seemed to convey a defiance that declared, even if you were to drop a sun upon me, I would cleave it in two. Faced with such a gaze, the third prince furrowed his brow and raised his hand to press downwards. Boom! With a piercing sound of air being sliced through, blinding rays cascaded downward, crashing towards Xu Taiping below. Each beam of light was akin to a sword. Bang! Even with Xu Taiping's reckless attempt to counter with his blade, he could not withstand this strike. Not only was his water-slicing blade sent flying, but his body was also pierced by the light-like flying swords. His physique was now riddled with wounds. It was indeed time for Xu Taiping to concede. Witnessing this, even Mu Yun, once his rival, felt a twinge of compassion. Yet Xu Taiping merely rose again, showing no sign of surrender. You were given a chance, yet you refuse. Thus, prepare to descend into the underworld. The third prince's expression grew colder at Xu Taiping's obstinacy. He had paid a considerable price to unleash this sword strike. If the contest continued without resolution, even victory might result in dire consequences. With determination, the third prince no longer hesitated, raising his hand with force to press down once more. Boom! Amidst the thunderous sound, the gathered light and shadow behind him surged towards the golden scales platform, akin to the sun breaking through dark clouds, illuminating the entire arena. Equally illuminated was Xu Taiping. To the astonishment of the crowd, Xu Taiping suddenly withdrew his fist stance. Aligning his fingers into a sword-like posture, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve directed at the descending rays of light. As the spectators marveled at Xu Taiping's seemingly foolish act, a faint yet resolute voice echoed throughout the golden scales platform. I possess a sword, sheathed within its scabbard. I possess a sword, concealed within my heart. I possess a sword that can prevail when fists shatter, blades break, spines fracture, and spirits crumble to nothing. Let it be my fists and feet, slaying my foes, erecting my spine, forging my spirit. I possess a sword that can split mountains and part seas, vanquish demons and quell monsters, and stand invincible across the world. As the final word resonated, a sound akin to the cracking of stone and the splitting of mountains erupted. Simultaneously, a magnificent golden sword aura surged from Xu Taiping, soaring skyward and colliding fiercely with the celestial sword shadow above. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening clash. The crowd stood in astonishment as Xu Taiping's sword aura held firm against the torrential, celestial sword shadow. A sword? He wields a sword? Is he a sword cultivator? On the observation platform of the golden scales pool, exclamations erupted unexpectedly. Little did they know that Xu Taiping, who had just refused to concede defeat, was not oblivious to the peril he faced. Rather, he was aware that he possessed a sword bestowed upon him by Master Jiu. This sword represented his unwavering spirit, fearless, unyielding, and resolute in the face of adversity. Chapter 321. Seizing the crown, the sword Master Jiu seeks for a long time. Xu Taiping grappled with two perplexing questions regarding the concealed sword technique. What purpose does the concealed sword serve? How does one draw the sword? If a sword cannot defend, cannot vanquish foes, nor command respect, what value does it hold? And if one completely forgets the existence of the sword, how might one ever draw it? In this moment, as he reflected upon Master Jiu's words, Xu Taiping finally grasped the profound truth. The sword gifted to him was not intended for slaying enemies or displaying might. It was meant to safeguard his dignity and uphold his moral compass. With this sword in hand, even in the face of the awakening of the abyssal demon, which could shatter mountains and rivers, silence the divine, and collapse the heavens, he would dare to stand tall, refusing to kneel. With this sword, when confronted with injustice, witnessing the humiliation of loved ones, facing the disintegration of his homeland, and observing the multitude of souls drowning in suffering, he would rise in defiance, ready to confront his enemies, don armor for battle, and lead the countless souls out of despair. As for the question of how one might draw the sword after having forgotten it entirely, it would not be with a pair of shattered fists, a body riddled with wounds, or a heart drained of resolve. Ultimately, the most crucial element would be having a reason to fight, even in the face of death. Thank you, Master Jiu. Thank you, my teacher. This is the sword I have long desired. Xu Taiping's lips twitched slightly as he murmured to himself, then turned his gaze back to the vaulted ceiling of the golden scales pool, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. It is thanks to this sword that I can contend for my esteemed seniors, the Linglong sister and Qingxiao brother, for my path, and for you, master. Having uttered these words, he turned once more to gaze upward at the third prince, Youyun, shrouded in the ethereal light of the heavenly sword. At the same time, he raised his hand, trembling with determination, higher still. Clang! With a sharp, resounding note, Xu Taiping's sword aura surged, amplifying several-fold, soaring skyward with a magnificent force. Boom! In a tremendous clash, the sword momentum that had been on the verge of being suppressed by the celestial shadow sword suddenly surged, pushing back the overwhelming heavenly sword light. From a distance, Xu Taiping's sword energy resembled a golden pillar, valiantly supporting the collapsing heavens and earth. The sword within his heart had been drawn. It was time to unsheath the sword from its scabbard. Xu Taiping's parched lips moved again, and he gently patted the iron gourd at his waist with his other hand. Summoning the strength he had so painstakingly gathered, he proclaimed with unwavering clarity, "Rusty Lion." Clang! As his words fell, the iron gourd at his waist trembled violently, unleashing a roar reminiscent of a lion's, reverberating with explosive resonance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from Xu Taiping, spreading across the golden scales platform, as if an ancient, slumbering beast had suddenly awakened. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding sound of something piercing through the air accompanied by a resonating clang echoed sharply, as a beam of sword light shot forth from the iron gourd at Xu Taiping's waist, finally settling before him. This sword light was none other than the flying sword, Rusty Lion, gifted to Xu Taiping by his esteemed master, Jiu. However, at this moment, the Rusty Lion remained tarnished and appeared as nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. My old friend, shall we write that article you cherish so dearly today? Xu Taiping extended his hand to grasp the corroded Rusty Lion. In response, the sword emitted a joyful tremor, seemingly delighted by Xu Taiping's proposition. At the instant Xu Taiping held the Rusty Lion, the rust began to visibly flake away at an astonishing rate, revealing a pristine sword body and the magnificent aura concealed within. With a thunderous roar, this overwhelming energy surged skyward. Xu Taiping's inner sword merged with the one in the sheath. At that moment, he resembled a sword standing upright upon the golden scales platform. Its blade pointed directly at the celestial sword shadows above. With a resounding clash, the sword energy collided, and the once cascading celestial sword shadows, akin to sunlight pouring down, parted as if confronted by a towering mountain, forced to divide in two. Witnessing this scene, the audience at the golden scales pool erupted in exclamations of astonishment. My dear brother Taiping, how modest you are! To think you had such a magnificent sword concealed since the Tianhai Pass. Even Zhang Tianzi's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, shedding his previous languor. Ba, you did not draw this sword at Pilu Temple, did you, Taiping? The abbot of Pilu Temple expressed his astonishment. Not just him, but even the seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng, and the others were equally bewildered, questioning why Xu Taiping had refrained from drawing the sword until now. Among the crowd, only the young disciple, Lu Ruchuang, displayed not confusion but exhilaration. Indeed, this is my senior brother's sword, the very sword he has been seeking, Lu Ruchuang murmured. Lost in thought, she still vividly recalled the moments when senior brother Jian spoke of this sword technique. Little junior sister, the sword my brother seeks is one that empowers a cultivator to stand tall against malefactors, defy demons, challenge gods and Buddhas, contest injustice, and confront the heavenly way. Reflecting on senior brother Jian's words and gazing at Xu Taiping, who stood resolute with the sword aimed at the heavens, Lu Ruchuang was suddenly overwhelmed with tears of emotion, recognizing the rusty lion and understanding Xu Taiping's swordsmanship. She comprehended the profound conviction with which he wielded the sword at this moment. Taiping, let your sword sing, that the cultivators of the 5 realms may witness it. Even constrained by the heavenly principles, we, the true martial heaven and the Qingxian sect, still possess the sharpest sword in all realms. Lu Ruchuang abruptly stood, her composure slipping. At that very moment, as Xu Taiping lightly flicked his wrist while gripping the sword, a resonant sound imbued with righteousness echoed throughout the golden scales pool, reminiscent of an ancient celestial being's chant. Suddenly, a line of ancient characters manifested in the air above the golden scale platform. Trembling with the tip of Xu Taiping's sword, the drums falter, strength wanes, arrows spent, the bowstring snaps, blades clash, the treasured sword shatters, the 2 armies converge. Life and death are decided. Chapter 322, Seizing the Crown. This sword is named Unarmed. This was precisely the excerpt from the elegy of the ancient battlefield that Jiu had imparted to Xu Taiping. As these words materialized, a magnificent aura of swordsmanship, imbued with a sense of desolation and slaughter, abruptly rose from the golden scale platform. Boom! As the sword aura ascended, the lines of characters transformed from sword energy surged forth like a barrage of nails, firmly embedding themselves upon the celestial sword shadows controlled by the 3rd prince. The might of the celestial sword shadows diminished slightly in response. How could your humble and nameless sword technique from the Azure Mystic contend with my source law, celestial shadow sword? The 3rd prince, resolved to face certain death in this battle, raised both hands and grasped towards the heavens, recklessly channeling the celestial shadow sword with all his might. Heedless of the severe backlash that would ensue, instantly, the light upon the golden scale platform dimmed, casting the onlookers into a semblance of night. In stark contrast, the beams of sunlight raining down from above became increasingly blinding. Boom! As the 3rd prince forcefully directed the sword downward, the celestial sword shadows, which had nearly enveloped the golden scale platform, suddenly pressed down, causing Xu Taiping's sword energy to shatter continuously. It was not until the celestial sword shadows were merely 100 paces away from Xu Taiping that they stabilized once more. Even the embedded characters within the celestial shadows began to show signs of cracking. This scene left the spectators from the Youyun Martial Arts Hall in a state of shock. Yet, Xu Taiping on the golden scale platform appeared utterly oblivious. With one hand grasping his sword, and the other unfastening a flask of dragon gall liquor from his waist, he took a deep swig of the undiluted spirit. Gulp, gulp, gulp. With a hint of intoxication glimmering in his eyes, Xu Taiping lifted his sword again, inscribing as he recited with a slightly hoarse voice, "Descend, O barbarians, battle. O violent bones and gravel. Silence reigns, the mountains are still, the night stretches long, the wind whispers gently. Souls entwined, the heavens grow dim, spirits gather, clouds obscure. Sunlight chills, the grass is short, moonlight is bitter, frost is white." Almost as soon as his verses echoed, the golden characters forged from sword energy, accompanied by the sound of ringing swords, soared through the air. Concurrently, the ancient battlefield's aura of desolation and slaughter became ever more palpable. The onlookers felt as if they were truly transported to that blood-soaked, desolate battlefield of antiquity. Boom! After 2 successive lines of golden characters surged forth, the sword aura of the celestial shadows controlled by the 3rd prince was once again met with resistance, halting its descent. However, from the incessant rumbling of collisions and the fissures appearing within the golden characters, it was evident that Xu Taiping still did not hold the upper hand. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At that moment, Xu Taiping suddenly downed the remainder of the dragon gall liquor in one swift motion. Then he forcefully wiped his mouth, steadying his stumbling steps, and raised the rusted lion sword, from which much of the rust had already flaked away. With the sword as his quill, he fervently inscribed his thoughts, his voice resonating with sorrow and indignation as he recited aloud, "Oh, the vast and suffering populace, who among us is without parents to nurture and support, fearing their longevity? Who among us lacks siblings, like limbs, indispensable? Who among us is without a spouse, like guests, like friends? What gratitude is owed to life, and what blame to death? In existence or in absence, our families remain unaware. Some may speak, with belief wavering between doubt. In the depths of the heart, Visions manifest even in dreams. Offering libations. We weep for the distant horizon. Heaven and earth share our sorrow. The flora and fauna mourn in despair. Without offerings, the spirits wander aimlessly. Surely, there will be years of calamity, allowing chaos to reign. Alas, is it fate or time? Thus it has been since ancient times. With a single breath, Xu Taiping nearly completed this composition, leaving only the final line unwritten. Strangely, the golden characters that filled the sky did not ascend towards the luminous sword shadow above. They merely hovered in silence, akin to eager listeners enthralled by a storyteller, waiting with bated breath for the climax. For a moment, the world fell into a profound stillness. However, a master like Zhang Tianzi sensed the latent breath of destruction lurking within this silence. With a rumble, Xu Taiping on the golden scale platform seemed to immerse himself in the essence of the verses, standing still with his head bowed. After a long while, he finally lifted his gaze, raising the sword, his eyes filled with a sense of desolation as he looked upon the golden characters above. Then his lips moved, inscribing the final line of the poem, "What can be done? Guarding against the barbarians." Just as the last 8 words were penned, the myriad golden characters scattered across the air suddenly resonated with the sound of sword cries, soaring like a colossal dragon into the sky, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden sword. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping soared forth with the rusted lion, merging with the sword shadow. In that instant, the chilling and desolate aura of the sword transformed into an illusion of an ancient battlefield, where the clamor of weapons, the anguished cries of armor, shouts, and wails echoed throughout the golden scale pool. This was a sword imbued with despair and grandeur, named Disarm. With all his strength, Xu Taiping wielded this sword, and upon uttering its name, he thrust it alongside the colossal golden sword shadow into the radiant sword light above. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous quake, even the third prince, expending all his might, could not withstand Xu Taiping's strike. After the sword's passage, the world was illuminated. Xu Taiping, nearly drained of his vitality and true essence, was cradled by the rusted lion, quietly floating in the air. He had not yet been declared unable to fall. With great effort, he opened his eyes. The contest had yet to declare a victor. He could not succumb to unconsciousness just yet. At that moment, a massive golden finger extended from the heavens above, gently resting upon Xu Taiping's forehead. Then, a voice of immense authority resonated from the firmament above the golden scale pool. "This sword shall be rewarded." Chapter 323, Seizing Victory. The blessing of the Emperor of Youyun time rewinds for a moment. Master Lu gazes upon the enormous golden sword shadow that soars from the golden scale platform. Feeling the somber and menacing aura reminiscent of an ancient battlefield emanating from the sword's might, he watches as the celestial sword shadow, forged from the third prince's heavenly shadow sword technique, is torn asunder by a single stroke. In Zhang Tianzi's eyes, a rare flicker of reverence appears as he turns earnestly to Lu Ruxiang beside him, inquiring, "Whose sword technique is this, crafted by your esteemed Qingxin sect?" Upon witnessing Xu Taiping's sword shatter the celestial sword shadow, Lu Ruxiang breathes a sigh of relief. Hearing that her senior brother's sword has gained the recognition of the foremost martial deity of Youyun, a proud smile of honor immediately graces her face as she responds, "It is my senior brother, El Daoxian." Upon hearing this name, Zhang Tianzi's expression shifts, and he questions with a hint of confusion, "Is he not the one from Zhenwu Heaven, the legendary Sword 9, who single-handedly vanquished the 9 Nether Demon sect?" Zhang Tianzi is not well versed in the details of Zhenwu Heaven, yet he has certainly heard of the renowned Sword 9, whose name resonates among those who frequently contend with evil beings. Indeed, Lu Ruxiang affirms with a firm nod, "My apologies." Zhang Tianzi bows respectfully to Lu Ruxiang. Perhaps due to a shared sense of empathy, every inhabitant of Shiliang who has heard of Sword 9 holds him in the highest regard. Boom. At this moment, the third prince's celestial sword shadow shatters completely. He himself is pierced by the sword energy, erupting in a cloud of blood mist, his aura rapidly dissipating. To endure such a strike and remain unscathed is impossible. He is bound to suffer grievous injuries. The celestial sword shadow of the heavenly shadow sword has been destroyed. In the audience of Guangling Pavilion, although Mu Yuqian had sensed the exceptional nature of Xu Taiping's strike, witnessing the legendary heavenly shadow sword, often ranked among the foremost in the source law sword techniques, succumb to an unnamed sword technique still feels surreal. Yes, it has been shattered. Mu Yun beside her nods, dazed. The impact of Xu Taiping's recent strike on him far surpasses that on Mu Yuchen. 4. Given Mu Yuchen's cultivation and experience, she cannot fathom the monumental challenge of a terrestrial sword overcoming a celestial one. While he remains unaware of the origins of Xu Taiping's sword technique, he is certain that it is undeniably a terrestrial sword. The term terrestrial sword refers to techniques not derived from source law transmissions, but rather forged by human cultivators themselves. What kind of extraordinary figure could have conceived such a sword technique? Mu Yun muses inwardly. At this moment, the question he ponders is also a shared confusion in the hearts of the other cultivators present. Each one longs to discern the lineage of Xu Taiping's sword technique. Second senior brother, was not this sword strike the very technique that repelled the sword energy at the summit of Yufeng? Zhao Linglong, upon witnessing Xu Taiping reverse his dire circumstances and obliterate the accursed celestial sword shadow, eagerly queries Du Gu Qingxiao beside her. In the beginning, when Xu Taiping first unsheathed his sword, it was at Yuhu Peak, leaving a profound impression on the onlookers. Indeed, the equally exhilarated Du Gu Qingxiao nodded vigorously, then exhaled a long breath. The situation Xu Taiping faced moments ago was exceedingly perilous, rendering him too apprehensive to even draw a breath. Upon his return, Taiping truly ought to express his gratitude to the venerable Sanson. At that moment, within the ethereal image on the Jining platform at Wulao Pool, the heavily injured third prince, Chu Yi, had collapsed heavily upon the platform. This revelation allowed Zhao Linglong to finally relax. Indeed, Du Gu Qingxiao smiled and nodded, simultaneously sighing inwardly, pondering whether Taiping would have the opportunity to express his thanks to the esteemed elder in person upon his return. Unlike Zhao Linglong, Du Gu Qingxiao was aware of Sanson's true identity. Taiping has fallen. At the sight of Xu Taiping's figure plummeting from the air within the ethereal image, Zhao Linglong immediately grew tense. The match had yet to be declared, and should Xu Taiping also succumb to injuries, the outcome would be determined by the Jining ranking, leaving the final result shrouded in uncertainty. Clang. Fortunately, at that moment, the rusty lion, with a joyous sound of swordplay, soared through the air and caught Xu Taiping securely beneath it. Well done, rusty lion. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Linglong immediately raised her hands, leaping and cheering with exuberance. The other disciples of Qing Xian, upon seeing this, joined in unison to cheer. At this juncture, regardless of any past grievances with Xu Taiping, all disciples of Qing Xian hoped fervently for his victory. Boom. Amidst the cheers, the crowd was suddenly startled by a deep rumbling sound emanating from the ethereal image on the Jining platform. Subsequently, they were astounded to see a colossal golden finger pierce through the clouds above the Jining pool, gently resting upon Xu Taiping's head. Then, a voice of immense authority resonated. This sword shall be rewarded. Upon hearing these words, everyone, including Zhao Linglong, was momentarily taken aback. Du Gu Qingxiao, possessing greater insight into the Jining ranking, after a moment of astonishment, revealed a look of ecstatic joy, exclaiming, "This is the divine will left by the Emperor Youyun within the Jining pool." Hearing this, the disciples from the Seven Peaks turned their gazes toward Du Gu Qingxiao. "Senior brother, what is the divine will of the Emperor Youyun doing here at this moment?" Zhao Linglong inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Did you not hear what he just said? To reward. He intends to bestow a reward upon Taiping." Du Gu Qingxiao exclaimed excitedly. "A reward?" Zhao Linglong still appeared bewildered. "It is said that there exists an unwritten rule within the Jining gathering. Once the Jining gathering commences, should any disciple's performance rank among the top 100 since the inception of the Jining ranking, the divine will left by the Emperor Youyun will emerge to bless that disciple." On the viewing platform of the 9 mansions, upon witnessing the appearance of the golden finger, the mansion lord Lu Chuxian immediately expressed his exhilaration, explaining to the assembled crowd. Thus, the emergence of this divine thought is tantamount to the acknowledgement of Xu Taiping's status as the leader by the golden scale list. Lu Chuxian continued. And at that moment, a commanding voice reverberated once more. "I grant you an untainted heart. I bestow upon you complete understanding of the mysterious, and I heal your wounds." Subsequently, the onlookers were left in awe as 3 beams of light struck Xu Taiping. In an instant, the once critically injured Xu Taiping was rejuvenated, his vitality restored, and his true essence brimming. The surge of energy was so potent that it triggered explosive sounds within the golden scale pool. "Is this the blessing of the Emperor of the Cloud?" muttered Mu Yuchen, astonished. "Indeed," replied Mu Yun, his expression filled with reverence. Chapter 324. The Seizing of the Leadership. An abrupt breakthrough. Although the current cloud heaven is presided over by the Emperor of the Cloud, who operates from behind the scenes, this emperor is not to be compared with the former one. More so, it is merely a title. Isn't this rather tyrannical? Mu Yuchen pondered, at a loss for words. She had witnessed Xu Taiping's injuries clearly. Even with elixirs, recovery would require at least 10 to 15 days. After all, he is the Emperor of the Cloud. He single-handedly established Cloud Heaven. Mu Yun sighed wryly. "Brother, it seems that the Upper Clear Realm is truly on the verge of change." Ji Yi suddenly expressed his sentiments. "Indeed, once the results of the competition are announced, the martial fortune of the Emperor of the Cloud will undoubtedly bless the true martial heaven. Who knows how many transcendents, or even stronger cultivators, may emerge there?" Mu Yun nodded gravely. He then patted Mu Yuchen on the shoulder, instructing, "When you return, inform those under your command who intend to seize the opportunity presented by the loosening of the true martial barrier to proceed with caution." "Understood, brother," Mu Yuchen affirmed, nodding repeatedly. After observing today's contest, she would have taken such precautions even without Mu Yun's reminder. Now, we shall witness the first golden scale leader from the true martial heaven in nearly 3 millennia. Mu Yun crossed his arms, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Xu Taiping, who had once again returned to the golden scale platform. Having witnessed this contest, he was wholly convinced of Xu Taiping's capability to claim the title. In truth, not just him, but any discerning cultivator present had no objections to Xu Taiping's ascension. Even Zhao Wang, the father of the third prince, acknowledged this. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Qianghua Immortal, Zhu Lao, I hope you can do your utmost to ensure the safety of my third son. As for the rest, it will depend on his fate. Zhao Wang sighed and rose from his seat. At that moment, Qianghua Immortal and Zhu Huai also stood. "Your Majesty, rest assured, with the legacy of the Heavenly Shadow Sword, I will surely protect him," promised Qianghua Immortal. Meanwhile, Zhu Huai, in contemplation, suggested, "If he cannot cultivate, let him join my army." "Thank you both," Zhao Wang replied with a smile, nodding in appreciation. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry erupted from the golden scale platform, drawing the attention of the crowd. The third prince, Chui Nan, seemed to have risen from the ground at an unknown moment. At this time, his hair was disheveled, his eyes vacant, and he bore the appearance of a soul in disarray. His flying sword swirled around him erratically, akin to a wild stallion that had broken free from its reins. "I have not been defeated." Upon regaining his footing, the third prince suddenly pointed his sword at Xu Taiping, then shouted fiercely. No sooner had his voice faded than there was a sharp sound as the flying sword shot forth, aimed directly at Xu Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping, whose vital energy and mental state were at a peak condition, sensed the sword's presence and did not hesitate to slice downwards with his blade. There was a resounding impact as the third prince's flying sword was cleaved in two by Xu Taiping's strike. The sword, already cracked and wielded by a master whose mind was clouded, was easily severed. The third prince himself was caught in the backlash of the sword's aura and was sent flying with a thud. Lying on the ground, the third prince made several attempts to rise, but each time he faltered and fell again. "Chuinan, you may concede," came the voice of Qiu Shunyuan, the lord of Youyun Prefecture, as he descended onto the Golden Scales platform, determined to bring this farce to an end. "I will not concede." Even in his weakened state, Chuinan summoned his strength to retort loudly. "Unless you kill me, I shall not yield." His murky eyes fixed unwaveringly on Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Qiu Shunyuan frowned, yet he recognized Xu Taiping's authority in this matter and refrained from intervening. Xu Taiping then approached Chuinan, his expression impassive as he raised his blade. "Daoist Taiping." Just as Xu Taiping was poised to deliver the fatal blow, a deep voice resonated from the opposite spectator stand. Looking up, Xu Taiping realized it was none other than the ruler of the Great Chu, King Chu Zhaowang. After calling out, he endured the forceful backlash of the Golden Scales Pool's prohibitions, just as others who had disrupted the rules had done. However, King Zhaowang did not flinch. Bearing the brunt alone, Xu Taiping merely cast a cold glance at the king before resuming his intent to strike down the deranged third prince. In his view, the king's words would likely consist of threats and temptations. Yet, as he raised his blade once more, King Zhaowang's voice echoed again, "Daoist Taiping." Xu Taiping wishes to seek retribution for this unfilial son. The proclamation sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Xu Taiping lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Xu Taiping bowing respectfully despite his royal demeanor, furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Taiping suddenly kicked the third prince, sending him crashing off the golden scales platform with a resounding thud. "Thank you." King Xu Taiping's voice rang out once more. Xu Taiping, however, chose not to glance back at the king, but instead turned his attention to Lord Qiu Shunyuan. Upon witnessing the scene, Qiu Shunyuan smiled faintly and nodded slightly, then turned to face the grandstand of the golden scales pool, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "This time, the champion of the golden scales conference is Xu Taiping of the Zhenwu Qingxin sect." As his words fell, a colossal golden scales list suddenly descended from the heavens above the golden scales pool, covered densely with names. At the very top, prominently displayed, was the name Zhenwu Tian, Qingxin sect, Xu Taiping. In the grandstand of the five elders pool, amidst the instant the golden scales list descended, a thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating throughout the area. Many disciples from the Seven Peaks were overwhelmed with joy, some even moved to tears. However, at that moment, a violent explosion of energy suddenly resonated from the shadowy golden scales platform, abruptly silencing the jubilant crowd. Everyone speculated that yet another mishap had occurred, until someone exclaimed, "Taiping is about to break through." The elder guests from the 9 houses focused intently, and indeed, they observed Xu Taiping on the golden scales platform, enveloped by swirling multicolored vortices, with the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him steadily rising. While breaking through at such a moment might typically be a positive development, the observing elders were already aware of a crucial fact. Xu Taiping possessed a transparent Tao heart. During the breakthrough to the divine refinement realm, such a heart would inevitably attract extraterrestrial demons, and Taiping must not attempt this without proper preparation. On the grandstand occupied by the Seven Peaks disciples, Dugu Qingxiao stood up, his expression tense. Extraterrestrial demons were legendary beings that could easily spell doom for even those at the transformation realm. Chapter 325, Breaking Through the Divine Refinement. We stand as guardians for Taiping in the current circumstances. Xu Taiping was taken aback. Just moments ago, after Qiu Fuzhu announced the competition results, he suddenly felt as if some binding shackles had been released. Subsequently, the true essence within him surged back towards his Danxin. Simultaneously, the heart method of his cloud riding technique began to operate autonomously, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Although caught off guard, Xu Taiping understood clearly that such occurrences only transpired under one condition: breaking through. Only during a breakthrough could heart methods like the cloud riding technique absorb such copious amounts of spiritual energy without prior refinement. The absorbed spiritual energy would not merge into the Danxin, but would instead transform within the cultivator's body into Dan fire, used to temper the Danxin, ultimately completing the crucial step in refining the Dan embryo for the breakthrough to the divine refinement realm. But was it not necessary to first seclude oneself for a month, allowing the mind to become clear and free of distractions? As Xu Taiping attempted to control the cloud riding technique to halt the breakthrough, confusion clouded his mind. Wait a moment. The earlier blessings from the Emperor of the Mists, a pure Tao heart, complete enlightenment, and healed injuries. Was this not preparing me for a breakthrough to the divine refinement realm? Could it be that the Emperor of the Mists intended for me to break through to the divine refinement realm immediately? In an instant, a realization dawned upon Xu Taiping. Initially, he had not considered the possibility of a breakthrough. Thus, he had not paid much heed to the first 2 phrases of the Emperor's blessings, merely feeling grateful for the healing of his injuries. Yet, upon careful reflection, it seemed that these blessings held a deeper significance. However, if I were to break through here, I would undoubtedly attract the attention of the extraterritorial demons. The last time, the demon from the transcendence realm was already exceedingly powerful. Without prior preparation, even Sister Lingyue might not be able to withstand it. During my last breakthrough in the wilderness, merely striving for the transcendence had already summoned such formidable demons. Had it not been for that enigmatic deity's assistance, I would have perished at the hands of those extraterritorial fiends. At this moment, I felt a sudden heat in my left eye. No, not here, at least not in this place. If I were to unleash my powers here, I fear I may never escape this golden scales pool. As a profound sense of hunger surged within me, I realized it was the lotus eye yearning to act. Although I remain uncertain as to why the Lotus Eye craves demonic entities, one thing is certain. I must prevent it from making a move in the Golden Scales pool. Firstly, the Lotus Eye's abilities are exceedingly mysterious. Secondly, it carries both the aura of the enigmatic deity and that of demonic beings. If the numerous great cultivators present were to discover this, I would have no way to explain myself. Taiping. Just as I hesitated to take a risk and communicate with Sister Lingwei, a familiar voice resonated from the opposite viewing platform. General Zhang Tianze? I was well aware that he had come to observe the battle, yet I did not comprehend why he was calling for me at this moment. Break through. Do not hesitate. Zhang Tianze bellowed at me from the stands. Following that, he leaped forward, producing a sound akin to the roar of tigers and dragons as he soared towards the Golden Scales platform. I, Zhang Tianze, am here to safeguard you. With his back turned to me, Zhang Tianze spoke with conviction, striking the long spear he wielded forcefully against the Golden Scales platform. The impact resonated, sending a tremor through the crowd. General, I might attract the extraterritorial demons. Amat Ba? Abbot Guangza of the Prajna Temple is here to protect Master Taiping. Just as I began to explain my predicament to Zhang Tianze, the radiant light of Buddhism surged from the opposite stands, accompanied by the voice of Abbot Guangza. He too descended upon the Golden Scales platform, mirroring General Zhang Tianze's actions. Following Abbot Guangza's proclamation, the lights of Buddhism shone brightly as the abbots of 4 other temples stepped forward. Abbot Huiming of the Pu Temple is here to protect Master Taiping. Abbot Hongxi of the Fanning Temple is here to protect Master Taiping. Abbot Jiqing of the Siji Temple is here to protect Master Taiping. Abbot Qingda of the Beima Temple is here to protect Master Taiping. Upon their arrival at the Golden Scales platform, they did not engage in pleasantries with me. Instead, standing alongside General Zhang Tianze at the periphery, palms together, their backs turned towards me. Taiping, break through, spoke the monk Xianji from Youyun Temple, who had also descended onto the Golden Scales platform alongside Abbot Faxian. Amat Ba, Master Taiping, please proceed with your breakthrough without concern. Even if this old monk and his disciple were to perish, we shall safeguard this domain for you. Abbot Faxian of Youyun Temple, with hands clasped and a benevolent smile, reassured me. Like the other abbots from the various temples of Yun country, after speaking, both he and Xian Ji turned their backs to me, facing forward. Gazing at the abbot of Youyun Temple and the several esteemed monks from the 5 great Buddhist temples, and then at the formidable General Zhang Tianze standing resolutely before him. Xu Taiping could not help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. The spectators surrounding the platform erupted in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Many were filled with bewilderment, pondering what merit Xu Taiping possessed that could compel the valiant General Zhang Tianze to stand guard alongside these venerable masters. While it was somewhat understandable that these esteemed individuals would protect Xu Taiping, the subsequent arrival of 2 figures took everyone by surprise. From the South Chu, the martial deity Zhu Hui came forth to serve as guardian for Taoist Taiping. From the Lu Tai Mountain, the immortal Qianghua also arrived to stand as protector for Taoist Taiping. The sight of the martial deity Zhu Hui and the immortal Qianghua descending gracefully from the viewing platform, landing precisely on the southern side of the Golden Scales platform, left everyone, including Xu Taiping himself, in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, the elder martial deity Zhu Hui clasped his hands together in gratitude and addressed Xu Taiping. Thank you, Taoist Taiping, for sparing the life of the 3rd prince. Although Qianghua maintained her haughty demeanor, she too performed a respectful gesture towards Xu Taiping, stating, I, Qianghua, never owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled deeply, returning the gesture with utmost sincerity, and proclaimed loudly, Thank you, Elder Zhu. Thank you, immortal Qianghua. And my heartfelt thanks to all. With such esteemed protectors at his side, he felt no reason to retreat. Chapter 326. Breaking the Refinement of the Divine. The martial god kicking the demon of heaven, the alliance of Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts in safeguarding a single practitioner was indeed an unexpected sight. It had been many years since such a scene had graced the world. The master of the pavilion, Qiu Shunyuan, who had returned to the viewing platform, gazed at the duo of martial deities, 7 monks, and a sword cultivator uniting to protect Xu Taiping, and felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Was this not the very reason you chose to bestow your blessings upon him? He gazed longingly at the Golden Scales board that descended from the heavens above the Golden Scales pool. This contest today would likely be unprecedented and unrivaled in history. On the platform of Guangling Pavilion, Mu Yuqin looked down at Xu Taiping with eyes full of envy. Indeed, even our Guangling Pavilion could not summon such illustrious figures to serve as guardians for a disciple. Mu Yun sighed in reflection. By the way, senior brother, I have yet to encounter an extraterrestrial demon. Today shall be an enlightening experience. Beside him, Ji stared down at the Golden Scales platform with curiosity. You may be disappointed, Mu Yun chuckled. Why is that? Although the breakthrough to the clear Tao heart during the refinement phase attracts the attention of extraterrestrial demons, the first to emerge should not be overly powerful. While it may pose considerable difficulty for Xu Taiping himself, those esteemed figures on the stage could likely deal with it effortlessly. Mu Yun held an optimistic view regarding this. This is the martial fortune earned by Taiping. On the platform of Wulao Pond, where the elders of the 9 houses gathered, the pavilion master Lu Chuxian felt a surge of excitement. The other elders nodded in silent agreement. Only the sword Saint Amon displayed a piercing gaze, seemingly struck by some profound realization, as the previously restrained aura around him began to emanate outward. Amon, what troubles you? Pavilion master Lu Chuxian, sensing the shift in Amon's energy, grew somewhat anxious. Pavilion master. At this moment, Qian Yi gestured for Lu Chuxian to be silent. He then conveyed to Lu Chuxian, junior brother must have gained some insights from observing the battle and is ready to break through. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxian's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an expression of unrestrained joy. Fortunately, the junior brother is well liked. Otherwise, we would likely be facing significant trouble today. Zhao Linglong let out a long sigh, lightly patting her chest. The contest today truly stirred her emotions, as she initially thought that after Taiping's triumph, they would celebrate joyfully, only to be met with the unexpected scene that had just unfolded. It is not merely a matter of being well liked. This is an opportunity that others would go to great lengths to obtain. Donggu Qingxiu shook his head, filled with a sense of lamentation. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Linglong and her fellow disciples were all filled with delight. However, the cautious Donggu Qingxiu remained fixated on the phantom ahead, murmuring, "We cannot let our guard down." The legendary existence of the outer celestial demons could lead to any conceivable outcome should they appear. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of tension wash over them, their gazes fixed intently on the Golden Scales platform below. Boom. Not long after, Xu Taiping, who had resolved to break through, consumed the breakthrough elixir he had long prepared, and the fluctuations of his aura surged dramatically. From a high vantage point, it appeared as if flames were engulfing him. The process of breaking through to the divine refinement and golden core stage is remarkably akin to alchemy in a pill chamber. However, while the pill chamber concocts external elixirs, cultivators serve as their own cauldron, refining internal elixirs using their essence and vitality. As Donggu Qingxiu maintained his unwavering gaze on the phantom before him, he took the opportunity to explain this to his fellow disciples. Boom. Perhaps due to Xu Taiping receiving blessings from the Emperor of the Mists prior to his breakthrough, the process unfolded exceptionally smoothly. The alchemical flames transformed from gold to emerald green, and within a short span of time, the inner elixir was poised to take form. Observing the flames surrounding Xu Taiping on the Golden Scales platform, gradually shifting to a shade of green, Donggu Qingxiu exhaled a long breath. But at that moment, a hissing sound was heard, and the phantom of the Golden Scales platform suddenly became indistinct. They have come. The outer celestial demons have arrived. Even Donggu Qingxiu could not help but lose his composure upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong and senior sister Jiang Ji felt their hearts leap into their throats. Suddenly, a tinkling laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated from within the phantom of the Golden Scales platform. Immediately following this, the astonished onlookers beheld a towering figure, a woman with a lithe form, her face half skeletal and half decayed, descending gracefully from a fissure in the dome above the Golden Scales platform. This shouldn't be. Although Taiping possesses a clear Tao heart, it is impossible for the outer celestial demon he encounters for the first time to have an intact body. Donggu Qingxiu exclaimed in astonishment, standing up. Could this be the Red Skull demon among the outer celestial demons? How could Xu Taiping possibly attract such a complete demonic form on his very first encounter? On the viewing platform of the Golden Scales pool, Mu Yun's complexion turned ashen. Coming from a prestigious family, he was unlike ordinary cultivators and had delved into the matters of outer celestial demons from an early age. The crimson skeletal demon, frequently encountered in ancient texts, bore a name that echoed through the annals of lore. Its infamous reputation stemmed from the multitude of cultivators who had perished at its hands. Just as Mu Yun and his fellow cultivators were gripped by trepidation, Zhang Tianze atop the golden scale platform shouted for his companion Zhu Huai, brandishing his spear and declaring, "Dare you confront the demon of the heavens?" With that proclamation, he soared into the air, launching a fierce strike at the colossal crimson skeletal demon. "Why should we hesitate?" roared the venerable warrior Zhu Huai, elevating himself and thrusting his spear towards the celestial fiend as well. The duty of a martial god is to vanquish demons. Thus, despite facing the legendary crimson skeletal demon, neither warrior exhibited an ounce of fear. Chapter 327, Slaying the Celestial Demon, battling the crimson skeletal fiend with a resounding clash. The crimson skeletal demon adorned in resplendent robes merely assumed a defensive posture, effortlessly countering the combined onslaught of the two martial gods. The demon's fingers transitioned from a circular stance to a graceful display, unleashing petals of demonic energy that spread like arrows through the air. Even Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai were jolted back, sliding several paces in the air. "Let the blade of my Youyun heaven taste your essence." At that moment, the celestial figure Qianghua, wielding a colossal ice sword of several dozen lengths, cleaved towards the crimson skeletal demon. With a piercing sound that shattered the air, Qianghua's strike obliterated the swirling petals and pierced through the demon-esque form, causing an explosion from within. A shrill scream erupted from the injured crimson skeletal demon, reverberating even through the heavy barriers of the golden scale platform, stirring unease among many cultivators. Observing this, the governor Qiu Shanyuan commanded the white-clad attendants to escort the less experienced cultivators away from the stands. Although the extraterrestrial demons could only manifest within several hundred feet of those undergoing tribulations, caution was paramount. As the demon's shriek echoed, it swiftly mended its form, summoning two spectral avatars of celestial demonic power before Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai's spears could reach it. The dual phantoms intercepted the martial gods with a menacing stance. Although the specters were shattered within moments, the crimson skeletal demon began to dance gracefully, its bell-adorned feet ringing melodiously. "Brothers, we cannot allow this dance of the 16 celestial demons to continue," cried the abbot of Yunin Temple. A golden radiance erupted from his being, followed by a thunderous command, "Subdue the demons." Instantly, 9 seals of demon suppression materialized behind the assembly. "Brothers, lend your strength." The monks of Izumo had just completed their chant, and amidst the commanding voice resonating from the vast expanse of the Prajna Temple, they simultaneously unleashed their respective sacred instruments towards the crimson-skinned skeletal demon. A thunderous boom echoed. To the astonishment of all present, the dancing crimson-skinned skeletal demon, engaged in the 16 heavenly demon dance, suddenly extended 5 arms wielding various weapons from its back, intercepting the onslaught of the 5 monks' artifacts. Although these 5 arms shattered immediately, the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the artifacts were palpable to the audience in the stands. The ability to withstand their strike underscored the formidable nature of this crimson demon. This momentary lapse allowed the crimson skeletal demon, still performing the dance, to close the distance to Xu Taiping by several dozen feet. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding her intensified as she continued her dance. Boom! At this juncture, Zhang Tianze sheathed his spear and boldly advanced toward the crimson skeletal demon, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, the crimson skeletal demon was forced back several steps. Bang! Regaining her footing, the martial god Zhu Huai, having discarded his spear for fists, struck her with a heavy blow. From a distance, Mu Yuchen observed this spectacle with astonishment and inquired of his sibling Mu Yun, "Brother, did we not say that the closer one is to the demon, the more susceptible one becomes to its influence, potentially leading to madness?" At that moment, Mu Yun, his eyes brimming with excitement, vigorously shook his head and replied, "The martial gods of the Youyun realm are distinct from others. Their vitality can counteract the soul attacks of the demon. Furthermore, do not forget that Zhang Tianze is of mortal lineage, inherently unafraid of the demon's soul seduction." As the siblings conversed, 2 explosive sounds suddenly reverberated. They turned, wide-eyed in horror, witnessing the 2 martial gods relentlessly pursuing the demon with frenzied punches, their bodies swelling dramatically. their raging vitality transforming into waves of scorching heat that enveloped the entire Golden Scales pool. Although Mu Yuchen had previously witnessed many martial gods, including Xu Taiping, she now perceived that at this moment, the martial forms of Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai truly embodied the phrase, the mortal body, rivaling the divine. Boom, boom, boom. Once their martial forms were revealed, Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianze coordinated seamlessly. Their punches, as heavy as mountains, landed one after another upon the crimson demon, eliciting piercing shrieks as its form shattered repeatedly. Brother, I now understand why you sought to befriend Xu Taiping. Indeed, there is no more reliable companion than a martial warrior on the battlefield against the demons. As she beheld the unfolding battle, Mu Yuchen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Indeed, this is the reason why true power in the upper clear realm never looks down upon any martial warrior. It is known that within the tombs of the demon battlefield, a significant portion is buried beneath the remains of martial warriors. Mu Yun's voice also carried a hint of fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, I, alongside Elder Zhu, shall endeavor to manifest the corporeal form of this crimson-skinned skeleton demon. Prepare your decapitation techniques, for it is imperative that we vanquish it in a single strike. Otherwise, we may find ourselves entangled in a more arduous struggle. At that moment, Zhang Tianze forcefully repelled the advancing crimson skeleton demon with a resounding punch, turning back to address the assembled crowd. To slay the demon, one must first extinguish its corporeal manifestation. Chapter 328. Slaying the demon. Surely, you few are not so inept. To annihilate her corporeal form, it is necessary to strike her down at least 9 times, compelling her to reveal her true self. However, the opportunity to sever her corporeal form is singular. It arises the moment she first reveals herself. Should we miss this fleeting chance, as she gathers her strength, subsequent attempts will prove exceedingly difficult. For those who have previously traversed the battlefield of demons, this is nearly common knowledge. Ba, then I shall rely on General Zhang and Elder Zhu. The abbot of the Prajna Temple, Guangze, was the first to respond. Leave the final blow to me, the immortal Qianghua declared, and with those words, she mounted her flying sword and ascended, vanishing into the ethereal light above. Meanwhile, Monk Xuanji exchanged a glance with the abbot of Youyun Temple, then clasped his hands and said, Master, I shall assist General Zhang and Elder Zhu. Go forth. Lao Xian nodded with a smile. The red lotus karmic fire requires some time to gather. Master, is that truly necessary? Xuanji inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ba. Lao Xian smiled as he clasped his hands, then whispered, The ancient Buddha watches over us. Upon hearing this, Xuanji felt a wave of relief wash over him. And with renewed vigor, he swung his arms and declared, My diamond-like physique has yet to contend with the demon. Today is the perfect opportunity for a trial. With that exclamation, a thunderous sound erupted as Xuanji's body radiated a brilliant light, a formidable and dignified aura sweeping through the Golden Scales pond. Soon after, the monk's imposing figure, akin to a descending Vajra, soared skyward. General, Elder Zhu, I have come to aid you, Xuanji shouted, following up with a powerful iron fist that struck heavily against the back of the crimson skeleton demon, which had just begun to coalesce once more. With a single blow, the force of Xuanji's diamond fist nearly shattered the demon's form. Unlike the others present, who were more cautious, Xuanji unleashed his full strength without reservation. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Today's bout is exceedingly exhilarating, Zhu Huai cheered, subsequently revealing his own might as he unleashed a powerful punch at the crimson skeleton demon. With a singular strike, Zhu Huai's blow caused the demon's body to fragment into pieces. Elder Zhu's prowess remains undiminished. Zhang Tianze felt a surge of excitement at that moment. After a hearty laugh, he leapt into the air, swinging his muscular arm toward the newly restored crimson skeleton demon with a mighty punch. With a resounding crash, the demon's form disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Yet Zhang Tianze's momentum did not falter. His punch continued its trajectory, shattering several barriers of the Golden Scales pond before finally coming to rest. Coincidentally, seated in that very section of the stands were the siblings Mu Yuchen. Brother, this is terrifying. These warriors, when they go wild, behave like madmen. Mu Yuchen retreated repeatedly, while Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and promptly shattered a heavenly-grade golden body talisman, commanding, Step back a bit. Although he too felt fear, This extraordinary scene was a rare opportunity that he could not afford to miss. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch thrown by Zhang Tianze, Zhu Huai, and Xinji, the body of the crimson skeletal demon shattered repeatedly. Boom. As Zhu Huai delivered another punch that crushed its skull, the crimson skeletal demon had been killed 9 times in total. At that moment, after letting out a piercing scream, a towering figure, radiating terrifying demonic energy and standing over 20 to 30 zhang tall, appeared above the golden scale platform. Wretched creature, do not evade justice. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of this demonic form, a group of monks led by the abbot Guangzi of the Prajna temple invoked their magical artifacts. In an instant, the brilliance of the Buddhist treasures, accompanied by the resonant sound of mantras, struck the demonic form. Boom. Amidst the deafening sound, that gigantic form was shattered by the strike, losing a significant portion of its presence. Before it could begin to recover, a red lotus, emanating a heart-stirring fire element, materialized above the crimson skeletal demon's head. The red lotus of fiery retribution from Yunin Temple. Upon seeing the lotus, Mu Yun from the Guoling Pavilion gasped in astonishment. The crimson skeletal demon, upon sighting the red lotus, displayed a hint of terror in its gaze, enveloped itself in demonic energy, attempting to summon something to resist. However, its demonic form lacked sufficient power, and, before it could conjure its defense, it was struck by the red lotus. Boom. The scarlet flames erupted, engulfing the demonic form entirely. In that moment, the golden scale pool echoed with chilling cries of anguish. Clang! Before the red lotus fire could extinguish, the sound of a sword resonated from above. Everyone, please take cover within 100 zhang. The voice of the celestial being, Xianghua, rang out. Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianze, along with the others, swiftly retreated in unison. Boom! As the crowd dispersed, Xianghua descended with arms crossed, wielding a colossal sword radiating blinding brilliance, aimed directly at the crimson skeletal demon. Gazing at the enormous flying sword, the demon's eyes suddenly reflected confusion, as if questioning the necessity of such a display. Boom! With another resounding impact, the demon's form had no chance to struggle. Reduced to nothingness by Xionghua's strike, the surrounding cultivators were left speechless, awed by the relentless display of power. Only Qiushan Yuan, the master of the Youyun celestial mansion, twitched his lips in dismay, muttering helplessly, "Gentlemen, this is truly excessive. Constructing this golden scale platform cost me a considerable fortune." Chapter 329, Slaying the Demon. Reopening the true martial sword ranking. Boom. At this moment, Xu Taiping, seated at the center of the golden scale platform, suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy. Following this, vibrant celestial energy descended from the heavens above the golden scale pool, enveloping Xu Taiping entirely. The once silent golden scale pool erupted into exclamations of awe. Xu Taiping had successfully broken through to the realm of refining spirit. Mu Yun, perched in the Grandling Pavilion, gazed at the triumphant Xu Taiping with a profound sense of admiration. As a peer among the cultivators, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy witnessing the multitude of powerful beings willing to protect Xu Taiping. From this day forth, the name Xu Taiping would undoubtedly resonate throughout the 5 directions. Indeed, it seems we shall not be needed again, Huaitong remarked. I never imagined that little Taiping could attain this fortune through his own efforts. Meanwhile, a couple seated in the adjacent pavilion exchanged knowing smiles. The beautiful woman playfully kicked a nearby inebriated old Taoist, saying, "Old Huang, it's time to depart for the withered stone sea. Success! My junior brother has successfully broken through." The disciples of the 7 Peaks erupted in jubilant cheers. To achieve a breakthrough on the golden scale platform, accompanied by 2 martial gods, 7 eminent monks, and a sword immortal as guardians, this was an unparalleled honor. Even the usually composed Duga Qingxiao could not suppress his joy, repeatedly raising his fists in celebration. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy erupted from the direction of the 5 elders' pawn's sword platform. The astonished disciples turned their gazes toward the sword platform, where they beheld Lu Chuxian, the lord of the 9 prefectures, alongside the sword Saint Amon, standing at the center. "What are Lu Chuxian and Senior Amon planning?" Zhao Linglong asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned to Duga Qingxiao, aware of the unfolding events. Duga Qingxiao did not respond directly, but murmured with excitement, "You shall soon find out." As a radiant rune illuminated the sword platform, Lu Chuxian cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am Lu Chuxian, the lord of the 9 prefectures of Jinwu Heaven. Today, taking advantage of the Golden Scale Assembly, the 9 prefectures declare to the realms of the 5 directions, in 60 years' time, the Jinwu Emperor's sword ranking will be reopened, and we shall cordially invite sword cultivators from all corners to compete for the title of Jinwu Sword Sovereign. Those who claim the title shall gain the right to inherit the legacy of the Jinwu Emperor. They shall be empowered to open the heavenly gates, vanquish demonic gods, and traverse the void with a single sword strike. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar of astonished excitement. The Jinwu sword ranking is reopening. In the Golden Scale Pool, Youyun's reaction mirrored that of the other cultivators, initially marked by disbelief, soon giving way to exhilaration. Wonderful! Finally, we sword cultivators have a path forward. After 30,000 years, the Jinwu sword ranking is reopening, granting us the chance to open the heavenly gates. Compared to Youyun, the surrounding sword cultivators were filled with unrestrained joy. Brother, why are these sword cultivators so exuberant? Youyun inquired, somewhat perplexed. In the Shanxing realm, the Jinwu ranking was dormant, causing the advancement of sword cultivators to lag significantly behind that of other practitioners. Moreover, no sword cultivator had ascended to the higher realms by opening the heavenly gate with a single strike. They could only progress step by step like their counterparts. Youyun, filled with sentiment, elaborated to Youyun. On the Jinlin platform, the sword sovereign ranking had truly reopened, a moment of great delight. Gazing at the ethereal figures of Lu Chuxian and the sword Saint Amon above, Xu Taiping, who had just achieved a breakthrough and felt somewhat weakened, wore an expression of excitement. However, he was acutely aware that many formidable opponents would attend this Jinwu Sword Sovereign Assembly, and if he could not surpass the threshold of transformation, he feared he might not even qualify to contend for the Sword Sovereign title. With this thought, despite having just broken through, Xu Taiping's eagerness to elevate his prowess surged. Once I reach Fengming Mountain, procure the earth fruit, and acquire the treasures within, I will be able to exchange them for the Phoenix Marrow Stone at the 6th seat of the Linyuan Hall. Xu Taiping mused as he rose to his feet. However, before he could steady himself, darkness enveloped him, and he felt his soul uncontrollably ascend from his body, soaring upwards until he found himself in a realm adorned with vibrant, flowing colors, darting rapidly through it. What is happening again? Xu Taiping's heart tightened as he experienced this sensation once more, reminiscent of when he had first broken through to the Tongxian realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as confusion clouded his mind, an incessant buzzing filled his ears, and in the next moment, he found himself in a dim, damp dungeon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small figure curled up in a corner, a little girl. This petite figure was shackled, her limbs bound in chains, her body marred with blood and wounds. Who are you? Xu Taiping questioned, bewildered by his surroundings. The small figure suddenly lifted her head, her large eyes wide with astonishment as they met his gaze. Can you see me? Xu Taiping was taken aback. The last time he experienced such phenomena, the individuals in the vision could not perceive him. Are you a fairy sister? Did the fairy sister send you to rescue me? The little girl's previously vacant eyes sparkled with life. Xu Taiping was utterly stunned. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he attempted to ask the little girl, "What is your name?" The girl pondered briefly before earnestly replying, "Big brother, my name is Lin Buyu. Can you save me?" Chapter 330, Little Buyu. How I wish you were a practitioner. Lin Buyu? Xu Taiping's heart quivered. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. Sharing the same name as his junior sister from the 6 Peaks. Contemplating this, he meticulously scrutinized the little girl before recalling Lin Buyu's appearance, only to realize there were merely slight similarities in their features. Wait, something is amiss. Just as Xu Taiping was about to dismiss his conjecture, a visage suddenly appeared in his mind, the face of Lin Buyu from his childhood. To be precise, it was the youthful countenance of Lin Buyu he encountered at the mountain gate when he first entered the Qingxian sect. He then compared the youthful visage of Lin Buyu with that of the little girl before him. This girl bore at least an 80% resemblance to the young Lin Buyu. Xu Taiping's heart trembled at this revelation. The reason he deemed it an 80% similarity was that the Lin Buyu before him appeared even younger than when he first met her. The Lin Buyu of that time was at least 10 years old, while the Lin Buyu standing before Xu Taiping now seemed to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. Could it be that during my astral journey, I have encountered the younger version of Lin Buyu? Given his previous experience of astral travel, Xu Taiping suddenly dared to speculate in his heart. Buyu, how could you be imprisoned here? Xu Taiping gently brushed aside the strand of hair that hung over Lin Buyu's eyes. My dog, a Huang, has gone missing. My brother deceived me, saying he was in a cave. But when I arrived at the cave, he killed a Huang right before my eyes and locked me up here. At this point, the young Lin Buyu turned her head to glance at the decayed corpse of a small dog lying nearby. Why would your brother treat you this way? Xu Taiping inquired as he rose to survey the cave. I do not know. After our mother passed, my brother seemed to transform into a different person, often isolating himself in his room for months on end. Then one day, he suddenly joyfully approached me, proclaiming he had found a way for us to never be separated again. Soon after, he deceived me into coming here, saying that as long as I stayed here, I would not leave him like our mother did. Upon hearing the young Lin Buyu's narrative, a chill ran down Xu Taiping's spine. Staying here was tantamount to awaiting death. At that moment, Xu Taiping realized that the entrance to the cave dungeon had been completely blocked by large boulders. Even if the young Lin Buyu was not shackled, escape was impossible. He contemplated a disturbing possibility and lowered his gaze to the ground. Indeed, he discovered that the dungeon floor was densely covered with various blood-red sigils, and at each of the four corners of the dungeon stood a blood-soaked flag. If memory served him right, this was a formation for the creation of corpse puppets. Was Lin Buyu's brother intending to turn her into a corpse puppet? Regardless of whether this Lin Buyu was the same one he knew, Xu Taiping felt profound sympathy for the young girl's plight. Buyu, do you know how long you have been imprisoned here? Xu Taiping crouched down, his tone gentle as he regarded the little girl. 3 months and 19 days. To Xu Taiping's surprise, the little girl accurately recalled the duration of her captivity. How do you remember so precisely? Xu Taiping asked with curiosity. Hearing this, Lin Buyu hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue. Xu Taiping then beheld a small orb at the tip of her tongue, radiating a myriad of colors. This is the dragon pearl bestowed upon me by my mother. As long as I keep it in my mouth, it generates warmth every other day, alleviating my hunger. It is precisely this that I have been using to mark the passage of time, Lin Buyu said, swallowing the pearl once more. No wonder she has managed to endure without food or drink for so long. Xu Taiping felt a sudden realization. However, my mother mentioned that once this dragon pearl is ingested, it will vanish after 6 months, and now only a month remains until that time. Lin Buyu's gaze dimmed slightly. Despite her tender age, this little girl, much like Xu Taiping's acquaintance, the eloquent junior sister, possesses a sharp mind and articulates her thoughts with clarity. Do not worry, little Buyu. I shall see if there is a way to assist you, Xu Taiping said, crouching down and offering her a reassuring smile. He was disinclined to delve into whether this was merely a dream or a genuine astral journey where he encountered the young Lin Buyu. In any case, saving her came first. Lin Buyu exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she nodded eagerly. Thus, Xu Taiping rose and walked towards the exit sealed by stones, reaching out to touch them. Unlike his previous astral experience, this time he could not only see and hear, but also feel the stones. It was as though an inexplicable force had been amplified. This led him to believe he could exert his strength here. Perhaps he should attempt to break through the stone barrier. With this thought in mind, Xu Taiping assumed a fighting stance, clenched his left fist, and struck forcefully at the stone before him. Bang! To his astonishment, the stone cracked under the impact. Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy. However, before his elation could fully bloom, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his once solid form began to grow somewhat translucent. Simultaneously, he sensed a powerful force pulling at him, as if attempting to draw him back. Did this mean that every time I act here, my astral state would immediately dissipate? Glancing at little Buyu, who looked at him with eager hope, Xu Taiping's heart tightened. Given my current condition, it seems unrealistic to break through this barrier. Yet little Buyu's dragon pearl can only sustain her for a month. After that, she will undoubtedly perish from hunger. In that moment, Xu Taiping could not care less whether this little girl was indeed Lin Buyu from the Six Peaks. He only yearned to find a way to save her. If only she were a cultivator. Even a beginner in cultivation could survive for a considerable time by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, while little Buyu appeared to possess spiritual potential, she exhibited no signs of true energy, indicating she had yet to begin her training. As he felt the pulling force grow stronger, Xu Taiping's mind raced, contemplating methods to save little Buyu. Wait, although little Buyu is not a cultivator, I can still teach her a technique. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 331. Little Buyu. He will not go back on his word. With utmost seriousness, he turned to little Buyu and said, Buyu, I will now impart to you a breathing technique. After practicing it, you will be able to sustain your life by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu's bright, glistening eyes sparkled with understanding, and she promptly nodded, stating, Big brother, I am aware of this. After I assimilate the Jiao Pearl, my mother intends to teach me the ways of cultivation. Noticing that the young girl seemed to possess some knowledge of cultivation, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly retrieved a stone from the side, reciting incantations while his hands moved rapidly to inscribe. Due to his practice of the concealed sword technique, his writing speed was remarkable. In a mere moment, he managed to transcribe the first 2 layers of the Zhangxia Sutra. The reason for selecting the Zhangxia Sutra was its simplicity. Unlike other cultivation techniques, which were exceedingly intricate, taking days to articulate even partially, this one was manageable. However, shortly after Xu Taiping transcribed the Zhangxia Sutra, his body transformed into a dazzling array of multicolored light, on the verge of dissipating. Big brother, no, please don't leave me, Lin Buyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. A 5 or 6-year-old girl, trapped alone in this dark cave for 3 months, exhibited sheer terror in her gaze. Lin Buyu, focus on cultivating the Zhangxia Sutra. Disregard everything else. Just survive. Xu Taiping shouted, feeling his consciousness fading. Yet, he was acutely aware that, even with the cultivation of the first 2 layers of the Zhangxia Sutra, the frail girl would never be able to break free from her shackles. Time would inevitably lead to her demise. Big brother, I will cultivate diligently, but could you please not abandon me? Will you come back for me? Lin Buyu implored, truly fearful that this last glimmer of hope would vanish. Observing the shattered look in her eyes, Xu Taiping clenched his teeth, resolved to tell a white lie. Lin Buyu, wait for me. I will surely return for you. You must strive to survive. This was a benevolent lie, for he understood that this ethereal state would not only manifest during moments of breakthrough, but was also unpredictable in terms of its next occurrence. Big brother, I will wait for you. You must come back for me. At the moment Xu Taiping's figure began to dissipate, the tear-streaked little girl summoned all her strength to shout, Don't go. In the residence of Lin Buyu in the realm of true martial heaven, she abruptly sat up from her bed after 3 days of unconsciousness. Lin Buyu, you finally awoke. Had you stayed asleep any longer, I might have revealed your secret to your seniors, Lin Bian communicated through mental transmission. However, Lin Buyu remained silent for a while, and after a lengthy pause, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, Lin Bian, he came to find me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bian was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, Your life tribulation has begun. Yes, Lin Buyu nodded, taking a deep breath. Now I finally understand why. Despite never having been to true martial heaven, I possessed the Zhangxia Sutra of the Qingxian sect. Why? Lin Bian inquired, intrigued. He taught me, Lin Buyu replied. To their astonishment, it was indeed the case. Lin Bian exclaimed in surprise, then inquired, Did you see his appearance clearly? I could not discern it. Even his voice seemed somewhat ethereal. Lin Buyu shook his head, then furrowed his brow, adding, Moreover, my tribulation has not yet concluded. He was unable to rescue my younger self from that obscured shadow of time. We must await a while longer. How long? Lin Bian hurriedly asked. Uncertain, perhaps 10 years, 20. Or even longer, Lin Buyu replied, shaking his head. But you cannot afford to wait that long. The true martial heavenly barrier is loosening, and the power of the artifact bestowed upon you by your master has already been depleted. If those entities discover you, you will be erased from the river of light and shadow, and no one will remember your existence, as though you had never been. Lin Bian spoke with a hint of anxiety. Fear not, for as long as I employ the 3 corpses sutra's method of feigned death, severing all vital connections and leaving but a single strand of consciousness in that shadowed realm, I shall evade their pursuit, Lin Buyu declared resolutely. It appears we must take a gamble. If that individual cannot extricate you from that moment in time, we shall remain trapped within it, Lin Bian sighed. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, this once seemingly insurmountable calamity of mine now possesses a glimmer of hope for resolution. Lin Buyu maintained an optimistic perspective. You are correct, Lin Bian mused, expressing his agreement, and then with a touch of astonishment remarked, It is intriguing that your tribulation coincided with the resolution following Xu Taiping's triumph. It seems your century of fortune was not squandered. Lin Buyu nodded, then with utmost seriousness stated, without the martial fortune garnered from Taiping's contention, my calamity would indeed be unsolvable. However, even without recompense, I have no regrets about expending that 100 years of fortune. I must concede to your resolve, Lin Bian sighed. When do you plan to enter seclusion and feign death? The Seven Peaks are currently preparing a welcoming banquet for Xu Taiping. Perhaps you should meet him first before retreating? Lin Bian inquired again. No, since my calamity has stirred, it is highly probable that they have already set their sights on me. Delaying even a single day would only increase the risk to my senior sisters of Qingxian sect, Lin Buyu replied, shaking her head. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the window, her expression impassive as she murmured within her heart, Brother Taiping, may we meet again by fate. In the ethereal realm, Xu Taiping's spirit returned to his body as he abruptly sat up from the bed, gasping for air like a drowning man. It seems I have been unconscious for quite some time, he remarked, pressing a hand to his aching forehead while surveying his surroundings. When his gaze inadvertently fell upon the jade bracelet on his wrist, his heart skipped a beat. The once flawless jade bracelet was now marred by numerous cracks. Could it be that the person truly was my younger disciple's sister, Buyu? Confusion enveloped Xu Taiping's mind. The letter from the master of Fengfeng Tower had mentioned that the appearance of cracks in the bracelet signified that one of its bearers was in peril. If that were the case, it would be quite dire. A grave expression crossed Xu Taiping's face. Taiping, can you hear my voice? Just then, the voice of the celestial maiden Lingyue suddenly resonated in Xu Taiping's ears. Sister Lingyue, I can hear you. Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy and immediately responded through thought transmission. He had many questions he wished to consult Sister Lingyue about regarding the recent events. Chapter 332. The One Who Completes Life. Silence is a good girl, Taiping. You have finally awakened. The relieved voice of the fairy Lingyue resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. I apologize, Sister Lingyue, for causing you worry, Xu Taiping expressed with deep remorse. It is good that you are unharmed. The ethereal projection of fairy Lingyue emerged from the gourd. Sister Lingyue, how many days have I been in slumber? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. Fortunately, it was not too long, just 2 days. For one who has recently broken through to the refining spirit realm, that is quite normal. Fairy Lingyue seated herself on a chair beside Xu Taiping's bed. That is a relief, Xu Taiping nodded. 2 days is not a significant delay. By the way, Taiping, during your 2 days of unconsciousness, I presume you experienced a phenomenon akin to your previous breakthrough, where your soul traversed the void. Fairy Lingyue asked with a serious expression. I was just about to seek your guidance on this matter. Xu Taiping nodded repeatedly. Oh, did something unusual occur again? Fairy Lingyue sensed a hint of unease. Xu Taiping then recounted his experiences and observations following his soul's journey through the void. After listening to Xu Taiping's account, Fairy Lingyue remained silent for a long time before gravely addressing him. Taiping, if your description is accurate, it appears you inadvertently fell into the river of light and shadow during your soul's journey. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart tightened. Sister Lingyue, does this legendary river of light and shadow truly exist? He had encountered references to this river in numerous texts and tales. The more you understand about this river of light and shadow now, the more detrimental it becomes. After you break through to the transformation realm, I will discuss it with you in detail. Fairy Lingyue seemed reluctant to allow Xu Taiping to engage with this concept prematurely. Understood, Xu Taiping nodded, discerning from Fairy Lingyue's expression that knowing too much about certain matters could be perilous. However, it is not uncommon for someone in your situation to accidentally fall into the river of light and shadow. After all, it is a creation of the laws of heaven and has always existed. Therefore, you need not worry excessively. Encountering it indicates a form of opportunity, Fairy Lingyue further elaborated. Xu Taiping felt a slight easing of his anxiety upon hearing this. As for the girl you encountered, Lin Buyu, if my deduction is correct, she should represent a life tribulation she left behind in the river of light and shadow. Fairy Lingyue's expression grew serious once more. What do you mean by this? Xu Taiping found himself somewhat perplexed. In simple terms, Lin Buyu was destined to die at the age of 6. However, a powerful existence intervened and severed that segment of light and shadow from the river, allowing Lin Buyu's life to bypass that fatal tribulation, Fairy Lingyue explained to Xu Taiping. Is it truly possible for someone to wield such great power? Xu Taiping was astonished. Once you transcend the realm, you will gradually come to understand that in this world, nothing is entirely impossible. The crux lies in whether you can bear the cost. The celestial maiden Lingyue spoke with a serious expression. Is it akin to the Mingxin spell of the Xian Sword sect? Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the methods employed by the Xian Sword sect at the Golden Scale Conference. Indeed. Lingyue nodded, continuing, the only one capable of aiding Lin Buyu in transcending the tribulation with this technique must be her dearest kin. Otherwise, based on the cost I am aware of, no cultivator would dare to take such risks for Lin Buyu. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sudden clarity. Taiping, once you break through to this realm, you will comprehend that everything in this world has already been priced since the dawn of creation, Lingyue expressed with deep sentiment. Xu Taiping nodded, and then inquired of Lingyue, Sister Lingyue, what will happen to that little Buyu if we leave her be? After contemplating for a moment, Lingyue replied, such a person cannot enter the cycle of life and death. She can only be reborn through the method of martial disintegration. However, if she undergoes this too many times, she will attract certain unspeakable entities that could erase her entirely from this realm. It is likely that she has come to the Zhenwu heaven to evade such forces, or perhaps to dwell within that fragment of light and shadow, living eternally in that confined space. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping couldn't help but recall the shattered gaze of little Buyu at their parting. Yet she is fortunate to have encountered you, Taiping, the one who can mend her fate. Lingyue smiled at Xu Taiping. Mend her fate? Xu Taiping had never heard this term before. In this world, those who can, whether intentionally or inadvertently, enter the river of light and shadow, are known as fate menders, Lingyue explained to him. So, I can indeed enter that fragment of light and shadow again and rescue her, right, Sister Lingyue? Xu Taiping looked at Lingyue with a spark of excitement in his eyes. You wish to save her? Lingyue's lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with the realization that her foolish boy had finally awakened. Xu Taiping, oblivious to any underlying implications in Lingyue's smile, pondered briefly before earnestly stating, Buyu is a good girl. She has treated me well, so I genuinely wish to help her. Oh, a good girl. Indeed, Lingyue chuckled. At this moment, Xu Taiping finally perceived the unusualness in Lingyue's demeanor, and his cheeks flushed as he scratched his head, saying, Sister Lingyue, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to assist Sister Buyu. I know. Lingyue waved her hand, deciding not to tease Xu Taiping further. After a moment of serious contemplation, she resumed, each fate mender possesses a unique method of entering the river of light and shadow, and based on your two experiences, it appears you can only manifest this ability upon breaking through. Thus, if you wish to save Lin Buyu, the sole current method is to achieve that breakthrough. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully at her words. Originally, I intended to find a way to break through to the transformation realm before the commencement of the Zhenwu Swordmaster competition. However, I realized that the time required would be extensive, and I was uncertain whether my junior sister, Buyu, could wait that long. Xu Taiping remarked with a furrowed brow. You need not worry. She will surely find a way to conceal herself. The esteemed figure who aided her in overcoming the tribulation must have already imparted wisdom to her, expressed Lingyue Fairy, seemingly unconcerned. With that, Xu Taiping felt a profound sense of relief. Henceforth, my paramount task shall be to break through to the transformation realm. His desire for advancement grew increasingly urgent. Oh dear boy, do you realize that each opportunity a life-renewing individual has to enter the river of light and shadow is immensely precious? You could even exchange it for a chance to engage with the chief of the Lin Yuan Pavilion, Lingyue Fairy lamented, a hint of regret in her tone. Such value? Xu Taiping exclaimed, taken aback. Are you having second thoughts? Lingyue Fairy asked with a playful smile. No, it's merely unexpected. However, let us prioritize saving Buyu first. There will be opportunities for breakthroughs later, he replied, shaking his head with a smile. Recognizing Xu Taiping's resolute determination to assist Lin Buyu, Lingyue Fairy seized her persuasion. Ah, there is something I almost forgot to mention, she suddenly exclaimed. Striking her thigh. What is it? Xu Taiping inquired, sensing her urgency. Reveal your right palm, Lingyue Fairy instructed seriously, pointing at his right hand. Though puzzled, Xu Taiping complied, flipping his palm over, only to gasp in shock, the mark of Shu. In the center of his palm lay a distinct eye-shaped mark, identical to the one he had received upon first entering the Youyun sky. This morning, when I came to see you, I sensed the aura of Shu emanating from you. which is why I was so anxious to awaken you, Lingyue Fairy stated gravely. Did I inadvertently reveal it during the competition at the Golden Scales Conference by using the inheritance of the Huang Tingdao Palace? Xu Taiping inquired curiously, studying the mark in his palm. Indeed, this time he is solely targeting you, Lingyue Fairy confirmed with a nod. But rest assured, I have devised a strategy to deal with him. After you receive your reward at the Youyun Mansion tomorrow, come directly to the Blood Rain Forest on Fengming Mountain. That old ghost, Yi Shu, will undoubtedly follow you in secret. At that point, simply follow my instructions, even if we cannot eliminate him. We shall surely inflict severe injury upon him. Her tone radiated an unwavering confidence. With Lingyue Fairy's assurance, Xu Taiping felt a sense of calm. Although he had ascended to the refining spirit realm, he still lacked the strength to contend against a formidable adversary like Yi Shu. Once we deal with Yi Shu, we can gather the earthly fruits and contemplate our return to Jinwu Heaven. The protective barrier of the Jinwu Emperor will shield us, making it difficult for the 6 seats of the Lin Yuan Palace to discern our true strength. Should they discover my current diminished capacity, these cunning old foxes might seize the opportunity to raise their demands. Lingyue Fairy continued to outline her plans. If it were not for the mention of the fairy Lingyue, Xu Taiping would have nearly forgotten about the transaction with the Lin Yuan Pavilion. Indeed, after being out for so long, it was time to return to Qingxian. Xu Taiping nodded vigorously. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at his door, followed by the voice of Lu Yun from outside. Senior Brother Taiping, are you awake? If not, I'm coming in. Yun, I am awake, Xu Taiping replied as he rose from his bed. The ethereal visage of the fairy Lingyue slipped into the gourd. Wonderful. Senior Brother, you have finally awakened. Lu Yun exclaimed as she pushed open the door with enthusiasm. Yes, I have worried you all these days. Xu Taiping smiled at Lu Yun. No. What matters is that you are awake. Lu Yun shook her head repeatedly and continued. Please wash up first. I will inform Mother and His Highness the Seventh about your awakening, as they are still waiting outside. However, just a few steps away, Lu Yun abruptly halted, turned, and rushed back to push open the door once more. Senior Brother, the wooden box on your table contains items sent by Miss Dongfang's household. The messenger insisted that you must open it if you wake up, as it may pertain to Miss Dongfang's life. Lu Yun's voice carried a hint of urgency. Do not worry, Yun, I will look at it now, Xu Taiping assured her. Great. Upon hearing that it was something sent by the Dongfang family, Xu Taiping immediately surmised the contents of the box. Surely, they had witnessed his performance at the Golden Scales meeting and believed in his assurance that he could dispel the 7 calamities curse, thus sending the promised items directly. He speculated inwardly. That Miss Dongfang must be seeking you because of the 7 calamities curse, right? As soon as Yun left, the figure of the fairy Lingyue emerged from the gourd. That seems to be the case, Xu Taiping nodded. He had previously discussed the matter of Dongfang Yuekan with the fairy Lingyue, and they had speculated that it might also relate to the Leaf Book. If this is the case, you might as well agree to it. After all, if we eliminate that old ghost, the 7 calamities curse will naturally be resolved, and we will obtain a sealing stone without any loss, the fairy Lingyue teased with a smile. At that moment, Xu Taiping harbored similar thoughts. However, as he pondered, he felt an unsettling heat emanating from his left eye, as if the lotus pupil were in a state of agitation. Your distress is of no use. You will not be needed this time. If the Dongfang family truly sent a sealing stone, I will definitely keep it to bring back to Qingxian. The little martial ant mentioned that sealing stones are never in excess when it comes to mending the demon sealing door. Xu Taiping communicated with the lotus pupil while inserting a piece of golden essence into his left eye. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he opened the wooden box. As soon as it was opened, a pure aura of golden essence surged forth from within. As Xu Taiping had anticipated, the box contained a sealing stone. Additionally, there was a communication jade slip. The moment he laid eyes on the sealing stone, his left eye became extraordinarily heated, as if it yearned to swallow the stone whole. It is not acceptable. We agreed that you would not assist this time. Having made preparations in advance, Xu Taiping had already closed the lotus eye. As she spoke, the hand of the fairy Lingyue gently pressed upon the communication jade slip. Immediately, the voice of Dongfang Yuejiao resonated from the jade slip. Young Master Xu. This sealing stone represents the sincerity of the Dongfang family. I kindly request your swift presence at the Jiyun Inn. At present, I have successfully navigated through 5 levels of the 7 calamities curse. For the forthcoming 6th and 7th levels, I implore your assistance." It was apparent that Dongfang Yuejiao had made a conscious effort to adjust her emotions. However, her words still betrayed a hint of trepidation. Clearly, after overcoming the fifth calamity, she had fully grasped the terrifying nature of the seven calamities curse. "Sister Linghua, I believe I must act swiftly. Otherwise, Dongfang Yuejiao may not endure for long," Xu Taiping remarked, furrowing his brow as he looked towards Fairy Linghua. "It poses no significant issue. You should meet with Dongfang Yuejiao shortly to gain a clearer understanding of their current predicament." Fairy Linghua responded with unwavering confidence regarding the gravely injured owner of a Yeshu. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Just as he prepared to rise and greet his junior sister in the front courtyard, he felt a sudden searing heat radiating from his left eye's lotus eye. "Do not play games. This sealing stone truly cannot be given to you," Xu Taiping implored, a hint of desperation in his tone. Fairy Linghua, noticing the situation, promptly warned the lotus eye, "Little one, do not provoke me." Upon hearing this, the intense heat emanating from the lotus eye diminished significantly. Xu Taiping believed that it had been cowed by Fairy Linghua, and he felt a sense of relief. However, within a mere moment or two, the lotus eye once again became unbearably hot, and a vivid image materialized in Xu Taiping's mind: a collapsed mountain gate, a dilapidated palace, and a massive black dragon's body, shattered and sprawled across the palace entrance. In addition to the dragon, there lay no fewer than 100 corpses at the palace's threshold. Among these lifeless forms were his senior sisters, Zhao Linglong and Jiang Ji. At that moment, the leader of Qingxian, Zhao Qian, was seen cradling Zhao Linglong's corpse, bellowing angrily towards the heavens. In an instant, Xu Taiping felt frozen in place. Possessing a certain mental connection with the lotus eye, he was utterly convinced that this was no mere prank, but rather a vision it had projected. Furthermore, the blood streaming from his left eye, a consequence of excessive power expenditure, corroborated this reality. "Taiping, what is wrong?" Fairy Linghua inquired anxiously. "The lotus eye has seen the destruction of Qingxian," Xu Taiping replied, his voice trembling. Chapter 334. Meeting Yuejiao. The fifth calamity has not concluded on this afternoon in the capital of Nanchu, at the Youyun Inn. A staff member addressed Xu Taiping. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. We shall notify you shortly." Xu Taiping was shown to a private room for his wait. The inn had been entirely reserved by the Dongfang family, prohibiting outsiders from entering. "Thank you for your assistance," Xu Taiping acknowledged with a slight nod. He did not take a seat, but instead approached the bedside, sipping the gentian liquor in small gulps while engaging in a mental dialogue with the Fairy Linghua. "Sister Linghua, during the time we ceased our conversations, the lotus eye allowed me to witness the threefold tribulations of the eastern moon cocoon, after which it fell into slumber. Concerning the great tribulation of Qingxian, it merely made the scene I previously beheld more distinct. From my intuition, it appears that it does not wish to reveal more of Qingshuan's impending calamity, but is rather gathering strength." Before long, the voice of Fairy Linghua resonated in Xu Taiping's ear. "I too sense that your lotus eye seems to be accumulating power." A slight tension gripped Xu Taiping's heart as he continued to ponder inwardly. Could it be that the severity of Qingshuan's tribulation requires additional time for the divination? Not necessarily. It may also be due to the separation of realms that necessitates a lengthier duration, Fairy Linghua replied. Her words offered Xu Taiping a measure of reassurance. "Earlier, you mentioned that the lotus eye rendered the scene more vivid. What did you mean by that?" Fairy Linghua inquired. Every blade of grass and tree within the image was distinctly visible, judging by the banners adorning the entrance of the Longmen Hall. It seems that Qingxian was preparing for a sect celebration at that time. "Do you have any such celebrations during this season?" I asked. I inquired with my junior sister. And apart from the 7 Peaks selection and the 7 Peaks competition, Qingxian has no special festivities. Therefore, the only event worthy of grand preparation recently is the ascension ceremony of the sect leader, Xu Taiping observed, glancing out the window before continuing. The ascension of the sect leader is the only significant affair. It makes sense that the golden scales would triumph, and Qingxian would declare the ascension ceremony of the sect leader, but I wonder what the exact date is, mused Fairy Linghua. As for this matter, I will seek assistance from the Youyun Mansion tomorrow when I select treasures to facilitate communication with Qingxian, Xu Taiping responded, having contemplated this on his journey. That is feasible. Youyun Mansion surely possesses means to contact Jinwu Heaven to ascertain the precise date of the Great Tribulation, allowing us to make early arrangements, Fairy Linghua remarked. Xu Taiping silently nodded, finding some comfort in clarifying this point after witnessing the tribulation of Qingxian. Under normal circumstances, the preparation for the sect leader's ascension ceremony requires at least 3 to 4 months from initiation to the official commencement of the ceremony. By the way, I recall that yesterday, the Eastern Moon Cocoon mentioned in that jade slip that her 7 calamity curse has only the 6th and 7th tribulations remaining. Why did the lotus I show you the scene of the threefold tribulations? Fairy Lingyue expressed a question that had weighed heavily on her mind. Because the 5th tribulation of the Eastern Moon Cocoon has yet to pass, the true day of the Great Tribulation is an hour hence. In the room where I am to meet them shortly, the one who seeks to harm her is a distant uncle named Dongfang Gulu, who had previously saved her during the last tribulation. This individual is at the spirit refinement stage, but within his spirit refining vessel resides a formidable beast, so we must exercise caution. The motives behind the assassination remain obscure, yet the methods employed are rather clumsy. The assailant would first poison the tea, then ignite the equally toxic sandalwood incense, merging the 2 poisons in a manner that even a master of the transformation realm would find challenging to counteract. Furthermore, this poison is colorless and tasteless. Unless one expends a significant amount of true essence, there would be little to no reaction. In addition to the clan uncle, 3 adept assassins at the pinnacle of the spirit refining realm lurk in the shadows as a precautionary measure. As Xu Taiping secured the wine gourd back at his waist, he began narrating to the fairy Lingyue the visions that Lian Tong had revealed to him. Why had Lian Tong's deductions this time been so remarkably precise? The fairy Lingyue appeared somewhat taken aback. Last time, she had boasted about her ability to assist the Dongfang clan with a tenfold assurance of aiding them through tribulations. Thus, it was only natural that she had exerted herself this time. Xu Taiping found this amusing. It seemed that Lian Tong's intelligence had indeed elevated. After dealing with that old specter, Shu, I must have a word with it. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue grew vigilant. Well, it seems I shall have to rely on you, dear Lingyue. Xu Taiping concurred, recognizing the necessity of such a collaboration. However, facing 3 masters at the pinnacle of the spirit refining realm, alongside the clan uncle of the Dongfang family, who had reached the threshold of transformation, would undoubtedly prove challenging for one alone. The fairy Lingyue cautioned Xu Taiping. Thus, I have already dispatched my avatar Xian Yuan, cloaked in a shroud of concealment, to confront those 3 assassins. Xu Taiping replied, glancing towards the door of the private chamber. The door, which had previously been shut, now stood ajar. I shall also allow my avatar Xian Yuan to partake in this assassination endeavor, Xu Taiping added with a smile. Then, dear sister, I shall enjoy a splendid performance today. The fairy Lingyue chuckled. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Young Master Xu, you have finally arrived. The newcomer was none other than Dongfang Yuejian. Chapter 335, Encountering Yuejian. The schemes of Dongfang Gulu in the reception hall of the Cloud Connecting Inn. Dongfang Yuejian urgently addressed Xu Taiping. Young Master Xu, the circumstances of the previous 5 tribulations were as follows. Please advise on how we should prepare for the imminent 2 major tribulations. Within the hall, the Taoist Xu, whom Xu Taiping had previously met, looked intensely at him. Due to Lian Tong's foresight, Xu Taiping was already aware that this Taoist Xu was, in fact, Dongfang Yuejian's mother, Xu Qingtan, the matriarch of the Dongfang family, just as Lian Tong had predicted. In addition to Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian, the clan uncle Dongfang Gulu was also present in the hall. I have already devised strategies, but discussing them here is somewhat inconvenient, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the clan uncle Dongfang Gulu. Indeed, young Master Xu, Uncle Gulu is a distinguished elder specifically sent by our clan to assist me in facing the tribulations. Had it not been for him, I surely would not have navigated the 5th tribulation unscathed, Dongfang Yuejian swiftly clarified, sensing Xu Taiping's apprehensions. Precisely, young Master Xu, Uncle Gulu is not an outsider. Xu Qingtan interjected at that moment. Little Taoist Taiping, for us, you are the outsider. Should you wish for me to depart, you may indeed harbor ulterior motives, no? Dongfang Gulu leaned back in his chair, lifting the teacup from the table, casting a cold smile towards Xu Taiping. Uncle Gulu, young Master Xu, our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to confront the impending 2nd tribulation. It would be unwise for our own kin to engage in internal strife. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Dongfang Yuejiao interjected, her expression laden with concern. "It is not I who instigates discord," retorted Dongfang Galu with a scoff. "Do not presume that having secured the Golden Scales title grants you impunity. I have consumed more salt than you have drunk water. The 7 tribulation curse is not to be trifled with, and even the sect master would not dare claim absolute certainty." As if feeling his words lacked sufficient impact, Dongfang Galu added another remark, clearly meant to mock Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuejiao's expression turned anxious as she glanced at Xu Taiping, fearing a further clash. However, she felt a sense of relief as Xu Taiping remained unperturbed, displaying no inclination to engage in a quarrel with Dongfang Galu. "Young Master Xu, earlier Yuejiao mentioned that you require transformation pills for your 2 spirit beasts." Su Qingtan attempted to alleviate the tense atmosphere in the hall, presenting their final bargaining chip to Xu Taiping. "Indeed, that is correct," Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. "Young Master Xu, should Yuejiao successfully navigate this calamity, my Dongfang family is willing to provide an additional 2 transformation pills," Su Qingtan stated earnestly, believing that Xu Taiping's reluctance to propose a countermeasure was indicative of his intention to inflate the price. Unbeknownst to him, while awaiting news from the Xianyuan clone regarding the 3 assassins, Xu Taiping had inadvertently secured 2 transformation pills for Ping, In, and Bai Yu. At that moment, he finally received the news that the Xianyuan clone had dealt with the 3 assassins. "Daoist Xu, Miss Dongfang, did you just say the 5th tribulation has been resolved?" Xu Taiping turned to Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejiao, inquiring. "Yes," Dongfang Yuejiao replied, somewhat perplexed. "The day the 5th tribulation was resolved coincided with your victory, young Master Xu. A demon lord from the 9-tailed fox clan sought to abduct Yuejiao under the pretense of commissioning her to depict the myriad demons. But the plot was thwarted by Elder Galu, allowing us to escape this tribulation." Su Qingtan recounted the events surrounding the 5th tribulation to Xu Taiping. "No, Miss Dongfang. The 5th tribulation has neither been passed nor ended. It has already commenced," Xu Taiping said earnestly, shaking his head at Dongfang Yuejiao and Su Qingtan. After speaking, he casually took a sip of the tea before him. At these words, both Dongfang Yuejiao and Su Qingtan were taken aback. In contrast, a glint of sharpness flashed in Dongfang Galu's eyes. Yet upon witnessing Xu Taiping drink the tea, a barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his demeanor relaxed instantaneously. "Young Master Xu, if you have something to say, please do so candidly," Su Qingtan inquired directly, furrowing his brow. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the hall, startling them. Impatiently awaiting Xu Taiping's response, Su Qingtan exclaimed, "Elder Taiyuan, did we not agree that we are discussing matters of great importance and should not be disturbed by outsiders?" However, outside the door, there was no response. The guard had been discreetly dealt with by the enigmatic Dongfang Galu, and naturally, there was no one to answer. Upon realizing this, Su Qingtan immediately became alert. Meanwhile, Dongfang Galu leisurely lifted his teacup, sipping it with measured grace. Having neutralized the guarding elder, the peculiar rhythm of knocking was a signal for the 3 hidden assassins lying in ambush. Suddenly, the main hall's door was forcefully kicked open. Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian instantly reacted, aware that danger had arrived. Without hesitation, they both harnessed their energy to wield their respective treasures in preparation for confrontation. However, as soon as Su Qingtan began to channel her power, she felt her meridians fracturing, blood spilling from her mouth. At the same moment, Dongfang Yuejian collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Qingtan, I advise you and my niece Yuejian not to channel your energies, or your meridians will shatter completely," Dongfang Galu remarked, setting down his teacup. A smile plastered across his face as he gazed at them. With his targets already poisoned and the guard outside eliminated, he had no reason for concern. "Dongfang Galu, you poisoned us," Su Qingtan exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features as she stared at him. Ignoring her, Dongfang Galu turned to Xu Taiping, his tone laced with surprise. "I truly did not expect you, young Master Xu, to deduce that the 5th calamity had not yet passed. Alas, you arrived too late. Had you come yesterday, I might have indeed fallen into your hands." Xu Taiping regarded Dongfang Galu with a serious gaze before shaking his head. "It is not too late now." As he spoke, 3 thuds resounded, and 3 corpses clad in dark garments were hurled into the hall. Following them, a figure resembling Xu Taiping stepped into the room, his Xianyuan avatar, alongside the slain bodies of the 3 assassins. Upon discerning the appearance of the 3 corpses, Dongfang Galu was left astounded. Elder Gulu, you were expecting them, were you not? Xu Taiping said, his gaze steady and emotionless as he looked at Dongfang Gulu, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Simultaneously, his avatar approached slowly. No need. One of me suffices to deal with you and your avatar, Dongfang Gulu replied, raising a green jade plate that he infused with spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a circle of verdant light that enveloped him. At the same time, several flying needles emerged swiftly from his ears, swirling rapidly around him, buzzing like bees. I have long wished to encounter you, the Golden Scale Leader, Dongfang Gulu declared, raising his finger like a sword, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, the flying needles aligned sharply in front of him, all aimed at Xu Taiping. Young Master Xu, let your avatar engage him first. Do not channel your energy vigorously. Instead, slowly expel the toxins from your body. As the two were on the verge of a confrontation, Xu Qingtan suppressed the toxic gas within her body and hastily warned Xu Taiping, wretched being, you should take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Gulu's expression darkened. He swiftly directed his sword, sending a flying needle straight towards Xu Qingtan. Bang! Fortunately, in this moment of peril, a magical artifact on Xu Qingtan's person deflected the needle. I shall deal with you later. Not bothering to acknowledge Xu Qingtan any further, Dongfang Gulu allowed the needle to continue restraining her, turning his attention to Xu Taiping. Let us first eliminate this Golden Scale Leader. He had witnessed Xu Taiping consuming the poison tea, thus his confidence surged. Boom. At that moment, Xu Taiping's Xianyuan avatar soared forth, launching a punch at Dongfang Gulu, while Xu Taiping himself began to evade to the side. Catching this with the corner of his eye, Dongfang Gulu became even more convinced that Xu Taiping had succumbed to the poison, allowing him to relax entirely as he pointed his sword forcefully at Xu Taiping's avatar. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! With a series of piercing sounds, the flying needles in front of Dongfang Gulu shot one after another towards Xu Taiping's avatar. With a resounding explosion, Xu Taiping's avatar shattered into fragments. No more than this. A smirk appeared on Dongfang Gulu's lips as he intended to retract the needles and turn to claim Xu Taiping's true life. Yet, as soon as his sword was raised, a sharp sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Whoosh! Before he could react, dozens of blade shadows surrounded him with a rush of air, each emanating a chilling aura of supreme might. Young Master Xu has something to say. Boom. Just as Dongfang Gulu attempted to speak, Xu Taiping denied him the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow. The blade shadows, delicate as cicada wings, struck Dongfang Gulu with relentless force, and within mere strokes, they shattered the radiance of his magical artifact. Whoosh! The sound of blade cutting through flesh rang out. Boom! Dongfang Gulu's not-so-tall figure was pierced by a multitude of blade shadows. As the aura dissipated, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his body. How? How is this possible? You clearly fell victim to the Faceless Tower's transformation powder. Dongfang Gulu struggled to utter these words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beside them, Dongfang Yuejian and Xu Qingtan stood in stunned silence. What astonished them was not only the fact that Xu Taiping had not been poisoned, but also the sheer power of the blow that had just felled Dongfang Gulu. Having witnessed every one of Xu Taiping's matches, they could distinctly sense that the might of that strike was capable of cleaving through any adversary below the transformation realm. After breaking through to the divine refinement realm, it seemed that wielding his blade had become effortless. Even a casual strike bore the weight of previous ultimate prowess. Not only Dongfang Yuejian and Xu Qingtan, but even Xu Taiping himself was taken aback by the potency of that last strike. Taiping, you have yet to acclimate to this new realm, have you? Just as Xu Taiping approached Dongfang Gulu's lifeless body, the voice of the Lingyue fairy resonated within his mind. Indeed, he had not. Xu Taiping chuckled ruefully to himself. Since awakening, a series of events has unfolded in quick succession, leaving him with scarcely a moment's respite. Once I return from the Youyun Pavilion with the rewards tomorrow, I shall explain everything to you in detail. Additionally, it is high time for you to gain further insights into matters concerning the transformation realm. Lingyue Fairy continued to communicate. Then I shall rely on you, dear Lingyue. Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy in his heart. Setting aside the transformation realm, he had numerous queries regarding the spirit refinement realm as well. Swish! At that moment, an ethereal gust, perceptible only to the spirit, swept past Xu Taiping. He could almost intuitively surmise that what had just darted by him was the primordial spirit of Dongfang Gulu. Without a second thought, He extended his palm toward the direction from which the shadowy wind had fled. Creak, accompanied by a distinctive, haunting wail of a primordial spirit. Dongfang Guli's essence was drawn into the sealing talisman nestled within Xu Taiping's palm. This talisman proved exceptionally effective against souls and the primordial spirits of injured spirit refinement practitioners. Young Master Xu, please, I implore you to preserve his soul, so we may interrogate him thoroughly. Xu Qingtan, returning to her senses, immediately rose to beseech Xu Taiping. Do not worry, I have merely sealed it for the time being, Xu Taiping replied with a smile, extending his hand. Xu Qingtan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, when her gaze fell upon the sealing talisman in Xu Taiping's palm, the prideful glimmer in her eyes transformed into sheer terror. The three talismans sealing charm? This is a sealing spell that has been lost for millennia. Xu Qingtan was taken aback. Indeed, the rumors from the outside world were not mistaken. Xu Taiping was backed by a formidable figure akin to the current emperor of Youyun. She firmly believed within her heart. Consequently, any remnants of disdain Xu Qingtan had harbored towards Xu Taiping were swiftly obliterated. Young Master Xu, I apologize for my previous neglect. Please do not take it to heart. She sincerely expressed her regrets. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today, added Dongfang Yuejiao, her expression one of profound gratitude. Taoist Xu, Miss Dongfang, there is no need for such formality. After all, I have already accepted your sealing stone. Xu Taiping shook his head. He held these matters in little regard. Seeing this, both Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejiao exhaled in relief. Judging by today's events, it was evident that Xu Taiping possessed the capability to aid them in overcoming the Seven Calamities curse. Young Master Xu, as long as you can help Yuejiao successfully navigate through these final two calamities, our Dongfang family is willing to double the reward, Xu Qingtan declared, gritting her teeth. However, we no longer possess the sealing stone, so you may exchange it for another item of equal value. Concerned that Xu Taiping might demand the sealing stone again, Xu Qingtan hastily added this clarification. Taoist Xu, there is no need to increase the reward. I only desire those 2 transformation pills. Xu Taiping waved his hand dismissively. Assisting Dongfang Yuejiao was merely a matter of convenience. There was no need for such avarice. As the wise monk Xianzhi aptly stated, once the seed of greed is sown, it becomes exceedingly difficult to uproot. Xu Qingtan was taken aback by Xu Taiping's refusal. Amidst her astonishment, she couldn't help but regard the young man before her with renewed respect, secretly nurturing a desire for friendship. Thank you, young Master Xu, for your benevolence. This kindness will surely be remembered by the Dongfang family. Xu Qingtan solemnly clasped her hands in gratitude towards Xu Taiping. Master Xu, Miss Dongfang, let us return to the matter at hand. If my calculations are correct, Miss Dongfang's 6th calamity is to occur tomorrow. Xu Taiping stated with utmost seriousness as he directed his gaze towards the two. Upon hearing this, both Dongfang Yuejiao and Xu Qingtan paled in unison. May I request young Master Xu to elucidate further? Xu Qingtan, supporting Dongfang Yuejiao, approached Xu Taiping with an anxious demeanor. I consulted an esteemed elder versed in divination regarding Miss Dongfang's fate. After overcoming the 5th calamity today, she is destined to face her 6th calamity tomorrow. The location is the Youyun Pavilion, where treasures are kept. Xu Taiping relayed the predictions from Lian Tong to the two before him. Tomorrow, at Youyun Pavilion? Is that not the very moment to claim the treasures from the Golden Scale Society? Dongfang Yuejiao's expression grew tense. Having ranked 5th in the Golden Scale Society, she was entitled to select treasures from the Youyun Pavilion's vault, an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Indeed, it is during that time, Xu Taiping affirmed. The Youyun Pavilion is the treasure trove of the Youyun Emperor, heavily guarded, and only disciples on the Golden Scale list are permitted entry. What danger could there possibly be? Surely, treasures cannot harm one. Xu Qingtan furrowed her brow in concern. Hearing this, Xu Taiping couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, silently acknowledging. You have indeed guessed correctly. Treasures can indeed inflict harm. In the visions seen through Lian Tong, Dongfang Yuejiao was grievously injured and met her demise due to an artifact within Youyun Pavilion. Her calamity was simply a matter of ill fortune, inadvertently triggered by her interaction with that treasure. Yuejiao, your life is of utmost importance. You must refrain from going to Youyun Pavilion tomorrow. Xu Qingtan resolved after a long period of contemplation. Had Xu Taiping informed her before today that Dongfang Yuejiao's sixth calamity would occur at Youyun Pavilion, she would have dismissed it outright. However, the living example of Dongfang Galu before her left her no choice but to believe. I, Dongfang Yuejiao, am unwilling to concede. She retorted, this opportunity is too precious to forfeit. Besides, my participation in the Golden Scale Society was precisely to obtain that treasure from Youyun Pavilion. No. Witnessing the misunderstanding between the mother and daughter, Xu Taiping promptly interjected, chuckling in disbelief. It need not be so complicated. What then shall we do? Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejiao gazed at Xu Taiping, bewildered. Miss Dongfang, you need only follow me tomorrow, and especially once we arrive at Youyun Pavilion, you must stay close. For tomorrow may very well be the unluckiest day of your life, Xu Taiping remarked with a smile. I shall certainly remain by your side, young Master Su. Dongfang Yuejiao exclaimed, her heart uplifted. Yet, Su Qingtan remained apprehensive, voicing her concern, young Master Su. If Youyun Pavilion is fraught with danger, would it not be wiser to simply avoid it altogether? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping shook his head and earnestly explained to Su Qingtan, to avoid the Youyun Pavilion may seem like evading calamity, yet it indeed renders the impending crisis even more unpredictable, akin to your belief that you have escaped the fifth calamity. As he spoke, Xu Taiping glanced at the ancient green corpse on the ground. At these words, Su Qingtan could not restrain a shiver that coursed through her, and she immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Then tomorrow, I shall entrust the moon cocoon to you, young Master Su. Rest assured, with my presence, no trouble shall arise. Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. Regarding the artifact that would harm Dongfang Yue cocoon the following day, Xu Taiping had already discussed it with the Spirit Moon Fairy on their journey here and had devised a countermeasure. Perhaps, they might even turn misfortune into fortune. He mused silently. By the way, Xu Taiping suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingtan, saying, Taoist Su, could you kindly prepare these items for me tomorrow? Su Qingtan glanced at the items listed on the paper and frowned, saying, Young Master Su, these are all components for setting up a deadly array. What do you need these for? She looked up at Xu Taiping with a puzzled expression. These are for the seventh calamity of Miss Dongfang, Xu Taiping disclosed without hesitation. These items were entrusted to me by Sister Linghua to deal with the master of the leaf book. You have already witnessed the seventh calamity. Su Qingtan asked Xu Taiping, unable to contain her astonishment. Xu Taiping nodded solemnly and said, This seventh calamity is the earthly calamity. Taoist Su, you must prepare these items meticulously. Not a single one can be omitted. Otherwise, even I may be unable to protect Miss Dongfang. Perhaps due to his intervention in Dongfang Yukakun's calamity. The image seen through the lotus eye revealed that the master of the leaf book would personally confront him and Dongfang Yuekakun. The earthly calamity? At this, both Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuekakun's expressions grew increasingly grim. Do not worry, young Master Su. I will not only prepare these items for you, but will also ensure I have a double portion. Su Qingtan assured Xu Taiping earnestly. In the carriage returning to the Youyun Martial Arts Academy, Xu Taiping, who was half asleep with his eyes squinted, conveyed telepathically to the Spirit Moon Fairy, Sister Linghua. Is the artifact within the Youyun Pavilion that could harm Miss Dongfang truly worth my single opportunity to select treasures from the top floor? Absolutely. The Spirit Moon Fairy replied with great decisiveness. Could you divulge its origins to me? Xu Taiping inquired. Previously, while conversing with the Spirit Moon Fairy, he had not pressed for details due to time constraints. If what you saw through the lotus eye is accurate, the artifact that would injure Dongfang Yuekakun is likely a relic from the ancient heavenly court, left behind in the treasure pavilion. The Spirit Moon Fairy responded with a hint of excitement in her tone. A relic from the ancient heavenly court? Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. That mere sealing stone is but a fragment of the heavenly gate and already possesses the power to seal the demon abyss. How formidable must this heavenly relic be? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. Such a precious item, why is it not placed on the top floor? Had it not been for my fortunate encounters with several ancient treasures of the heavenly realm, I might not have recognized this object. It is entirely understandable that one cannot identify it in the current Youyun mansion, explained Fairy Linghua. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, his heart suddenly brimming with anticipation. However, Taiping, judging by the vision gleaned from your lotus eyes, this treasure remains perilous. When you make your move tomorrow, It is imperative that you fully utilize the dragon whale physique and gather the golden sun flame in your palm beforehand. Fairy Ling Wei cautioned Xu Taiping. Understood. Xu Taiping nodded vigorously. They had previously discussed the means of acquiring this treasure. On the following day, at the entrance of the street leading to the Youyun Pavilion, where Xu Taiping had arranged to meet Dongfang Yuejian. Young Master Xu, you have finally arrived, Dongfang Yuejian exclaimed, having already been seated in the carriage. As she pulled back the curtains and waved energetically at Xu Taiping. Seeing the carriage, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, soared forward with a swift rush. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping was at the carriage's side. Young Master Xu? Noticing Xu Taiping's hurried demeanor, both Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian in the carriage tensed up. I apologize, Xu Taiping said hastily, having no time to explain, as he swiftly pulled both women from the carriage. What are you doing? Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian were utterly bewildered by Xu Taiping's abrupt actions. Yet, in the very next moment, a celestial carriage that had been soaring above came crashing down, obliterating the carriage they had just vacated. This left Xu Qingtan dumbfounded, while Dongfang Yuejian's complexion turned ashen. Had Xu Taiping been just a moment later in rescuing them, they might not have perished, but severe injuries would have been inevitable. I warned you yesterday. Today will be the unluckiest day of your life, Xu Taiping said gravely, casting a serious glance at Dongfang Yuejian. Chapter 338. Youyun Pavilion. Ascend to the 7th floor to select treasures. Xu Qingtan and her daughter exchanged glances with Xu Taiping before looking at the wreckage of the carriage, now fully convinced. Xu Taiping's choice to rendezvous with Dongfang Yuejian at this intersection bore significant meaning. For the vision bestowed by the lotus eyes revealed that Dongfang Yuejian had encountered numerous mishaps along this street, which spanned no more than 3 miles. Although these incidents were not lethal given her cultivation, they were nonetheless quite harrowing. Daoist Xu, please manage the carriage here while I escort Miss Dongfang to the Youyun Pavilion, Xu Taiping said, recalling the 6th tribulation's vision. Young Master Xu, let me accompany you, Xu Qingtan, still shaken by the wrecked carriage, said with concern. The 7 calamity curse becomes increasingly convoluted as the strength and number of protectors grow, Xu Taiping earnestly reminded Xu Qingtan. Previously, he endured a harrowing curse of 7 tribulations, wherein the more formidable the means of evasion, the more severe the subsequent calamity. Daoist Xu, rest assured, I have faith in young Master Xu. Dongfang Yuejian now holds complete conviction in Xu Taiping. Very well. Reflecting on how Xu Taiping dealt with Dongfang Gulu yesterday, and recalling the moment he pulled them from the carriage, Xu Qingtan ultimately decided to place her trust in Xu Taiping. Then, Miss Dongfang, let us depart. Xu Taiping nodded and turned his gaze towards Dongfang Yuejian. Dongfang Yuejian nodded nervously. She was not inherently a timid person. However, the experiences of the past month under the 7 tribulation curse had rendered her somewhat apprehensive. There is no need for excessive anxiety, nor to hurry. Simply maintain a distance of over 3 feet. After reminding Dongfang Yuejian once more, Xu Taiping strode confidently down the street. Dongfang Yuejian hurriedly followed suit, treading carefully. Given the proximity of this street to the Youyun Pavilion and the presence of city guards everywhere, Xu Qingtan wondered if young Master Xu might be overreacting. Observing Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejian walking down the street as if facing a dire threat, she felt a twinge of confusion. Careful, careful. Just as Xu Qingtan was lost in thought, an urgent cry echoed from ahead on the street. Raising her eyes, she beheld a massive sign plummeting from the 5th floor of a nearby tavern with a resounding crash. Glancing at the spot where the sign had fallen, Xu Qingtan could not help but gasp in horror. At that moment, Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejian were less than a foot away from the enormous sign that had just crashed to the ground. It was evident from their posture that Xu Taiping had, upon sensing the impending fall, swiftly turned and pulled Dongfang Yuejian aside, preventing her from being struck. How remarkable is this young Master Xu and his divine companion? Xu Qingtan was utterly impressed. Moreover, in the brief span of only a few hundred paces, Xu Qingtan watched in disbelief as her unfortunate daughter narrowly escaped being doused in scalding oil, nearly struck by a butcher's cleaver, and faced with a long spear thrust after being pushed by playing children, all of which seemed absurdly calamitous. Had she not known that her daughter was afflicted by the 7 tribulation curse, she would have thought the king of hell had come to claim a life. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping pulled Dongfang Yuejian to evade a wine vat that fell from the sky, they finally reached the entrance of the Youyun Pavilion. With a sigh of relief, Su Qingtan observed the chaotic street and glanced at Dongfang Yuejian, who clutched Xu Taiping's arm in terror. Even as an onlooker, she felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. This sealing stone and 2 transformation pills were truly invaluable. Su Qingtan murmured with a sense of dread. She could only imagine how utterly flustered she would have been as she traversed this street with Yuejian. Soon after, she solemnly took out a communication jade slip and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xu Taiping. Thank you, young Master Xu, for your protection. Once we reached the Youyun Pavilion, I implore you to ensure the safety of my daughter. She no longer concealed her true identity from Xu Taiping. Before long, Xu Taiping's voice resonated from the jade slip. Rest assured, Taoist Xu. After I handle the matters with the carriage, please wait for me at the entrance of the Youyun Pavilion. I will surely bring Miss Yuejiao back safely. The calm and soothing tone of his voice brought immense comfort to Su Qingtan. However, when she raised her gaze towards the direction of the Youyun Valley again, Xu Taiping had already led Dongfang Yuejiao inside. Yuejiao, you must return safely, Su Qingtan murmured, her voice trembling. In the Youyun Pavilion, on the first floor, the white-clad steward recognized Xu Taiping as soon as he entered. Young Master Xu, you are the only disciple among those ranked in this Golden Scale Conference who is qualified to ascend to the 9th floor to select treasures. Shall we proceed to the 9th floor now? Congratulations on obtaining the title of Golden Scale Champion, young Master Xu, a voice interjected as Mu Yun from Guangling Pavilion, accompanied by Ji Yi, approached him with a smile. Thank you, young Master Mu, Xu Taiping replied, recognizing Mu Yun. Brother Xu, when will you come to our Guangling Pavilion for a visit? It would be delightful to engage in some sparring, Ji Yi inquired with a smile. I will certainly make time if the opportunity arises, Xu Taiping responded with a courteous smile. Here, please accept this teleportation token. Although the day for the Qingyun rankings is still far off, we will soon hold an alchemist conference at the Absolute Nether Sect. You are welcome to attend, Mu Yun said, presenting a teleportation token and a jade slip inscribed with details about the alchemist conference to Xu Taiping. At every alchemist conference, many rare spiritual herbs and elixirs are exhibited, along with various unique alchemical furnaces. You may find something you desire. Of course, if you possess rare elixirs or formulas, you may also trade them at the conference. Thank you, young Master Mu. I will certainly make an effort to attend when I find time, Xu Taiping replied, graciously accepting the teleportation token and jade slip. He understood this was a gesture of goodwill from Guangling Pavilion, and declining would only cause displeasure. There are indeed many valuable items at the Alchemist Conference. Once you have the chance, you should certainly visit. The voice of Lingua Fairy suddenly echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. He silently acknowledged her in his heart and made a mental note of the matter. Young Master Xu, please follow me to the 9th floor. The master of the estate is awaiting your arrival, the courteous white-clad steward reminded Xu Taiping. Before ascending to the 9th floor, I would like to exchange one of my opportunities to select treasures on the 9th floor for one on the 7th floor, Xu Taiping politely requested of the steward. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, including the white-clad steward, was taken aback. Young Master Xu, did I hear you correctly? You wish to exchange your opportunity to select treasures on the 9th floor for those on the 7th? The white-clad steward inquired incredulously, seeking confirmation from Xu Taiping. Indeed. Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Xu, the treasures on the 7th floor are far inferior to those on the 9th, Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion remarked, equally astonished. I am aware, yet there exists a particular treasure on the 7th floor that I desire, Xu Taiping stated with a smile, shaking his head lightly. To forsake the treasures of the 9th floor for the 7th, and select alongside us lesser beings, our esteemed leader is truly down to earth. A sinister voice interjected from behind Xu Taiping. The crowd turned to see that it was Yi Feiyu from the Taihao sect. Xu Taiping merely cast a calm glance his way before turning back to the white-clad steward and asking, "Is it possible to make the exchange?" The steward hesitated briefly, then smiled wryly and nodded. It is indeed possible, though it is quite unfortunate. Xu Taiping shook his head with a smile. Not unfortunate at all. If that treasure truly originates from the ancient celestial court, as Fairy Lingua claims, it is not merely valuable, but exceedingly so. Chapter 339, The Cold Sky Pearl, Miss Dongfang. Follow me to the 7th floor of the Youyun Pavilion. According to the rules of the Golden Scale Society, The top 60 disciples on the Golden Scale list are qualified to select treasures within the Youyun Pavilion, albeit on different floors. The higher one ascends from the 1st to the 9th floor, the rarer and more esteemed the treasures become. For instance, Dongfang Yuejian can select 3 of the finest treasures on the 7th floor. Conversely, Yi Feiyu, who earlier exhibited his sarcasm, is unable to ascend to the 7th floor and can only select treasures on the 5th. Young Master Xu, I apologize for the wasted opportunity to select treasures on the 9th floor. Should I successfully navigate this tribulation, I shall find a way to compensate you. Dongfang Yuejian conveyed with a hint of remorse upon reaching the 7th floor. Although the Youyun Pavilion's introduction suggests that the treasures on the 9th floor are similar in nature to those on the 7th, the rarity of the treasures varies significantly. The disparity between an ancient innate spiritual treasure and one forged in the postnatal realm is immense. Moreover, most treasures on the 7th floor lack any extraordinary capabilities. It is worth noting that had it not been for this year's Golden Scale Society gathering the 5 realms, the 9th floor would not have been accessible. Miss Dongfang, do not dwell too much on this. Since I have promised to assist you in overcoming your tribulation, this has been duly considered in my calculations. Xu Taiping replied discreetly in thought. Young Master Xu, Miss Dongfang, please halt. The white-clad steward suddenly called out to the two as he led them upstairs. According to the regulations of the Youyun Pavilion, I must reiterate the rules regarding entering the floors to select treasures. The white-clad steward spoke with utmost courtesy. Of course. Xu Taiping nodded. Please, go ahead. Dongfang Yuejian also nodded in agreement. Starting from the 7th level of the Youyun Pavilion, the treasures stored within are not catalogued. Even we, aside from the lord of the estate, are unaware of the precise quantity and variety of these treasures. Thus, there exist only 3 methods for selecting treasures. The first method entails entering and selecting items one by one, with a time limit of half an hour. The second method allows one to attempt to summon a treasure by name. If the treasure responds, it may be taken. The third method involves a treasure recognizing its affinity with you, thereby willingly acknowledging you as its master. At this juncture, the white-clad steward paused momentarily and gestured towards the spirit mirror in the waiting area, stating, "Every action you undertake within will be reflected in the spirit mirror. Therefore, do not entertain any thoughts of hoarding treasures for oneself. Severe offenders may find themselves removed from the Golden Scales list." Having said this, he courteously smiled once more at Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejiao. "Thank you for the information, esteemed sir," Xu Taiping replied with a respectful nod, then glanced at Dongfang Yuejiao, saying, "Miss Dongfang, please follow me." Dongfang Yuejiao nodded repeatedly, and the two entered the treasure chamber on the 7th floor, one after the other. The enormous spirit mirror, standing tall in the waiting area, promptly displayed the scene of their entrance into the building. As they stepped into the treasure chamber, Mu Yun and Ji Yi ascended to the 6th floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, halt." The white-clad steward politely obstructed Mu Yun and the others once more. "Rest assured, we merely wish to observe and shall not intrude," Mu Yun replied with a smile. "Observation is permitted, yet do not harbor any misguided intentions. Otherwise, being removed from the Golden Scales list would be a significant loss," the steward warned with a firm yet courteous demeanor. The group readily acquiesced. "Brother, what treasures could possibly be on the 7th floor that would compel Brother Taiping to forfeit an opportunity to select treasures on the 9th floor?" Ji Yi inquired curiously, fixated on the spirit mirror before him. "It may not solely be for the treasures," Mu Yun responded, his gaze resting on Dongfang Yuejiao. He was among the few privy to the matter regarding Dongfang Yuejiao being afflicted by the 7 calamities curse. Thus, upon seeing Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejiao together, he immediately connected the dots. What other reason could there be for visiting Youyun Pavilion, if not for treasures? Ji Yi murmured, not taking Mu Yun's words too seriously, while continuing to observe Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejiao in the spirit mirror. "Young Master Xu, what should I do now?" Upon entering the treasure chamber and gazing at the floating treasures illuminated by the moonstone, Dongfang Yuejiao looked at Xu Taiping with a somewhat bewildered expression. "Simply proceed with your original plan for selecting treasures. I shall handle the rest," Xu Taiping responded, picking up a piece of auspicious jade that floated by. Before turning his attention back to Dongfang Yuejiao, "I have acquired a list detailing the treasures within this 7th level treasury, so there is no need to select them one by one. Merely call out the names of the treasures and see if we can summon them. Must we truly proceed in such a manner?" Dongfang Yuejiao hesitated for a moment before addressing Xu Taiping. In her perspective, the process of selecting treasures appeared remarkably straightforward. Seemingly incapable of aiding Xu Taiping in uncovering the root of the calamity. "Let us proceed," Xu Taiping affirmed earnestly with a nod. If Lian Tong's visions were accurate, the Eastern Moon Cocoon had summoned a problem during the invocation of the treasure. Very well, Eastern Moon Cocoon thought, and without further hesitation, she positioned herself at the center of the treasury, releasing a portion of her true essence while proclaiming, "I, Eastern Moon Cocoon of the Dragon, ride Heavenly Tai Cave, have come today to request the ancient celestial treasure, the immortal carp basket." As her words resonated within the treasury, a tremulous sound echoed, followed by a swirl of colorful light descending, ultimately transforming into a verdant bamboo basket that gracefully landed in Eastern Moon Cocoon's hands. The record was indeed accurate. The immortal carp basket was truly located on the 7th floor of the cloudy pavilion. Holding the basket, Eastern Moon Cocoon radiated joy, and the shadows cast by the 7 calamity curse were swiftly dispelled by her elation upon acquiring the treasure. What special powers does this immortal carp basket possess? Xu Taiping inquired curiously, observing the seemingly ordinary bamboo basket. This basket can capture spiritually endowed immortal carps from the great rivers, and when nurtured, these carps may eventually transform into dragons. Though they may not be true dragons, with proper care, they can cultivate divine abilities, Eastern Moon Cocoon explained, her face beaming with delight. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. For the Eastern family, adept at mastering spirit beasts, this was indeed a remarkable treasure. "I, Eastern Moon Cocoon of the Dragon, ride Heavenly Tai Cave, now seek the ancient celestial treasure, the transforming dew plate," she announced once more, her enthusiasm unabated. As before, the moment her words fell, the treasury resonated with the sound of trembling treasures. Soon, Xu Taiping witnessed another swirl of colorful light spiraling towards Eastern Moon Cocoon, which then coalesced into a sky-blue jade plate, settling firmly in her palm. How wonderful! The transforming dew plate is indeed also on the 7th floor of the cloudy pavilion. With the jade plate cradled in her hands, Eastern Moon Cocoon completely cast aside the concerns of the 7 calamity curse, her demeanor transforming into one of exuberant excitement. Indeed, she had grown careless after acquiring 2 significant treasures in succession. Otherwise, with her level of cultivation and skill, she would not have found herself defenseless against that entity. Observing the slightly unhinged joy of Eastern Moon Cocoon, Xu Taiping began to comprehend why, in Lian Tong's vision, she had been utterly powerless against that thing. However, according to Sister Linghua, even with prior precautions, any misstep could still lead to severe injury from that entity. One must not lower their guard. Xu Taiping discreetly exhaled a breath of turbid air while casting a sidelong glance at the flame pattern in his palm. Noticing that the color of the flame pattern had shifted to gold, he felt a slight relaxation. Whether Eastern Moon Cocoon could withstand the 6th tribulation hinged upon whether his golden crow fire could subdue that treasure. The discovery of the immortal carp basket within the cloudy pavilion was indeed a fortuitous find. The transformation disc appears to possess the extraordinary ability to refine the spiritual essence from the clouds and mist, marking it as a divine artifact. In the waiting area outside the treasury, onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Dongfang Yueging acquire 2 ancient celestial treasures in one fell swoop. While the celestial carp basket was commendable, the transformation disc was indeed a rare treasure, capable of converting the spiritual energy from the clouds into dew, directly consumable by cultivators, rivaling even the essence of spirit. A hint of envy glimmered in Mu Yun's eyes. At that moment, within the spirit mirror, Dongfang Yueging put away the transformation disc, cleared her throat, and with a spark of excitement in her gaze, declared, "I am Dongfang Yueging from the Qinglong Heavenly Tai Cave, here to request the ancient celestial treasure, the Frost Heaven Pearl." However, scarcely had the words escaped her lips when she quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, I meant the cold heaven pearl." Witnessing this, Mu Yun and the others erupted in hearty laughter. Such instances of nervous name blunders were not uncommon and were soon brushed aside. After all, the Youyun Pavilion would not retract a cultivator's opportunity to select treasures over such trivialities. Yet, to everyone's surprise, after calling out the name of the cold heaven pearl, a treasure indeed flew toward her. However, it was evident that the dull, earthy-hued orb before her was not the Frost Heaven Pearl. According to legends, The ancient celestial frost heaven pearl radiated a spectrum of colors, its surface encrusted with a layer of frost, for those adept in frost-related arts. It could significantly hasten their spellcasting, enabling them to unleash 2 or even 3 spells simultaneously. Youyun elucidated to the crowd. Hearing this, the onlookers were astounded, feeling certain that the Dongfang family must have received guidance from a remarkable individual, as it was improbable to select such powerful treasures all at once without assistance. Brother, what about this cold heaven pearl? Ji inquired curiously of Youyun. I have yet to hear of this treasure. However, it is said that a lantern known as the cold heaven lamp hangs upon a gate of the ancient heavenly court, and once lit, it chills the realms and the 10 directions instantly. If this object indeed bears a connection to the cold heaven lamp, how could it possibly appear on the 7th floor? Youyun chuckled. It seems the young lady from Dongfang may need to summon another treasure. Ji smiled in agreement. As anticipated, after summoning the cold heaven pearl, Dongfang Yueging, slightly embarrassed, waved apologetically at the orb. I'm sorry, I called out the wrong one. Celestial treasures possess consciousness, and such simple exchanges are surely comprehensible to them. However, to the astonishment of the assembly, after her apology, the cold heaven pearl did not flee like other artifacts, but continued to hover near Dongfang Yueging, seemingly insisting that she take it with her. The dilemma was that she sought the frost heaven pearl and could not accept the cold heaven pearl. Consequently, Dongfang Yueging expressed her apologies once more, turned away, and prepared to summon the frost heaven pearl from another location. Boom. In that fleeting moment, when Dongfang Yueging turned, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly radiated from a yellowish orb, causing the area surrounding it to visibly crystallize into ice. Even Youyun and the others standing outside the treasure vault felt the chilling aura emanating from the orb. This icy presence seemed capable of freezing even the soul. Ji Yi, with his keen spiritual perception, cried out in alarm upon sensing his own consciousness being assailed by this frigid force. Chapter 341, The Cold Sky Pearl. The treasure of the 7th floor. Boom. Just as everyone prepared to flee, they suddenly beheld a scene within the spiritual mirror. Xu Taiping abruptly manifested a physique befitting a martial god, pointing a finger ablaze with blinding flames at the yellow orb. With a resounding cry, a fiery crow burst forth from Xu Taiping's fingertip, devouring the yellow orb in a single gulp. In an instant, the overwhelming coldness dissipated. However, after the golden flame, transformed into a golden crow, swallowed the orb, its flames began to diminish at a discernible pace. Within mere moments, only a flame the size of a fist remained, still enveloping the yellow orb. Bang! At that moment, Xu Taiping, having manifested his martial god form, suddenly clamped the yellow orb between both palms and thrust it into his mouth. Boom! The instant the orb entered his mouth, the terrifying chill once again spread outward. Frost began to visibly form on the surface of Xu Taiping's body. Yet, each time the frost nearly enveloped him entirely, a wave of heat, born from his blood essence, would melt it away. He was refining the cold sky pearl using the formidable power of his blood essence. Youyun was the first to discern Xu Taiping's intent. Is he mad? The chilling aura of that object cannot be resisted by mere flames. How could he hope to refine it with his blood essence? Quick! Summon the master of the estate. At the entrance of the treasure vault, the cultivators murmured among themselves while the white-clad steward instructed his subordinates to fetch the estate master. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xu Taiping was indeed battling the icy aura of the cold sky pearl to a standstill. The chill weakened. He was truly refining the orb. Upon sensing the diminishing coldness of the cold sky pearl, Ji exclaimed in disbelief, "It is not that the orb's chill is weakening, but rather that it is being subdued by his blood essence." Youyun shook his head in resignation. Given the chilling aura that orb just released, it could easily have killed Xu Taiping. Its reduction in chill indicates it is merely testing him to see if he is worthy of being its master. He continued to explain, "In truth, the strategy Xu Taiping devised in conjunction with Fairy Lingyue is quite similar to what I have just stated. The power of the cold sky pearl can only be temporarily restrained, even with the Great Sun Golden Crow technique. To truly subdue it, one must earn its recognition. To gain the cold sky pearl's acknowledgement, one must utilize a physique that shares a lineage with the Flame Emperor, for he was the last master of the cold sky lantern." Recalling the words of the spirit moon fairy, Xu Taiping decisively summoned all the vital energy within him once more. He harnessed this energy to dispel the frigid aura emanating from the cold heaven pearl. Just as he subdued its icy essence again, the once tumultuous cold heaven pearl within him suddenly became docile. The spirit moon sister was indeed correct. Xu Taiping exhaled a long, relieved breath. Then, with a swift motion, the cold heaven pearl flew from his mouth and began to joyfully swirl around him. Has it truly recognized its master? Indeed, it has. To tame such a formidable treasure is a remarkable feat. Outside the treasury, in front of the spirit mirror, the gathered cultivators gasped in astonishment. To have a treasure of such terrifying power acknowledge its master. Ji, you have genuinely lost this time without grievance. Youyun, with a contemplative expression, patted Ji's shoulder. Brother, could you refrain from mentioning this matter again? Ji responded with a look of helplessness. Make way, make way. Just then, the manor lord Qiu Shunyuan arrived at the treasury door, flanked by 2 attendants in white. What is the situation inside? Qiu Shunyuan inquired anxiously as he approached the spirit mirror. What? But upon seeing the earthy-hued pearl swirling around Xu Taiping, his aged face instantly froze in disbelief. He has actually refined the cold heaven pearl. Subsequently, Qiu Shunyuan displayed the same expression of shock as the other cultivators. Witnessing Qiu Shunyuan's discomposure, Mu Yun's heart sank, and he thought, could it be that the cold heaven pearl is truly connected to the cold heaven lantern? With this thought in mind, he tentatively asked Qiu Shunyuan, Lord Qiu, I have heard that atop the ancient heavenly court's celestial gate, there hung a treasure lamp known as the cold heaven lantern. Is it possible that the cold heaven pearl is related to that? To Mu Yun's surprise, Qiu Shunyuan did not conceal this information but instead nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the cold heaven pearl is formed from the lamp oil of the cold heaven lantern, intended by the emperor to suppress other treasures within the tower. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the entrance erupted in a flurry of astonishment. It is indeed the legendary treasure that stabilizes the tower? Mu Yun was taken aback. According to rumors, the Youyun Pavilion places a stabilizing treasure on each floor starting from the 6th, intended to intimidate the restless treasures within. However, these treasures are well hidden, which is why, throughout the years of Youyun Pavilion's opening, few have heard of anyone successfully taking a stabilizing treasure. Fortunately, it is merely the treasure from the 7th floor. If it were from the 8th or 9th, it would truly be a headache. With a pained sigh, Qiu Shunyuan lamented. Oh, Lord Qiu, what brings you down here? Just then, Xu Taiping emerged from the treasury with Dongfang Yuejiao, coincidentally encountering Qiu Shunyuan at the entrance. You have taken the stabilizing treasure of Youyun Pavilion. How could I not come down? Qiu Shunyuan retorted, somewhat irked. Xu Taiping chuckled in response. It's merely good fortune. He then glanced at Dongfang Yuejiao and said, Miss Dongfang, let us ascend to the 9th floor together. Please wait for me outside, and I shall join you after retrieving the treasures. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuejiao smiled and nodded repeatedly. Upon the unraveling of the 6th calamity, she distinctly sensed a considerable alleviation of the oppressive force exerted by the 7 calamity curse upon her soul, and she could not help but feel a surge of gratitude for her decision to enlist Xu Taiping's assistance in overcoming her tribulations. Master Qiu, does the treasure safeguarding the 9th floor exist as well? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity as he ascended the stairs, directing his question towards Qiu Shunyuan. What? Do you intend to abscond with the treasure from our 9th floor as well? Qiu Shunyuan retorted with a disapproving glance at Xu Taiping. The Hantian Pearl, a treasure among the myriad possessions of the Youyun Pavilion, ranked within the top 10, and the thought of its removal brought him considerable distress. I merely spoke in jest. Such fortune is beyond reason, Xu Taiping replied with a light-hearted laugh. Having not only assisted Dongfang Yuejian in overcoming her tribulation, but also tamed and refined the Hantian Pearl, his spirits soared. Following Xu Taiping's ascent, Mu Yun and several other cultivators trailed behind, eager to witness which 2 treasures Xu Taiping would procure from the 9th floor of the Youyun Pavilion. Chapter 342, The Golden Essence Coin, the supreme spell of the true martial Emperor Taiping. On the 9th floor of the Youyun Pavilion lies a coin bearing the supreme spell of the true martial emperor. This coin, crafted by the hands of the true martial emperor himself from the finest golden essence stone, bears his likeness on one side and the supreme spell on the other. Originally intended as a protective talisman for his daughter, it fell into the hands of the Youyun emperor through deception involving a celestial artifact. At first glance, the coin appears quite ordinary, hardly qualifying as a magical artifact. However, according to certain ancient texts, the likeness of the true martial emperor etched upon it was rendered by the emperor himself, who subsequently sealed a fragment of his divine consciousness within. The supreme spell on the reverse side was also inscribed by the true martial emperor, having witnessed all 99 incantations depicted on the spirit bone stele. It is speculated that the supreme spell on this golden coin embodies at least 9/10 of the original incantation spirit. For these reasons, the true martial coin, bearing the supreme spell, is believed by knowledgeable elders in the realm of true martial to possess power rivaling that of an ancient divine treasure. Legend has it that upon learning of its theft by the Youyun emperor, the true martial emperor lamented its loss. However, due to his pride, he refrained from demanding its return, allowing the coin to remain lost to time. In later generations, several knowledgeable individuals sought to reclaim it from the Youyun pavilion, but the pavilion categorically refused, stating that the coin resided within the Youyun pavilion, and those who wished to possess it must retrieve it themselves. We surmise that, given the discerning eye of the Youyun emperor, this golden coin would undoubtedly be placed on the 9th floor. Thus, Taiping, since you have the opportunity to ascend to the 9th floor, seize this golden essence coin, both for the realm of true martial and for the Qingxian sect. After all, if the rumors hold true, nothing could be more fitting to seal the Yuxian cave than this true martial coin bearing the supreme spell. As Xu Taiping wandered through the treasure vault of the 9th floor, he recalled the words spoken to him by his little master the previous night. If the origin of this golden essence coin is truly as you described, suspending it in the Yuxian cave could seal it for a century. Even if the calamity's demonic seeds were to awaken, the voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Last night, she also overheard the words exchanged between the young master and Xu Taiping. If it were indeed possible, it could at least assist Qing Xian in holding on until the true martial sword champion assembly, and perhaps the calamity seen through the lotus eye could also prove useful. Xu Taiping nodded in silent agreement. The calamity perceived by the lotus eye evidently bore signs of demonic involvement, and the true martial talisman, imbued with the supreme incantation, was primarily designed to restrain such malevolent beings. Indeed, the supreme incantation, personally inscribed by the true martial emperor, was already capable of countering numerous demons. However, the effectiveness of such high-grade talismans largely depended on the skill of the practitioner wielding them. If I manage to acquire it, I shall then instruct you on how to wield it, Xu Taiping. The fairy of Lingyue first expressed her approval of Xu Taiping's thoughts, then offered him a few words of caution. Then I shall rely on you, Sister Lingyue. Xu Taiping responded cheerfully while observing the treasures suspended around him. Yet, it appeared that searching for each item individually within half an hour would be insufficient. The true martial emperor had not designated names for these treasures, making it impossible to summon them as the Eastern Maiden had done. He could only attempt the method suggested by the young master. After a fruitless search, Xu Taiping let out a wry smile. The sheer number of treasures within this vault was overwhelming, particularly those swirling above, resembling a swarm of bees. It's worth a try. The voice of the fairy of Lingyue echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. If it is indeed forged by the true martial emperor, and you are a true martial cultivator, perhaps it might reveal itself. She too believed this to be the only viable option. Very well. Xu Taiping nodded, ceasing his aimless search, and directly approached the center of the colossal vault. Could it be that treasures on the 9th floor bear names known to Xu Taiping? That seems unlikely. Wasn't it said that treasures on the 9th floor, apart from those already taken, were unique to the Youyun pavilion and seldom circulated in the world? That is what I have heard as well. Upon seeing Xu Taiping standing in the center of the vault, seemingly intent on employing the method just demonstrated by the Eastern Moon Cocoon to locate the treasures, the onlookers gathered at the entrance began to murmur among themselves. Brother, is it as they say? The curious Ji Yi inquired of Mu Yun, being somewhat unfamiliar with the matter. The treasures of the 9th floor in the Youyun pavilion are all personally collected by the Youyun emperor, most of which have not been seen in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Given that very few individuals can ascend to the 9th floor, there exists virtually no catalog of the treasures housed there. Only a handful of cultivators, based on the life of the Youyun emperor, have speculated about some of the items stored within. However, even among these, those who know the specific names of the treasures are exceedingly rare. Mu Yun nodded in response. I see. Ji Yi immediately understood why the crowd appeared so astonished. Stop your conjectures. Even if the treasures on the 9th floor have names, they have all been erased by the Youyun Emperor. They are all nameless, unclaimed treasures. Even I do not possess a catalog, and to acquire them, one must rely solely on keen eyesight and fortune. Seemingly irritated by the chatter behind him, the pavilion master Qiu Shunyuan, standing at the forefront of the Lingjing, abruptly concluded the discussion. I am eager to observe what tricks you have up your sleeve. Qiu Shunyuan crossed his arms, glaring at Xu Taiping in the copper mirror with a displeased demeanor. He held no ill feelings towards Xu Taiping. His discontent stemmed solely from the departure of a treasured artifact from the Youyun Pavilion. Just then, Xu Taiping suddenly cupped his hands in greeting within the mirror, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he proclaimed, I am Xu Taiping, a disciple of the Zhenwu Celestial Xian sect, here today to welcome the esteemed elder home. Chapter 343, The Golden Spirit Coin and the Acquired Artifact. Guizha. As the crowd pondered the identity of the elder Xu Taiping referred to, a violent tremor reverberated from within the treasury. The treasures that had been swirling about suddenly parted, creating a pathway. Following this, a bluish-gray light slowly descended from the newly cleared path. This light ultimately transformed into a glimmering gold coin, which settled steadily in Xu Taiping's hand. Soon after, a cold and authoritative voice emanated from the treasury. Trapped within Youyun for over 10 millennia, I shall return to Zhenwu now, and I pledge my loyalty to you for 3,000 years. Please bestow upon me a name. Upon hearing this voice and sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from the coin, the crowd collectively thought of one term: artifact. Only treasures of such caliber could exude such formidable consciousness. In an instant, everyone's countenance changed, including Qiu Shunyuan's. He was genuinely astonished that this young man had truly discovered it. He sighed with a tinge of resentment. Although he had surmised that Xu Taiping would seek this golden spirit coin, he had always believed the chances of finding it were minuscule. Unexpectedly, the coin had chosen its master autonomously. Even if it was an acquired artifact, it was still an artifact. Could it not exhibit a touch of restraint? Master Qiu, I have heard rumors that within the Youyun Pavilion lies a golden spirit coin personally forged by the great Emperor Zhenwu, inscribed with the supreme incantation by the great Emperor himself, capable of summoning spirits to annihilate thousands of demons. Could it be that the golden spirit coin just obtained by Xu Taiping is indeed this one? Muyin could not help but inquire of Qiu Shunyuan. If this were indeed the case, Xu Taiping's acquisition would undoubtedly be the envy of all. Indeed, Qiu Shunyuan affirmed without denial. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. They had heard whispers regarding the great Emperor Zhenwu's golden spirit coin, but had always regarded them as mere tales. They never imagined such a treasure truly existed. However, this golden spirit coin was not obtained by deceit from the great Emperor Youyun. It was entrusted to him by the great Emperor Zhenwu. To prevent any gossip from spreading, Master Qiu Shunyuan promptly added, This is, of course, true. Our great Emperor Youyun would never engage in such underhanded dealings. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Among these cultivators, offending anyone was less daunting than incurring the wrath of the great Emperor Youyun, who governed a realm of martial fortune. The fact that this golden spirit coin could return to Zhenwu in such a manner likely indicated the great Emperor Youyun's subtle desire to assist Zhenwu. Unlike the envious expressions of Mu Yun and others, Dongfang Yuejian genuinely felt joy for Xu Taiping. Her words brought great comfort to Qiu Shunyuan, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, young lady of the East, your eloquence is commendable. The Emperor's contemplations are far beyond our comprehension. His decision to entrust this golden spirit coin to Zhenwu Heaven may very well be an endeavor to select its true master. Although this coin is of considerable value, it remains merely a postnatal artifact, and moreover, it originally belonged to Zhenwu Heaven. Thus, Qiu Shunyuan did not feel overly distressed. The distinction between postnatal and innate artifacts, though subtle, is significant. They are scarcely comparable. If you wish to take this golden spirit coin, then so be it. There remains but one opportunity for selection. Do you truly believe you could procure an innate artifact? Qiu Shunyuan mused internally. As for the name, within the treasury, upon hearing that the golden spirit coin required a name from her, Xu Taiping found herself in a quandary. After much contemplation, she finally spoke. How about we call you Guizha? Upon hearing this name, the first to exhale in relief was the spirit of Ling Yue within the gourd. Fearing Xu Taiping might bestow upon the coin some frivolous name that would offend it, Artifacts of this nature possess awakened intelligence. A slight displeasure could lead to a rift between them. Thank you, my master, for the name. The voice, imbued with a sense of cold authority, reverberated through the treasury once more. In a flash, the golden spirit coin transformed into a streak of light, autonomously diving into Xu Taiping's energy center. With the newfound connection to Guizhou, Xu Taiping finally exhaled, having fulfilled her promise to her junior sister. With Guizhou by her side, she felt a renewed sense of confidence to face the impending tribulations from Qingxin sect, as well as the awakening calamity within the Yuexu in demonic abyss. By the way, Lingyue, can I refine this golden spirit coin into my life treasure? Xu Taiping inquired curiously, touching her chest. You currently possess only the refining spirit realm, allowing you to forge immortal treasures. Your spirit cannot yet endure the power of an artifact, Lingyue replied. Having heard this, Xu Taiping relinquished the notion of refining Guizhou into her life treasure. Young Master Xu, you still have one more opportunity to select a treasure, do not forget. Qiu Shunyuan's voice suddenly resonated from above the treasury. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Qiu. Xu Taiping smiled and nodded. This journey to Youyun Pavilion had already yielded an exceedingly rare immortal treasure, the Cold Sky Pearl, and the postnatal artifact Guizhou, far exceeding her expectations. Thus, even a casual selection henceforth would be a boon. The true treasures within this building are certainly well hidden by the Youyun house. It is unlikely you will find them within half an hour, Taiping. Alternatively, why not let the treasures choose you? Lingyue suggested playfully to Xu Taiping. Let the treasures choose me? Xu Taiping pondered, her interest piqued, before nodding in agreement. That could indeed work. Chapter 344, The Mark of Life and Death. Would you care to accompany me? The method of allowing treasures to recognize their master autonomously is one of the selection techniques employed by the Youyun Pavilion. The approach is rather straightforward. It involves releasing your vitality and true essence, enabling the sentient treasures to acknowledge you as their master. However, more often than not, this method leads to humiliation. The majority of treasures, particularly innate spiritual artifacts, disdain humanity due to their celestial origins. For instance, Guizhou is able to recognize Xu Taiping as its master, not because it is an innate spiritual treasure, but due to its inherent affinity for the true martial heaven. Regardless, should no treasure choose me, I can simply select any one to take with me. Xu Taiping remained unperturbed, not feeling any loss of face for not being chosen by a treasure. Boom. Upon reaching the center of the treasure vault on the 9th floor, Xu Taiping immediately unleashed his entire reservoir of true essence, causing a violent surge of energy that shook the vault. The treasures, which had been leisurely swirling around him, suddenly scattered like startled birds. Is Xu Taiping attempting to have the treasures recognize him as their master? Has he, after acquiring 2 treasures, decided against a meticulous selection? The commotion within the vault caught the attention of the onlookers outside, who began to murmur amongst themselves. If it were me, I might have done the same. Ji from the Guangling Pavilion was not particularly surprised by Xu Taiping's actions. For an ordinary disciple, acquiring even one of the 2 treasures, a primordial celestial grade Hantian Pearl or a postnatal divine artifact, the true martial back Taishang spell, would render the journey worthwhile. Youyun nodded with a smile, expressing his understanding of Xu Taiping's decision to forego further selection. However, as he spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance at Dongfang Yuejiao, who was anxiously watching the spiritual mirror, and mused to himself, successfully selecting 2 top-tier treasures while also aiding Dongfang Yuejiao through a tribulation. If such prowess were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir the cultivation world. Unlike other cultivators, during their time on the 7th floor, most had only witnessed Xu Taiping subduing the Hantian Pearl, overlooking the fact that he had acted to assist Dongfang Yuejiao. Yet Youyun had taken note of this detail. Boom. At that moment, Xu Taiping within the vault began to channel his blood energy with full force, elevating his physique from the sleeping dragon realm to the ascending dragon realm. Although it was not his first display of such power, the sight of him unleashing his full potential still left the onlookers in awe. Oof, like a jester. Yi Feiyu, who had also ascended to the 9th floor, scoffed upon witnessing Xu Taiping's vigorous exertion of true essence. Yi Feiyu, mind your language. Dongfang Yuejiao could no longer restrain herself, her expression turning frosty as she shot a glare at Yi Feiyu. Time and again, Xu Taiping had rescued her, 4 times, either directly or indirectly. In her heart, She regarded him as a benefactor and could not tolerate Yi Feiyu's disparagement. Have I spoken incorrectly? What purpose does Xu Taiping's action serve, aside from seeking to attract attention? Yi Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Yuejian. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the crowd shifted entirely to Dongfang Yuejian. Normally shy, her face flushed crimson in an instant. Nevertheless, she bravely met those inquisitive stares and retorted, "Only the incompetent would perceive this as mere theatrics." Indeed, Sister Dongfang speaks the truth, echoed Ji Yi, who also harbored disdain for Yi Feiyu. In previous encounters, Mu Yun would have intervened to prevent Ji Yi from clashing with the members of Taihao sect, yet this time he refrained. Enough. Silence, all of you. Should the bickering continue, I shall have you all expelled. The governor, Qiu Shan coughed lightly, issuing a warning. At his utterance, the disciples behind him fell into a hushed silence, no longer daring to speak. Within the confines of the Youyun Pavilion, even those of the transformation realm must heed Qiu Shenyuan's authority, let alone these young ones. A bunch of unruly youths, causing a ruckus wherever they go. Qiu Shenyuan muttered irritably, then turned his gaze toward the spirit mirror, murmuring softly, "In truth, this lad is the least worrisome." He was quite pleased with Xu Taiping's method of selecting treasures. Even if some artifacts were inclined to recognize a master, they would merely be acquired artifacts. While the innate treasures on the 9th floor were ancient relics, existing for millennia, they would hardly be interested in common cultivators of lesser realms. Qiu Shan added silently in his heart, recalling how he himself felt uneasy each time he entered the 9th floor's treasury. Thus, he did not believe that these ancient beings would willingly acknowledge Xu Taiping, a mere youth, as their master. On this arduous path of cultivation, I ask you all within the tower, are there any willing to accompany me? At that moment, Xu Taiping's voice resonated once more from the spirit mirror. He spoke while bowing and surveying the surroundings of the tower. However, the rather awkward reality was that the treasures within the tower, aside from ceasing their spiraling, showed no response whatsoever. Observing this, Yi Feiyu let out a cold laugh, while Dongfang Yuejian felt no embarrassment, only a sense of regret. Qiu Shan, however, remained unfazed, stroking his beard with a smile, continuing to watch the spirit mirror with keen interest. His reluctance to allow Xu Taiping to take too many treasures was not due to stinginess, but rather the responsibility of the Youyun Pavilion's governor to replace any taken artifacts. "Those willing to join me, please step forward," Xu Taiping declared once again, bowing with a loud voice from within the spirit mirror. The crowd perceived this proclamation as an earnest appeal, akin to fulfilling one's duty while leaving the outcome to fate. Xu Taiping himself shared this sentiment, realizing that no treasures seemed inclined to favor him. In the depths of the 9th floor treasury, Xu Taiping, with a hint of self-deprecation, lowered his hands. Just as he prepared to casually select an artifact and depart, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air, echoing like arrows cutting through the void. Suddenly, the previously still treasures hovering above the treasury converged before him. Peering through the spiritual mirror, one observes Xu Taiping at this moment, encircled by treasures in a manner that leaves no room for escape. Chapter 345, The Mark of Life and Death, the Treasure of the 9th Floor. Master Qiu, what is happening? Dongfang Yuejian inquired nervously of the Master Qiu Shanyuan upon witnessing this scene. However, Qiu Shanyuan, whose face was ashen, clearly lacked the inclination to respond. Ultimately, it was Mu Yun who elucidated the enigma troubling Dongfang Yuejian. They have all set their sights on Xu Taiping, wishing to acknowledge him as their master. Upon hearing this, not only did Dongfang Yuejian's heart tremble, but so did the onlookers among the cultivators. Could it be? These treasures appear more inclined to mock Xu Taiping. A cultivator expressed skepticism regarding Mu Yun's assertion. Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than a thunderous sound erupted. As a burst of earthy yellow light surged forth, shattering the encasing treasures surrounding Xu Taiping. As the yellow light dissipated, a fragmented seal materialized before Xu Taiping. Upon sighting this seal, Qiu Shanyuan gasped sharply, nearly losing his balance. "Master Qiu, what ails you?" Mu Yun swiftly supported Qiu Shanyuan. At that moment, a voice resonated from the spiritual mirror, imbued with authority and dominance. "I am but a fragment of the ancient divine object, the Fantian seal, which has been fashioned into this imprint. Though my powers are now diminished, the two faces of this seal, one governing death and the other life, can still assist you in vanquishing those so-called transformation realm experts after you bind your soul to me by fulfilling a condition. Upon hearing this, Youyun, who had been supporting Qiu Shangyuan, stumbled as well. A legal seal forged from the Fan Tian seal fragment, and with its dual faces, one presiding over life and the other over death. Is this not the yin-yang seal of life and death, once lost on the battlefield of gods and demons? Youyun muttered in astonishment. At this moment, Qiu Shangyuan had regained his composure. Oh, great emperor, how could you? How could you bestow this seal of life and death upon him? Qiu Shangyuan gazed at the seal suspended before Xu Taiping, his expression filled with anguish. Although this seal of life and death was of celestial grade due to its fragmentation, its extraordinary origin as a fragment of the ancient treasure, the Fan Tian seal, endowed it with power surpassing many innate artifacts. What was more critical was that its presence ensured the artifacts on the 9th floor of Youyun Pavilion remained undisturbed. This is the treasure that guards the 9th floor. Qiu Shangyuan sighed deeply. The cultivators, who had previously been unaware of the seal of life and death, gasped upon hearing this revelation. Does this mean Xu Taiping alone has taken away 2 treasures of Youyun Pavilion? An uproar ensued among the crowd. Taiping, agree to it. Whatever the condition may be. Within the treasure vault of the 9th floor, before Xu Taiping could fully comprehend the situation, the voice of the immortal moon echoed in his mind. It was the first time Xu Taiping had witnessed the moon spirit fairy in such a state of disarray. He promptly acknowledged the seal with a nod and inquired, "What are your conditions, esteemed elder?" Immediately, a voice resounding with authority emanated from the seal. "If you can locate the remaining shards of the Fan Tian seal within a millennium, I shall pledge my allegiance to you for 30,000 years. However, until the remaining fragments are found, I can only assist you once every 60 years, and I shall be unable to act for 3 years after recognizing you as my master. If you agree, I can establish a soul contract with you." Xu Taiping contemplated the proposition seriously and concluded that if the seal truly possessed such formidable power, the conditions were not excessively harsh. He nodded in affirmation, stating, "I can accept your terms, esteemed elder." Upon uttering these words, a radiant aura enveloped Xu Taiping, and he sensed a peculiar soul connection forming with the seal before him. Once the moon spirit fairy confirmed the soul contract between Xu Taiping and the seal, she joyfully exclaimed, "Taiping, you now possess the celestial treasure needed to forge your life's essence. What? You wish to contact the 9 mansions of Zhenwu and the Qingxian sect?" After acquiring the treasure, Xu Taiping sought out the mansion Lord Qiu Shangyuan, hoping to request assistance in establishing communication with the 9 mansions or their Qingxian sect. It is indeed possible to make contact, but the communication array between the 9 mansions and the Youyun mansion requires at least 1 to 2 days to activate. "So you must wait a day," Qiu Shangyuan replied after some consideration. He did not create obstacles for Xu Taiping despite the latter's sudden acquisition of 2 treasures from the Youyun Pavilion. "Thank you, Mansion Lord." Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. He could certainly wait a day. However, the activation of the array demands payment in gold essence, Qiu Shangyuan added. "How much?" Xu Taiping inquired, his lips twitching. 100,000 gold essence. He did not haggle, readily agreeing. Compared to the life and death of Qingxian, 100,000 gold essence was negligible. By the way, you should exercise caution, young man. Having taken 2 treasures, you are bound to attract the envy of others. Qiu Shangyuan suddenly called out as Xu Taiping was about to depart. "Thank you for your reminder, Mansion Lord," Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Internally, he murmured, "After tomorrow, no one will dare to covet what I possess." Tomorrow marked the day when the Eastern Moon Silkworm would face the final trial of the 7 calamities, coinciding with the date he had arranged with the Moon Spirit Fairy to eliminate the master of the One-Leaf Book. Within the inn where the Eastern family resided, "Young Master Xu, everything you requested has been prepared," Su Qingtan said as she handed him a ring. Inside it lay the items listed on the inventory Xu Taiping had provided her the previous day. "Thank you," he acknowledged with a nod. He had not returned to the Xianyun Martial Academy today, opting instead to come to the Jiyun Inn to retrieve these items. "Young Master Xu, forgive my boldness, but could you perhaps share a hint regarding the dangers that lie within tomorrow's earthly calamity?" Su Qingtan hesitated briefly before finally voicing her inquiry. Xu Taiping pondered carefully, believing it prudent to reveal a modicum of information to allay the suspicions of the mother and daughter. He nodded slightly and countered with a question. "Have you heard of the One-Leaf Book?" "Of course," Su Qingtan replied, nodding vigorously. But what does this have to do with the one-leaf book? She inquired, her expression one of confusion. The 7 calamities curse afflicting Miss Dongfang was sown by the master of the one-leaf book, and tomorrow, that very master shall personally confront her, Xu Taiping stated gravely, directing his serious gaze at Xu Qingtan. Upon hearing this, both Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejia were rendered speechless. Chapter 346. On cultivation, regarding the realms of cultivation that night. Within the confines of Xu Taiping's chamber, Lingyue Fairy addressed him with solemnity. Taiping, the arrangement of this formation is rather intricate. You must commit it to memory. Even the slightest oversight could render the formation ineffective. After demonstrating the formation once more with the chess pieces, she earnestly conveyed her instructions to Xu Taiping. With a smile, Xu Taiping picked up the chess pieces and skillfully replicated the formation on the spot, all the while articulating the positions for the array's eyes and the quantities of gold coins and spirit stones required. Fairy Lingyue, I assure you, there will be no errors, Xu Taiping confidently promised as he set down the pieces. His exceptional memory had always served him well, and now, with his strengthened spirit, it would be an understatement to say he could remember everything at a glance. Excellent, Lingyue Fairy nodded in satisfaction. The reason for her meticulousness was due to the formidable opponent they would face the following day, even in her prime. She would need to approach this challenge with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for carelessness. By the way, how did you persuade Xu Qingtan and her mother to accompany you to the Blood Rain Forest? Lingyue Fairy suddenly inquired. Upon discovering that the mastermind was the master of the one-leaf book, Xu Qingtan had consulted with several elders from the Dongfang family. To their surprise, the elders concluded that this matter was indeed connected to the one-leaf book, yet their ultimate suggestion was to abandon Dongfang Yuejia. Xu Taiping chuckled bitterly. Lingyue Fairy chuckled softly, and then sighed, shaking her head. This is indeed a lamentable choice, although the Dongfang family of Qinglong Tian is not weak. They are insufficient to contend with that ancient specter of the one-leaf book. The sacrifice of a single Dongfang Yuejia is undoubtedly a lesser cost than the potential loss of an entire lineage. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement and continued. Later, the two managed to reach out to Tai Dongtian, but Dongfang Yuejia's master was in seclusion, preoccupied with her tribulation, and could not attend to her disciple. Upon hearing this, Lingyue Fairy shook her head with a wry smile, feeling a pang of sympathy for Dongfang Yuejia. After that, I followed the strategy we had discussed and proposed that the two of them accompany me to Youyun Temple for a period of refuge. However, upon my return, they still wished to deliberate further, believing that remaining in the capital was a far more prudent choice than venturing into the perilous Blood Rain Forest. Xu Taiping frowned as he recounted. Rest assured, by tomorrow, even if they desire to remain in the capital, they will find it impossible, Lingyue Fairy stated, shaking her head. How do you know this, Fairy Lingyue? Xu Taiping inquired, suddenly intrigued. According to the visions observed within the lotus eyes, due to certain circumstances, the Dongfang family must indeed depart from the capital tomorrow. However, neither Xu Qingtan nor her mother, nor the celestial maiden Lingyue, has revealed this in advance. Given that the day of catastrophe is upon us, Yishu will surely act first to expel them from the city. Considering Yishu's influence in the Youyun realm, along with his own cultivation prowess, it would not be a formidable task to negotiate such a deal with the Youyun house and the royal family of the Chu kingdom. The celestial maiden Lingyue spoke with unwavering confidence. Despite the Dongfang family's backing from both the Dongfang clan and the Tai Cave Heaven, they too find themselves in such dire straits. In this world, after all, might reign supreme. Xu Taiping expressed a hint of resignation, reflecting that should a formidable being like Yishu choose to target the Qingxian sect, it is likely that the other sects within the 9 prefectures and the true martial heaven would opt to remain spectators. Xu Taiping, you must grow even stronger. He reminded himself inwardly. Dear Lingyue, the formation you demonstrated today does not seem to be one designed to kill or ensnare enemies. Can it truly contend with Yishu? Xu Taiping inquired curiously, glancing at the formation diagram on the table. You have not misjudged. This is neither a formation for slaying foes nor for trapping them, but rather a configuration that prevents high-tier cultivators from concealing their own aura. The celestial maiden Lingyue replied with a mysterious smile. Are you suggesting that this formation will compel Yishu's master to reveal his aura? Xu Taiping asked, puzzled by Lingyue's intentions. Precisely, for cultivators of Yishu's caliber, Exposing one's aura is tantamount to courting disaster, Lingyue affirmed with a serious nod. Could this be related to the great contest of the Tao that you mentioned earlier? Xu Taiping suddenly had a flash of insight. To comprehend the contest of the Tao, one must first understand what it means to refine qi, refine spirit, and cultivate true immortality. Tonight, I find myself with some leisure. Let us discuss this in depth. The celestial maiden declared earnestly. Then I shall rely on you. Dear Lingyue, Xu Taiping replied with a solemn nod. Recently, he had accumulated numerous confusions regarding cultivation, making it an opportune moment to seek Lingyue's guidance. The celestial maiden Lingyue took a moment to gather her thoughts before beginning her elucidation. In this world, whether one is a martial artist who attains sanctity through physical refinement, a cultivator pursuing longevity through qi refinement, or a monk engaged in Zen meditation, they are all referred to as practitioners. Among practitioners, depending on their paths, they may be further classified as martial artists, cultivators, or Zen masters, among others. This evening, we shall focus solely on cultivators. The realms of a cultivator are generally divided into 4 stages: refining qi, refining spirit, cultivating true immortality, and merging with the Tao. Taking the true martial heaven as an example, the stages of opening the door, gazing into the abyss, and penetrating the profound comprise the qi refining stage. While the refining spirit realm stands alone as a distinct stage, the transformation realm represents the stage of cultivating true immortality. And the merging with the Tao stage is not something you need to concern yourself with just yet. This evening, I will specifically discuss refining spirit and the transformation stage of true immortality. To begin with refining spirit. At this point, the celestial maiden Lingyue paused. Gesturing towards Xu Taiping's forehead, you may sense the difference in your body after breaking through to the refining spirit stage compared to before. Xu Taiping nodded gently, then closed his eyes in deep concentration, embarking on an introspective journey. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. Sister Lingyue, upon breaking through to the refining spirit realm, my once serene snow-capped mountains of the Danshin have transformed into a vast expanse of peaks shrouded in mist. Within this ethereal fog, a wisp of purple energy drifts, reminiscent of a celestial dragon. Chapter 347. Discussing cultivation, the mother and daughter issued an eviction order upon hearing this. The fairy Lingyue nodded in acknowledgement. That wisp of purple energy is likely your Dan. It will only truly take form once you achieve mastery in the refining spirit realm. At that point, whether it manifests as an insect or a dragon will depend on your cultivation during this period. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, then continued, in addition to the Dan, my Qi palace has expanded significantly. It resembles a vast ocean. Furthermore, it seems that the mud pill palace atop my head has also opened, housing a diminutive figure crowned with a halo. At this juncture, he suddenly opened his eyes, curiosity sparkling within them as he sought confirmation from Fairy Lingyue. That must be my primordial spirit, correct? Indeed, Fairy Lingyue affirmed, raising her hand to summon a figure of similar size to Xu Taiping's primordial spirit, then pointing to the halo above the figure's head. In the refining spirit realm, the focus of cultivation lies in the divine soul. As the power of your divine soul increases to a certain extent, the halo above your primordial spirit's head will expand. Once you attain 6 rings in the halo at the back of your primordial spirit, you will be eligible to break through to the transformation realm when your Dan takes shape. Xu Taiping's expression turned to one of realization as he remarked, thus, the stages of qi refinement and spirit refinement are essentially preparations for the stage of true cultivation. In response, Fairy Lingyue slightly inclined her head, adding, prior to that, the more thorough one's preparations, the greater the power one will wield after breaking through to the transformation realm. This is why cultivators in the qi refinement stage strive for the ultimate state. And even the Emperor of the Ethereal Cloud specially organizes the Golden Scales Conference to encourage this pursuit. Upon hearing Fairy Lingyue mention the ultimate state, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired, if cultivators in the qi refinement stage pursue the ultimate state, must those in the spirit refinement stage also do so? Fairy Lingyue nodded in affirmation. Precisely. For instance, a typical cultivator at the peak of the refining spirit realm possesses 6 rings in the halo behind their primordial spirit. Yet under the ultimate state, this can reach 12 or even 13 rings. In the mystical desolation realm, there once stood a 13-story mystical desolation tower, where cultivators could enter to train with their primordial spirits. By defeating the guardians on each level, they could receive divine soul power bestowed by the Emperor of Mystical Desolation, enhancing each ring in their primordial spirit's halo to the ultimate state. However, the tower is now occupied by the Abyss of Demons. You may enter, but to challenge the guardians, you must first defeat the forces of the Abyss, rendering it nearly impossible to obtain the Emperor's blessing. Xu Taiping felt a mix of novelty and regret upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus his subsequent cultivation efforts on accumulating as much divine soul power as possible to elevate the refining spirit realm to the ultimate state. Even if I cannot access the Mystical Desolation Tower, there are numerous secret realms that can enhance divine soul power. Once we address the current predicament, I will assist you in seeking them out. Fairy Lingyue smiled at Xu Taiping. Thank you, Sister Lingyue. Xu Taiping responded earnestly, nodding with determination. With Sister Lingyue present, he would undoubtedly avoid many detours in his cultivation journey. As time was of the essence, let us briefly discuss the realm of transformation. The celestial maiden, Lingyue, decided to transition to the next topic. Upon hearing the term realm of transformation, Xu Taiping immediately adopted a serious demeanor, fully attentive and poised to listen. The term transformation realm is actually a collective designation for cultivators. In truth, there are 3 tiers of transformation cultivators, namely the Tianwang realm, the Wentian realm, and the Jingtian realm, progressing from the weakest to the strongest. Individuals such as the ancestral figure of the Qi family, the demonic monk Xinwu, Yuan, and the poison matriarch of the Golden Toad are roughly at the Tianwang realm. Zhang Tianzi, Zhu Huai, the king of the celestial wolf, the yellow Taoist, the jellyfish empress, the night demon, and the abbot of the fire cloud temple are believed to be at the Wentian realm. Among them, both Zhang Tianzi and the abbot of the fire cloud temple are considered formidable figures at the pinnacle of the Wentian realm. Lingyue paused for a moment before continuing with a grave expression regarding the master of the one-leaf book. He is a rare Jingtian realm cultivator within the Youyun heaven. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart skipped a beat, muttering, "Does this mean he can do as he pleases in Youyun heaven?" Lingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, "There are still many cultivators in Youyun heaven who can contend with him. The current holder of the title of Youyun Emperor can battle him as well. Furthermore, for those who have broken through to the Jingtian realm, the primary task is to remain concealed. Hence, they seldom take action." Xu Taiping, perplexed, inquired, "With such high cultivation, why hide?" Lingyue seemed to have anticipated this question, responding with a mysterious smile. "You shall comprehend this when you lead the master of the one-leaf book into the formation tomorrow." In Lingyue's view, no amount of explanation could compare to witnessing and hearing it firsthand. The following morning, Xu Taiping was about to head out after breakfast when he was intercepted by his junior sister. "Are you planning to seek out Miss Dongfang?" she asked. Xu Taiping, slightly puzzled, looked at her. His transaction with the Dongfang family was known to her, so her question seemed out of place. "I just received word that the Dongfang family has offended someone of such stature that even the Youyun mansion must show deference. Now, the Southern Chu royal family has subtly issued an eviction notice to the Dongfang family, urging them to depart from the capital. They have already been expelled from the inn." Lu Shuang relayed the information she had just acquired. "They are acting swiftly," Xu Taiping remarked, taken aback. In the scene he witnessed with Lian Tong, the Dongfang family was expelled from the capital around noon. It appeared that the timeline had shifted. He murmured to himself, "Taiping, although you previously agreed to assist the Dongfang family in protecting Dongfang Yuejian, this matter has now escalated significantly. I advise you to refrain from intervening." Lu Shuang said with concern etched on her face. "Junior sister, I know my limits and possess the means to assist Miss Dongfang," Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Had he made such a statement prior to the Golden Scale Conference, Lu Shuang would have certainly expressed skepticism. However, after witnessing the events of the conference, she found herself somewhat swayed. Chapter 348, Duel with Yi. "Miss Dongfang, please pause. Are you truly confident?" Lu Rushuang could not help but seek reassurance. "Indeed, I shall escort Miss Dongfang to Yuan Temple, where the abbot Fa Xian possesses the means to lift his curse." To allay Lu Rushuang's concerns, Xu Taiping fabricated a lie he had previously told Su Qingtan and her daughter. "I shall accompany you," Lu Rushuang suddenly declared. "Junior sister, you must have heard of the 7 calamity curse. The more individuals involved in assisting the afflicted, the greater the peril and unpredictability of the curse." Xu Taiping shook his head. "Taiping, Why would you willingly engage in such perilous endeavors for the Dongfang family? Is it truly merely for the reward? Lu Rushuang inquired, her face etched with doubt. Junior sister, should our Qing Xian find itself in a similarly isolated predicament, would you not wish for someone to extend a helping hand? Xu Taiping gazed earnestly at Lu Rushuang. At his words, Lu Rushuang felt a tremor in her heart, momentarily at a loss for a response. Empathizing with others. Since I am able to assist today and possess just cause to do so, I cannot shy away. Otherwise, the world would be far too cruel. Having spoken, Xu Taiping grasped his sword and turned to depart. In the capital, at the entrance of the Calamity Cloud Inn, the belongings of the Dongfang family were unceremoniously hurled onto the street by the inn's staff. Old ancestor of the Qi family, do you truly look down upon my Dongfang family to this extent? Su Qingtan, her face flushed with anger, glared at an elder clad in a dark robe standing at the inn's entrance. Daoist Su, please do not complicate matters for our Qi family. Surely, you are aware of whom your Dongfang family has offended? The Qi elder responded with a cold smile. Mother, enough. Just as Su Qingtan was about to retort, she was interrupted by Dongfang Yuejian. Matriarch, Miss, I have inquired at every other inn, yet they all claim their rooms are fully booked and refuse to accommodate us. At that moment, a young scion of the Dongfang family rushed over, panting heavily. A pack of sycophants. Su Qingtan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Hey, you lot. Hurry and clear your belongings. Do not obstruct our business. Yes, move along swiftly. Do not linger in the capital. Depart quickly, for the 7-kill curse may ensnare the innocent. The shopkeepers and patrons of nearby taverns cast disdainful glances at the Dongfang family. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Now, even the most mundane tavern dared to kick over the belongings of the Dongfang family. Given the cultivation levels of the Dongfang family members, they were certainly not intimidated by these innkeepers. Yet, facing a formidable enemy, they dared not create new adversaries. Hey, we have not finished packing. Why did you take the carriage away? A Dongfang youth rushed forward to grab the reins of a carriage driver. Our shopkeeper has declared that the carriage cannot be rented to your Dongfang family, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. The driver forcefully shook off the youth's grasp and hastily drove away. It appears that this curse indeed brings misfortune to those who draw near. It is wise to keep a distance from them. Indeed, one must avoid becoming entangled. As whispers filled the air, the crowd that had gathered on the street gradually dispersed. Bang! At that moment, the door of the Youyun Inn was shut. Soon, only Su Qingtan, Dongfang Yuejiao, and a dozen members of the Dongfang family remained, isolated on the desolate street. Mother, perhaps you should stay in the city with them while I venture out alone? I cannot allow my presence to endanger everyone. Dongfang Yuejiao suggested, casting a pained smile at Su Qingtan. How could I possibly abandon you? Su Qingtan grasped Dongfang Yuejiao's hand tightly. She then turned to the remaining members of the Dongfang family and declared, you must go to the Youyun Manor. The lord of the manor will take you in. Once this matter is resolved, the Dongfang family will surely send someone to retrieve you. But, my lady, if you and the young miss still recognize me as your mistress, then gather your belongings and proceed to Youyun Manor. With a firm reprimand from Su Qingtan, the hesitant individuals finally began to pack their things and depart. Before long, the street was left with only the mother and daughter pair. Jar, given the current circumstances, it seems that young Master Su is unlikely to arrive. Su Qingtan noted as she observed Dongfang Yuejiao glancing back towards the other end of the street. I understand, Dongfang Yuejiao replied with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging her mother's words. Since the news spread this morning, she had little hope that Xu Taiping would come. Jar, we have but one path ahead of us. Upon exiting the city, we must immediately make our way to the teleportation array that connects to Qinglongshan. Although this means the 7 calamities curse will remain unresolved, your father will be waiting for us on the other side, offering at least a glimmer of hope. Su Qingtan stated solemnly to her daughter. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware that the teleportation array leading to Qinglongshan lay thousands of miles away, and with the curse weighing upon her, Dongfang Yuejiao would not be able to reach it safely. This was the very reason she hesitated to return to Qinglongshan with her daughter. Indeed, though aware of the imminent dangers, Dongfang Yuejiao still smiled and nodded vigorously at Su Qingtan. This was their final hope as a mother and daughter. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers from the taverns and shops flanking the street, the lonely figures of the Dongfang mother and daughter turned. their backs carrying a hint of melancholy as they made their way toward the city gate. Against the backdrop of the overcast sky, this scene evoked a profound sense of tragic heroism. Clap. From a nearby tavern, a man with drooping eyelids and a stubbled face slammed his wine cup onto the table. "Brother Tianzi, are you not contemplating intervening?" he inquired with a booming laugh at the elder seated opposite him, who had a head of white hair. These two were none other than the venerable martial deity Zhu Huai and General Zhang Tianzi of the Zhenhai Tower. "I wish to, but I dare not," Zhang Tianzi replied, leaning back against his chair, narrowing his eyes as he observed the solitary mother and daughter on the street. After a pause, he continued, "My life is no longer my own. I cannot be as reckless as I once was in my youth." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huai let out a long, languid sigh. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of the street. The two turned their heads to see a young man, a sword hanging at his waist, driving a heavy bronze carriage at full speed toward them. Following closely behind, a resounding voice echoed in the empty street. "Daoist Su, Miss Dongfang, please wait. I shall accompany you both." Hearing this voice, Zhang Tianzi was taken aback at first, but upon confirming the young man's appearance, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, seizing a wine jar from the table. "Old Zhu, allow me to toast to you first." Chapter 349, A Duel with a Leaf. "How can you laugh, Zhang Tianzi? How can you laugh? Isn't he your brother? Why would you let him wade into this murky water?" Zhu Huai exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the man standing on the carriage below, and he immediately berated Zhang Tianzi. "Old Zhu, do you not think such a person is worthy of being my brother, Zhang Tianzi?" Zhang Tianzi wiped the wine from his face, then smiled broadly, gazing appreciatively at the carriage below. "I have no desire to waste my breath with a conceited fool like you." Zhu Huai shot Zhang Tianzi a disdainful glance, then took out a communication jade dish and directly transmitted a message to Lu Ruoshuang. "Master Lu, did I not warn you this morning to stop Xu Taiping at all costs?" Before long, Lu Ruoshuang's voice emanated from the jade dish. "Old Zhu, I did attempt to stop him, but Taiping has his own ideas." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huai furrowed his brow, muttering, "At your age, how can you not persuade a mere child?" Zhang Tianzi burst into laughter once more upon hearing this. With a thud, Zhu Huai kicked the table leg, abruptly silencing Zhang Tianzi's laughter. Then he infused the jade dish with spiritual energy to transmit again. "Have you informed him who it is that seeks to end the lives of that mother and daughter? Have you told him why no one in the entire capital dares approach them? If you have not, I shall go speak with him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzi suddenly pulled his head back from the window, grinning as he looked at Zhu Huai. "Old Zhu, why are you so concerned about my little brother?" Zhu Huai shot Zhang Tianzi a glare, then his expression turned serious. "We both understand how difficult it is for the upper clear realm to nurture such an exceptional martial artist. Although I have attained a state of combat prowess through my vitality, I cannot break through to the next realm. This corporeal form will eventually return to dust. When the demon war opens again, how will you gather the 11 to fight the 9 abyss?" In response, Zhang Tianzi leaned back against his chair, his expression somewhat forlorn as he gazed out the window. "Old Zhu, think of a way to live a few more years. After the last demon war, you are all that remains. Without you, we cannot achieve victory." Zhu Huai was momentarily taken aback, then replied solemnly, "Rest assured, even if I must crawl, I will make it to the demon war." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzi grinned widely, lifting his wine cup towards Zhu Huai. "A toast to you, old Zhu. Get lost. Get lost." Zhu Huai shot Zhang Tianzi another irritated glance. At that moment, the voice of Lu Rushuang once again emanated from the jade disc on the table. "Old Zhu, he knows everything. What needs to be said, I have already conveyed." Before the words from the jade disc faded, Zhu Huai immediately transmitted to Lu Rushuang. "What did he say?" "Soon," Lu Rushuang's voice replied. "He said that if one has the means to save another and a reason to do so, yet chooses not to, then this world is indeed devoid of compassion." Upon hearing this, both Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianzi were momentarily taken aback, with Zhang Tianzi pouring wine into his cup without even noticing. After a long pause, he downed the contents of his cup in one go and erupted into hearty laughter. "What a disgrace, old Zhu. Ha ha." At this juncture, Zhang Tianzi smashed his cup, his expression turning icy as he declared, "When have we ever lived in such disgrace?" Zhu Huai then slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. Boom. Just then, Zhang Tianzi's blood energy surged forth explosively, akin to a roaring tidal wave, shattering a screen within the room. Crack. Zhu Huai grasped Zhang Tian's wrist, his face filled with concern, and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Naturally, to confront that old demon. Zhang Tian's gaze sharpened ominously. "This is not the right moment." Zhu Huai shook his head vigorously and added, "When the time comes, I will strike alongside you." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 teleportation scrolls from his robe. "Truly remarkable, old Zhu. You seem to have prepared in advance," Zhang Tianzi remarked. Somewhat surprised, Zhu Huai sighed, then sat down, releasing Zhang Tianzi's hand. Within the territory of Dechu, even beyond the city walls, one is still within the protective bounds of the national formation. Even if Yi wishes to eliminate Dongfang Yuejian, he would never dare to act within Dechu. Therefore, the place he will reveal himself must be the Blood Rain Forest. At that time, as soon as he appears, we can exploit the restrictions of the Blood Rain Forest to catch him off guard, for that realm is indeed the domain of martial artists like us. Zhang Tianzi, upon hearing this, turned his gaze once more to the window, his eyes settling upon Xu Taiping, who had already reunited with the mother and daughter at the city gate. His expression grave as he said, "I fear Taiping and the others may not endure until they reach the Blood Rain Forest. That old demon, Xian Shan, is no less formidable than the demon monk of the Fire Cloud Temple." Zhu Huai shook his head, replying, "Do not forget, Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejian. One is a golden-scaled leader, and the other ranks 5th. Moreover, Su Qingtan is the daughter of the dragon-riding Heavenly Blade Sovereign. That old demon's subordinates may not be able to hold them back." As he spoke, he took out a spiritual mirror from his ring and placed it upon the table. After scattering a handful of golden essence coins onto the mirror, an image of Xu Taiping, Su Qingtan, and Dongfang Yuejian appeared. He was a martial deity of Dechu. As long as he wished and could expend sufficient golden essence, this viewing mirror could reveal any corner within Dechu's borders. Your Dechu truly possesses convenience. I imagine it costs quite a bit of golden essence each year. Zhang Tianzi gazed at the mirror with envy. The golden essence consumed by this mirror will be split evenly between us, Zhu Huai stated without lifting his gaze. Why are you so stingy? Zhang Tianzi was struck with disbelief upon hearing those words. Chapter 350. Du Yi, are you jesting? Outside the city gate. Young Master Su, you truly need not take such risks for our sake. Although Dongfang Yuejian felt immense gratitude, after careful consideration, she was reluctant to allow Xu Taiping to accompany them into danger. Indeed, young Master Su, the citizens of this city regard my mother and me as a plague. Your willingness to ride forth is deeply appreciated, but please do not sacrifice your life in vain. At this moment, Su Qingtan also spoke solemnly to Xu Taiping. Daoist Su, Miss Dongfang, did we not agree yesterday? Today, simply follow my plan, and you shall surely navigate through peril unscathed. Xu Taiping declared confidently, casting an assured glance at Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian. Deep down, he harbored some concerns, yet before this mother-daughter pair, he could not afford to show any signs of doubt, lest it jeopardize their strategy. Faced with Xu Taiping's confidence, Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Trust me, I have guided you through the 5th and 6th tribulations. I will certainly assist you in overcoming this 7th tribulation, Su Taiping insisted, his gaze resolute. Then, young Master Su, what must we do? Dongfang Yuejian inquired, her skepticism evident. This carriage is borrowed from Youyun Pavilion. As long as it is not assaulted by a master of the Asking Heaven realm, it can withstand even the fiercest of attacks for at least the duration of a stick of incense. Xu Taiping patted the carriage. Before we reach the Blood Rain Forest, that old fiend will not reveal himself, but he commands at least 5 disciples of the transformation realm. Although they are all at the Asking Heaven level, their skills are formidable. Relying solely on this carriage, we may not even reach the Blood Rain Forest. Su Qingtan expressed her concerns. Daoist Su, Miss Dongfang, please enter the carriage. We shall converse as we proceed. Xu Taiping gestured for them to enter. Though both women were anxious, they ascended into the bronze carriage adorned with intricate runes. However, once inside, they were taken aback, for they discovered another Xu Taiping seated within. Do not panic. This is my doppelganger. There are matters I cannot discuss openly. The Xu Taiping within the carriage spoke gravely amidst the rhythmic clattering of hooves. Please, young Master Su, do go on. Su Qingtan quickly regained her composure as she settled into the carriage. We shall do whatever we can to assist. Dongfang Yuejian nodded vigorously. Miss Dongfang, Daoist Su, the location known as Luoyun Slope, situated 100 miles outside the city gate, will be the first ambush point set by Xu and his subordinates. He intends to annihilate us in one fell swoop, having dispatched 3 transformation realm experts for this purpose. Among these 3, one is adept in wind techniques, another in earth methods, and the last specializes in the golden body demon ape technique. Wait. Xu Taiping was abruptly interrupted by Xu Qingtan. These 3 individuals are none other than the disciples of the old ghost, Yi Shu, namely Qing Yi, Hong Yi, and Bai Yi. Xu Qingtan gazed at Xu Taiping with an expression akin to one who has encountered a ghost. Taoist Xu, you are familiar with them? Xu Taiping nodded and then retrieved a handful of chess pieces from the box on the carriage table, arranging them upon the board. Upon reaching Luoyan Slope, the first to strike will be the wind adept, Hong Yi, who will use the earth dragon technique to ensnare our carriage. Next will be Bai Yi, who will attack me, separating me from you all. Finally, Qing Yi will employ the thick earth technique to transform the ground into grains of sand, burying me alive beneath it. Our countermeasure is quite simple. Su Gongzi. Xu Taiping's narration was interrupted once more by Xu Qingtan. What is it, Taoist Xu? Xu Taiping looked at Xu Qingtan in bewilderment. Surely you jest? Xu Qingtan regarded Xu Taiping with a face full of confusion. Of course not. Xu Taiping shook his head earnestly. But if this is no jest, how could you predict their every move with such clarity? Xu Qingtan shot Xu Taiping a look that seemed to question his sincerity. Taoist Xu, if my esteemed senior had not foreseen these events, do you think I would have had the audacity to engage in this transaction with your Eastern family, knowing that the mastermind is that old ghost? With this statement, Xu Qingtan fell silent, taken aback. Taoist Xu, you have witnessed the circumstances when I assisted Miss Dongfang in overcoming her 6th tribulation. Xu Taiping placed another piece on the chessboard before turning to Xu Qingtan. Thus, please trust me, this situation is not dissimilar to the last. If you follow my instructions, you and Miss Dongfang will emerge unscathed. Xu Qingtan still found the situation perplexing and did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yuejiao nodded vigorously and declared, Su Gongzi, I believe in you. Ultimately, Xu Qingtan slapped his own cheek with determination and exhaled deeply. Su Gongzi, please tell us how we can evade the ambushes of Qing Yi, Bai Yi, and Hong Yi. Xu Taiping shook his head, then produced a piece of moonshadow stone and handed it to Dongfang Yuejiao. We must not only evade their ambush, but also ensnare them, using their identities to approach the 2 other fully realized cultivators in the Blood Rain Forest who are lying in wait for us. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingtan's lips twitched as he murmured, Su Gongzi, your esteemed master behind you has not predicted the 2nd ambush as well, has he? Xu Taiping nodded, affirming, indeed. He assured you that he had complete confidence in assisting Miss Dongfang in her tribulations. Chapter 351. Breaking the ambush. The old ghost's direct disciples at that moment. A sound akin to raindrops piercing the air suddenly erupted from outside the carriage. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous shock reverberated, causing the carriage to shudder violently, as though something had been nailed to its side. Do not move. In a state of nervousness, the Eastern Moon's silkworm attempted to peer through the tiny window, only to be abruptly halted by Xu Taiping's commanding voice. Immediately thereafter, she witnessed Xu Taiping's doppelganger raise a hand, poised to grasp something. Whoosh! In less than a heartbeat, a silver arrow suddenly shot through the minuscule opening of the window. Even more terrifying was the fact that the arrowhead shimmered with dazzling runic brilliance. Bang! Just as the arrow penetrated the carriage, Xu Taiping's hand, seemingly forewarned, deftly seized it. Holding it firmly, the arrowhead bore the cracked rock rune, which would explode upon impact with a heavy object, wielding destructive power comparable to that of a celestial-level explosive talisman. Upon recognizing the runes etched upon the arrowhead, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Xu Qingtan's forehead. In such a confined space, should the arrowhead detonate, the 3 of them would either perish or suffer grave injuries. Clap! Clap! Just as Xu Qingtan uttered these words, Xu Taiping's doppelganger accurately intercepted 2 more arrows. At this point, Xu Qingtan and her mother were rendered utterly speechless. Clap! After Xu Taiping caught the 3rd arrow, he cautiously placed the 3 cracked rock arrows on the table and sighed. This round of arrows is merely a test from the old ghost's disciples. For now, only 3 have been fired, but after a brief respite, more will surely follow. With my true self guarding outside, there is no need for haste. Let us continue our discussion. Listening to these words and glancing at the 3 cracked rock arrows on the table, Xu Qingtan and her mother nodded in unison, harboring no further doubts about Xu Taiping. I distinctly saw cracked rock arrows shoot into the carriage. Yet why is there no commotion inside? Zhu Huai, who had been fixated on the image within the spiritual mirror, suddenly inquired with surprise while stroking his beard. The absence of noise indicates that the occupants within the carriage successfully intercepted those 3 arrows, Zhang Tianze replied calmly. The speed of the cracked rock arrows is exceedingly swift and silent. Since they are not visible within the carriage, even I might not have caught them all. When did Xu Qingtan acquire such capabilities? Zhu Huai questioned, his expression one of confusion. Boom. Just then, the image within the spiritual mirror quaked, followed by 4 earthen dragons erupting from the ground, ensnaring the carriage in their grasp. Bang! Despite the strength of the 3 spirit horses pulling the carriage, it was still dragged to a halt. Simultaneously, 17 or 18 cultivators descended from all directions, brandishing their magical weapons and launching an assault on Xu Taiping. This is dire. Unless we locate the cultivator hidden within the earthen dragon, we cannot break free, Zhu Huai remarked, his brow furrowed once more. Swoosh. However, to Zhu Huai's astonishment, as soon as the words left his lips, Xu Taiping, already perched atop the carriage, unsheathed his sword and, with a swift motion, cleaved down upon the earthen dragon directly before him. Too reckless. One should discern carefully first. Bang. Zhu Huai had intended to admonish Xu Taiping for his hasty action, only to be interrupted by a sudden explosion. Immediately, a spray of blood erupted from the earth dragon that Xu Taiping had split apart. Upon closer inspection, a hidden cultivator within the creature had been cleaved in 2 by Xu's blade. Boom. In an instant, the 4 earth dragons that had ensnared the carriage shattered with a resounding crash. Freed from their restraints, the 3 spirit horses surged forward like a tempest, pulling the bronze carriage away at breakneck speed. Was that strike merely a stroke of luck, or did he truly perceive it? Zhu Huai glanced at Zhang Tianze with a hint of confusion. Does it matter? Zhang Tianze replied with a smile. Indeed, in the realm of Youyun, fortune is tantamount to strength, Zhu Huai remarked with a wry smile. Suddenly, a shrill sound akin to a cicada's cry echoed from the spirit mirror, piercingly sharp. Zhu Huai lowered his gaze to the mirror and beheld Xu Taiping standing atop the carriage, wielding his blade to unleash hundreds of knife-like shadows, targeting the approaching cultivators. Amid the cacophony of slicing winds, several cultivators of lesser strength were instantly obliterated by the blade's energy. Yet, just as the remaining cultivators believed they had withstood Xu Taiping's onslaught, another shrill cicada-like cry erupted, accompanied by a flurry of additional blade shadows sweeping forth from Xu's weapon. Boom. This time, a dense mist of blood erupted around the bronze carriage, claiming the lives of 4 or 5 more experts in the divine refinement realm with a single stroke. Just as the surviving cultivators thought they could finally catch their breath, the relentless sound of cicada-like cries returned, echoing like the wails of vengeful spirits. Boom. This time, the remaining dozen cultivators were gravely injured. Witnessing this scene and hearing the continuous cicada cries from the spirit mirror, Zhu Huai halted his hand, which had been stroking his beard, and murmured with a complex expression, "This young man possesses an almost equal depth of vitality and true essence. What is clearly a lethal technique in his hands appears as mere ordinary strikes. I have always detested such blade cultivators. It seems that before the few direct disciples of the old ghost emerge, these ordinary divine refinement cultivators stand no chance against Xu Taiping." Just as I had predicted. As Xu Taiping's momentum grew ever more ferocious, the bronze carriage enveloped in his blade shadows transformed into a battle chariot, scattering wave after wave of incoming cultivators. They scarcely had time to approach. The only threat to Xu Taiping remained the next volley of rock-splitting arrows. However, just like the previous round, even as they watched the arrows pierce the carriage, no sound of explosion followed. The carriage remained unscathed. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, they arrived at Luoyun Slope. Boom. Almost the instant the carriage reached Luoyun Slope, a tempest abruptly surged forth, akin to the earth dragon itself, wielding a tremendous pulling force that threatened to draw Xu Taiping and his companions into its grasp. This was Bai Yi, a disciple of the old ghost, a practitioner at the initial stage of the celestial realm, adept in the art of harnessing the wind. If Xu Taiping and the others were swept away, they might never return. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Huai's expression grew tense within the tavern. Chapter 352, Breaking the Ambush. Slaying the Twin Leaves. As the sound of a horse's neigh echoed, the most disastrous scenario Zhu Huai had envisioned materialized. The bronze carriage belonging to Xu Taiping was ultimately ensnared by the immense suction of the swirling dragon, drawn inexorably towards it. Xu Taiping immediately leapt from the carriage. Seemingly intent on rescuing Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian from within, wishing to flee with them. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash resounded, and a towering figure, over 30 zhang high, emerged from the swirling sands, wielding a colossal staff. With a single swing, it struck Xu Taiping and the carriage, propelling them into the whirling vortex. Yet, as Xu Taiping was sent flying, he grasped the massive staff, pulling the towering figure along with him. Bang! The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle amidst the thick clouds of dust. The obscuring sand and debris rendered the scene nearly indistinguishable within the spirit mirror, until eventually, even the outlines faded from view. Only a vague silhouette of the towering figure could be discerned, collapsing to the ground, only to be wholly consumed by the tornado, much like the carriage. This sight filled Zhu Huai with anxiety, fervently wishing that the fallen figure was not Xu Taiping. Boom! At that moment, the towering figure that had not fallen surged forth from the yellow sands. Although still not entirely clear, Zhu Huai could ascertain that this individual was not Xu Taiping, but rather Bai Yi, the direct disciple of Yi. Alas, defeat was inevitable. Zhu Huai sighed heavily. Bang! Almost simultaneously as Bai Yi burst forth from the swirling sands, the massive tornado dissipated, and the bronze carriage, along with Xu Taiping, crashed to the ground. They landed precisely in a deep, concave pit. Boom! Before they could rise, a colossal wave of sand and earth surged towards the pit with a thunderous crash. Bang! Amidst the resounding tremors, the earth and sand filled the concavity, leveling it entirely. Such a forceful strike would surely gravely injure Xu Taiping and the others, if not claim their lives. Zhu Huai lightly struck the table with his hand. Though he had anticipated this outcome, it still left him feeling profoundly discontented. Soon, the two observed that the direct disciple of Yi, Hong Yi, was utilizing her skills to manipulate the earth and sand, extricating the buried carriage. After Bai Yi inspected the carriage, he, along with Qing Yi and Hong Yi, had it dragged towards the blood rain forest. They were likely taking Xu Taiping and Dongfang Yuejian to meet the old ghost. We must prepare ourselves. Zhu Huai lifted his gaze towards Zhang Tianzi. No rush. Let us observe further. However, Zhang Tianzi shook his head. Are you not anxious now? Zhu Huai looked at him in confusion. Something feels amiss. Zhang Tianzi furrowed his brows, gazing into the copper mirror. At that moment, the mirror displayed a scene shrouded in swirling yellow sand, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. What seems amiss? Upon hearing Zhang Tianzi's words, Zhu Huai settled back into his seat. According to the temperament of my younger brother, even if he were unable to defeat the three individuals, he would at least manage to inflict serious injuries upon one or two of them. However, it was evident that he had not exerted himself to the fullest, nor had he even unleashed his full potential. Zhang Tianzi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compared to Zhu Huai, Zhang Tianzi possessed a deeper understanding of Xu Taiping. Old Zhu, perhaps we should observe a bit longer, he added. Zhu Huai nodded silently, choosing to trust Zhang Tianzi's judgment. After approximately half an hour, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the blood rain forest, where two tall cultivators approached them, one in front and one behind. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tianzi, who had been intently observing the spiritual mirror, suddenly furrowed his brows and murmured, "The old ghost has actually arranged for Huang Yi and He Yi to lie in wait here?" Upon seeing the two, Zhang Tianzi's expression grew serious. These two are not as easily dealt with as the previous three. Zhu Huai, with a wry smile, shook his head. With them present, even if Taiping and the others manage to escape from the earlier ambush, they will likely find it impossible to enter the blood rain forest. Zhang Tianzi nodded and, with a grave expression, declared, "Old Zhu, we can prepare to make our move. If we cannot save that mother and daughter, we must at least rescue Taiping." Boom. Just as they were about to shatter the teleportation scroll to head to the blood rain forest, a sudden explosion echoed from the spiritual mirror. Looking down, they saw in the mirror that Qing Yi, Hong Yi, and Bai Yi had simultaneously attacked He Yi and Huang Yi. Concurrently, three figures soared from the bronze chariot, one wielding a long knife, another brandishing twin daggers, and the last holding a long sword. all charging towards He Yi and Huang Yi. Bang! In an instant, the scene within the spiritual mirror was engulfed by the brilliance of magical treasures. When the image finally cleared, the astonished Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianzi discovered that He Yi and Huang Yi lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies engulfed in golden flames. Through the flames, it was evident that their bodies were mangled, with even half of their heads missing. Unruly brats, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Our master has arrived. You shall not escape alive from the blood-rain forest. The enraged roar of the primordial spirits of Huang Yi and He Yi echoed through the spiritual mirror, jolting Zhang Tianzi and Zhu Huai back to reality. Simultaneously, they noticed that the original figures of Qing Yi, Hong Yi, and Bai Yi had transformed into a wisp of mist and dissipated. They had previously feigned capture, having employed a technique to switch places, all for the purpose of executing this very strike. Zhu Huai gazed at Zhang Tianzi in disbelief. I told you, my younger brother, that is why he did not exert his full strength just now. Zhang Tianzi replied with a hearty laugh. No, to achieve this. It presupposes that someone among them has anticipated all of Yi Shu's schemes, but unless a master like Huang Lao Dao from the Huang Ting Dao Palace intervenes, it would be impossible. Suddenly enlightened, Zhu Huai exclaimed, Old Zhu, it seems we have a splendid show to witness. Zhang Tianzi raised his wine cup with a grin. The mere thought of the formidable powers of Huang Ting Dao Palace and Yi Shu made Zhu Huai involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the sky over the blood-rain forest within the spirit mirror suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder. Zhu Huai's expression turned serious as he declared, the old ghost is about to emerge. Chapter 353, Blood-Rain Forest, the Taoist Master Mao of Yi Shu. To everyone's astonishment, young Master Su had accurately predicted every detail without the slightest error. At the entrance of the blood-rain forest, Su Qingtan and the mother-daughter duo of Dongfang Yuejiao gazed in disbelief at the two corpses being consumed by the blazing golden flames of the sun, reduced to ashes before their very eyes. This was particularly true for Su Qingtan. Although she had just entered the celestial observation realm, she was still a formidable transformation-level expert and understood clearly that without young Master Su's prior foresight of these individuals' every move, the three of them would have stood no chance, especially against the two figures with black and yellow leaves. Their cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial observation realm, and a single miscalculated move would have resulted in their immediate demise. Ladies, it is time to depart. The spirits of transformation-level experts are difficult to obliterate, and the old ghost will likely detect our presence soon, Xu Taiping said after consuming a pill and taking a sip of dragon gallbladder liquor. He swiftly turned to Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejiao. Yuejiao. Hearing this, Su Qingtan looked at Dongfang Yuejiao. All right. Dongfang Yuejiao nodded, promptly retrieving a talisman brush from her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, she sketched a majestic beast resembling a tiger, albeit several times larger, adorned with vibrant colors and a tail longer than its body, materializing before the trio. This was a Zouwu, an ancient spirit beast that had long been extinct. Although it was not adept at hunting or combat, its speed rivaled that of sword cultivators riding their swords, allowing it to traverse the forest with remarkable agility. Noticing the puzzled expression on Xu Taiping's face, Dongfang Yuejiao quickly explained, This is perfect. Let us hasten into the blood-rain forest. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as they conversed, the skies above the blood-rain forest darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Come on, mother. Young Master Su. Dongfang Yuejiao leaped onto the back of the Zouwu. Though a conjured spirit beast, the technique used to summon it was so extraordinary that it appeared indistinguishable from a true spirit beast. Xu Taiping and Su Qingtan nodded in unison and alighted on the Zouwu's back. Unbeknownst to them, in a hidden corner, Xu Taiping's avatar, cloaked in a concealment robe, sped ahead into the blood-rain forest. Miss Dongfang, you haven't forgotten the locations we discussed earlier in the carriage, as well as the final stop, have you? After glancing at his avatar, Xu Taiping promptly confirmed with Dongfang Yuejiao. No, I remember them all clearly. Dongfang Yuejiao affirmed with a vigorous nod. That's good. Once we enter the blood-rain forest, aside from the designated stopping points, allow the spirit beast to race at full speed. The old ghost, due to his arrogance, initially does not intend to exert his full strength, making this our best opportunity for escape. We must not miss it, Xu Taiping stated earnestly. Rest assured, if I cannot accomplish even this, I, Dongfang Yuejiao, will have no face to continue living. Dongfang Yuejiao responded resolutely, immediately urging the Zhouwu to soar forth. It must be said that the speed of the spiritual beast, Zhouwu, is truly astonishing. Xu Taiping and Xu Qingtan, along with their companions, are compelled to envelop themselves in true energy to withstand the fierce winds stirred by Zhouwu's rapid movements. In but a few breaths, under the guidance of Dongfang Yuejian, Zhouwu has propelled the three through the blood rain surrounding the blood rain forest and directly into its depths. As they enter the forest, a cascade of yellow leaves begins to descend from the treetops. Observing this, Xu Taiping hastily advises Xu Qingtan, Taoist Xu. Should a few yellow leaves happen to fall before us, you must act as I instruct and refrain from carelessly touching those leaves. From now on, I shall heed young Master Xu's words, Xu Qingtan replied, drawing his twin blades with a swift motion, the overwhelming blade aura swirling around him like scythes. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, nodded silently and exhaled deeply, reflecting, from here on, it will depend on our keen eyesight and the swiftness of our strikes. We must not err in our choices. Meanwhile, in the blood rain forest Jinshan Valley, a robust, stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw pressed a piece onto the chessboard without raising his gaze, inquiring, "Old Mao, are you truly unwilling to grant me this favor?" "No," replied a stooped elder with a bald head, as he placed a piece on the board and looked up at the stern-faced man, grinning. "Shao Tsang AI, your grand dragon is in peril." The middle-aged man tossed his piece into the chess box, crossed his arms, and gazed solemnly at the elder, saying, "Old Mao, no. Taoist Yi, I respect you, which is why I engaged in this game. I implore you to reconsider." The elder chuckled, took a respectful cup of wine from the hands of the Golden Toad's matriarch, sipped, and then coldly looked at the middle-aged man, declaring, "Tsang AI, you have merely inherited the title of the Emperor of the Shadow Cloud. What gives you the right to negotiate with me?" Unperturbed, the middle-aged man met the elder's gaze and replied resolutely, "Taoist Yi, you may test my qualifications." As he spoke, a resounding clash of metal echoed from Tsang AI, while above the blood rain forest, thunder began to rumble like a furious roar. In response, Yi chuckled again, stroking his bald head, and remarked, "Of course, I will grant the favor of the Emperor of the Shadow Cloud's descendant." With that, he swept aside the pieces on the chessboard and lightly touched it, transforming it into a spiritual mirror that revealed the figures of Xu Taiping and his companions, who were currently riding the spiritual beast at full speed. An old saying goes, "Things come in threes." If these three can evade these 3 yellow leaves, I shall consider letting them off the hook, the elder stated, producing 3 yellow leaves from his sleeve and smiling at Tsang AI. After a moment of contemplation, Tsang AI nodded in agreement. "Very well." Upon hearing this, the elder emitted a chilling and eerie laugh, then gently tossed a yellow leaf onto the ethereal mirror. Immediately, the leaf plummeted with a sound akin to a stone dropped into water. Simultaneously, the entire blood rain forest, including the Golden Toad Valley, trembled in response. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, transforming into a fierce mountain wind that swept across the vast expanse of the blood rain forest. As for the yellow leaf that had entered the ethereal mirror, once it fell into the realm of the image, it instantly morphed into a whirlwind of yellow leaves, swirling towards Xu Taiping and his companions who were galloping through the forest atop their spirit beasts. Among the 800 leaves, the one cast by the elder was mixed in. Only by locating that single leaf would the storm of yellow leaves cease. The bald elder sat cross-legged, chin resting on his hand, his gaze fixed with keen interest on the ethereal mirror. Boom! Just as he spoke, the 800 yellow leaves suddenly surged forth like a barrage of flying swords, hurtling towards Xu Taiping and his party. "Taoist Yi, are you compelling me to take action?" Tsang AI scoffed, an overwhelming aura of power emanating from him. If these were merely 800 ordinary flying swords, it would be one thing. However, at this moment, the Taoist Mao, the master of the yellow leaf, wielded the power of these swords, each possessing strength equivalent to a full-force strike from a practitioner of the Wangu realm. Even within the Golden Toad Valley, one could sense the formidable might of this assault. "I shall reiterate, Tsang AI, you lack the standing to negotiate with me." Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Emperor of Cloudy Abyss, Tsang AI shot a cold glare at Taoist Mao, who managed to suppress the Emperor's aura. "Of course, you could also harness the fortune of the entire cloudy heaven to challenge me." But do you truly believe it worthwhile for the sake of a mere true martial heaven practitioner? Taoist Mao added with a sneer. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a blade echoed from within the ethereal mirror before them. In the mirror's image, Xu Taiping, wielding twin blades, shouted fiercely and unleashed a torrent of blade shadows toward the 800 flying yellow leaves. Chapter 354, Blood Rain Forest, truly a startling formation bang. Confronted by the 800 flying yellow leaves, Xu Taiping's blade momentum was nearly shattered upon impact. She managed to cleave a small opening in the yellow leaf formation, severing 7 or 8 leaves. The dragon-riding Blade Emperor would surely be infuriated upon witnessing this strike. A mocking smile crossed Taoist Mao's face at this sight. However, as a pure and radiant blade light ignited, the smile on Taoist Mao's face quickly vanished, accompanied by a sound akin to a dragon's roar. A blade shadow over 100 feet long surged forth from the opening Xu Taiping had created, slicing through the swarm of flying swords. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the blade shadow cleaved through several yellow leaves before precisely striking the very leaf tossed by Taoist Mao. Boom! At the moment the leaf was split by Xu Taiping, the 800 flying yellow leaves erupted in a violent dispersal, transforming into a tempest of wind that vanished from sight. Ha ha ha! Upon witnessing this scene, the Emperor of the Misty Clouds, Song Ai, was momentarily taken aback, but soon he crossed his arms and threw back his head in a hearty laugh. What a stroke of luck! A blind cat has merely stumbled upon a dead mouse. The old Taoist, Yishu Mao, snorted disdainfully and tossed another yellow leaf into the spirit mirror before him. The second yellow leaf, once again accompanied by 800 yellow leaf swords, surged forth with great momentum towards Xu Taiping. This time, fortune will not favor you, he declared with a confident grin, as the barrage of yellow leaf swords hurtled towards Xu Taiping and his companions. Song Ai, however, wore a grave expression, for he believed that Xu Taiping's previous success in striking the yellow leaf was largely due to chance. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping was the first to draw her blade. Even though she was injured, her attack was not only unweakened but had grown in ferocity, cleaving through dozens of yellow leaf swords. It was evident that she was employing her most potent techniques. Yet, despite this, her strike failed to halt the momentum of the 800 yellow leaf swords. However, upon observing the trajectory of Xu Taiping's slash, the previously relaxed demeanor of Yishu Mao shifted to one of intensity, as he thought to himself, is this mere coincidence? The gap that Xu Taiping had created aligned perfectly with the yellow leaf he had cast. At that very moment, Xu Taiping also unleashed his blade, simultaneously activating his blade domain and elevating his physical prowess to the realm of the angry dragon, evidently preparing for a decisive strike. In a fleeting moment of realization, Yishu Mao subtly adjusted the position of the yellow leaf within the formation of yellow leaf swords just before Xu Taiping's blade descended. Yishu, you are resorting to trickery, Song Ai scoffed coldly. Yet, Yishu Mao merely offered a chilling smile, exuding an air of invincibility. Whoosh! As the sound of the blade cutting through the air resonated, Yishu Mao's smile froze once more. He realized that Xu Taiping's strike was not aimed at the opening created by Xu Taiping, but rather at the location of the yellow leaf after he had hastily repositioned it. Moreover, due to the hurried adjustment, that yellow leaf now lay directly beneath Xu Taiping's blade. Boom! With a decisive slash, Xu Taiping shattered the yellow leaf, causing the multitude of yellow leaf swords to explode into fragments. Impossible! How could he possibly predict the position of my yellow leaf? Yishu Mao was taken aback. Wait, predict my yellow leaf's position? A sudden flash of insight struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this boy has someone behind him capable of foreseeing my actions? It must be said that a formidable figure like Yishu Mao possessed an intuition far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Even though he was constrained by the Blood Rain Forest and the presence of the Emperor of the Misty Clouds, preventing him from sensing beyond its confines, he quickly deduced that Xu Taiping possessed an ability to foresee his movements. Boom! Without hesitation, Yishu Mao reached out toward the spirit mirror before him. In the next moment, a colossal hand appeared above Xu Taiping and Xu Taiping, reaching towards them. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily potent aura emanated from this hand, spreading throughout the Blood Rain Forest like a tempest. The intensity of this aura was so formidable that it seemed to disregard the forest's restrictions entirely. Mist Enfant. At nearly the same instant that the giant hand descended, Xu Taiping shouted towards Dongfang Yuejiao in front of him. Zhou Wu, jump. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's call, Dongfang Yuejiao immediately placed her hands upon Zhou Wu's head, channeling all her true essence into the beast. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being split, Zhou Wu, bearing Xu Taiping and the others, leapt into the air. In the blink of an eye, its form vanished from sight, reappearing on the surface of a lake several miles away. With a sigh of relief upon seeing the large lake within the blood-rain forest, Xu Taiping felt a sense of reassurance. This was the location he had arranged with Dongfang Yuejiao, as well as the site where his Xian Yuan avatar had set up a formation. Miss Dongfang, do you have any strength left? Xu Taiping inquired while mentally calculating the time. I can jump once more, but only for 100 zhong, Dongfang Yuejiao replied, her breath faint. Then heed my command. Xu Taiping nodded and began to count silently. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he reached 1, he shouted once more, jump. Almost simultaneously with his exclamation, a gigantic figure materialized in the air above the lake, striking down towards Xu Taiping and the others with a mighty palm. Boom. Yet, at the moment the palm descended, Zhou Wu, under Dongfang Yuejiao's command, leapt again, vanishing from the lake's surface. Bang! The palm of the old Taoist from Yi Shu came crashing down onto the lake. Flee! You cannot escape. The old Taoist, having missed his target once more, hovered above the lake, raising a hand to conjure countless flying swords from the water beneath him, buzzing. Just as he intended to direct these swords towards Xu Taiping and his companions, the lake's surface suddenly became adorned with a myriad of peculiar runes, accompanied by a strange vibrating sound. Initially, the old Taoist paid little heed to this, for no formation could truly harm him. However, as phantom stone tablets began to emerge around the lake, his previously furious demeanor shifted to one of terror. Upon closely examining the runes inscribed on the 8 stone tablets, the once arrogant old Taoist's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the bewildering spirit formation?" Chapter 355, Bewildering Spirit Formation, Whispers from the Void Crackling. The moment the words bewildering spirit formation escaped the old Taoist's lips, the intense fluctuations of his aura triggered flashes of lightning across the 8 stone tablets. Simultaneously, an ancient and unsettling aura began to permeate the air. Moreover, a series of low, indistinct murmurs emanated from the stone monument. These whispers were obscure and cryptic, as if they originated from the void itself. This was troubling. Upon sensing this aura and the murmurs arising from the monument, the elder Taoist's expression shifted once again. Initially intending to flee, he abruptly suppressed his aura and stood motionless upon the surface of the lake. His demeanor suggested that any movement might reveal him to some terrifying entity. As the elder Taoist restrained his aura, the murmuring ceased immediately. Gasping and drenched in sweat, the elder Taoist exhaled in relief. He then raised his gaze towards the forest ahead. Suddenly, the ethereal form of the spirit beast Zhou Wu shattered within the woods. The celestial power of Dongfang Yuejiao had been entirely expended, rendering him incapable of sustaining the spirit beast any longer. Young Master Su, how long can your formation endure? In a similar state of injury and depleted energy, Su Qingtan administered a medicinal pill to Dongfang Yuejiao while glancing at Xu Taiping, who was also recovering nearby. As long as I can hold on for just a moment longer, I will be able to summon Zhou Wu again, Dongfang Yuejiao declared, recovering her breath before Xu Taiping could respond. The elder Taoist cultivation was exceedingly formidable. Even without directly engaging in battle, the trio, including Xu Taiping, had already exhausted their vitality and true essence, particularly for Dongfang Yuejiao. The final 2 maneuvers controlling Zhou Wu were executed with such swiftness that they surpassed that of sword cultivators in the realm of skyward swords. The consumption of energy to manifest such power at the half-step refinement of spirit level was indeed considerable. No need. To the bewilderment of both, Xu Taiping waved his hand after hearing their inquiries. No need. Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejiao exchanged perplexed glances. This is our destination for this escape, Xu Taiping remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Weren't we supposed to head to Yunying Temple? Su Qingtan's confusion deepened, as this contradicted Xu Taiping's earlier discussions in the carriage. Indeed, if we do not seize the opportunity to escape while the elder is ensnared by the formation, it will be too late. Dongfang Yuejiao managed to rise, her expression tense. Although the elder was trapped within the formation, The faint aura he emitted still instilled a sense of dread, making even her breaths feel labored. If we eliminate him, we need not go to Youyun Temple, Xu Taiping stated, shaking his head before retrieving a jade slip from his robes. Fixing his gaze upon the elder Taoist before the lake. Eliminate? Kill him? Young Master Xu, you cannot be serious. This elder is a legendary powerhouse of the realm of astonishment. Xu Qingtan exclaimed, her heart racing at the thought. Had Xu Taiping initially revealed that his method for helping Dongfang Yuejiao through her tribulation involved slaying this elder, she would have never believed it. Young Master Xu, unless a grand slaughtering formation set by a nation is employed, it is nearly impossible to injure a powerhouse of the realm of astonishment. We should find another way to escape, Dongfang Yuejiao urged. As she spoke, she began to gather her true essence anew, channeling the formidable power to part the heavens. Do not rush, my friends. Observe closely, she urged. Xu Taiping shook his head, refraining from elaborating further to the two. In truth, he himself was uncertain about the specific might of the astonishing formation that Sister Lingyue had instructed him to establish. His calm demeanor stemmed solely from his unwavering faith in the celestial maiden. If Sister Lingyue declared it could slay, then it undoubtedly could. You truly believe that a mere formation can confine me? At that moment, the elder Taoist, Yeshu, who had concealed his aura, began to intimidate Xu Taiping with his words. Even though he had suppressed his presence, the fluctuations of energy and the fierce might of his spiritual essence emanated from him, causing Dongfang Yuejian to feel a surge of blood and energy, rendering him incapable of gathering his true essence. Xu Qingtan hastily stepped forward to assist him in healing. Youth, I see potential in your constitution. If you withdraw your formation now, and if I am in a good mood, I may consider taking you under my wing. Yeshu's voice resonated once more. This time, the intensity of his spiritual essence and the energy fluctuations he released grew stronger, compelling Xu Qingtan to summon her life as treasure for protection. Taoist Xu, be cautious against the onslaught of this elder's aura and spiritual pressure. Do not dwell on anything else. Xu Taiping cautioned Xu Qingtan beside him before turning to meet the elder's gaze. Elder, I have an esteemed predecessor who wishes to inquire if you have heard this phrase. Upon hearing this, the elder Taoist, who had been deep in thought, offered a cold smile. What phrase? Xu Taiping nodded, lifting the hand that held the jade slip slowly. Locking his gaze upon the elder as he infused the slip with true essence, gradually speaking, the way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the insufficient. The one who astonishes the heavens is the surplus. The elder Taoist, who had been feigning calmness, turned ashen upon hearing this and muttered incessantly, Impossible, impossible. How could a mere true martial realm cultivator like you know of this heavenly principle? Even the Huangting Dao Palace, after its lineage was severed, could not possibly have anyone aware of such matters. At this juncture, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Xu Taiping, demanding, Who, pray tell, is your esteemed predecessor? Chapter 356. The Astonishing Formation, Judgment of the Celestial Powers. Xu Taiping paid no heed to the elder's query. Following the instructions of Sister Lingyue, he continued to channel his true essence into the jade slip. With a resounding boom, as Xu Taiping infused more of his true essence into the slip, the previously stable, astonishing formation erupted violently with a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, the 8 stone tablets flickered with electric light, and the rustling murmurs resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Do not activate the formation. Young friend, do not activate it. Sensing the astonishing formation beginning to awaken, Yeshu called out to Xu Taiping in a voice tinged with desperation, his once imposing demeanor shattered. Yes, I was wrong. I was mistaken. Please, I beseech you. Young Taoist, forgive me. No. I implore the esteemed elder behind the young Taoist to forgive me. Considering the arduous journey of my cultivation over countless years, please retract this alarming formation. Upon seeing Xu Taiping remain unmoved, the expression of the old Taoist from the One Leaf sect grew increasingly frantic. Xu Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian, taken aback by the old Taoist's outburst, wore expressions of astonishment. They could not fathom why such a mere formation could instill such terror in the formidable figure of Youyun Tian. Mother, have you truly never heard of this alarming formation? Dongfang Yuejian glanced at Xu Taiping, who was intently focusing on activating the formation, and then turned to Xu Qingtan with a look of horror. I have never heard of it, replied Xu Qingtan, her forehead glistening with cold sweat as she swallowed hard before shaking her head in disbelief. In all my years, this is indeed the first time I have encountered mention of this alarming formation. In the capital's 9th floor, Zhu Huai stroked his beard, his countenance equally filled with confusion. I have not heard of it either, but Zhang Tianze rubbed his brow, hesitating to continue. But what? Zhu Huai inquired, raising his gaze. The principle of heaven's way, which balances excess and deficiency, was something my father spoke of on his deathbed. He referred to the cultivators of the alarming realm as the excess, stating their existence is intolerable to the heavens, hence the term, Zhang Tianze murmured. Isn't that intolerability of the heavens referring to the tribulations that follow the alarming realm? Zhu Huai questioned, perplexed. That was indeed my initial thought, yet upon further reflection, my father's mention of this matter at such a critical time must not be taken lightly, Zhang Tianze continued, casting his gaze back to the spiritual mirror on the table before proceeding. Perhaps today, Brother Taiping can illuminate the doubts that plague us. Just as he uttered these words, the image in the spiritual mirror erupted with a dazzling light, accompanied by arcs of electricity ascending into the heavens. Simultaneously, the ancient stone tablet, inscribed with archaic characters, suddenly sprouted numerous eyes. Boom. At the moment these eyes emerged, the fluctuations of the old Taoist's aura began to uncontrollably explode. No, please. Upon realizing the uncontrollable fluctuations of his aura, the old Taoist was struck with terror, shouting desperately while striving to rein in the chaotic energy. Yet, as Xu Taiping infused more true essence into the jade slip, the radiance emanating from the stone tablet grew increasingly blinding, soaring higher and higher, ascending from 100 zhang to 1,000 zhang. From a distance, it appeared as though 8 swords were piercing the heavens. Soon after, the fluctuations of the old Taoist's aura broke free from his constraints, rising alongside the 8 beams of light. At this moment, the old Taoist was utterly panicked. He began to prostrate himself on the ground, pleading, "Young Taoist, spare me. I beseech you to spare me. I was wrong. Esteemed elder of the Huangting Dao Palace. I have erred. I truly have erred. Please, grant me mercy. Esteemed elder, the way of heaven regards us as mere fodder. We should unite rather than engage in self-destructive strife. Esteemed elder." As they beheld the scene, Su Qingtan and Dongfang Yuejian stood in stunned silence amidst the forest, struggling to fathom the nature of the terrifying entity that could instill such fear in a formidable figure from the realm of astonishing strength. In that moment, their understanding of cultivation was utterly overturned. Crack! At that instant, the jade slip in Xu Taiping's hand shattered completely, and he recited the final line of the incantation taught by the spirit moon fairy. Those forsaken by heaven and earth, if they are to be punished by heaven, may enjoy the blessings of the heavenly path. Now, those forsaken appear in this world. I, the disciple, humbly beseech the celestial powers for judgment. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fragments of the jade slip transformed into a luminous barrier, enveloping Xu Taiping and the mother-daughter duo of Su Qingtan. Simultaneously, the previously delicate whispers in the forest erupted into a furious roar. The pillars of light on the stone tablets pierced the sky, vanishing into the clouds. You shall perish. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's final words, the old Taoist of the one-leaf book suddenly went mad with rage, disregarding everything as he unleashed his violent essence and blood energy, striking towards Xu Taiping with a hand imbued with destruction. Boom! But just as his hand was raised, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, penetrating the Taoist's towering form. Crash! The moment the sword light struck the ground, the resulting sword energy swept through the surrounding forest with devastating force. Had it not been for the protective barrier conjured by the illusory spirit array, Xu Taiping would likely have sustained severe injuries from the onslaught of the sword energy. Following the trajectory of the descending sword light, a dark fissure appeared in the sky above the blood-rain forest, clearly indicating that the sword had descended from this very rift. No. To judge me is not so simple. The Taoist shattered the sword light at his chest and wrapped himself in yellow leaves, soaring into the sky with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist had ascended to great heights. Buzzing echoed around him, and suddenly, dozens of dark fissures tore open in the azure firmament, ensnaring the Taoist within. Boom! A chilling wave of potent energy emanated from these ominous cracks, sending shivers down the spine of Su Qingtan, who, pale-faced, could not suppress her exclamation. Chapter 357. slaying one leaf. No wonder it's called the Astonishing Realm. Is this the judgment from the celestial powers? At this moment, not only were Xu Qingtan and her mother astonished, but even Xu Taiping, who had set up the illusory spirit array, was left agape. Get away from me. Just then, the one-leaf book Taoist, attempting to flee into the sky, bellowed in fury. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a roaring wind dragon from within, lunging towards a golden hand that extended from the fissure before him. Boom. Yet, with merely a change of hand seals, the wind dragon was utterly disintegrated. In swift succession, a blade of vibrant colors materialized from a rift in the celestial dome beside him. With a resounding crash, the elderly Taoist, Yishu Mao, abruptly pivoted and let out a thunderous roar, forcefully clamping his palms together. Astonishingly, he managed to seize the blade. Yet, within mere moments, his hands were torn asunder by the blade's energy. Then, with a swift whoosh, the blade cleaved through his body, splitting him in two. From the perspective of the forest below, the elongated shadow of the blade appeared to slice the very sky in half, while the lingering aura of the blade resembled the ethereal lights of the aurora that sometimes graced the night sky, illuminating the heavens. After this strike, Yishu Mao was utterly devoid of combat prowess. Swish, swish, swish. Above in the celestial expanse, the rifts began to shimmer with the brilliance of magical artifacts, akin to ravenous wolves incessantly devouring the old Taoist form. It seemed that with each wound inflicted upon his body, a further advantage was gained. Taiping, do you comprehend now? The voice of the celestial maiden, Lingyue, resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Sister Lingyue, that finger strike, that blade, and these artifacts emerging from the rifts, could they possibly originate from various realms of cultivators? Xu Taiping expressed his conjecture. Indeed, but they are not mere cultivators. They are all practitioners of the astonishing realm, Lingyue replied within Xu Taiping's consciousness. Why would practitioners of the astonishing realm engage in such brutal conflict? Although he felt no sympathy for Yishu Mao, witnessing the scene of the powerful being mercilessly slaughtered stirred an inexplicable sense of the harshness of the heavenly law within Xu Taiping. To the heavenly law, maintaining balance necessitated the suppression of the exalted and the elevation of the lowly. The surplus must be diminished while the deficient must be supplemented. This is its decree. Once a practitioner transcends into the astonishing realm, they become perceived as one who possesses excess by the heavenly law, for they have claimed too much fortune, too many rare materials, and an abundance of spiritual essence from the world. At this juncture, the heavenly law no longer bestows any gifts upon them. The speed at which they absorb spiritual essence wanes, the efficacy of elixirs diminishes to a mere fraction, and even their fortune becomes abysmally poor. Once they step outside their domain, they find themselves beset by peril. Under such stringent constraints, the sole means by which the heavenly law permits a rapid enhancement of power is through the acquisition of all that another practitioner of the astonishing realm possesses. Hence, for cultivators, upon breaking into the astonishing realm, the foremost task becomes obscurity, concealing their whereabouts and refraining from revealing their aura to anyone. For one can never ascertain if other practitioners of the astonishing realm lurk in the shadows, watching. This elucidation from Lingyue left Xu Taiping profoundly shaken. No wonder it is referred to as the realm of astonishment, Xu Taiping remarked, his expression one of sheer shock. Under normal circumstances, formidable beings like the old Taoist of one leaf possess concealed auras and protective measures. Moreover, for their own safety, those of the realm of astonishment across various realms mutually establish numerous prohibitions to obscure all matters pertaining to the great path from ordinary cultivators. Thus, their occasional appearance does not pose significant danger. However, he certainly could not have imagined that there exists someone capable of arranging the divine trap, added Fairy Lingyue. Therefore, this is indeed the heavenly Tao's deliberate guidance, prompting the cultivators of the realm of astonishment to turn against one another in a bid for balance, correct? Precisely. Upon hearing Fairy Lingyue's elucidation, Xu Taiping suddenly gained clarity. Today, I have shared so much with you, Taiping, in hopes that you can mentally prepare yourself for the threshold of the transformation realm. Fairy Lingyue continued. I shall remember, Sister Lingyue. Xu Taiping nodded inwardly. Boom. Just as the two exchanged thoughts through their minds, the body of the old Taoist of one leaf was completely obliterated. Even his life as treasure was destroyed one after another amidst a series of explosion sounds, until only a solitary yellow leaf remained floating in the air. This yellow leaf was remarkably peculiar, having withstood numerous devastating strikes emanating from the rifts in the celestial dome, yet it remained unscathed. I understand now. I know who stands behind you. I never expected that you, Val 1, were still alive. An enraged roar suddenly erupted from the yellow leaf. But do not worry. Val 1, I shall not reveal your identity, for all that you are shall belong to me. Boom. Following another roar, the yellow leaf abruptly cleaved a rift in the celestial dome and then vanished into it. Chapter 358. Decapitate one leaf. Prepare to pluck the earth fruit, Sister Lingwe. He has fled. Moreover, it seems he has discerned your identity. Upon witnessing the old Taoist of one leaf escape with the yellow leaf, Xu Taiping felt a surge of anxiety. I never anticipated that this old Taoist had refined the one leaf into his life as treasure, making it exceedingly difficult to annihilate completely. Fairy Lingwe expressed a hint of regret. However, it matters not. His demise this time may leave him worse off than when you first encountered me, effectively burying his millennia of cultivation. By then, Taiping, you might find it serves as a stepping stone for your breakthrough into the realm of astonishment. Sensing Xu Taiping's unease, Fairy Lingwe quickly offered comfort. But Sister Lingwe, he has recognized your identity. Does that not concern you? Xu Taiping still felt apprehensive. It is of no consequence, Fairy Lingwe replied with a light chuckle. Her tone relaxed as she explained to Xu Taiping. What he recognized is merely an identity crafted by the Huangting Dao Palace after I arrived from the Shumi realm to the Shanqing realm. Does that mean Chu Lingwe is not truly your given name, Sister Lingwe? Xu Taiping inquired, astonished. It is not that I intended to conceal it from you, Taiping. Rather, my true name is far more perilous than Chu Lingwe, Fairy Lingwe lamented. Sister Lingwe, you need not inform me. Xu Taiping promptly replied in his heart. Suddenly, the heavens above the blood-rain forest trembled, and the fissures in the sky swiftly sealed, leaving only the lingering radiance of magical artifacts. Concurrently, a brilliant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens upon Xu Taiping, as confusion enveloped him. The voice of the celestial maiden Lingwe resonated in his mind. This is a gift from the heavenly Tao, the essence transformed from the lifetime's fortune, true energy, and soul of a Jingtian realm cultivator. However, you are not of that realm, and thus, you should not receive it. Before Lingwe could finish her words, Xu Taiping's lotus-like pupils abruptly widened, and with a swift motion, he absorbed the entire essence. In an instant, the golden lotus within his eyes became remarkably clearer, and as it blossomed, a faint golden radiance began to emanate. I had almost forgotten about your lotus pupils, Lingwe said with a bittersweet smile. She then urged Xu Taiping. Taiping, devise a means to disperse these individuals. We must gather the earth fruits tonight and see what treasures lie within. Xu Taiping nodded in silent agreement, filled with anticipation for the treasures contained within the earth fruits. The more formidable these treasures, the greater his confidence would be in facing the impending tribulations from Qingxian. Meanwhile, in the capital's tavern, what a pity. The old ghost soul has not been entirely erased, and he has taken the one-leaf book with him. Upon witnessing the Taoist Mao escape using the power of the one-leaf book, Zhu Huai's face revealed a look of regret. Cultivators of the Jingtian realm are not so easily obliterated. Moreover, this Taoist Mao has been rendered incapable, even if he encounters a great opportunity. He cannot hope to restore his cultivation without a century or a millennium of time. Zhang Tianze, however, took this matter in stride. Indeed, the one-leaf book is made from the leaves of the ancient divine tree, the Jianmo. Once refined into a life-bound artifact, it would be exceedingly difficult to perish even if one wished to. Zhu Huai nodded. Yet, I truly did not expect that our realm's selfish and self-serving old monsters would conceal this heavenly law of the Jingtian realm. Zhang Tianze chuckled coldly. After Taoist Mao's demise, memories of this heavenly law returned to Zhang Tianze's mind. To be honest, I would have acted similarly. Zhu Huai sighed ruefully. Zhang Tianze remained silent at this remark. However, more than this, what concerns me is the individual behind Xu Taiping. Zhu Huai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xu Taiping, who was looking up at the sky in the Lingjing. The formation he had taught Xu Taiping, the bewildering formation, was a veritable nightmare for cultivators of the Jingtian realm. Now, those lurking old monsters would think twice before attempting to harm Xu Taiping. He grinned broadly. As far as I know, the two treasures Xu Taiping previously acquired from the Youyun Pavilion have already set many of those old monsters in motion. They are not foolish. Who would dare to provoke the heir of the Huangting Daogong? I now suspect that the reason that individual assisted Taiping in eliminating the one-leaf book and Taoist Mao was to send a warning to them. Zhang Tianzi's lips curled upward. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Huai first nodded in agreement. Then his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Ah, indeed. Brother Zhang, why don't we seek the aid of that esteemed figure behind Taiping for our battle against Youyun?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzi frowned slightly and replied, "If he is willing to intervene, our chances of victory would certainly increase significantly, but I fear we may not be able to persuade him." Zhu Huai, upon hearing this, grasped Zhang Tianzi's hand firmly and said with utmost seriousness, "Brother Zhang, among the cultivators of Youyun Tian, you share the deepest bond with Xu Taiping. I implore you to persuade him to request that the eminent figure from Huang Ting Daogong lend us his assistance." Zhang Tianzi withdrew his hand and pondered for a moment with furrowed brows. "I shall give it a try." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huai's face lit up with joy as he nodded. "When the time comes, you can assure Xu Taiping that as long as that esteemed figure is willing to act, any requests he has will be entertained." Sister Lingue, is this the earth fruit we speak of? Gazing upon the peach tree nestled within the hidden valley, Xu Taiping's expression was one of astonishment. "Indeed, these few spiritual peaches are the fruits of the earth this time," replied Lingue Fairy, revealing her form and gesturing towards the unassuming peaches hanging on the tree. "Shall I pick them?" Xu Taiping inquired eagerly, rubbing his hands together and turning to Lingue Fairy for confirmation. "Please do. I too am curious to see what these earth fruits have yielded." Lingue Fairy smiled and nodded. Chapter 359. The Earth Fruit and the Treasures of 4 Peach Pits. In contrast to previous occasions, the fruits of this earth fruit harvest are rather unique. They are edible. Thus, these 5 spiritual peaches themselves are potent medicinal herbs, while the true treasures lie within the peach pits. I shall elaborate on the uses of the spiritual peaches once the treasures are revealed. Within the confines of the prison dragon tower, Lingue Fairy pointed at the spiritual peaches on the table and explained the method to extract the treasures to Xu Taiping. Just moments ago, Xu Taiping had uprooted the peach tree and plucked the spiritual peaches, concerned that the ethereal essence they emitted might attract beasts or cultivators. Therefore, he had chosen to retreat into the prison dragon tower. This tower, with its shumi mustard seed array, could contract to the size of a fist, making it difficult to identify among the stones. Very well. After listening to Lingue Fairy's explanation, Xu Taiping nodded. With a swift motion, he cracked the ripe spiritual peach in half, extracting the pit within. Once opened, a unique fragrance of the spiritual fruit wafted through the air. Sister Lingue, after the ripening of this spiritual fruit, has it not attracted the attention of the mountain beasts? Xu Taiping casually inquired, while carefully placing the peach flesh into a jade box. The earth fruit has long regarded you as its master. After it bears fruit, only you can perceive it, while to outsiders, it appears no different from the wild grasses by the roadside, Lingue Fairy replied, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Xu Taiping's confusion dissipated upon hearing this. As they spoke, he had placed all 5 pieces of peach flesh into the jade box, while the peach pits were neatly arranged upon the stone table. Since one of the pit's powers had already been absorbed by Lingue Fairy, the actual number of pits from which he could extract treasures was, in truth, 4. Let us proceed. The celestial maiden Lingue extended a delicate finger, nudging one of the peach pits towards Xu Taiping. What treasures might emerge from these 4 pits remained a mystery to her. Xu Taiping nodded, grasping the pit firmly. With a sharp crack, it shattered, releasing a vibrant halo reminiscent of a cotton ball into the palm of his hand. As the luminescence faded, the expectant Lingue smiled, declaring, "A sealing stone, and larger than the previous 2. At the sight of this sealing stone, Xu Taiping finally exhaled in relief. This stone was indeed cultivated from fragments of sealing stones he had previously gathered. The ones given by his junior sister and the Dongfang family had already been consumed by Lian Tong. Had this one failed to mature, he would have faced considerable troubles in gathering the materials necessary to repair the sealing gate of the ancient demon cave. At that moment, Xu Taiping felt a sudden warmth from Lian Tong, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of hunger. "If you dare to consume this, I shall pluck out your eyes along with it," he warned sternly, knowing that Lian Tong was coveting the sealing stone again. Upon sensing his genuine anger, Lian Tong fell silent. Xu Taiping promptly secured the sealing stone within his gourd. Observing his anxious demeanor, Lingue couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment of awkward scratching his head, Xu Taiping picked up the second peach pit and crushed it with another resounding crack. Just as before, a dazzling halo emerged from the shattered pit, yet this one was significantly larger. When the light dissipated, an ancient, sturdy bow, an arrow case, and 3 feathered arrows floated above his palm. It was the Shinto bow, and judging by its aura, it had reached the pinnacle of celestial weaponry. Ling Yue's face lit up with joy as she sensed the powerful essence radiating from the artifact, and Xu Taiping shared her elation. Moreover, as the bow's rightful owner, he could perceive the shifts in its aura more acutely than Ling Yue. In contrast to its previous form, the Shinto bow had undergone a metamorphosis within the Earth's essence, elevating it to the status of a supreme celestial weapon. Its spiritual energy had surged tenfold, and within the intangible pressure it exuded, there lingered a hint of destruction. The aura resembled that of the Zhu sword summoned by Dongfang Yu's celestial force and the semi-divine weapon, the Juek sword, nurtured by Zhu Qiongma's sword cultivation technique. However, Xu Taiping was certain that the destructive essence emanating from his Shinto bow was far more potent than that of either the Zhu sword or the Juek sword. The Shinto bow could now be regarded as a genuine weapon of mass devastation. After carefully attuning to the bow's aura, Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Taiping, once you refine the life and death seal into your personal talisman, you might also consider transforming this Shinto bow into your own. You may uncover unexpected delights. After confirming her perception was accurate, the celestial maiden Ling Yue suddenly cast a mysterious glance at Xu Taiping. Is it possible to forge 2 innate treasures simultaneously? Xu Taiping inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, the limit of the spirit refinement realm is usually 1, yet if one's soul power is sufficiently formidable, 2 may not be out of the question, Ling Yue acknowledged, then quickly gestured dismissively. But let us discuss this matter in detail later. We should first open the remaining peach pits. Xu Taiping nodded, choosing to quell his curiosity for the moment. With a sharp crack, he exerted a firm grip, shattering the 3rd peach pit. As he opened his palm, a vibrant halo of colors began to gently hover above. Once the luminescence dissipated, the 2 beheld 3 candles, each the size of a thumb, quietly suspended in the air. 3 candles? Xu Taiping pondered, gazing at the blood-red candles with a sense of confusion. Sister Ling Yue, could this possibly be the item desired by the 6 seats of the Linyuan Pavilion? He queried. The primary reason for planting the earth fruit on Fengming Mountain was the belief that something of great value, sought by the 6 seats, might lie hidden beneath. Not this item. Ling Yue shook her head, then, with her own soul, carefully sensed one of the candles, frowning slightly as she remarked, although it has been refined, I can still detect a trace of demonic energy within this candle. It should be a treasure cultivated using the blood jade of a demon god from the depths of the Jade Gourd's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping recollected that during the planting of the earth fruit, one of the pits contained the blood jade of the demon god he had previously found. I surmise this candle is crafted from demon god blood. In ancient times, our ancestors indeed favored utilizing the blood of magical creatures to forge artifacts, as the potent blood of certain formidable beings retains remnants of their life force. For instance, the blood of powerful magical beasts, when refined, can be transformed into strength-enhancing elixirs, enabling ordinary warriors to possess the physique and strength akin to that of martial deities or saints, Ling Yue elucidated. Xu Taiping nodded slightly in response. In both ancient times and the present cultivation world, it was common to create artifacts from the bodies of magical creatures. You may grasp the candle and sense it. It may yield surprising results, Ling Yue encouraged, her gaze filled with anticipation. In her view, treasures nurtured by the blood jade of a demon god could not be subpar. Xu Taiping agreed and reached out to grasp one of the candles. Each treasure born from the earth fruit retained a fragment of consciousness that introduced the item. The previous Zhongluan ring and Shinto Bao had functioned in this manner. As Xu Taiping attempted to sense the candle with his consciousness, a resonant humming filled his ears, and he felt an immensely powerful consciousness envelop him. Soon, a fragment of consciousness pertaining to the candle materialized in his mind. Thus, while attuning to this consciousness, Xu Taiping softly recited, the lingering light blood candle, crafted from the blood of an ancient demon god, igniting one can cause light and shadow to freeze in time. Under the flickering candlelight, a decade passes, while in the outside world, merely a day elapses. A single blood candle can burn for 7 days in the realm beyond. After contemplating this, Xu Taiping found it somewhat peculiar and murmured to the candle, 10 years beneath the candlelight, yet only a day outside. Could this truly be the case? Indeed, it is true. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, the moment his words left his lips, the spirit moon fairy stood up, visibly excited. Sister Lingyue? Xu Taiping was taken aback by her unexpected outburst. The ancient demon god, Lu Guang, derived his name from a particular power he awakened, which allowed shadows and light to linger for a brief moment. According to ancient texts, many formidable ancestors of humanity perished beneath this power. During the millennia that Lu Guang existed, hope for humanity was nearly extinguished. Thus, if this candle indeed contains the demon blood of Lu Guang, it could genuinely facilitate 10 years of cultivation beneath its light, while only a single day would pass in the outside world. The spirit moon fairy eagerly explained to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a stir of emotion. Could it be that if I cultivate for 70 years under this candlelight, only 7 days would elapse in the outside realm? He exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly, let us examine the Lu Guang candle for any restrictions or purposes, she urged Xu Taiping. Immediately, Xu Taiping focused his senses and replied. It appears that once the candle is lit, it cannot be extinguished or moved, and only one person may remain beneath its flame. Beyond that, there seem to be no other restrictions. Upon hearing this, the spirit moon fairy furrowed her brow slightly, expressing a hint of regret. It seems the demon blood used in this candle is limited. It can only assist in cultivation, but is not of significant utility. For beings like us, who possess lifespans of millennia, 70 years is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, without opportunity or comprehension, one could sit for eons without any progress. However, for you, given your current level of cultivation, this item is rather advantageous, especially with your Xianyuan avatar in dire circumstances. Igniting the candle could allow your avatar to cultivate in your stead, granting you 70 years of power after just 7 days. The spirit moon fairy proposed with a smile. I had just thought of that, Xu Taiping replied, nodding with delight. Although the spirit moon fairy dismissed the Lu Guang candle, it could very well be one of the most valuable treasures available to him at this time. Although this blood candle would vanish once consumed, 3 candles combined could yield over 200 years of power, which could prove life-saving in certain situations. For instance, if I were to unleash the might of the blazing sun after 70 years of cultivation, the sheer potency of that power is indeed formidable, Xu Taiping mused. At last, Xu Taiping turned to the final peach pit, noting, if this last item is not what the 6 seats desire, we may need to seek alternative methods to obtain the Phoenix Essence Stone. The spirit moon fairy pointed solemnly at the last peach pit, her tone earnest as she gazed at Xu Taiping. Let us hope that within it lies the coveted treasure sought by the 6 seats. Xu Taiping exhaled a breath of anxiety, then reached for the last peach pit, crushing it once more with a sharp crack. Chapter 361, Acquiring a Treasure. The 7-orifice Linglong heart thump, thump, thump. Listening to the rhythmic vibrations and observing the heart that pulsated vigorously, Xu Taiping felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed, this heart was the 4th treasure on earth from beneath the Fengming mountain by the earth fruit. Sister Lingyue, has the earth fruit perhaps misidentified this treasure? Xu Taiping inquired, slightly lifting the heart with confusion. Startled from her reverie, Lingyue fairy was awakened by Xu Taiping's voice, her face quickly transforming into one of ecstatic joy. Taiping, you have obtained the feng shui stone, she declared with utmost certainty. At her words, Xu Taiping's heart soared with elation. However, gazing at the peculiar heart with 7 hollow orifices, his confusion overshadowed his delight. Sister Lingyue, what precisely is this strange heart? He could not resist asking, his curiosity evident. What I sought for the earth fruit to find was the sage's literary heart, a sacred relic nurtured through the righteous spirit and lifelong dedication of the most revered Confucian sages. This artifact, once revealed, sends away the 100 demons and repels all malevolence. The infinite celestial elder from the Linyuan Pavilion, being a practitioner of both Confucianism and Taoism, would surely trade the feng shui stone for it. My conviction that this location harbors the sage's literary heart stems from a secret I discovered in the archives of the Huangting Dao Palace. Over 100,000 years ago, a supreme Confucian sage once fought valiantly against a demonic deity in this very place to protect the people, ultimately perishing alongside that fiend. The aftermath of their battle was so catastrophic that it reshaped this region, once a vast river, causing the waterways to shift and mountains to collapse, with the bodies of the sage and the demon sinking into the earth, lost to time. Hence, I wish to test our fortune with the earth fruit. After all, its greatest ability lies in unearthing treasures buried underground, and the more valuable the treasure, the easier it is to retrieve. Linghua Fairy explained, her ethereal form delicately cradling the pulsating heart, her eyes filled with reverence. Thus, we have indeed found it. As Xu Taiping's confusion dissipated, his gaze transformed into one of exhilaration. Not merely found it. Linghua Fairy suddenly smiled, pointing at the orifices on the heart. These are the heart eyes. Within the sacred heart of Confucianism, the greater the number of heart eyes, the higher the knowledge and the more profound the righteous spirit. This particular piece, possessing 7 heart eyes, is known as the 7-orifice Linglong heart, a true treasure of the Confucian school. Xu Taiping was left speechless. Although he had never heard of the 7-orifice Linglong heart, its designation as a treasure by Linghua Fairy spoke volumes of its significance. Given its immense value, perhaps we should refrain from exchanging it? Xu Taiping tentatively suggested. No, no, no. Linghua Fairy hastily waved her hands, then continued with a smile. The 7-orifice Linglong heart can only manifest its power in the hands of Confucian disciples. It holds little utility for us. At this point, the celestial maiden Linghua paused, her expression mischievous as she cast a sly glance at Xu Taiping and said, I meant to convey that exchanging a 7-aperture Linglong heart for a phoenix marrow stone is quite a loss. We must devise a method to extract more from that immortal elder of the Linyuan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes brightened with realization, and he nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, let us put this away for now. We have some time before returning to Qingxian, and I shall ponder what treasures might be of use from that immortal elder. Satisfied with Xu Taiping's insight, the celestial maiden Linghua smiled warmly. By the way, Sister Linghua, you have yet to mention the utility of this peach flesh, Xu Taiping reminded her, noticing her contemplative demeanor. He then retrieved the jade box containing the peach flesh. I nearly overlooked this matter, Linghua responded, recalling it as well. The fruits born from the earth are comparable to potent elixirs. For ordinary people, consuming them extends life, while for cultivators, it enhances vital energy and true essence. As for you and me, the most significant function of this peach flesh. Linghua paused and, using her spiritual energy, made the peach flesh levitate before continuing. Once you consume a piece, I shall be able to borrow your body to act once. Albeit, I must suppress my cultivation to the realm of the shocking heaven. However, this should suffice against some of our current adversaries. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's face lit up with excitement. That is wonderful. Now with 5 spirit peaches, Sister Linghua, you can borrow my body to act 5 times. Although he was not one to rely on others, having 5 opportunities for Linghua to intervene granted him a considerable sense of security in facing the impending calamity in Qingxian. It seemed Linghua could see through Xu Taiping's thoughts, and she sighed with a hint of resignation, saying, Taiping, you may not yet realize that the true martial barrier of the true martial heaven imposes significant restrictions on cultivators above the refining spirit realm, especially those from outside true martial heaven. If I were to act, it is highly likely that it would merely waste a spirit peach. You may have to rely on your own strength during this great calamity in Qingxian. Xu Taiping was initially taken aback by her words, but then shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I had forgotten that detail. He raised his gaze to Linghua with a reassuring smile. It's all right, Sister Linghua. With the assistance of the lotus eye and my cultivation having reached the refining spirit realm, alongside the numerous treasures I possess, I am confident I can manage. Linghua nodded and then pointed to the Shun Tu bow resting on the table. Originally, I intended for you to refine the life and death seal into your life treasure first, but with the imminent great calamity in Qingxian, every enhancement to your combat strength is vital. Therefore, we shall refine the Shun Tu Bao first. Sister Linghua, does the refinement of an immortal weapon differ? Wouldn't it also affect a cultivator's combat prowess? Xu Taiping inquired, his curiosity piqued by Linghua's mention of refining a life treasure. Chapter 362, Acquiring Treasures. Abbot Jinkong of the Fire Cloud Temple. The celestial maiden Linghua nodded, and then earnestly explained to Xu Taiping, for cultivators, after breaking through to the divine refinement realm, aside from continually enhancing their true essence and vitality, there are 2 paramount pursuits in their cultivation. First, one must endeavor to elevate the power of the soul by every conceivable means. Second, one must strive to refine their innate celestial weapon through all available methods. We shall discuss the enhancement of soul power in detail once we procure the Phoenix Essence Stone from the Lingyuan Pavilion. Today, let us focus on the matter of refining the innate celestial weapon. As I mentioned previously, after reaching the divine refinement realm, for each innate celestial treasure a cultivator refines. It is akin to gaining an additional life, which is crucial when you face the tribulation while striving to break through the celestial outlook realm. This is precisely why cultivators are so fervently devoted to the refinement of celestial weapons. Furthermore, in addition to bestowing you an extra life, the innate celestial treasure possesses another profoundly significant ability. Upon refining a celestial weapon, there is a strong likelihood that you will acquire some capability from that weapon. For instance, if you refine a weapon renowned for its defensive prowess, your vitality and true essence will see a substantial enhancement. Conversely, if you refine a weapon characterized by its offensive might, your combat strength will significantly increase. Both the speed of your strikes and your mastery of offensive techniques will surpass your former capabilities. Therefore, refining truly serves as a shortcut for cultivators to amplify their own power. After hearing Ling Yue's detailed explanation, Xu Taiping experienced a moment of clarity. Thus, if I were to refine the life and death seal, it would enhance my vitality and physical strength. But should I refine the Shintabao, it would augment my offensive might, correct, Sister Lingyue? Xu Taiping articulated his understanding. Indeed, Lingyue affirmed with a decisive nod. However, considering that the Shintu Bao and its 3 arrows are originally divine artifacts, refining them may also significantly enhance your vitality. This is why I recommend that you first refine the Shintabao. She then added, very well, let us commence with the refinement of the Shintabao, aiding Qingxian to overcome this tribulation. Enhancing true essence and vitality can wait for another time. Xu Taiping nodded gravely in agreement. With your soul power, refining the Shintabao should take approximately half a month. You can entrust this task to the Xianyuan avatar. And do not waste a single piece of the Liuguang blood candle. Lingyue promptly reminded Xu Taiping, concerned that he might hastily squander a precious blood candle. Sister Lingyue, I am quite aware of this measure, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the communication jade slip concealed within Xu Taiping's sleeve. Miss Dongfang. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that it was the communication jade slip left for him by Dongfang Yuejiao during their farewell. After the demise of the Taoist Master Mao, he had utilized the Xianyuan avatar to return with the 2 of them to the imperial city. With Master Mao gone, there was naturally no one left to obstruct them. I hope there are no further complications, Xu Taiping pondered as he infused true essence into the jade slip, prompting Dongfang Yuejiao's voice to emanate from it. Young Master Xu, my ancestor has confirmed that my 7 calamities curse has been broken. In 2 days' time, my mother and I shall personally deliver the transformation elixir along with a token of our Eastern family's goodwill. Furthermore, regarding my recent encounter with Yi Shu, our Eastern family has uncovered certain matters. Due to the sensitive nature of the secrets surrounding the celestial dragon of Youyun, I find it inappropriate to divulge further details at this moment. I shall elaborate upon our meeting. Upon hearing the mention of the true dragon, Xu Taiping was taken aback. Promptly raising his gaze toward the fairy Lingyue and inquiring, Sister Lingyue, is there truly a true dragon in Youyun? Lingyue's brow furrowed slightly as she replied, there should not be a true dragon in Youyun. This matter should be discussed further in person. You must inquire thoroughly with that Eastern maiden. Understood. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Brother Taiping, I have actually come to you with a request, he continued. The following afternoon, at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Xu Taiping, who had just returned to the capital, had hardly rested before he was graced by the presence of 2 distinguished figures, General Zhang Tianze of the Zhenhai Tower and the venerable martial god, Zhu Huai. After several rounds of drinking, Zhang Tianze suddenly spoke with an air of embarrassment. General, if there is anything that Taiping can assist with, please do not hesitate to say. Xu Taiping replied immediately, regardless of other matters. I shall forever cherish the gratitude I owe you for being the first to stand guard for me during my breakthrough against the celestial demon. I wish to request that your esteemed mentor from the Huangting Dao Palace lend their aid against the celestial dragon of Youyun, Zhang Tianze stated with an unusual solemnity. From the Huangting Dao Palace? Xu Taiping momentarily froze, and the visage of Fairy Lingyue immediately materialized in his mind. The thought of calling upon her assistance made him hesitate. Despite their brotherly bond, he could not make decisions on her behalf. As long as that esteemed figure from the Huangting Dao Palace is willing to intervene, she may set her own terms. Zhu Huai interjected. Just as Xu Taiping remained in a state of indecision, the voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated in his mind. Taiping, inquire of them whom they wish for me to confront. Complying inwardly, he then raised his gaze to Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai, asking, General, Elder Zhu, whom do you wish my mentor to confront? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up with delight. Xu Taiping's words essentially confirmed that he indeed had a mentor of high caliber from the Huangting Dao Palace. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tianze suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, The Abbot of Youyun Temple, Jingkong. Chapter 363, Battle with Jingkong, Lingyue's Two Conditions. The Abbot of Youyun Temple, Jingkong? This individual possesses strength comparable to that of practitioners in the Wenyang realm. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Previously, when discussing transformation-level experts, Fairy Lingyue had mentioned that the Abbot of Youyun Temple, the Wolf King of the Outcloud Nation, and the Night Demon were all of comparable strength to those in the Wenyang realm. At present, with the formidable experts of the Shocking Heaven realm in hiding, they stand as the mightiest beings in this realm. If the opponent is Jingkong, even if Fairy Lingyue consents to engage, Xu Taiping still deemed it exceedingly perilous. Rest assured, Taiping, this time we need not decide between life and death. We merely need to delay him for the duration of a single incense stick. The venerable warrior Zhu Huai promptly added, sensing Taiping's hesitation. Taiping, it is imperative that you call upon your esteemed senior behind you. It is a necessary course of action, Zhang Tianze interjected at that moment. Recently, several eminent monks from Yunyun Temple and the Buddhist Temple of Chuyun inadvertently intercepted a confidential report concerning the Nine Abyss. If the report holds true, as long as the realms of Youyun and several other nations in the cultivation world join forces, they could inflict significant damage upon the Nine Abyss, potentially ensuring a century of tranquility for Youyun. At this juncture, Zhang Tianze paused, his expression grave, and continued, moreover, a substantial blow to the Nine Abyss now would grant us the initiative in the impending war against the celestial demons. When the 600-year celestial demon conflict arises, it will not take place on the battlefield of celestial demons, but rather on the arena of the celestial demon competition. Upon hearing this, Taiping felt a stirring in his heart. This was the first time he had heard the term celestial demon conflict articulated clearly by anyone other than the Fairy Lingyue. What is the distinction? Taiping inquired curiously. The Fairy Lingyue remained silent, indicating her desire for the two before him to elaborate further. Should the battlefield of celestial demons be activated, the ensuing casualties would number in the tens of thousands. Conversely, if the celestial demon competition is initiated, it would merely require the strongest cultivators and demonic entities from various factions of the Upper Clear Realm to engage in a one-on-one contest. Although there exists the possibility of defeat in the celestial demon competition, this method of direct confrontation offers a significantly greater chance of victory for humanity compared to a massive incursion from the battlefield of celestial demons. Zhu Huai meticulously elucidated this to Taiping. In essence, should Youyun succeed in delivering a heavy blow to the Nine Abyss, it would compel the Nine Abyss to refrain from launching the Celestial Demon War, thus opting for the Celestial Demon competition to conclude this 600-year conflict. Even before the conclusion of the Golden Scale Conference, the cultivation community of Youyun had already been strategizing for this eventuality, with preparations well underway. The only unpredictability lies with the monk of the Fire Cloud Temple, the Purified Void Demon Monk. Though his cultivation is comparable to mine, should the great battle commence, I would undoubtedly be unable to fend him off alone. After Zhu Huai's explanation, Zhang Tianze also spoke. However, Taiping, we are not coercing you with lofty ideals. The choice ultimately rests with you. Even if that esteemed individual from the Huangting Dao Palace is reluctant to intervene, we are not entirely without means. After all, the previous assault on the Great Chu Imperial City by the Fire Cloud Temple resulted in the Emperor of Youyun slaying one of their avatars, which will take them at least 100 years to recover from. He then added with a light-hearted smile, why not let the Emperor take action? Upon hearing Zhang Tianze mention the Emperor of Youyun, Taiping immediately inquired. Although he understood that within the current realms, the title of Emperor primarily serves as a designation, The fact that this individual could effortlessly annihilate an avatar of the Fire Cloud Temple's demon monk indicated that his strength should not be underestimated. Taiping, you are unaware. Upon hearing this, Xu Huai bitterly smiled and shook his head, then proceeded to elucidate to Xu Taiping. The emperors of the various realms resemble deities rather than mere cultivators. After ascending to their thrones, they become intertwined with the fortunes of their respective realms. Should they unleash their full power within this domain, the fortunes of this realm would undoubtedly undergo a drastic transformation, likely leading to unforeseen calamities. Their primary role is to assist this realm in fending off disasters that originate from beyond. Disasters from beyond the realms? Xu Taiping's heart trembled at the thought. At that moment, Ling Yue's voice resonated in his mind. To the entirety of the Shanqing realm, the 5 directions are but a diminutive expanse, akin to 5 islands encircled by towering walls, while the greater territory resembles a wild and chaotic wasteland. Within this chaos, there exist entities more terrifying than demonic creatures. The foremost duty of the emperors or deities of the various realms is to shield the 5 directions from these formidable beings. The greatness of the 5 emperors lies in their dedication to creating a sanctuary for humanity within the 5 directions. Ling Yue, having refrained from speaking earlier, aimed to convey through Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze a deeper understanding of this realm to Xu Taiping. I understand, Sister Ling Yue. Xu Taiping, striving to digest this information, acknowledged in his heart, despite still grappling with numerous confusions. Taiping, whether you agree or not, please respond, Xu Huai inquired anxiously, noticing Xu Taiping's silence. As Xu Taiping contemplated his response, Ling Yue's voice echoed once more in his mind. This matter pertains to the survival of the 5 directions. I can intervene, but doing so will undoubtedly consume a spiritual peach, which is a significant cost, hence they must offer something in return. What would you have them provide as compensation? Sister Ling Yue? With Ling Yue's decision to agree, Xu Taiping felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Request a celestial-grade Qijing Yin-Yang mirror from them. It is an essential artifact for your communication with the Linyuan Pavilion, and acquiring it independently would require considerable resources. Additionally, borrow the Cloud Ascension sword from the Emperor of Youyun for a time. It has been a while since I wielded a sword. Ling Yue responded. Understood. Xu Taiping silently affirmed, then looked up at Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze, saying, Old Xu, General, my esteemed predecessor has consented to intervene, but she desires 2 items in return. Upon hearing this, Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze both radiated joy. What are the conditions? Please do not hesitate to state them, Taiping. Xu Huai replied with great generosity. Xu Taiping immediately articulated. The first item is a celestial-grade Qijing Yin-Yang mirror. A celestial-grade Qijing Yin-Yang mirror? Such an item is indeed rare, but fret not. I will surely procure it for you. Xu Huai responded after a moment of contemplation. Xu Taiping nodded and continued. The second item is to borrow the Cloud Ascension sword from the Emperor of Youyun for a time. The Cloud Ascension sword? As soon as they heard this name, Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze were momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Xu Huai finally expressed his dilemma. Taiping, it is not that we are unwilling to lend the Cloud Sword, but rather that it recognizes no one except for each successive emperor of the Youyun. At this moment, Zhang Tianze nodded in agreement, stating, the spirit of the Cloud Sword possesses an exceedingly peculiar temperament. It cannot be summoned from the Sword Pavilion of Youyun by anyone other than the Emperor. Upon hearing their words, Xu Taiping was taken aback and promptly inquired within his mind of Fairy Ling Yue. Sister Ling Yue, what should we do if the Cloud Sword recognizes no one? Shortly thereafter, Fairy Ling Yue's voice resonated within Xu Taiping's consciousness. It dares. Without waiting for Xu Taiping to regain his composure, Fairy Ling Yue continued. Inform them to notify Youyun Manor to lift the restrictions of the Sword Pavilion. I shall retrieve the sword immediately. Chapter 364. The Cloud Sword, a weapon of dire consequence. Old Xu, General Zhang. Should Youyun Manor be willing to lend the sword, they need only to release the restrictions of the Sword Pavilion, and we shall procure the sword ourselves. As for whether it recognizes us, we shall see. Xu Taiping relayed Fairy Ling Yue's words. Although he was somewhat skeptical of Sister Ling Yue's unwavering confidence in her ability to summon the Cloud Sword, he nonetheless harbored doubts. After all, their discussions about swords had been few and far between throughout their acquaintance. Is this truly the intention of your esteemed predecessor? As Xu Taiping had anticipated, Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze cast him questioning glances. Indeed, it is, Xu Taiping affirmed, meeting their gazes with conviction. Despite their skepticism, he remained steadfast in his belief in Fairy Ling Yue's capabilities in front of outsiders. Seeing Xu Taiping respond with such certainty, Zhu Huai found himself at a loss. Conversely, Zhang Tianze, upon confirming that Xu Taiping was not jesting or using this as an excuse to decline their invitation, subtly smirked, adopting a posture of amusement. In that case, I shall consult with the emperor and provide you with a response tomorrow. Zhu Huai pondered seriously before replying. Old Zhu, time is of the essence. It would be best to settle this matter today. Jiang Cuizue cannot hold out much longer in Tianyuan City, Zhang Tianze reminded Zhu Huai. It is best to finalize it today. Xu Taiping concurred with a nod. With this matter resolved, he needed to prepare for his return to Jinwu Heaven. You take Taiping to Youyun Manor to wait. I shall consult with the emperor now. If there are no issues on the emperor's side, I will immediately relay the message to Master Qiu. Zhu Huai decisively resolved after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Tianze nodded and then smiled at Xu Taiping. Come, Taiping. Let us converse as we walk. General Zhang, why choose the Cloud Sword when there are many others to borrow? At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion in Youyun Manor, Qiu Shenyuan's brow furrowed upon hearing that Zhang Tianze and Xu Taiping wished to borrow the Cloud Sword. What, Elder Qiu, are you reluctant? Zhang Tianze playfully draped his arm over Xu Taiping's shoulder, a teasing smile gracing his unshaven face. What would I be reluctant about? Qiu Shenyuan shot Zhang Tianze an irritated glance. I am merely concerned about potential complications. He sighed and turned to gaze at the sword-binding tower behind him. This tower, much like the treasure-hiding pavilion, was also part of the Golden Scales pool within the Cloudy Pavilion. However, its most striking distinction lay in the fact that the entire edifice was ensnared by dark chains composed of runes. Additionally, a colossal talisman hung from the pinnacle of the tower. Old Qiu, what trouble could arise from merely requesting a sword? Xu Taiping expressed his confusion. A sword is a perilous entity, particularly an ownerless one. The higher its rank, the more potent its malevolent aura. Without the restraints left by the great emperor of Cloudy, these swords could be far more dangerous than ferocious beasts. As Qiu Shenyuan spoke, he turned to Xu Taiping and Zhang Tianze, continuing, especially that Chuyun sword. Before being tamed by the great emperor, it was a notorious devouring sword known for its murderous reputation. Legends say its previous master was a tyrant who wielded it to slaughter an entire nation. It was only after being refined by the emperor that its malevolence was somewhat subdued, but this restraint was only effective in the presence of the emperor himself. Consequently, when the emperor ascended, he chose not to take it with him to guard the cloudy realm, leading to its lingering resentment, as it believed it had been forsaken. Its once contained malevolent aura has gradually returned, and now, apart from each reigning emperor, no one can summon it. It deems the sword cultivators of the cloudy realm to be utterly inept, unworthy of its blade. Qiu Shenyuan sighed helplessly. Ah, a sword that looks down upon others. Zhang Tianze remarked, folding his arms and smiling at the sword-binding tower. Just as these words left his lips, a sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from within the tower, causing the rune chains to shimmer brilliantly. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure began to surge forth from the tower like a tidal wave. Undoubtedly, this pressure and sword intent emanated from the Chuyun sword. Can't I even speak a few words? Zhang Tianze shot a glance at the sword-binding tower, then stomped his foot on the ground with a resounding thud, causing the invisible pressure to dissipate immediately. Although Zhang Tianze had quelled the sword intent, the Chuyun sword continued to emit a resonant cry. Lord Qiu, is it possible that it is cursing? Xu Taiping inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sensed the fluctuations of the aura radiating from the Chuyun sword. No, it is merely venting its frustrations, Qiu Shenyuan replied with an awkward smile, shooting a glare at Zhang Tianze. Aren't you here to borrow the sword? Why provoke it? It is not I who seeks to borrow, but him, Zhang Tianze said, grinning at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shenyuan's expression shifted dramatically. You wish to borrow the Chuyun sword? He had initially assumed that Zhang Tianze was the one making the request. Xu Taiping offered a resigned smile and nodded, sort of. A senior has asked me to retrieve the sword. Ridiculous. Qiu Shenyuan's anger flared. As the saying goes, swords and blades are blind. The Chuyun sword is a divine weapon. Unraveling the restrictions of the sword-binding tower recklessly could cost lives. He sternly warned Xu Taiping. Rest assured, Lord Qiu, if I lack confidence, I would never make such a request. Xu Taiping greeted Qiu Shenyuan's gaze with a composed smile. Chapter 365. The Sword of Izumo. Please have the esteemed Elder Izumo descend. I shall not interfere. As long as the Emperor consents, I shall assist you in lifting the restrictions. Qiu Shunyuan shook his head in resignation. In his view, this absurd request to borrow a sword would most likely be denied by the Emperor, while Qiu Shunyuan awaited Xu Taiping and Zhang Tianzi's inevitable failure. The voice of the ethereal Emperor Tsang AI suddenly resonated above the sword suppression tower. Master Qiu, lift the restrictions of the sword suppression tower and allow them to enter and retrieve the sword. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan's countenance froze, and he looked up in confusion, asking, Your Majesty, is this wise? The malevolent aura of the Izumo sword has only intensified over the years. However, his protest was met with the Emperor's succinct command, lift the restrictions. Yes, the resolute tone of the Emperor startled Qiu Shunyuan, prompting him to bow deeply in acquiescence. He then regarded Xu Taiping with utmost seriousness, saying, Young Master Xu, I am about to lift the restrictions of the sword suppression tower. Since you are determined to borrow the sword, please be prepared for the consequences. Thank you for the reminder, Master Qiu, Xu Taiping replied with a respectful bow. With that, he began to stride towards the grand entrance of the sword suppression tower, halting only when he was a mere 20 to 30 paces away. At that moment, the venerable warrior Zhu Huai appeared before the tower like a gust of wind. Has that esteemed elder yet to show himself? Noting that only Xu Taiping stood before the tower, Zhu Huai furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that the eminent figure behind Xu Taiping would personally come forth to request the sword. From Xu's demeanor, it appeared that the elder wished to remain concealed for the time being, relying on Xu to make the request. Zhang Tianzi maintained a relaxed expression. Let us hope nothing amiss occurs. The Emperor has stated that if it were not for the oath binding it, the Izumo would have long since broken free of its constraints. Zhu Huai gazed anxiously at Xu Taiping's silhouette. Release. At that moment, Qiu Shunyuan beside them shattered a jade slip with a decisive crack, and then bellowed. Immediately, with a resounding crash, the dark chains binding the sword suppression tower shattered, dissipating into swirling tendrils of dark mist. The restrictions of the sword suppression tower had been lifted. Boom. The moment the restrictions were lifted, a tremendous sword aura erupted forth, surging from the sword suppression tower and sweeping across the entirety of the Golden Scales Pond. The fierce winds generated by this sword aura violently whipped against Xu Taiping, ruffling his hair and sleeves. Sensing the anger within this sword aura, Zhu Huai muttered in confusion, What has stirred such fury in the Izumo sword? Hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan, now standing beside them, shot a glare at Zhang Tianzi and remarked, Is it not your doing? Zhang Tianzi feigned innocence. How can I be blamed? The Izumo sword is simply too temperamental. Zhu Huai, observing the scene, could easily surmise what mischief Zhang Tianzi had engaged in during his absence. However, this time he did not reproach Zhang Tianzi. Instead, he nodded and remarked, This is for the best, as it may prompt that esteemed elder to recognize the futility of the situation and reconsider the terms. Zhang Tianzi smiled at this. Unlike Zhu Huai and Qiu Shunyuan, he retained faith that Xu Taiping could indeed procure the Outcloud sword. Junior disciple Xu Taiping of the Qingxian sect has come to the Youyun mansion to borrow the sword and humbly requests Elder Outcloud to descend. Xu Taiping, braving the fierce winds, bowed respectfully before the entrance of the sword suppression tower. Boom. Yet, his politeness was met only with an intensified sword aura emanating from the Outcloud sword. Simultaneously, an aged voice resonated from within the sword suppression tower. You, a mere young lad, presume to summon me down? Begone. The voice thundered like a clap of thunder, while waves of sword energy spiraled forth, hurtling towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping, possessing a stubborn disposition, thought to himself, I extend such courtesy in inviting you down. Even if you are reluctant, this is hardly the attitude one should exhibit. Without further ado, he harnessed his rising indignation, abruptly elevating his blood chi from the serpent dragon realm to the furious dragon realm. With a resounding boom, Xu Taiping's stature surged to 2 zhang, his blood chi radiating fiercely, bracing himself against the incoming onslaught of sword energy with a formidable resolve. Subsequently, he cupped his hands, his arms adorned with scales resembling those of a dragon, and declared, Junior disciple Xu Taiping of the Qingxian sect requests Elder Outcloud to descend. The enhancement of his blood chi, coupled with his dragon whale physique, imbued his voice with an aura that rivaled that of the Outcloud sword spirit. resonating with the echoes of a dragon's roar. This was the first occasion since Xu Taiping's breakthrough to the refining spirit realm that Zhu Huai and the others felt the full force of his blood qi. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, including the sword spirit within the sword suppression tower. However, after a brief pause, the sword spirit let out a furious roar. With such meager ability, you dare to summon me? You overestimate yourself. As the words faded, the doors of the sword suppression tower swung open with a thunderous crash, and a torrent of azure sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards Xu Taiping. Taiping, allow me. The voice of the Lingyue fairy resounded in his mind just as he intended to draw his sword and unleash its domain. Very well. Xu Taiping promptly relinquished his grip on the hilt and immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. The Lingyue fairy had previously informed him that she would temporarily lend him her strength, but as she would not forcibly augment his true essence and blood qi. There was no need for him to consume the spirit peach. Boom. The moment the Lingyue fairy took control of Xu Taiping's body. Although his spiritual and blood qi fluctuations did not see a substantial elevation, the intangible pressure within his true essence and blood qi transformed. Compared to before, the pressure now, under the Lingyue fairy's command, was no longer diffuse and formless, but rather remarkably condensed. Simultaneously, guided by this concentrated pressure, Xu Taiping's blood qi and true essence swiftly converged before him, forming a singular line. Whoosh! Amidst a piercing sound that cleaved the air, a line of blood essence and true energy converged, unleashing a blade of sword intent forged from this very essence, which effortlessly cleaved through the torrent of sword energy surging from within the sword suppression tower. Chapter 366. The Outcloud Sword and the Sword Intent of the Spirit Moon Fairy Boom. Subsequently, the formidable sword energy summoned by the Outcloud Sword within the sword suppression tower erupted with a thunderous force. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Xu Taiping's body seemingly motionless. Zhu Huai, Zhang Tianze, and Qiu Shunyuan, all of whom were top-tier cultivators of the Youyun realm, could undoubtedly perceive the transformation occurring within Xu Taiping. They could also surmise that the strike Xu Taiping had just executed was drawn from the power of the exalted figure behind him. However, it was precisely because they discerned this that their astonishment deepened. Such meticulous control over blood essence and true energy could not possibly be attained without several millennia, if not tens of thousands of years, of cultivation. Zhu Huai murmured in shock. Not only them, but Xu Taiping himself was also profoundly shaken. 4. As Zhu Huai had articulated, the Spirit Moon Fairy's recent maneuver had not employed any extraordinary technique, nor had it invoked any true energy that exceeded the limits of his physical vessel. It merely refined the manipulation of blood essence and true energy to an exquisite degree. Taiping, please invite it to descend. If it complies, I shall not need to employ sword intent against it. The voice of the Spirit Moon Fairy resounded once more within Xu Taiping's mind. What if it does not comply? Xu Taiping curiously pondered within his heart. Should it refuse to heed my request, I shall ensure it experiences the taste of its spiritual body being crushed by sword intent. The Spirit Moon Fairy retorted with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping no longer hesitated. He once again clasped his hands in reverence and proclaimed loudly, I, Qingxian Xu Taiping, implore the esteemed Outcloud to descend. In contrast to before, the Outcloud sword did not respond immediately. It was evident that the previous strike from the Spirit Moon Fairy had profoundly impacted it. However, as proud as it was, it would not simply bow to Xu Taiping due to a single blow. If you insist on having me descend, I shall oblige. With a disdainful snort from the ancient sword spirit within the tower, the entire sword suppression tower trembled violently. Then, with a sound akin to the tearing of the heavens, a sword cry resonated, and an elderly figure clad in azure, resembling a sword spirit, emerged, wielding a long sword enveloped in resplendent clouds, and swung it towards Xu Taiping at the entrance of the sword suppression tower. Boom. At the moment the sword spirit burst forth from the door wielding the sword, the entire Golden Scales pool shuddered in response. Were it not for the fact that this occurred within the confines of the Golden Scales pool, it would have surely incited turmoil within the city. As Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai sensed the genuine murderous intent emanating from the sword spirit towards Xu Taiping, their blood essence erupted around them, preparing to intervene. Zhu Huai even rushed out from the Outcloud sword, shouting, You old scoundrel, refusing to descend. Yet you dare to harm others. Nevertheless, The old sword spirit remained undeterred, its sword intent unabated, as it continued its lethal strike towards Xu Taiping. Confronted by the murderous intent of Xu Taiping, he found himself struggling to endure, and thus, within his heart, he addressed the celestial maiden Linghua, Sister Linghua. It appears that this entity truly lacks discernment. The celestial maiden first let out a melodic laugh, but her tone abruptly shifted to one of icy severity. It seems that without the sword sovereign rankings, the prowess of the sword cultivators in the upper clear realm has indeed diminished significantly. Otherwise, how could a mere sword spirit dare to act so arrogantly? As she spoke, she regained control over Xu Taiping's body. Then, with her sword pointed toward the heavens, her expression turned frigid as she issued a sharp command: annihilate. As her words fell, a sword intent imbued with pure annihilation surged forth, as if it sought to obliterate the very fabric of this realm. Even formidable beings like Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai felt a wave of trepidation wash over them in the face of this sword intent. Unlike the psychological impact on the cultivators, this sword intent inflicted tangible harm upon the old sword spirit, relentlessly tearing at its ethereal form. In an instant, the anguished cries of the old sword spirit began to resonate throughout the golden scales pool. The once resounding clangor of swordplay transformed into lamentations. Young Master Xu, it has suffered enough. It shall not dare to act so recklessly again. Please urge your esteemed elder to retract that sword intent. If this continues, the sword spirit shall be utterly destroyed, implored the lord of the estate, Qiu Shunyuan. Sister Linghua? Xu Taiping tentatively inquired within his mind. Yes, it is nearly time. But please ask that sword spirit one more question, the celestial maiden responded. She then withdrew the sword intent and returned control of the body to Xu Taiping. With a resounding thud, as Xu Taiping retracted the sword intent, the outcloud sword enveloped in clouds plunged into the ground with a swish, while the sword spirit collapsed in a state of utter despondency. I wish to accompany young Master Xu downstairs. The sword spirit suddenly interjected as Xu Taiping began to speak. However, its eyes were unmistakably filled with reluctance, even turning away to avoid Xu Taiping's gaze. My esteemed elder wishes to ask you a question. Xu Taiping disregarded the sword spirit's demeanor and stated directly. What question? The old sword spirit furrowed its brow. Having encountered the heir of the sword ancestor, why do you not kneel? Xu Taiping relayed the celestial maiden's words to the sword spirit, even mimicking her tone perfectly. Upon hearing this, while Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai remained unperturbed, the old sword spirit reacted as though confronted with an unspeakable horror, its eyes widening in disbelief as it stood frozen in place. Yet, after a brief moment of stunned silence, it fell to its knees with a thud, trembling in terror as it exclaimed, O sword ancestor, the illegitimate son has been disrespectful. I beseech your grace to forgive me. Half a stick of incense later, Zhang Tianze and Zhu Huai still found themselves replaying the scene of the old sword spirit repeatedly bowing in reverence to Xu Taiping in their minds. Old Zhu, have you ever heard of the sword ancestor? Zhang Tianze asked, his expression one of confusion. I have not heard of such a figure, but one who can command the willing reverence of a sword spirit is certainly no ordinary individual, Zhu Huai replied, frowning. Buzzing incessantly at that moment, the communication jade disc in Zhu Huai's possession suddenly emitted a series of vibrations. Upon examining it, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, This is not good. That old fool, Jing Kong, has emerged from the Fire Cloud Temple. Currently, Master Xianji from Yunyin Temple is attempting to intercept him along with the Scripture Guardians. Hearing this, Zhang Tianze furrowed his brow and remarked, With merely Master Xianji and those few Scripture Guardians, not only will they fail to halt Jing Kong, but they may also struggle to preserve their own lives. Just then, Xu Taiping emerged, carrying a sword box. He had just been engaged in the transfer of the exuding cloud sword with Lord Qiu. Jing Kong has emerged prematurely. Those guarding outside the Fire Cloud Temple may be in grave danger, Zhang Tianze explained to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping's heart trembled at this revelation. He was well aware of Master Xianji's capabilities. He could not possibly contend with the demonic monk, Jing Kong. This is troublesome. News from Tianyuan City indicates that the Wolf King has also gathered the demon horde ahead of schedule, preparing for a full-scale assault on the city. Zhu Huai, still clutching the jade disc, spoke with a face laden with concern. General, old Zhu, let me confer with my esteemed senior, and we shall depart for the Fire Cloud Temple immediately. After communicating with the fairy Lingwe, Xu Taiping made a resolute decision. It must be done. Zhang Tianzi nodded in agreement and placed a reassuring hand on Xu Taiping's shoulder, saying, I entrust the matter of the Fire Cloud Temple to you and your esteemed senior. Chapter 367, Dansha Valley. Youyun Temple. The immutable King Nong Mo Shidi, Su Shidi, Shidi Jia Luo Yi Juyen, Kan Mo Shi Li. Aja Mo Shidi Sua Pahi Nong Mo Shidi, Su Shidi Nong Mo Shidi, Su Shidi moments prior. Outside the Dansha Valley in the exuding Cloud Kingdom, Master Xianji and the 18 scripture guardians of Youyun Temple, along with over 100 monks from the temple, sat at the entrance to the valley, under the protection of a massive scripture banner. They chanted the incantation of the immutable king to ward off demons repeatedly. As their chants resonated, immense golden inscriptions sprawled across the peaks surrounding the Dansha Valley. Simultaneously, beneath the overcast sky above the valley, a golden swastika slowly rotated, resembling a diminutive sun, continuously casting its Buddha light into the valley to counteract the rising crimson demonic aura emanating from within. This place, where the demonic energy surged, was widely known in the realm of the Youyun sect as the Fire Cloud Temple. Suddenly, among the chanting monks, an elderly monk seated in the front row coughed up blood. Master Qingju, take a sip of the heavenly pool's spirit spring and allow your essence to recuperate for a moment. Xianji paused in his chanting, producing a water pouch, removing the stopper, and offering it to the elderly monk. The elder nodded slightly, but after taking only a sip, he returned the pouch to Xianji. The demonic energy within the Fire Cloud Temple is intensifying. Jingkong is likely to emerge ahead of schedule. Have you informed Youyun Manor? The elderly monk inquired. I have already notified Youyun Manor. They replied that they are in the process of selecting cultivators capable of facing Jingkong. Xianji responded. Cultivators capable of contending with Jingkong? The monk, Qingju, frowned. In the present day, amidst the ethereal clouds, it is exceedingly difficult to find another warrior capable of confronting the formidable Jingkong, aside from Zhang Tianzi. Are they perhaps evading responsibility? Qijiang felt a pang of concern. It is unlikely, Xianji replied, shaking his head. He elaborated, the words from the Youyun prefecture regarding their disciples were that they have already identified a candidate, personally selected by General Zhang Tianzi and the venerable martial god Zhu Huai. Let us hope so, the monk Qijiang nodded, though his expression turned grave as he gazed towards the valley's entrance. Regardless, we must not allow this demon Jingkong to exit the valley, otherwise, Tianyuan City will surely fall. If Tianyuan City cannot withstand the onslaught, when the demon bridge reappears in the world, we will have no choice but to confront the demons head-on on the battlefield. As he spoke, Qijiang touched his eye, now devoid of sight. He continued with a tone laden with desolation. During the last conflict with the demons, nearly all 3,000 monks of the Youyun Temple perished. Had it not been for the abbot's unwavering determination to retrieve us from that sea of corpses for 7 days and nights, I fear I would not have returned. The terror of the demon battlefield is evident, capable of instilling fear even in the hearts of the devout practitioners of the Buddhist path. Boom. Just as the two conversed, the previously stable demonic energy within the Dansha Valley surged violently. Bang! The swelling demonic energy coalesced into a surging crimson wave, crashing heavily against the barrier formed by the gathered scriptures. Under the impact of this malevolent force, many monks of the Youyun Temple, who were reciting the immovable king's demon-suppressing incantation, collapsed on the spot. Xianji, Jingkong is about to emerge. Prepare to chant the immovable king's mantra. Qijiang, seated in meditation, called out urgently to Xianji. Understood, master. Xianji immediately rose. He first drained the remaining spirit spring, then, with palms pressed together, stepped towards the valley's entrance while resuming the recitation of the immovable king's incantation. Boom. As he stepped forth, palms joined in prayer, his blood aura surged, causing him to tower to a height of 3 zhang. Immovable king seal. Behind him, the monks of the Youyun Temple, guided by Qijiang, collectively joined their palms to form the seal. In an instant, golden Buddhist light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Xianji. Ultimately, after revealing his formidable form, the already towering Xianji was further accompanied by a colossal ethereal manifestation of the immovable king, soaring to heights of 1,000 zhang. Boom. Once the manifestation of the immovable king appeared, under Xianji's command, it flipped its hand and struck a massive golden bolt towards the valley. From above, the entire Youyun temple was shrouded within that golden bowl. At the valley's exit stood a monumental statue of the immovable king, gazing down upon the Youyun temple with compassionate eyes. Boom! At that moment, another surge of demonic energy swept through the Youyun temple, yet this time, the scripture barrier remained unwavering. This was indeed the most potent sealing technique of the Youyun temple, the immovable king's demon-suppressing seal. Once sealed by the immovable king's imprint, unless the immovable king itself was vanquished, no one could possibly escape from within that golden bowl. The unmoving king, a formidable manifestation in the Buddhist realm, is notoriously difficult for ordinary practitioners to overcome. However, its invocation demands rigorous conditions, and the one wielding this manifestation must be of the Vajra realm. Thus, prior to Xianji's ascension to this level, only the abbot could summon it. With a thunderous boom, as the demonic aura of Youyun temple was about to be subdued, a crimson lotus, fiery in its hue, suddenly burst forth, penetrating the demonic energy and striking the scripture barrier with great force. In a single blow, the scripture barrier was breached, creating a gaping hole. The red lotus then soared directly to the front of the unmoving king's illusion. "Are you Xianji?" An ancient voice resonated from within the crimson lotus. Xianji offered no reply. Instead, he altered his hand seals, commanding the unmoving king's visage to deliver a powerful palm strike upon the lotus. With a resounding crash, several petals flew from the lotus, yet it remained largely unscathed. Since when have the disciples of Youyun temple become so disrespectful? The ancient voice echoed again from the red lotus. Following this, the previously closed lotus abruptly unfurled, and with a thunderous sound, a robust monk, possessing a rugged visage, stood atop the lotus's core. "Ba, today I, Jing Kong, shall stand in for your master and teach you the essence of respect." Upon finishing his statement, the monk's form surged upward, akin to a practitioner harnessing the essence of the heavens, reaching a height nearly equal to that of the unmoving king's manifestation. With a resounding impact, the giant Jing Kong unleashed a powerful punch toward the unmoving king's visage. To everyone's astonishment, the previously immovable manifestation staggered back a step under the force of the blow. Xianji, who controlled the unmoving king, coughed up blood as a consequence. Truly, the first demon of Youyun Tian. Wiping his mouth, Xianji disregarded his injuries and once again joined his palms to stabilize the unmoving king's manifestation. In his heart, he silently hoped, may the reinforcements from Youyun Mansion arrive swiftly. This unmoving king cannot endure for long. Chapter 368, Dansha Valley. Jing Kong's raw manifestation. Meanwhile, the situation at Dansha Valley appeared dire. On a bronze carriage soaring swiftly through the skies, the venerable warrior Xu Huai glanced at the spirit mirror on the table. His expression grave. Zhang Tianzi, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. He cast a glance at the spirit mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. Such a burden for this young mage, Zhang Tianzi remarked, a hint of regret evident in his gaze. The image displayed in the spirit mirror revealed that the unmoving king manifestation controlled by Xianji had suffered grievous injuries, with only half of its head remaining. One arm shattered, and a gaping wound in its chest. Given the symbiotic relationship between the manifestation and its wielder, Xianji too bore the brunt of the damage. His own visage a tragic sight with half his head remaining and one arm broken. As far as I know, although the monks of Youyun Temple can utilize the merits of their arduous cultivation to resurrect after death, the number of times they can do so is limited. An ordinary monk may only experience rebirth once, and though Master Xuanji has attained the Vajra realm, he likely possesses just one additional opportunity beyond that of an ordinary monk. Xu Huai, who once fought alongside the ascetic monks on the battlefield against the demons, gazed at Xuanji's battered form with profound sympathy. On that battlefield, it was always they who charged bravely to the front, suffering the greatest losses. Xu Huai exhaled deeply, reassuring, Taiping is already on his way. There's no need for you to worry too much, old Zhu. Zhang Tianzi lightly tapped his fingers on the table. At that moment, the image in the spirit mirror revealed the demon monk Jing Kong seemingly effortlessly delivering a Yama palm strike upon the chest of the immovable Vajra's manifestation, causing the spectral image to shatter under the force. Below, Xuanji's robes were torn apart, his diamond-like body marred with cracks. Already battered, he had now been reduced to a bloodied figure. The monks behind him, including his master, the monk Qingjue, fared little better. Their bodies similarly cracked and their robes stained crimson. This was only due to the protection offered by the immovable Vajra's presence. In the areas behind and beside them, where the immovable Vajra's shield did not extend, the landscape, be it forest or hillside, had been flattened to the ground by the residual force of that palm strike. The sheer power of Jinkong's Yama palm was evident. Yet, whether it was the monk from Youyun Temple or Xuanji himself, neither exhibited the slightest intention of retreat after enduring that blow. Xuanji, enduring the excruciating dual agony of his body and soul being torn asunder, chanted the Buddhist mantra with fervor, unmoving as a mountain. Following his lead, the monks of Youyun Temple, under Master Qingjue's guidance, echoed in unison, unmoving as a mountain. As their voices fell, a beam of Buddhist light descended from the heavens, striking Xuanji directly. In an instant, his body, which seemed on the verge of shattering, began to visibly restore itself. Boom. The immovable Vajra's spectral image, which had begun to dissipate, regained its solidity in the blink of an eye, emanating an exceptionally formidable aura. Witnessing this, the seasoned warrior Zhu Huai let out a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of being regarded as more trustworthy than one's own brothers on the battlefield against demons. Zhang Tianzi, seasoned from countless battles, also expressed his sentiments upon witnessing the scene. Just as the two conversed, the voice of the demon monk Jinkong suddenly resonated within the spirit mirror. Zhang Tianzi, Zhu Huai, I am aware of your intentions. But how long do you think you can contain me? A cup of tea? A stick of incense? Or merely an hour? As his voice echoed, Jinkong's aura surged dramatically. His demonic energy soared like a blood-red sword, piercing straight toward the enormous golden swastika hovering above Dansha Valley. Boom. The image within the spirit mirror trembled violently. Amidst the swirling crimson demonic aura, the body of the monk Jinkong transformed into a deep shade of black, with multiple arms sprouting from his back, each grasping a formidable demonic weapon that stirred the soul. This was the four-armed Rahu manifestation of the monk Jinkong, the most powerful form he had cultivated over thousands of years. Upon witnessing this manifestation, Zhu Huai's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. In a swift movement, one of the arms of the four-armed Rahu raised a long sword, striking towards the immovable Vajra figure. A thunderous sound echoed as the previously restored immovable Vajra was marred by a deep gash across its chest. Tianzi, hurry and urge Taiping and his esteemed elder. With the four-armed Rahu looming over them, they cannot possibly endure for even the duration of an incense stick. Zhu Huai's expression grew increasingly anxious. Zhang Tianzi nodded slightly, then took up a jade disc to transmit a message. Taiping, where are you? I fear Xianji may not hold on much longer. Amidst a vast expanse of cloud, Xu Taiping, riding on by Yu's back, inquired immediately upon receiving Zhang Tianzi's message, how far are we? If my calculations are correct, we have just entered the territory of the Cloud Nation, and we are at least half an incense stick away from Dansha Valley. Baiyu replied, half an incense stick. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Typically, Baiyu's current speed surpasses that of many sword cultivators. Yet time is of the essence. If it takes half an incense stick to reach Dansha Valley, Xianji's life may be in peril. Taiping, consume that spirit peach now. I will take control of the sword. The voice of the fairy Ling Yu suddenly resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Can we make it in time? Xu Taiping asked, a hint of worry in his tone. It should be feasible, replied the fairy Ling Yu. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping hesitated no longer, retrieving a spirit peach and consuming it in a few quick bites. Although, according to the fairy Ling Yu, should he engage the monk Jinkong, one spirit peach would only sustain her for half an incense stick's worth of combat time. The urgency of Xianji's situation was far too critical to hesitate over the peach. Even using 5 spirit peaches would be of no consequence. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, the spirit peach he had just consumed suddenly transformed within him into a surge of warmth, flowing through his meridians and vital points. This warmth resembled the refined essence of spiritual energy, yet it bore an indescribable vitality that evoked the illusion of resurrection from death itself. Taiping, I will take charge of your body now, the fairy Ling Yu gently instructed upon sensing the expanding waves of spiritual energy emanating from Xu Taiping. Understood. Xu Taiping nodded, then steadied his breath and focused his mind, allowing his consciousness to delve into his sea of awareness. Next, I will channel the true essence and vitality of your body in a manner befitting a cultivator of the asking heaven realm, utilizing the spirit peach to provide the necessary life force and true essence. In a brief span, the body's meridians and acupoints must endure an immense force, which would undoubtedly incapacitate an ordinary cultivator. Fortunately, you have now attained the physique of a dragon whale, allowing the meridians and acupoints to automatically mend after sustaining damage. However, while the body can heal, the agony experienced during this process may rival the pain of your initial immersion in the bone-cleansing elixir. Upon taking control of Xu Taiping's body, Fairy Lingwei guided the spiritual energy within the spiritual fruit, transforming it into blood vitality and true essence, directing it into specific blood vessels and meridians, while cautioning Xu Taiping about the impending suffering he would endure. "I will be mindful, Sister Lingwei," Xu Taiping responded internally, already mentally prepared for this ordeal. "Furthermore, I will employ the Flame Emperor body forging technique to alter your appearance. Otherwise, it might prove challenging to explain my existence to Zhu Huai and the others." As Fairy Lingwei manipulated Xu Taiping's body, she retrieved a set of dark robes from her ring and donned them, speaking to Xu Taiping as if in soliloquy. "I was just about to mention this to you, Sister Lingwei," Xu Taiping replied promptly. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sound of joints creaking. Fairy Lingwei swiftly reshaped Xu Taiping's visage and physique. Initially, Xu Taiping paid little heed to the transformations occurring within this body until he noticed a pair of prominent features on his chest, prompting him to anxiously inquire, "Sister Lingwei, have you turned my body into that of a woman? What other option is there? As your sister, I am inherently female, and this form allows me to harness my true power more effectively," Fairy Lingwei replied with an air of certainty. "Very well," Xu Taiping conceded, at a loss for a counterargument. Hearing this, Fairy Lingwei chuckled, a hint of mischief dancing across her features. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. As she tied her hair up, she reminded Xu Taiping, "Taiping, I am about to elevate your blood vitality and true essence. Prepare yourself." "Understood," Xu Taiping responded, casting aside any distracting thoughts. According to Fairy Lingwei's earlier words, should his mind waver, this body would be unable to unleash her full potential. Boom. Almost simultaneously with Xu Taiping's affirmation, the force of blood vitality and true essence within him surged tenfold, 100-fold, under Fairy Lingwei's specialized method. The intensity of this enhancement was bound to overwhelm Xu Taiping's body. Nevertheless, having mentally prepared himself, he silently bore the pain, not allowing even a flicker of disturbance to affect his spirit. Upon sensing this resilience, Fairy Lingwei was somewhat astonished, reflecting, "According to my master, anyone enduring such torment would typically falter, yet Taiping manages to endure in silence, his spirit unwavering," confirming Xu Taiping's capacity to withstand the pain. Fairy Lingwei seized the moment and once again elevated the blood vitality and true essence within this body. Thud. As the vitality and true essence surged dramatically for the second time, the atmosphere around Xu Taiping abruptly vibrated, sending ripples across the sea of clouds below. After enduring the intense mental anguish, Xu Taiping finally sensed the tumultuous aura emanating from his body, akin to a tsunami's ferocity. "Taiping, do you remember the time I taught you the 1,000 layers technique?" Suddenly, the ethereal voice of Fairy Lingwei resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. "I remember," Xu Taiping responded, his heart stirred by her words. It was during her possession of him that Fairy Lingwei had imparted the 1,000 layers technique. This time, however, she urged him not to remain a mere observer, but to deeply perceive the flow of vital essence within his body as she executed her magical techniques, along with the secrets of harnessing vitality in her strikes. Chapter 370. The Dansha Valley. Follow Xianji to the underworld, particularly the secrets of utilizing vital essence. The 1,000 layers technique you learned last time was merely the surface. The true name of this method of vital essence manipulation is the opening heaven technique. This opening heaven technique, in a sense, originates from a foundational source technique. It can only be comprehended through experience, not conveyed through words. If you wish to master it, this may be your only opportunity. Fairy Lingwei earnestly reminded Xu Taiping once more. "Rest assured, Sister Lingwei, I shall not let this chance slip by." Xu Taiping vowed with utmost seriousness. "I believe in you," Fairy Lingwei smiled. She then retrieved a jade brush for drawing talismans from Xu Taiping's ring and adorned her hair with it like a hairpin, gesturing as if wielding a sword. Sword, arise. As her words fell, the sword box strapped to Xu Taiping's back trembled violently. With a resonant sound, the celestial weapon, the cloud-soaring sword, enveloped her in a radiant aura resembling colorful clouds, lifting fairy Lingyue into the air. With a thunderous crack that pierced the air, the graceful fairy Lingyue soared away on her sword, vanishing from sight in the vast expanse of the cloud sea in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, within the Dansha Valley, the immovable Vajra statue blocking the exit was shattered in half by a single strike from the demonic monk, Jing Kong, in his Rahu manifestation. Following this devastating blow, Xianji's body was ripped apart, and the monks of Yun'an Temple behind him erupted in a mist of blood. The foremost monk, Master Qing Ju, had even lost half of his visage. Yet, despite this carnage, the chanting of over 100 monks remained unbroken. With unwavering determination, the half-dismembered Xianji fixed his gaze upon the demonic monk Jing Kong's manifestation, revealing no trace of fear in his singular eye. Esteemed masters and brothers, I implore you to accompany Xianji to the underworld, he shouted, raising the remaining arm with fervent spirit. Amitba, we are willing to accompany our junior brother to the underworld. The resolute monks of Yun'an Temple echoed in unison. They then poured every ounce of their magical power into their chants, undeterred by the looming darkness. In an instant, before the celestial visage of the void monk could strike again, a radiant beam of Buddhist light descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the battered form of Xianji. Unyielding as a mountain, Xianji swiftly brought his still-recovering body together in prayer, unleashing a powerful roar. Then, with a resounding boom, the nearly disintegrated form of the immutable king reassembled once more. Although this iteration of the immutable king was significantly weaker than its predecessors, the aura of majesty it emanated remained undiminished from its original state. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the restoration of the immutable king, the void monk's Rahu visage swung down with tremendous force towards the heavenly manifestation. Bang! Amidst the jarring clash, one side of the immutable king's form was cleaved once again by the void monk's strike. The residual force of this blow carved a deep chasm several dozen fathoms long behind the monks of Yun'an Temple. Boom! Following the strike, the Rahu visage suddenly lifted its remaining 3 arms, wielding its 3 divine weapons, and hurled them forward towards the immutable king. Clearly, the void monk perceived the desperate plight of the monks at Yun'an Temple and intended to deliver a fatal blow to them all. Time was of the essence. In such a brief moment, Taiping and his venerable predecessor could not reach them. Even if they managed to halt the void monk, it would not save Master Xianji and his companions. On the bronze chariot soaring above the clouds, Zhu Huai watched this unfold with a heavy heart. He had stationed the monks of Yun'an Temple to guard the Dansha Valley precisely because he understood that these ascetic monks would never retreat, even unto death. You may always trust in us. We have come to atone, and the depths of hell are our rightful abode. Please, do not grieve for us. At such moments, Zhu Huai would involuntarily recall the words of the ascetic who had once saved him, uttered before his gallant demise, along with that fearless visage. Bang! Zhu Huai slammed his fist onto the table. Though he was acutely aware that sacrifice and death were commonplace in the face of the 9 abyss demons, his heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Beside him, Zhang Tianze remained silent, his expression cold. Yet, the spear resting in its case emitted a persistent humming sound, as if a ferocious tiger roared from within. Clang! Just as their emotions reached a darkened zenith, a melodious sound of a sword pierced through the air, akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the stormy skies, emanating from the spiritual mirror. Boom! Following this, accompanied by a deafening sound of air being torn apart, the 2 men, fixated on the mirror, beheld a figure clad in dark armor, exuding an air of valor, who descended with a fist that seemed to draw the very heavens downwards, striking towards the Rahu visage below. Bang! Amidst the thunderous collision, Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianze, their faces filled with astonishment, witnessed the colossal Rahu visage kneel before the woman's overwhelming punch. The ground beneath the prostrate visage collapsed inward, centered around its form. In an instant, a swirling tempest of dust and smoke erupted within the spirit mirror, creating a scene reminiscent of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Chapter 371. The Battle Against the Pure Void. Is the Elder a woman? Could this be the renowned elder of Taiping? Only when the obscuring dust and demonic aura began to dissipate did the venerable warrior Zhu Huai, with astonishment etched on his face, utter these words. He was taken aback to discover that this elder was, in fact, a woman. Zhang Tianze, equally astonished at first, soon exclaimed, "Goodness, Elder Zhu. This elder has merely harnessed her blood energy, yet she can compel the Rohu demon avatar to kneel with a single punch. Our training seems rather futile in comparison." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huai could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief. However, the appearance of the woman in the mirror brought them a sense of relief. Boom. Just as the two were conversing, the Archdemon avatar, brought low by the punch of the Spirit Moon Fairy, suddenly erupted in a blaze of black flames. Whoosh. As this pillar-like black flame surged upward, the Spirit Moon Fairy, as if foreseeing the event, gracefully leapt back just in time to evade it. Witnessing this, Zhu Huai felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he murmured, "This Black Lotus demonic flame rivals the Red Lotus Inferno of Youyun Temple. Once it touches you, it will not extinguish until it has devoured your true essence." He believed that had the Spirit Moon Fairy inadvertently come into contact with it, the outcome would have been equally uncertain. Whoosh. At this moment, the Spirit Moon Fairy within the Spirit Mirror suddenly lifted a pearl with her hand. After taking a deep breath, she forcefully exhaled toward the RH, who was attempting to rise once more. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the icy breath she expelled transformed into a raging blizzard, howling toward the Archdemon avatar, engulfed in black flames. Bang! The collision of cold and fire produced a tremendous explosive sound. Yet, almost immediately, the black flames were extinguished under the onslaught of the icy breath, and the demon monk Jinkong's Archdemon avatar was entirely encased in ice. Even the fire cloud temple behind it was largely frozen as well. Could the cold heaven pearl possess such formidable power to freeze even the demon avatar? Zhu Huai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "No, it is this elder who has imbued the cold heaven pearl with such might," Zhang Tianze countered. "The same artifact, wielded by different individuals, can yield vastly different results. For cultivators, especially those skilled in martial arts, mastering the inherent and acquired treasures is a crucial discipline alongside their techniques." "Who are you truly?" the frozen demon monk Jinkong suddenly inquired with a chilling tone, as the cracking of ice echoed around him. Clearly, the icy breath from the Spirit Moon Fairy had not inflicted significant harm upon him. "You are not worthy to know," the Spirit Moon Fairy replied curtly before flashing once more above Jinkong's head. Boom. To the surprise of Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianze, this time she did not continue to employ the frost breath technique to seal the Archdemon avatar, but instead struck it once more with her fist. The elder acted impulsively. Such a formidable manifestation of law is not easily destroyed by mere brute force. It would have been wiser to continue employing the frost breath technique alongside the cold heaven pearl, gradually depleting the pure energy of this empty space. Upon witnessing the fairy Lingyue abandon her attempt to further wield the frost breath technique in favor of confronting the Rahu demon manifestation with her blood energy, a look of anxiety crossed Zhu Huai's face. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianze remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the spiritual mirror, fearful of missing even a fleeting moment. Crack! Just as the fairy Lingyue gathered her fist, imbued with the essence of her blood energy and the force of her intent, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the Rahu demon manifestation, the latter's arms unexpectedly broke free from their icy prison, simultaneously swinging towards her with a forceful clap. Boom! The two massive hands collided with her fist like a towering wall ablaze with black flames, producing a tremendous sound of explosion that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Yet, after merely a brief moment of stalemate, both the fist and hand shattered. Subsequently, the fairy Lingyue's fist struck heavily against one of the Rahu demon manifestation's hands. Thud! The immense impact sent ripples of energy surging through the surroundings. However, that was the extent of it, for the Rahu demon manifestation remained unmoved, appearing to have withstood the blow without yielding. On the surface, it seemed as though the clash had resulted in a draw. Yet the fairy Lingyue found herself at a disadvantage. The empty mage had finally seized the opportunity created by the shockwave of their confrontation, freeing the Rahu demon manifestation from its icy confinement. Boom. Unfettered, the empty mage immediately commanded the other two arms of the Rahu demon manifestation, one wielding a sword and the other a blade, to launch a ferocious attack upon the fairy Lingyue. Enveloped in a whirlwind of cutting energy, the magnitude of this assault left both Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianzi in a state of trepidation, acutely aware that even if they survived, they would be left severely diminished. Yet, to their astonishment, the fairy Lingyue did not evade this terrifying strike. Rather, she concentrated on amplifying her blood energy. Chapter 372, Battle Against the Empty Mage, Opening the Ghost Prison Demon Gate. In that moment of confusion, the two beheld the fairy Lingyue within the spiritual mirror, who, without any preparatory stance, swiftly withdrew her elbow and unleashed a punch with great force toward the Rahu demon manifestation's hand. What could this elder be thinking? Zhu Huai was utterly bewildered. However, as the scene unfolded, his astonishment morphed into sheer horror. With a resounding thud, the seemingly mundane punch of the fairy Lingyue struck down, causing the Rahu demon manifestation's arm to explode spectacularly. Simultaneously, the peculiar shockwave caused the other two arms of the manifestation to tremble, dissipating the gathered sword and blade energies into nothingness. The celestial maiden Lingyue gracefully descended, appearing above the forehead of the Rahu demon avatar. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Zhu Huai and Zhang Tianzi, the celestial maiden unleashed a flurry of punches with a speed akin to lightning, her fists alternating in a relentless assault upon the forehead of the Rahu demon avatar. Bang! After an indeterminate number of strikes, the head of the Rahu demon avatar was utterly shattered by Lingyue's forceful blows. Even after the avatar's head was reduced to fragments, Lingyue ceased her onslaught. Yet the power of her punches reverberated within the Rahu avatar, echoing like the sounds of thunder in a valley. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding, drum-like thumps, coupled with the tremors of the massive figure of the Rahu demon avatar, rendered the scene within the spirit mirror exceedingly eerie. Boom. Following the final thundering shockwave, the Rahu demon avatar, now in a state of purity and emptiness, suddenly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Was it truly possible to dismantle the Rahu demon avatar with mere blood and qi? Zhu Huai's expression was one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianzi's eyes gleamed with insight. This technique utilizing blood and qi resembles something I glimpsed within an ancient moonshadow stone, if I am not mistaken. It is known as the opening of heaven's might. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huai was struck with astonishment. To think it was an ancient martial legacy, no wonder. Though he had never seen the moonshadow stone, he had certainly heard of the name opening of heaven's might. You possess some skill, yet do not forget. This is the Fire Cloud Temple, my Fire Cloud Temple. At that moment, the demon monk Jinkong, having witnessed the destruction of the Rahu demon avatar, suddenly rose into the air atop a black lotus platform, and with a resounding crash, waves of pitch-black demonic energy surged forth from the Fire Cloud Temple. This demonic energy twisted and coiled like great serpents, gathering around Jinkong. It seemed that Jinkong was already resorting to the powers of the 9 Abyss Demon Cave. Having sensed the extraordinary nature of this elder, observing the dark energy ascending from the Fire Cloud Temple, Zhu Huai furrowed his brow. The demon avatar was originally designed to counter the divine bodies of warriors, not the monk's ultimate technique. Thus, his actions were reasonable. However, it remained uncertain whether this elder was also adept in the arts of the Tao, beyond martial prowess. Otherwise, relying solely on martial strength could prove troublesome. Zhang Tianzi's expression grew grave. He had previously clashed with the demon monk Jinkong and was aware that beyond the demon avatar, he also wielded sinister sorcery. Boom. Just as the two conversed, within the spirit mirror, the celestial maiden Lingyue hurled another punch towards Jinkong's true form. Bang. Yet, before her punch could reach its target, it was intercepted by a serpent formed of demonic energy. Although the black serpent was shattered by her blow, much of Lingyue's momentum dissipated, leaving Jinkong unharmed. Seated upon the lotus platform, Jinkong's aura surged dramatically at that moment. With fingers weaving intricate seals, he proclaimed loudly, "Open the ghostly Abyss Rakshasa Gate." As soon as the words fell, a thunderous roar erupted, and a surge of demonic energy ascended to the heavens, obscuring the sun. Simultaneously, a towering gate of black iron manifested amidst the demonic mist behind the figure of Jinkong. The gate of ghostly abyss housed an array of formidable malevolent spirits. As long as the demonic energy persisted, an endless stream of these fiends would emerge from the gate. Although the mighty Rakshasa demons would be deterred by the heavenly Tao and hesitate to emerge, their sheer numbers rendered them a considerable challenge. Observing this scene through the spiritual mirror, Xu Huai crossed his arms, his expression grave. The true battle was yet to commence. Zhang Tianze, equally solemn, nodded slightly. Even with the esteemed assistance of Xu Taiping, both Xu Huai and Zhang Tianze remained skeptical that subduing or severely injuring the demonic monk Jing Kong would be a simple task. Boom. At that moment, as Jing Kong clasped his hands once more, the enormous gate of black iron began to creak open. With a resounding bang, as the gate only opened a crack, a massive black hand emerged, gripping the iron door. A heavy, labored breath echoed from within. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianze and Xu Huai caught a glimpse of a blood-red eye and a cascade of crimson hair through the narrow opening. A black figure with red hair and green eyes. Was it truly a Rakshasa demoness? Upon discerning the malevolent creature's appearance, Xu Huai could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Chapter 373. Confronting Jing Kong. Guidance from Fairy Lingyue. The Rakshasa demoness, ostensibly at the level of the Wangtian realm, possessed combat prowess that could rival a practitioner newly entering the Wangtian realm. Clearly, my earlier strike had indeed instilled fear in this demonic monk. Above the Dansha Valley, amidst the skies of Youyun Temple, Fairy Lingyue stood with her arms crossed, her expression unwavering as she gazed intently at the ghostly abyss gate. Her caution was palpable. Xu Taiping acknowledged her with a nod. Although Fairy Lingyue was currently in control of this body, she could distinctly sense the sights before her and the changes in the flow of true essence and blood within. Taiping, she instructed, once this Rakshasa demoness emerges, I shall demonstrate the method of placing the cold heaven pearl within your chi palace, along with the secrets of unleashing the opening heaven technique. You must commit these to memory, particularly the technique for integrating the cold heaven pearl into your chi palace. Though more challenging than its external application, will allow the blade aura of your chi palace to merge with the cold energy of the pearl. When fully activated, its power could surpass even your most potent strike, the golden crow finger. As the great calamity approaches, each additional method you acquire will bolster your confidence in aiding Qing Xian through the tribulation. Fairy Lingyue's gaze remained fixed on the Rakshasa gate while she adjusted her sleeves, silently reminding Xu Taiping. One of her pivotal reasons for intervening was to impart the techniques of the opening heaven technique and the cold heaven pearls application to Xu Taiping as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, she would have wielded her sword against the demonic monk Jing Kong long ago. Understood, Sister Lingyue, Xu Taiping replied, his mind sharpening with focus. At this moment, he not only etched the scenes before his eyes into his memory, but also remained acutely aware of the fluctuations of his internal essence and vitality. Boom. Just then, the massive iron door known as the Ghost Prison Rakshasa Gate was abruptly pulled open, releasing a torrent of sinister energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the emerald-eyed, dark-skinned Rakshasa matron burst forth from within the door like an overwhelming shadow. By the time Xu Taiping processed the situation, the terrifying visage of the Rakshasa matron had completely occupied his vision. The reaction of the Fairy Lingyue was markedly swifter than that of Xu Taiping. Even as the Rakshasa matron's face first emerged, Fairy Lingyue had already coalesced her fist's power and struck towards the horrifying countenance. Boom. This punch was executed using the Great Sage Fist's dominance technique, yet distinctively, she infused the strength of the opening heaven technique within it. This marked her inaugural fusion of the dominance technique with the opening heaven technique, a testament to its formidable prowess. Bang! With a resounding clash, the Rakshasa matron's ghastly face was instantly contorted and deformed. Concurrently, due to the unique penetrating force of the opening heaven technique, the matron's already decayed body, comprised of rotting flesh, suddenly disintegrated. Boom! Amidst the colossal tremor, Xu Taiping beheld the once mighty form of the Rakshasa matron reduced to mere skeletal remains. The might of the dominance technique, now fused with the opening heaven technique, left Xu Taiping profoundly shaken. While he meticulously noted the transformation of his own vital energy during Fairy Lingyue's punch. Swish! In the next instant, Fairy Lingyue propelled herself off the plummeting skeleton, using the momentum to soar through the air. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the imposing iron gate. Coincidentally, at that moment, Xu Taiping witnessed 3 more Rakshasa matrons erupting from within the gate, launching themselves towards them. This time, Fairy Lingyue eschewed her fists. Instead, she opened her mouth and unleashed the blade-like energy, merging it with the frigid aura of the cold heaven pearl, capable of freezing the very souls of her adversaries, and fiercely expelled it towards the three Rakshasa matrons. Zing! Boom! Amidst the cacophony of blade-like sounds and explosive energy, the frost-laden breath infused with blade energy obliterated the three Rakshasa matrons to mere remnants in an instant. Simultaneously, this fusion of chilling frost energy encased the already ajar Rakshasa gate in a layer of ice. Bang, bang, bang. The Rakshasas that had intended to surge forth from the gate collided one after another against the icy barrier. Witnessing this spectacle, observing the same technique, the same frost breath, the same cold heaven pearl, only altered in its application, yielding such a tremendous shift in power, Xu Taiping felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if a fog had lifted. The principle lies not in the multitude of methods, but in their refinement and adaptability. The voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated perfectly in Xu Taiping's mind at that moment. Heartfelt gratitude welled within him as he silently thanked Lingyue for her guidance. The intervention of the moonlit fairy undoubtedly served to illuminate the path of cultivation for Xu Taiping, guiding him towards the breakthrough prior to achieving transcendence. Were the four Rakshasa matrons subdued in such a straightforward manner? Upon witnessing the moonlit fairy execute her formidable technique to vanquish the four Rakshasa matrons consecutively from the bronze chariot, Zhu Huai's voice trembled momentarily. Any cultivator who had ever clashed with Jing Kong would harbor a profound apprehension towards the Rakshasa matrons. However, if such prowess existed, why was it not employed from the outset? Had it been utilized initially, perhaps Jing Kong would not have even had the opportunity to open the ghost prison Rakshasa gate. Reflecting on the moonlit fairy's previous actions, Zhu Huai suddenly found himself perplexed. Elder Zhu, envisioning this senior as someone who is guiding a certain individual through this contest might elucidate matters, Zhang Tianze interjected with a smile. Guiding someone? Zhu Huai was momentarily taken aback, only for his pupils to widen in realization. To use an opponent like Jing Kong as a target for instructing a junior. This senior exhibits remarkable audacity. Perhaps she never regarded Jing Kong with any seriousness from the very beginning. Zhang Tianze's smile grew even more radiant. That is implausible. Jing Kong is a figure to be feared even by those of the asking heaven realm at the Fire Cloud Temple. That senior could not possibly treat this so frivolously. Zhu Huai shook his head, still convinced that Zhang Tianze's assertion was somewhat trivializing. Chapter 374. The Great Calamity emerges, the black-robed figure of the faceless Tower Bang. Just as the two conversed, dozens of hands with black claws suddenly shattered the icy wall sealing the Rakshasa gate, causing it to swing wide open. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, swarms of Rakshasa matrons surged forth from the gate, their chilling shrieks echoing as they lunged towards the moonlit fairy. See, it was a mistake to allow Jing Kong to open the Rakshasa gate. Zhu Huai lamented, his expression filled with regret. Even if that senior manages to eliminate them all, it will undoubtedly require immense effort, and she may very well sustain injuries. Not necessarily. Zhang Tianze remained steadfast in his belief. Taiping, do you remember everything? The moonlit fairy inquired, having unleashed a breath infused with blade energy upon the Rakshasa matrons, turning her attention to Xu Taiping. Absolutely. Xu Taiping affirmed with unwavering certainty. Excellent. The moonlit fairy responded, a smile gracing her lips. She then began to stretch her joints while gazing at the multitude of Rakshasa matrons that continued to emerge from the gate. Now, sister shall unleash her full capabilities and properly exercise her limbs. At this juncture, she suddenly closed her eyes in concentration, murmuring to herself, "It has been so long since I wielded a sword. I wonder how much of my former prowess remains." Having spoken, she raised her right hand, forming a sword gesture, and declared, "Sword, arise." As her words resonated, the sound of a sword's cry reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The sword, known as the Chnyn sword, soared from its sheath, trailing a mesmerizing arc of radiant light reminiscent of colorful clouds. It spiraled above the head of the celestial maiden Lingyue, stretching across the ominous, cloud-laden sky. Suddenly, a horde of Rakshasa demonesses, shrouded in a malevolent aura, charged forth. In response, the celestial maiden merely pointed her sword forward with a swift motion. In the next instant, before the demonesses could draw near, the vibrant sword light erupted with a piercing cry, sweeping outward in a singular stroke. With a thunderous clash, the Chnyn sword, imbued with the essence of the colorful clouds, sliced through the ranks of the demonesses like autumn leaves caught in a brisk wind. In the aftermath, the demonesses disintegrated, consumed entirely by the radiant sword energy. This spectacle left Zhu Huai, who was observing from a carriage, utterly astounded. Yet, before he could close his mouth in disbelief, he witnessed the celestial maiden deftly catch the CHNYN's sword and, without embellishment, strike towards the Rakshasa gate. With a resounding impact, the sweeping, cloud-like sword energy engulfed the entire gate. Just as a few Rakshasa demons emerged from within, they were instantaneously shredded by the onslaught of the sword's wrath. The swirling tempest of sword energy continued to surge forth from the celestial maiden, enveloping the entirety of the fire cloud temple in a cascade of vibrant light. Who are you? Such a technique should not exist in this realm. The previously composed Jing Kong suddenly exclaimed in horror. Your ignorance does not negate its existence, replied the celestial maiden with a calm affirmation, tightening her grip on the CHNYN sword before delivering a decisive strike towards the fleeing Jing Kong, uttering, "A sword that brings oblivion." As her blade descended, the colorful sword energy unleashed a frenzy of destruction upon all tangible entities within the fire cloud temple, reducing them to ashes. The most terrifying aspect was that as long as any material form existed in that region, the onslaught would never cease. Thus, no matter how many times the demonic monk attempted to reconstruct his body with dark energy, he would ultimately be obliterated by the resplendent sword aura. In the end, Jing Kong was forced to retreat into a cavern, relying on the immense demonic energy surging from within to withstand the relentless sword attack. Has he truly been driven to hide within a demon lair? Zhu Huai on the bronze carriage looked on in disbelief. Regrettably, had there been an object of sealing, this time it might have been possible to imprison the demon lair beneath the fire cloud temple. Zhang Tianzi sighed with regret. At that moment, the image within the spiritual mirror revealed the fire cloud temple had been reduced to a barren expanse, with even the soil eroded by the sword energy for hundreds of feet, revealing the hidden demon lair below. Indeed a pity, Zhu Huai echoed, sharing the sentiment. If the exit of the Youyun demon lair lacked sealing stones or similar artifacts, it could never be wholly destroyed. As the two conversed, the jade plate on the table suddenly emitted a humming sound. Zhu Huai promptly infused it with a surge of true essence. Soon, Xu Taiping's voice emanated from the jade disc. Old Zhu, General Zhang, my esteemed predecessor has stated that as long as the cloud sword is stationed here, and with the assistance of the high monks from Yunying Temple, this void will not be able to escape for at least 7 days. Upon hearing this, both men felt a surge of joy in their hearts. 7 days would suffice for them to aid Jiang Zizue in safeguarding Tianyuan City, while simultaneously eradicating the lair of demonic spawn within. Zhu Huai promptly conveyed through the jade disc, "Thank you, Taiping, and please extend our gratitude to your esteemed predecessor." Soon, the voice of Xu Taiping replied once more from the jade disc. However, this time it was a woman who responded, "It is but a trifling matter. There is no need for such formalities." Hearing this, Zhu Huai's lips twitched, and he murmured helplessly, "Is this truly just a trifling matter?" The following evening, at the communication platform of the Youyun Manor, Sister Lingyue, indeed, Qing Xian is to hold the grand ceremony for the ascension of the sect leader, scheduled for half a month from now. Having just utilized the communication array of Youyun Manor to connect with the true martial heavens Jufu, Xu Taiping could finally confirm that, just as his left eye's lotus pupil had foretold, Qing Xian would be hosting the ceremony this year. Why the urgency? Lingyue, the celestial maiden, inquired with a hint of curiosity. The specifics remained unclear, but Huang Ke merely stated that it was the leader's decision. Xu Taiping first shook his head before speculating. "I suspect it is related to the Youyun demonic lair." Lingyue pondered for a moment before replying, "That is a possibility." Just as Xu Taiping was contemplating discussing this matter further with Lingyue, a sudden searing pain shot through his left eye, and a vivid image materialized in his mind. Upon a massive teleportation platform, 2 men clad in black robes were engaged in conversation. "Blind man, are you certain that the spirit cat is within the true martial heaven?" "Absolutely. The specific location should be called Yunlu Mountain. I have been in seclusion for several centuries and am not well acquainted with the true martial heaven." "As long as you know the location, what can these sects of true martial heaven possibly do? Even if they have the means, who would dare obstruct us in acquiring what we seek from the Faceless Tower?" Chapter 375. The catastrophe unfolds. the Faceless Tower's one-eyed and eyebrowless sister Lingyue. I recall you mentioning that the Faceless Tower, like the Sangung Temple and the Linyuan Pavilion, is a formidable force transcending the realms. Is this correct? After the image in his mind dissipated, Xu Taiping anxiously inquired of Lingyue. Without a doubt, the sudden vision had originated from the predictions of the Lotus Pupil. Indeed, Lingyue affirmed initially, but then her demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Did the Lotus Pupil reveal something to you again? Yes, Xu Taiping nodded. He then recounted in detail the vision he had witnessed through the Lotus Pupil. This matter is actually connected to the Faceless Tower? Lingyue's tone grew grave upon hearing Xu Taiping's account. Is it troublesome? Xu Taiping expressed his concern. Among these forces, the Faceless Tower is the most loosely organized and possesses the largest number of members, known for their ruthless and unscrupulous methods. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The celestial maiden Lingyue briefly introduced the Faceless Tower. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Sensing the shift in his emotions, Lingyue swiftly added, however, in comparison to the other factions, the Faceless Tower possesses the weakest cultivation strength, particularly those below the third floor, whose abilities mostly hover around the realm of gazing sky, with only a few reaching the realm of inquiring sky. They excel in assassination, poisoning, and ambushes. Therefore, if we can anticipate their schemes, they are indeed the easiest to deal with among the factions. In essence, she conveyed that their awareness of the Faceless Tower's intentions towards Qingxian granted them a distinct advantage. Lingyue's words eased Xu Taiping's worries slightly. Did Liantong allow you to see this segment? Lingyue suddenly inquired of Xu Taiping, just as Xu Taiping was about to respond. Stating that this was the only segment he had seen, a searing pain surged through his left eye, followed by a vivid image flooding his mind. He found himself in a verdant forest, where a one-eyed faceless figure in black robes was excavating the ground, unearthing a hidden spiritual spring. Cautiously, he withdrew a jade vial from his robe and poured out a seed. The one-eyed faceless individual tossed the seed into the spring and remarked sinisterly, although this spring's spiritual energy is mediocre, in no more than 6 years, the roots of this spirit lightning vine will silently spread throughout Cloud Lu Mountain. By the time it flowers, these cultivators will only be able to exert 60% of their true strength, which is quite a good outcome. As he spoke, a sudden thud heralded the arrival of another black-robed faceless figure descending from above. Old Third, did you succeed? The one-eyed figure inquired. The newcomer, wearing a mocking smile, replied, this Qingxian sect, recently besieged by demonic beasts, is utterly oblivious to our infiltration. He gestured towards the sky, saying, that 8-headed cloud-devouring serpent has been sent into the clouds. After it has consumed the spiritual energy of Cloud Lu Mountain for 5 or 6 years, the prohibitions of the true martial great formation will be ineffective against it. This serpent hails from the wasteland of withered stone. Even if it only regains its strength to the demon emperor realm during these 6 years, once it strikes, it will sever any connection between Cloud Lu Mountain and the outside world. At that point, when we engage, Qingxian will surely find no refuge. Calling out to heaven and earth in vain, the faceless individual, devoid of hair and brows, wore a peculiar, sinister smile. In response, the one-eyed figure chuckled, Baldy, I was right, wasn't I? The cultivators of true martial heaven not only possess shallow cultivation, but also exhibit the naivety of children, utterly defenseless. The exorbitant price we paid for this teleportation token will prove worthwhile. Not only will we accomplish the Faceless Tower's mission, but we will also seize all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of Cloud Lu Mountain, and select some attractive female cultivators to sell in the wasteland of withered stone, yielding yet another substantial profit. This will afford us a leisurely escapade in the Cloud and Rain Pavilion of the wasteland. The one-eyed figure spoke with a brazen demeanor, reminiscent of a wolf among sheep. Upon hearing of the Cloud and Rain Pavilion within the withered stone sea, a glimmer of fervor immediately manifested in the expression of the faceless figure. He licked his lips and remarked, the maidens of the Cloud and Rain Cave are not only exquisite in beauty, but also the finest alchemical vessels. A single indulgence would equate to a century of cultivation for us. The one-eyed companion, upon hearing this, clapped the faceless one's shoulder and replied with a grin. Once we execute this plan successfully, we shall ascend from the first floor to the second, gaining access to greater resources for our cultivation. Who knows, in our lifetime, We may even break through from the realm of gazing at the heavens to the realm of inquiring of the heavens. The faceless figure nodded, his face alight with hope. However, the one-eyed figure cautioned, in the next 6 or 7 years, to evade detection by the true martial celestial's restrictions. We may need to find a secluded place in these mountains to enter seclusion until the thunder vine and the 8-headed cloud-devouring python regain their strength. I am well aware of this, the faceless one affirmed with a nod. With that, he extended his hand and forcefully clapped twice, commanding, "Beast, come down." As the words fell, a massive white-headed eagle descended from the sky, landing firmly upon the forest floor. This majestic eagle bore numerous wounds, with several feathers missing, exposing the white bones beneath, a testament to the severity of its injuries. Furthermore, its neck and talons were bound by bronze rings. With a resounding thud, the faceless one struck the eagle on its head without hesitation, snorting coldly, "Were it not for your foolishness, we would not have squandered our sole opportunity to act, incurring such unnecessary troubles." The white-headed eagle, seemingly unperturbed by the blow, gazed vacantly, as if oblivious to the pain. "Brother, why waste words on a beast?" The one-eyed figure interjected, stepping forward and addressing the eagle. "By home, lead us to the cave where you've been hiding in these mountains. My brother and I need to enter seclusion." At this juncture, the scene abruptly halted. Xu Taiping stood transfixed at the communication platform, as if turned to stone. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "So, they had already infiltrated Qingxian 6 years ago, and Uncle Baihong has been turned into a living puppet by them." Chapter 376, The Quest for the Fish Dish. A parting gift from Qiu Shunyuan on the path leading from the Youyun Pavilion, it became evident, based on Lien Tong's observations, that the one-eyed and faceless figures of the Faceless Tower had not recently ventured into the true martial celestial realm. In fact, they had infiltrated the Qingxian sect 6 years prior. To circumvent the true martial celestial's restrictions, they had planted the Thunder Vine 6 years in advance and released the 8-headed cloud-devouring python from the withered stone sea. Bai Yu's father, upon discovering these two, was forced to become a puppet after being overpowered. After hearing Xu Taiping's account, Fairy Lingyue was equally astonished. Indeed, they must have been plotting against our Yunlu Mountain-est Qingxian sect for a long time. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully. As for Uncle Bai, I surmise that after the incursion of the 9 Nether 7 demon sovereigns, when the Qingxian's vitality was greatly weakened, he must have been secretly protecting Qingxian and subsequently discovered these two from the Faceless Tower. Indeed, that seems to be the case, Fairy Lingyue concurred. Fortunately, Baihong compelled them to utilize an opportunity for a strike. Otherwise, Qingxian's tribulation would have been postponed by at least 6 years. She supplemented her statement. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, Fairy Lingyue was correct. 6 years ago, Qingxian was exceedingly frail, and had those two faceless ones acted during that time, they would have had no means to defend themselves. The individuals from the Faceless Tower, as Fairy Lingyue described, truly act with ruthless tenacity and unscrupulousness. Xu Taiping suddenly spoke with an icy tone. To this moment, the image of Baihong, battered and bruised, along with her hollow gaze, remained indelibly etched in his mind. Furthermore, the demeanor and tone of the one-eyed man, who spoke of selling Qingxian's female disciples to the Yunyu Pavilion as if they were mere livestock, ignited a profound fury within him each time he recalled it. The selection process for members of the Faceless Tower is distinct from that of other factions. It is characterized by leniency in entry yet strictness in retention. To attain the identity of a faceless one typically needs only to fulfill certain tasks of slaughter and plunder issued within the tower. Thus, among the 7 tiers of the Faceless Tower, the 3rd floor and below are populated by inconsequential cultivators, which is also why the Faceless Tower is looked down upon by other factions. Fairy Lingyue shared some intelligence regarding the Faceless Tower with Xu Taiping. Currently, has Lien Tong only shown you these 2 visions? Fairy Lingyue suddenly inquired. Indeed, Lien Tong's revelations this time differ from the last. The images are far more intricate, albeit more time-consuming to interpret, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. At this moment, his Lien Tong remained in a fervent state, continuously consuming his true essence and spiritual power. It was evident that the divination was still in progress. This could likely be attributed to its connection to the Faceless Tower, for even formidable figures like Yi Shu and Mao Lao possessed considerable influence within it, Fairy Lingyue remarked. Precisely, Xu Taiping silently acknowledged. What are your intentions next? Fairy Lingyue queried. based on previous experiences dealing with the Seven Tribulations curse. The optimal moment to confront this impending disaster would be after the events depicted in Lien Tong's visions unfold. Thus, if we intervene prematurely, it may complicate matters further. Therefore, I plan to return to Qingxian in a few days. Firstly, this will allow me to gather more intelligence on the Faceless Tower and prepare for the Thunder Vine and the eight-headed cloud-devouring python. Secondly, I wish to see if Lien Tong can unveil any additional scenes. After all, the only vision currently available occurred a fortnight later, Xu Taiping responded. Seeing that Xu Taiping had not succumbed to fury and decided against an immediate return to the Qingxian sect, Fairy Lingyue felt a sense of relief. If Lien Tong's insights hold true, by the time you return to Qingxian, your Xianyuan avatar should have already assisted in refining the Shintu Bao. Fairy Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping. Let us hope it is in time. Although I have acquired numerous trump cards since breaking through to the spirit refinement realm, the Faceless Tower's influence necessitates thorough preparation. If possible, I do not wish for those two from the Faceless Tower to leave Qingxian alive. A surge of killing intent welled within Xu Taiping. Young Master Xu. As Xu Taiping approached the entrance of the Youyun Manor, the voice of the manor's master, Qiu Shunyuan, unexpectedly reached his ears. Master Qiu? Xu Taiping turned in surprise. He had already bid farewell to Qiu Shunyuan when departing from the messaging station. This time, with the assistance of your esteemed predecessor from the Huangting Dao Palace, nearly single-handedly vanquishing the Huiyun Temple, our Youyun Manor must indeed express our gratitude, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Qiu Shunyuan paused, smiling. Simultaneously, a white-clad steward beside him presented a tray covered in purple silk to Xu Taiping. Since it is a gesture of goodwill from Youyun Manor, I shall not be modest. Xu Taiping responded, clasping his fists in a respectful greeting to Qiu Shunyuan. Given the wealth and generosity of Youyun Manor, he felt no need to be overly formal. With that, he confidently unveiled the purple silk, revealing an ancient jade dish resting upon the tray. Young Master Xu, this is a fish-seeking dish crafted from ancient jade of the Celestial Mountains. It not only serves as a means of communication, but also senses fluctuations of energy within a radius of several dozen miles, allowing one to foresee the presence of formidable practitioners or demonic entities nearby. When infused with spiritual essence, if it detects a practitioner, a blue fish will appear within the dish. If a demonic creature is sensed, a black fish will manifest, and if a beast of the wild is detected, a red fish will emerge. Qiu Shunyuan elaborated on the artifact. Indeed, it is a rare treasure. My sincere gratitude to Youyun Manor and to Master Qiu for this gift. Xu Taiping expressed his appreciation once more. Although the artifact's rank may not be exceedingly high, it would prove immensely useful for someone like Xu Taiping, who frequently ventured into the world. However, to his surprise, Lingyue Fairy seemed quite intrigued by the jade dish. Taiping, aside from communication and sensing nearby energies, this dish has another application. Her voice resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. What application? Xu Taiping inquired inwardly while discreetly storing the artifact. The primary purpose for which this artifact was originally forged was to intercept communications between demonic creatures on the battlefield of the heavenly demon. However, following the conclusion of the celestial conflict, when the dish was sold, it had several runes etched away, reducing it to a mere tool for communication and sensing nearby energy fluctuations. Master Qiu likely remains unaware of this additional capability. Not to worry. Once we return to the Xianyun Martial Hall, my sister will teach you to re-engrave the runes, enabling you to utilize its full potential, Lingyue Fairy informed Xu Taiping. Upon hearing her explanation, Xu Taiping felt a surge of delight. If he could intercept the communications of demonic creatures, the value of this artifact could indeed rival that of celestial treasures. Young Master Xu, I hear from Master Lu that you will be returning in a couple of days? Qiu Shunyuan inquired amicably as he accompanied Xu Taiping toward the exit. Yes, Master Qiu. I have been away for 7 years now, Xu Taiping replied. Xu Taiping smiled at Qiu Shunyuan. Indeed, it is time for me to return. Qiu Shunyuan nodded and handed a teleportation token to Xu Taiping, saying, however, you are always welcome to visit our Youyun mansion again. Thank you, Lord Qiu. Xu Taiping replied gratefully as he accepted the token of considerable rank. Young Master Xu, may I inquire about your esteemed predecessor from the Huangting Dao Palace, Gongshu Gongzi? You must not intrude. At that moment, as Qiu Shunyuan was about to ask about Xu Taiping's predecessor, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Golden Scale Pavilion. Looking up, they saw a young man in white, breaking free from the guards at the door and swiftly rushing inside. Gongshu Bai? Xu Taiping recognized the young man in white, who was the heir from the Gongshu family in Xuanhuang's Qinji city, having purchased several magical creature carcasses from him prior to the Golden Scale Conference. Gongshu Bai noticed Xu Taiping as well, but due to pressing matters, he merely nodded slightly to Xu Taiping and directly approached Qiu Shunyuan. Bowing respectfully, he said, Lord Qiu, I kindly request that you lend me the Dragon Pearl for a time in Qinji City. Once the siege on Qinji City is lifted, my Gongshu family will return the Dragon Pearl and present 10 divine automatons to Youyun Mansion, along with 1,000,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan stepped forward and lifted Gongshu Bai, then sighed, Gongshu Gongzi, it is not that Youyun Mansion is miserly, but the Dragon Pearl is exceedingly precious, and we have never lent it out before. Moreover, we are not well informed about the situation in Qinji City. If the Dragon Pearl were to fall into the hands of magical creatures, it would only serve to bolster Jiyuan's strength. Listening to their exchange, Xu Taiping began to grasp Gongshu Bai's intentions. Although he felt sympathy for Qinji City's current plight, it was evident that he could not involve himself in this matter. Moreover, he had his own pressing affairs to attend to. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping prepared to depart, Gongshu Bai suddenly knelt before Qiu Shunyuan, striking his head heavily against the ground. He then raised his bloodied forehead to look at Qiu Shunyuan, pleading, Lord Qiu, I will agree to any conditions you propose, please. You must help us in Qinji City. Save the millions of common folk. If Qinji City falls, their fate will be akin to livestock, slaughtered at will by those magical creatures. From the earlier competition at the Golden Scale Conference, it was evident that Gongshu Bai possessed a strong sense of pride. For him to kneel and bow before so many people illustrated the dire conditions faced by Qinji City. Gongshu Gongzi, please do not do this. Qiu Shunyuan stepped forward again, attempting to assist Gongshu Bai, but he evaded the gesture, continuing to bow and plead, please, Lord Qiu, save the people of Qinji City. Clearly, to Gongshu Bai, the lives of the citizens of Qinji City outweighed his personal dignity in this moment of desperation. Gongshu Gongzi, it is not that I am unwilling to lend, but rather that the Dragon Pearl within the Youyun Mansion is a treasure of utmost significance, entwined with the fate of the entire Youyun Tian. Should it be lost, the harmony of Youyun Tian would be thrown into turmoil. Qiu Shunyuan found himself in a great dilemma. His reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Gongshu Bai knelt in silence upon hearing these words. He understood Qiu Shunyuan's apprehensions. Yet the lives of countless citizens in Qinji City were at stake, and he was unwilling to relinquish hope so easily. Master Qiu, please help us. We in Qinji City have already run out of options, Gongshu Bai implored, looking up at Qiu Shunyuan, his eyes brimming with tears, on the brink of despair. Master Qiu, you must have witnessed the horrific aftermath of the demonic siege. We, as adults, may face death, but the children within the city are so young. They understand nothing of this tragedy and do not deserve such a fate. I beg you, help them, Master Qiu. Gongshu Bai bowed his head repeatedly, his body trembling as he gritted his teeth, gazing up at Qiu Shunyuan. For cultivators, especially for someone of Gongshu Bai's stature, dignity often outweighs even life itself. Thus, for him to take such a step now signifies his genuine desire to fight for the people of Qinji City, to grasp at that fleeting glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Xu Taiping felt an uncanny reflection of himself in Gongshu Bai. Would I be capable of sacrificing my dignity, as Gongshu Bai has, to save Qingxian, to rescue my senior brothers and sisters? He pondered within himself. At that moment, Qiu Shunyuan let out a long sigh, squatting down to pat Gongshu Bai's shoulder, saying, Child, the corpses of those demonic creatures you seek, I can grant you without charge. However, if I were to simply allow you to take the Dragon Pearl, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards the countless citizens of Youyun Tian. Should the fate of the realm be thrown into disarray, the number of lives lost may well exceed that of your Qinji City. Upon hearing this, Gongshu Bai trembled, tears streaming down his face. Could it truly be that there was not even a sliver of hope left? His gaze turned towards Qiu Shunyuan once more, but this time, it was filled with despair rather than the earlier determination. I previously informed you, unless individuals of great fortune, like Zhu Huai or Zhang Tianze, vouch for you, I cannot permit you to take the Dragon Pearl, Qiu Shunyuan stated firmly. He felt it was his duty to protect the citizens of Youyun Tian. Master Qiu, Xu Taiping, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. May I, in my capacity as the Golden Scale leader, vouch for Gongshu Gongzi? He inquired earnestly. Taken aback, Qiu Shunyuan blinked in astonishment, then asked, Young Master Su, are you truly willing to vouch for Qianji City? Gongshu Bai's mouth fell slightly agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, if possible, I am willing, Xu Taiping affirmed with unwavering conviction. Young Master Su, you must ponder this carefully. If you vouch for the city of Qianji and he fails to return the Dragon Pearl, the Golden Scale list will reclaim all the fortune of your Golden Scale leader. Qiu Shunyuan gazed solemnly at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, contemplated earnestly and glanced at Gongsu Bai, ultimately nodding with conviction. I have faith in young Master Gongsu. With this Dragon Pearl in hand, he will surely safeguard the city of Qianji, and I trust he will honor his promise to return the Dragon Pearl to the Youyun Mansion. At these words, a profound gratitude surged in Gongsu Bai's eyes, which had previously been filled with despair. This gaze resembled that of a drowning individual who had finally grasped a lifeline. Qiu Shenyuan's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. However, he ultimately shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Though young Master Su possesses a noble heart, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce. Why? Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. Because the fortune you hold is insufficient to compensate for the losses incurred by the Youyun Mansion and even Youyun Tian following the loss of the Dragon Pearl. Qiu Shunyuan replied regretfully. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, while Gongsu Bai offered a resigned smile. He slowly rose, bowing solemnly to Xu Taiping. Thank you, young Master Su. Your kindness shall be etched in my memory for life, as long as Gongsu Bai lives. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to Qiu Shunyuan and added, I also appreciate your understanding, Lord Qiu. With that, he prepared to depart. At that moment, the voice of the Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. Taiping, inquire with Qiu Shunyuan if I, as the master of the Huangting Dao Palace, can vouch for Gongsu Bai. As she spoke, a golden symbol appeared in the palm of Xu Taiping's hand. Spirit Moon, is this appropriate? Xu Taiping hesitated, not wishing to expose the identity of the Spirit Moon Fairy. Shall I not act with righteousness on your behalf? The Spirit Moon Fairy chided gently. No, that is not my intent. Then hurry and ask Qiu Shunyuan. Very well. Ultimately, Xu Taiping decided not to divulge the Spirit Moon Fairy's identity. Gongsu Bai, please wait. Xu Taiping called out to Gongsu Bai, then, amidst Gongsu Bai's puzzled expression, turned to Qiu Shunyuan. Lord Qiu, might I vouch for the city of Qianji in the capacity of the master of the Huangting Dao Palace? As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing the golden symbol in his palm. Boom. The instant the symbol unfurled, an ethereal silhouette of a celestial palace manifested above the Golden Scale Pavilion. The heavenly seal of the Huangting Dao Palace? Qiu Shunyuan initially froze, then exclaimed in astonishment, Young Master Su, is the one standing behind you truly the master of the Huangting Dao Palace? He looked at Xu Taiping with trepidation. As Xu Taiping pondered how to respond, the Spirit Moon Fairy's voice suddenly erupted above the Golden Scale Pavilion. The Huangting Dao Palace's undying night spirit can vouch for Gongsu Bai and the city of Qianji. Emperor Tsang AI, do you consent or not? Undying night spirit. Upon hearing that sound, along with the ominous phrase undying night spirit, a look of horror immediately flashed across Qiu Shenyuan's eyes. This name, long vanished from the contemporary cultivation world, had remained concealed within the confidential records of various powers, evoking dread in anyone who dared to read it, no matter how many times. Each recollection of this name conjured an image in the mind of the mansion lord. Qiu Shunyuan, reminiscent of the Moonshadow Stone in the Youyun Mansion, a solitary vision amidst a battlefield strewn with the bodies of human cultivators, where countless demonic creatures surged into the gorge, heralding the imminent demise of humanity. At that moment, a woman clad in iron armor emerged from the mountain of corpses. Sword in one hand, and the human race's Xianhuang banner in the other, she bellowed with the voice of thunder, though I stand alone. You demonic marauders shall not tread a single step upon our sacred land. With her fierce proclamation, the armored woman charged into the fray against the horde of demons. This was where the vision of the Moonshadow Stone concluded. However, the records contained detailed accounts of the battle's outcome. In this conflict, the Huangting Dao Palace, alongside 300,000 cultivators from the three realms, annihilated 900,000 demons. Yet, our side suffered grievously. more than half of the Taoist cultivators perished, and all disciples of the Huangting Dao Palace fell in battle. Among them, the Lord of Huangting Dao Palace, in a final act of desperation, single-handedly vanquished 100,000 reinforcements from the Nine Abyss. After this battle, the fate of the Huangting Dao Palace's lord remained uncertain. Thus, the Huangting Dao Palace vanished from the world, and so did the undying Night Spirit. This battle marked the most catastrophic conflict for humanity since ancient times. Due to the contributions of Huangting Dao Palace in this battle, it was consequently referred to as the Battle of Huangting by various factions and realms. This was precisely why Qiu Shunyuan's countenance exhibited such disarray upon hearing this name, though Gong Shubai also bore a look of astonishment. His surprise derived more from the title of the Lord of Huangting Dao Palace rather than the undying Night Spirit. After all, such clandestine matters were not privy to everyone. Boom! Just then, accompanied by rumbling thunder, thick clouds suddenly enveloped the skies above the Jinlin Pavilion. Following this, the voice of the great Emperor Tsang Ai echoed down from the clouds. Elder Night Spirit, you have truly returned. However, this voice was audible only to Xu Taiping and Qiu Shunyuan. Soon after, the voice of the Spirit Moon Fairy resounded once more. Yes, I have returned. Then, a hearty laughter erupted from the skies above the clouds. Subsequently, Tsang Ai addressed Qiu Shunyuan. Shunyuan, since Elder Night Spirit is willing to vouch for you, you may lend this dragon pearl to Qianji City. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan immediately bowed and replied, Disciple obeys. Then, the voice of the great emperor echoed once again. Elder Night Spirit, it is of no consequence if this dragon pearl is not returned. I only wish to request your assistance when that great edifice is on the verge of collapse. The mention of that great edifice sent a tremor through Qiu Shunyuan's heart. For this was not the first time the emperor had alluded to it. Before long, Qiu Shunyuan heard the Spirit Moon Fairy's response, all right. Though it was but a single word, it inexplicably instilled an immense sense of reassurance in Qiu Shunyuan. Furthermore, I beseech the illustrious Tsang Ai Emperor to erase all traces of my existence in this realm. Some matters, you are undoubtedly aware, may not bode well for the ethereal domain. The fairy Ling you interjected at this moment. Rest assured, esteemed elder, this is but a trifling task. The Tsang Ai Emperor promptly assured. Upon uttering these words, a resounding thunder echoed across the sky, heralding an unexpected downpour. Let this autumn rain serve as my humble welcome for you, esteemed Night Phantom. Young Master Su wait. Moments later, just as Xu Taiping had exited the Golden Scale Pavilion and was preparing to return to the Xianyun Martial Academy, he was suddenly called out. Turning around, he found it was none other than Gong Shubai. In the midst of the torrential rain, Gong Shubai hastily approached Xu Taiping, not shielding himself from the rain as Xu Taiping did with his energy, allowing the droplets to wash over him. Young Master Gong, have you retrieved the items? Xu Taiping smiled at Gong Shubai. Indeed, I have. Gong Shubai nodded emphatically. That is splendid news. Seeing the spark of vitality return to Gong Shubai's eyes, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy. My brother Xu, please allow me to pay my respects. Gong Shubai solemnly bowed to Xu Taiping. Although the autumn rain caused Gong Shubai to momentarily forget the name of the master of Huangting Dao Palace and the immortal Night Phantom, he still vividly recalled Xu Taiping's assurance of protection for Qianji City, thanks to his own golden scale leadership. Brother Gong, I shall graciously accept this bow. Xu Taiping did not feign humility. Upon hearing this, Gong Shubai, who had appeared somewhat burdened, suddenly relaxed. Brother Xu, you are worthy of it. Gong Shubai remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he produced a box from his robe and presented it to Xu Taiping. Though this item pales in comparison to the precious dragon pearl, I implore you to accept it, dear brother Xu. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping ultimately took the box. In truth, this was indeed a significant favor, especially with Fairy Ling Yu's involvement. So he saw no reason to decline Gong Shubai's generosity. May I inquire, brother Gong, what is this? Upon opening the box, Xu Taiping beheld a ring intricately carved from obsidian, adorned with an array of obscure golden runes. This is the Shuangguang ring. It not only grants you the ability to traverse the Shuangguang realm, but also qualifies you for the trials within the Shuangguang Tower, Gong Shubai explained. Traverse the Shuangguang realm and enter the Shuangguang Tower? Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fully comprehend Gong Shubai's words, as he possessed scant knowledge of either the Shuangguang realm or the Shuangguang Tower. However, Fairy Ling Yu, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment within his mind and remarked, Taiping, the fact that Gong Shubai wishes to bestow this upon you is tantamount to entrusting his life to you. Chapter 380. The Decapitation List. A bounty of 1 million gold coins. This statement left Xu Taiping even more perplexed. Nevertheless, dear brother, if you are not thoroughly prepared, please refrain from entering the Shuangguang Tower. The place has now been overrun by monstrous beings. Upon entering the tower, one no longer competes with ordinary cultivators but contends against numerous formidable entities. At this moment, Gong Shubai imparted another word of caution to Xu Taiping. After delivering this message, before Xu Taiping could inquire further, Gong Shubai bowed and declared, Brother Xu, today's kindness will surely be etched in my heart. If I can survive this calamity in Qianji City, should you ever find yourself in distress, no matter the distance, just a word from you will summon me, Gong Shubai, to your aid, even if it means traversing fire and water. Having uttered these words, Gong Shubai did not allow Xu Taiping a moment to respond and swiftly dashed across the street, vanishing into the heavy downpour in an instant. His haste indicated that matters in Qianji City were indeed urgent. Watching Gong Shubai's figure disappear into the rain, Xu Taiping sighed and, with a salute from afar, uttered, Take care. Sister Linghua, do you mean to say that by donning this ring, one can soul travel through the Xianhuang realm, even if situated in the true martial heaven, and perhaps even enter the fabled Xianhuang Tower? Upon returning to the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy, Xu Taiping sought clarification from Fairy Linghua regarding the powers of the Xianhuang ring. Indeed, the Xianhuang ring is crafted from the essence of the soul of the great emperor of Xianhuang. When worn, it guides the bearer to 2 doors, one leading to the various cities of the Xianhuang heaven, and the other directly to the Xianhuang Tower. However, due to previous incidents where monstrous beings and wicked cultivators exploited this ring to endanger the Xianhuang heaven, all Xianhuang rings were subsequently prohibited by the great emperor, allowing only those at the spirit refinement realm to wear them. Fairy Linghua continued to elucidate to Xu Taiping. Thus, this ring is indeed of great utility to me, particularly in terms of granting entry to the Xianhuang Tower, Xu Taiping exclaimed with delight. Previously, Fairy Linghua had mentioned that the Xianhuang Tower, akin to the Golden Scales list of the Youyun Emperor, serves as a means for several emperors to enhance the capabilities of the younger generation of cultivators. However, while the Golden Scales list incentivizes cultivators to elevate their martial arts and spellcraft, the Xianhuang Tower fosters the enhancement of one's spiritual power, aiding those at the spirit refinement realm in achieving spiritual perfection. Yet, Gong Shubai had noted that currently, the number of monsters within the Xianhuang Tower surpasses that of cultivators, making the acquisition of its blessings far more arduous than in the past. Even if we manage to enter, we must prepare ourselves adequately beforehand, Fairy Linghua advised Xu Taiping. Indeed, once we resolve the calamity facing Qingtian, we shall prepare thoroughly, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. By the way, Sister Linghua, you previously mentioned that Gong Shu, by entrusting me with this Xianhuang ring, is tantamount to him surrendering his life to me. Could you elaborate on this? Recalling Fairy Linghua's earlier words at the entrance of the Golden Scales Pavilion, Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. Since the turmoil in the Xianhuang heaven tens of thousands of years ago, when most of the land was seized by the Zhiyuan, the Xianhuang heaven ceased to bestow Xianhuang rings to other realms. Even cultivators from the Xianhuang heaven must establish a soul contract upon receiving the ring. Once someone misuses this ring or meets their demise within the Xianyuan Tower while wearing it, its original owner shall also suffer repercussions. The consequences may range from a complete loss of cultivation to an instantaneous death. The Fairy Linghua explained this to Xu Taiping, who appeared utterly astonished. As he shifted his gaze to the ring in his hand, he inexplicably felt a sense of weightiness. If you enter the Xianyuan Tower, what you bear is not merely your own life, but also that of Gong Shubai. Can you withstand such pressure? The Fairy Linghua inquired tentatively. Sister Linghua, is entering the Xianyuan Tower truly the swiftest path to enhancing one's divine essence? Xu Taiping did not respond immediately, but countered her question. As long as you can reach the pinnacle of the tower, there exists no other means within the upper clear realm to achieve such rapid completion of your divine essence. Elevating your soul ring to 9 or even 10 cycles in such a brief span, the Fairy Linghua replied earnestly. Xu Taiping inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, then nodded emphatically, I can. With the imminent arrival of the true martial sword competition, he had no reason to retreat. He must break through to the transformation realm before that time, lest he not only forfeit his chance at victory, but also possibly lose his eligibility to participate in the competition itself. This true martial sword competition, like the Golden Scales Conference, would select participating cultivators based on the sword's sovereign rankings, the foremost criterion being the transformation realm. He had already inquired about these matters with his junior sister a few days prior. If you can bear this pressure, then leave the rest to me. The fairy Linghua expressed her satisfaction with Xu Taiping's response. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door, followed by Lu Yun's voice from outside. Senior Taiping, Miss Dongfang from the Qinglong Tian has just entrusted me with a few items to deliver to you personally. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping promptly rose to open the door. Thank you, Youyun, he said with a smile directed at Lu Yun. Do not mention it, senior. Here are the items. I shall not disturb your cultivation further, Lu Yun replied with a smile as she handed over a brocade box to Xu Taiping. All right. Xu Taiping accepted the brocade box. I recall Miss Dongfang originally intended to meet today. Why has she sent someone with items instead? After Lu Yun departed, Xu Taiping closed the door, his curiosity piqued as he quietly murmured to himself. A sense of foreboding began to swell within him. Opening the brocade box, Xu Taiping discovered 2 pills, a jade slip, and a small chinquan pouch inside. The jade slip was evidently a communication slip. Without hesitation, he infused it with his true essence. Soon enough, the voice of Dongfang Yuejiao emanated from the slip. Mr. Xu, I sincerely apologize for not being able to meet you today. Her voice was hurried, as if she were frantically preparing for something. Xu Taiping's brow furrowed instantly, his unease intensifying. As the next phrase resonated from the jade tablet, the unease in his gaze transformed into sheer horror. Young Master Xu, we have just received a covert report from our ancestor. It states that our names have appeared on the headless list of the Faceless Tower, with a bounty of a divine weapon, a sealing stone, and 1 million gold coins. Chapter 381, The Arrival of the Headless List. This day has finally come. Upon hearing the term headless list from the jade tablet, Fairy Linghua manifested beside Xu Taiping, a complex smile lingering on her lips. Linghua, did you anticipate that my name would surface on this so-called headless list? Xu Taiping inquired, astonished as he turned to Fairy Linghua. While speaking, he channeled his essence to interrupt the voice of Dongfang Yuejian emanating from the jade tablet. Before answering that, let me first elucidate what the headless list entails. Fairy Linghua gestured for Xu Taiping to take a seat. Very well, Xu Taiping nodded and settled down. Fairy Linghua commenced her explanation. The Faceless Tower maintains a list that ranks individuals according to the bounty set by those hiring assassins. This list is known as the Headless List. Furthermore, the names on this list, from the moment they are inscribed, rarely survive beyond half a month. Many cultivators refer to it as the Half-Moon Death List. However, the rankings on this list are genuinely earned with lives at stake, and they typically reflect the current strength of the cultivators in the realm. Many cultivators even take pride in being listed. Therefore, in my view, given your performance at the Golden Scale Conference and the number of offended cultivators, it was only a matter of time before your name appeared on the headless list. I merely did not expect it to happen so swiftly. With that, Fairy Linghua offered Xu Taiping a resigned smile. Upon hearing her explanation, Xu Taiping felt a sense of relief. Thus, the peculiarity of this situation does not lie in why I have been included on the headless list, but rather why it occurred so hastily. Am I correct, Sister Linghua? Calming himself, Xu Taiping discerned the crux of the matter. To be placed on the headless list, the bounty on one's life must be commensurate with a divine artifact and 1 million gold coins. Otherwise, the Faceless Tower would not entertain the request at all. Under normal circumstances, no one would place such a high price on a newly emerging cultivator. Fairy Linghua nodded in agreement. Moreover, as I entered the list simultaneously with Miss Dongfang, this suggests that the matter may still be tied to Yishu. Xu Taiping murmured as he infused the jade tablet with essence once more. At that moment, Dongfang Yuejian's voice reverberated again from the jade tablet. According to the intelligence received from our ancestor in the Dongfang family, the assassination targeting both of us by the Faceless Tower likely commenced after your esteemed senior orchestrated the demise of Yishu. The underlying reason, I suspect, is related to Yishu's attempt to assassinate me. A few days ago, I also communicated some details regarding this to you, young Master Xu. At that time, the confidential report from the Dongfang family indicated that Yishu's motive for wanting to kill me was to seize the painting of the heaven-splitting legacy I possess. The desire to inherit the power of the one painting that opens the heavens stems from the discovery of a true dragon's corpse within a certain secret realm. With the strength of my one painting that opens the heavens, it is possible to resurrect that dragon through artistic representation. The reason for this resurrection is tied to the great struggle for the Tao, which our ancestor claims is crucial for advancing to the legendary stage of harmony. Beyond this, our ancestor has chosen not to disclose further information. It is speculated that the reason someone has placed a bounty on our lives is due to suspicions that we gain knowledge of the location of the hidden realm containing the true dragon's remains while defeating the Leaf Book. After hearing the somewhat convoluted explanation from Dongfang Yuejian, Xu Taiping interrupted the sounds within the jade slip and turned to the fairy Lingyue, asking, "Sister Lingyue, have you ever heard of this matter concerning the resurrection of the true dragon?" Fairy Lingyue pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. What she has said is indeed true. However, I did not expect that true dragon remains actually exist in this world. Unlike ordinary flood dragons, true dragons are not the result of postnatal cultivation and evolution, but rather are born from the primordial chi of the heavens and earth at the dawn of creation. Thus, the number of true dragons has been fixed since that time. As the bloodline inheritance deteriorates, their numbers will dwindle further, ultimately leading to extinction. But this struggle for the Tao that aids in transcending to the harmony stage, Xu Taiping began, only to be abruptly silenced by Fairy Lingyue. Hush, some things, once spoken, might attract the attention of certain entities. Do not forget the lesson learned from the Leaf Book, she cautioned. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lingyue. Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable chill broke out on Xu Taiping's forehead. Let us finish listening to what Dongfang Yuejian has to say in the jade slip, Fairy Lingyue suggested, gesturing toward the slip in Xu Taiping's hand. Nodding in agreement, Xu Taiping infused more true essence into the jade slip. Young Master Xu, I feel I have implicated you this time. I had intended to apologize in person, but the bounty on me from the Faceless Pavilion is now double that on you. It is clear they are primarily targeting me. Therefore, I must leave Youyun Heaven swiftly, or else I will attract even more faceless ones. Even if I manage to divert a portion of them, many will still remain. So young Master Xu, please be cautious in the coming days. And it would be best for you to leave Youyun Heaven as soon as possible. Our ancestor mentioned that the barrier of Jinwu Heaven is still active, and even faceless ones must pay a significant price to enter. Additionally, within this brocade box are 2 transformation pills, and the ring contains a teleportation order to Qinglong Heaven, along with 200,000 gold essence left for you by my mother. I sincerely hope you will accept it. The one who will guide us has arrived. I must take my leave, young Master Xu. Until we meet again, I hope for the opportunity to express my gratitude in person. After hearing Dongfang Yuejian's transmission, Xu Taiping sighed, I hope we meet again. They even left behind 200,000 gold essence. That mother and daughter are quite generous, Fairy Lingyue remarked with a smile. Taoist Xu and the young lady from the east are both commendable individuals, though fortune seems to have eluded them. Xu Taiping nodded and offered a wry smile. However, Taiping, the Moon Cocoon Maiden has had a valid point, given that your names have long appeared on the execution list. The faceless ones from the Faceless Tower must have already orchestrated their assassination attempts against you both, reminded the Fairy of Lingyue. Therefore, I shall not await Lian Tong any longer. I will inform my junior sister shortly, and by tomorrow at the latest. We shall depart directly to the teleportation platform at Pilu Temple, taking Xiaoyu back to Jinwu Heaven with us. Xu Taiping replied with a nod. Indeed. Yet it is quite regrettable that you have yet to decipher Lian Tong after such a long time. It seems a waste of that sealing stone. The Fairy of Lingyue expressed her disdain. Unexpectedly, as the words of Lingyue left her lips, Xu Taiping felt his left eye's Lian Tong burn like a branding iron once more. It seemed that Lian Tong had once again discerned something. Drawing from past experiences, Xu Taiping immediately conjectured. As he spoke, a series of unfamiliar faces suddenly materialized in his mind. Could these be the faceless ones who seek to assassinate me? Xu Taiping pondered in astonishment. As such thoughts crossed his mind, another vision flickered within his consciousness, a grand hall of a temple, where a handsome monk tore off the human skin mask from his face, revealing a sinister visage. He then drew a heavy sword, covered in talismans, and plunged it directly into the ground at the center of the hall. With a thunderous crash, the hall collapsed in an instant, reduced to ruins. After a brief moment of shock, Xu Taiping suddenly realized the Faceless Ones intend to destroy the teleportation platform within Plea Temple that connects to Jinwu Heaven. And not only that platform. As the images within Lian Tong continued to flash, Xu Taiping discerned that several other teleportation platforms leading to Jinwu Heaven within Youyun Heaven had also been obliterated. Clearly, these Faceless Ones aimed to sever Xu Taiping's route back to Jinwu Heaven. 6 days later, the destruction of the temple coincides precisely with this timeline. By comparing the scenes in his mind, Xu Taiping finally estimated the time of the teleportation array's destruction. Chapter 382. The Gathering at the Immortal Assembly. They must be made to tremble with fear. Have you heard? The Golden Scale leader, Xu Taiping, is hosting a grand banquet at the Immortal Assembly today, inviting heroes from all corners of the city. What is so remarkable about a leader hosting a banquet? Do you not understand? This Xu leader's name has just appeared on the execution list of the Faceless Tower. To hold a banquet at this time is clearly a provocation against them. I believe he is courting death. 5 days later, after a heavy rain had ushered in a touch of autumn to the capital of South Chu, the news of the leader's banquet stirred up quite the uproar once more. Truly, he is the leader, knowing he has made it onto our Faceless Tower's execution list. Yet daring to host a banquet openly, I am in awe. In an inconspicuous tea shop at the street corner, a rather unremarkable martial artist with a scar at the corner of his eye sipped his tea and smiled as he observed the discussions among the gathered cultivators inside the tea house. How else could he demonstrate his audacity as a leader? A long-faced man seated opposite the scarred-eyed warrior, also gazing at the crowd discussing within the building, slightly curled his lips with a smirk. What was the response from the Faceless Tower? The scarred-eyed warrior inquired, setting down his teacup. Only 2 words, the long-faced man replied, raising 2 fingers. What 2 words? Don't keep me in suspense. The scarred-eyed warrior expressed his displeasure. Accompany me, the long-faced man chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, the scarred-eyed warrior also smirked, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, this time, Xu Taiping has managed to invite nearly every prominent figure in the city. In such a public setting, if we Faceless Ones were to take action, it might lead to complications. The scarred-eyed warrior voiced his concerns. Louis Dao, do you know what the pinnacle of assassination is? The long-faced man inquired with a smile. Sun Lizzie, if you have something to say, spit it out quickly. Stop keeping me guessing. Louis Dao glared fiercely at the long-faced man. It is to act brazenly in public yet depart without a trace, leaving no one daring to intervene. After saying this, he dipped his finger in the tea and inscribed the words head severed on the table. Louis Dao, who had been confused, suddenly widened his eyes in excitement, exclaiming, Sun Lizzie, have you issued the order for a head severing? Mind your manners. I am also a member of the Faceless Tower. Call me Sun Baimian. Sun Lizzie shot Louis Dao a reproachful glance before coldly smiling and looking towards the gathering Immortals Tower. Once the order is given, within half an hour at most, at least 100 Faceless Ones can infiltrate the gathering Immortals Tower under the guise of guests. When Xu Taiping descends to toast, with just a command from me, 100 Faceless Ones can turn him into a pulp. Upon hearing this, Louis Dao's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Delightful. But then, a flicker of concern crossed his face. With so many Faceless Ones acting together, won't it reveal our identities? Sun Baimian responded with confidence. Although those we can summon are all from the first floor, with the Faceless Tower's face-changing elixir. Even I won't recognize them before issuing the command. Unless Xu Taiping plans to set the gathering Immortals Tower ablaze or poison all the guests, it is improbable for him to identify us all. Most importantly, his strongest backers, Zhang Tianze of the Zhenhai Tower and the abbots of several major temples, are currently engaged in a battle against demons in the Outcloud Nation, leaving them no time to pay attention to this matter. Before I issue the head-severing order, I have already considered every aspect. Then I shall rest easy, Louis Dao replied with a grin. Let us go. It is time for us to take our seats. Elder Zhou of the Bai family. Sun Lizzie stood up, casting a cheerful glance at Louis Dao, his face transforming from one of sharpness and sarcasm to a demeanor of elegance and amicability. Elder Qi, please, after you. At this moment, Louis Dao stood up with a smile, his hair now a mottled white, and his face adorned with numerous wrinkles. Observing this, Sun Lizzie chuckled heartily. Then, stroking his beard, he strolled toward the Zhu Xian Tower, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, Today, we shall impart a lesson to this newly appointed leader, ensuring that the world knows that even the Golden Scale leader, should they dare challenge our Faceless Tower, faces only a path of demise. Xu Taiping, do you truly possess the confidence to proceed with this? After accompanying Xu Taiping to toast the guests at their table, the young mistress, Lu Ruoshuang, suddenly conveyed her concerns to him through thought. A few days prior, Xu Taiping had shared the matters pertaining to the Faceless Tower with her, along with some of his plans. Young mistress, I once heard an acquaintance of mine say that the faceless individuals of the Faceless Tower, particularly those below the 3rd floor, resemble cockroaches. When you see one, there are bound to be a nest nearby. If we cannot eradicate them all at once, our movements will be severely hindered, necessitating constant vigilance. Therefore, it is imperative we take some risks this time. As Xu Taiping approached the next table of guests, he conveyed his thoughts to Lu Ruoshuang. Nonetheless, the Faceless Tower is not akin to ordinary assassins. Many of their members possess formidable strength. Even a direct confrontation, when outnumbered, may prove challenging. Lu Ruoshuang expressed her concerns. Direct confrontation? Xu Taiping chuckled at her words, replying in thought. Dealing with cockroaches is not a task I take lightly. At that moment, his hidden avatar in the lower levels of the tower fortuitously spotted 2 faceless individuals previously seen by Lian Tong. Xu Taiping promptly commanded his avatar, invite these 2 to the chairs engraved with the heart-eating curse, and pour them each a cup of the soft-bone wine brewed by Sister Lingyue. As he spoke, the spirit of Lingyue, residing within the gourd, yawned and languidly remarked, Taiping, be sparing with the soft-bone wine. There seems to be an abundance of pests this time, and we might not have enough. Understood. As Xu Taiping walked with the young mistress to the next table, he mentally affirmed her words while also seeking confirmation from Sister Lingyue. Are you certain that none of the faceless individuals arriving this time will be spared? If we proceed thus, our enmity with the Faceless Tower will surely be irrevocably established. Soon, Xu Taiping received Sister Lingyue's response. When dealing with faceless individuals, especially those from the lower floors, it is crucial to instill fear. Otherwise, your troubles will be endless. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's gaze hardened, and he silently resolved. Then this time, I shall strike until they tremble in fear. Chapter 383. Faceless Individuals. Who on the headless list survives the longest? Chongqing. Do you know who has survived the longest on the headless list? On the 3rd floor of Zhu Tower, the patriarch of the Qi family, Qi Chongqing, was asked by the expressionless elder of the Qi family as he observed Xu Taiping approaching. Elder, the one who has survived the longest is naturally the one with the highest cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Qi Chongqing responded. This time, Xu Taiping had invited numerous cultivators to the banquet as the leader, and both the elder and patriarch of the Qi family were among the attendees. Although the ancestral elder of the Qi family had long investigated and confirmed that Xu Taiping was indeed the one who seized the Kunlong Tower during the Jinlin Association, the current Xu Taiping had not only ascended to the position of the Jinlin leader, but was also backed by formidable allies such as Zhang Tianzi. The Qi family had long abandoned any thoughts of vengeance. Nevertheless, it was improbable for the Qi family elder to attend the banquet. The primary reason for his presence today was his curiosity regarding Xu Taiping's recent appearance on the headhunter list, eager to witness his potential embarrassment. No. Upon hearing Qi Chongqing's words, the Qi family elder shook his head vigorously, then explained, those who linger on the headhunter list do not necessarily possess the highest cultivation, but rather those who strike the hardest. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the advancing Xu Taiping, and he lowered his voice to add, among the several transcendent forces, the Faceless Tower may not be the strongest, but it is certainly the most ruthless. Unless you can surpass their brutality, you stand no chance of survival before them. Therefore, do not presume that your modest cultivation grants you the audacity to oppose the Faceless Tower. The elder's sardonic tone was not lost on Qi Chongqing, who smiled and nodded in agreement. I have learned much, esteemed elder. However, he simultaneously conveyed a thought to the elder. Elder, will the actions of the Faceless Tower's members implicate us? The elder took a sip from his teacup before responding telepathically. Keep your concerns to yourself. Your insignificant life is hardly worth the trouble for the faceless ones. At this, Qi Chongqing offered an awkward smile. Elder Qi, Master Qi, my apologies for the inadequate hospitality. I hope for your understanding. As he spoke, Xu Taiping and Lu Ruoshuang approached with their wine cups raised in salute. Elder Qi, Master Qi. Although there were some misunderstandings a few years ago, I hope both of you can bear with it, Xu Taiping said with a smile. Despite his aversion to the Qi family, He adhered to the counsel of his junior master, recognizing that some social niceties were necessary in the long run. Young Master Xu speaks too kindly. Let bygones be bygones, the Qi family elder replied with a benevolent smile as he raised his cup. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xu Taiping and Lu Ruoshuang departed from their table, moving to the next. A mere young lad dares to put on airs before us. Watching Xu Taiping's retreating figure, the Qi family elder poured the remaining wine from his cup onto the floor. Today, I shall see if you, the leader, can indeed walk out of the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. He tossed the cup onto the table, crossing his arms and adopting a posture of anticipation. At this moment, within the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, there were numerous individuals harboring similar sentiments as the Qi family elder. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the establishment as a cup was thrown. Many cultivators who had been discreetly observing the events turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Their hearts racing, they soon beheld a scene on the third floor of the tavern, where a newly arrived cultivator was grappling with a young girl, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. What is happening, Ian? At that moment, Xu Taiping and Lu Ruoshuang hastened toward the commotion. The girl being tugged by the cultivator was none other than Lu Ruoshuang's adopted daughter, Xu Taiping's junior sister, Lu Yun. Who is this wild girl? So unrefined in her actions, daring to steal from me? Even as Xu Taiping and Lu Ruoshuang approached, the elderly scholar in his scholarly robes continued to grip Lu Yun's hand with relentless determination. You old fool, my sister has not taken your belongings. You are merely framing her. Lu Yun, unable to contain himself, shouted at the old scholar despite Lu Yun's urgent pleas for restraint. Today, due to a shortage of staff at the Youyun Martial Arts Hall, the two had volunteered to assist with welcoming guests. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until this troublesome elder made his appearance in the tavern. You scoundrel. As Lu Yun's words left his lips, the aged scholar clapped his hands and directed a powerful strike towards him, a surge of formidable energy emanating from his being. If that palm strike landed, it would surely mar half of Lu Yun's face. Bang! Fortunately, Lu Ruoshuang intervened in time, deftly catching the elderly man's hand, allowing Lu Yun to escape calamity. You are Zhou Xingyuan, the master of the Tianhe gang, are you not? Lu Ruoshuang released her grip on Zhou Xingyuan's wrist and inquired politely with a smile. Master Lu, your subordinate dares to steal from me. Do you not owe me an explanation? Zhou Xingyuan coldly regarded Lu Ruoshuang and Xu Taiping after glancing at a broken jade bracelet on the table. Yet he still refused to release Lu Yun's hand. Mother, my sister. Silence. Lu Yun attempted to defend Lu Yun, but was met with a fierce glare from Lu Ruoshuang, prompting him to lower his head in dismay. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Master Zhou, it seems I have failed to properly supervise my subordinates. I apologize for any embarrassment caused, Lu Ruoshuang said with a smile, assuming a conciliatory demeanor. Nevertheless, Zhou Xingyuan continued to hold onto Lu Yun's hand, casting a derisive glance at Lu Ruoshuang and Xu Taiping. You think a mere light-hearted remark can brush this matter aside? Chapter 384. The Faceless One. An apology from the leader is required. Master Lu, Leader Xu, do you truly believe my Tianhe gang is easy to bully? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in chatter. Most patrons had not come merely to dine, but were now enlivened by the unfolding drama. Particularly, the elder from the Qi family seemed eager for the chaos to ensue at the gathering Immortals Pavilion. Master Zhou, your bracelet, today, my Youyun Martial Arts Hall is willing to compensate you tenfold of its original value, Lu Ruoshuang expressed with an apologetic demeanor, though Lu Yun remained silent. Her eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance. It's all right, Yun. Xu Taiping offered a reassuring glance and whispered a word of comfort. This scene did not go unnoticed by Zhou Xingyuan, who snorted disdainfully. Leader Xu, you seem somewhat reluctant. In response, Xu Taiping redirected his gaze to Zhou Xingyuan and replied with a faint smile. Master Zhou, you misinterpret me. I would gladly concede even 20 times the compensation, should it be necessary. Humph. Zhou Xingyuan let out a cold snort, then crossed his legs and brushed off the dust from his trousers, declaring, if you truly possess sincerity, then let Su Kueisho personally apologize on behalf of your junior sister. At this utterance, the atmosphere within the gathering Immortals Pavilion erupted in commotion. To demand an apology from the esteemed Kueisho, Zhou Xingyuan was clearly seeking trouble. It was almost a foregone conclusion. Onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. While the elder of the Qi family stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement, unabashedly displaying a sense of schadenfreude. Zhou, being a senior, had every right to expect an apology from a junior for any wrongdoing. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xu Taiping remained remarkably composed. Since Su Kueisho is so reasonable, I shall not make a fuss. Zhou Jinyuan nodded, then pointed to the ground and gestured invitingly. As long as Su Kueisho is willing to kneel and apologize to me, I shall not pursue this matter. Not only will I let it go, but my esteemed ancestor of the Faceless will also do the same. And you will even have the opportunity to serve him. This statement sent another wave of uproar through the pavilion. Some cultivators, unfamiliar with the Faceless ancestor, were taken aback by Zhou Jinyuan's outrageous demand. Others, who were privy to the actions of the Faceless today, were equally astonished that this impostor, masquerading as Zhou Jinyuan, would so openly reveal his identity. They had not anticipated that the Faceless would grant Xu Taiping an opportunity. Xu Taiping, however, chose silence. Young Master Xu, kneeling could absolve you of all troubles. What are you hesitating for? Seeing Xu Taiping's lack of response, the impostor Zhou Jinyuan snorted once more. In an instant, the tavern fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning towards Xu Taiping. After a long pause, the previously silent Xu Taiping suddenly stepped forward, standing respectfully before Zhou Jinyuan. Lu Yun, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of guilt. Meanwhile, the Qi elder was filled with excitement, thinking, Xu Taiping, before the Faceless, you have no choice but to kneel and bow. However, to everyone's surprise, Xu Taiping merely offered a slight bow before straightening up again. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he unexpectedly unleashed a fist toward Zhou Jinyuan. The confusion that had filled the spectators' eyes transformed into sheer terror in an instant. Zhou Jinyuan felt the same dread. Yet, this shock lasted but a fleeting moment before it was replaced by mockery and murderous intent. He began to channel his internal essence with all his might. As a faceless being, he had means to protect himself, even against ordinary fists, let alone celestial weapons. But before he could fully unleash his true power, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his chest. This pain shattered the essence he had gathered. Young Master Xu, please. Let's talk, bang. Realizing the imminent threat, the faceless being barely had time to plead for mercy before Xu Taiping's fist obliterated his skull. Xu Taiping had taken a life. Xu Taiping has slain a man from the faceless building. After a brief silence, the onlookers, gazing at the headless corpse of the elder still seated in the chair, erupted in an uproar. Shi Xiao, this man's identity is quite extraordinary. Do not worry, said Lu Yun, who, despite her ignorance of the circumstances, could discern the remarkable identity of Zhou Jinyuan. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xu Taiping interrupted her. At that moment, the young disciple Lu Ruxiang stepped forward, shielding Lu Yun and Lu Wen behind her. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of clapping resonated from the staircase. Following this, the crowd beheld a tall, gaunt man wearing a high hat, accompanied by a burly man with a scar at the corner of his eye, along with several grim-faced individuals ascending the stairs. These two were none other than Sun Baisho and Lu Yidao, who had previously been drinking tea at the tea house. With a thunderous crash, as their feet crossed the threshold of the establishment, ghostly visages devoid of eyes appeared as ominous symbols upon the floor, walls, and windows of the tavern. The faceless building is here to deal with the headless body. All uninvolved parties, please remain seated. Should you be harmed by mistake, do not hold the faceless building accountable for its ruthlessness. Sun Baisho, surveying the crowd, then turned to Xu Taiping with a smile, saying, Young Master Xu, the faceless building just offered you a chance, but alas, you failed to cherish it. Witnessing this scene, the Qi family's patriarch and his son, Qi Changchun, were nearly overcome with mirth. Indeed, Xu Taiping had blundered, failing to seize the opportunity for survival that the faceless building had provided. Now, escaping the tavern alive seemed a daunting task. A chance for survival? Had he knelt just now, he would still meet his demise. The Qi family patriarch retorted dismissively. At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had remained silent until now, suddenly released a surge of true essence, banishing the bloodstains from his hands. He then raised his gaze to meet Sun Baisho's. Since you claim that the faceless building granted me an opportunity, I shall extend one to you as well. Sun Baisho chuckled derisively, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest, and with a comical expression, he inquired, Young Master Xu, how do you intend to offer us an opportunity? Xu Taiping glanced at the staircase behind Sun Baisho, his expression unperturbed as he replied, "Descend now. Eat and drink as you please, and I shall act as if nothing has transpired." Upon hearing this, Sun Baisho was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter with the faceless individuals behind him. "Young Master Xu, how did you come by such bravado?" Once the laughter subsided, Sun Baisho's demeanor turned icy, and with two resounding claps, he declared, "Surely you do not believe that only these few have come to the banquet today?" As he spoke, a cacophony of chairs and tables being moved erupted. The crowd then witnessed at least 80 or 90 individuals rising within the spacious tavern hall in response to Sun Baisho's claps. Following this, a continuous cracking sound filled the air as those 80 or 90 figures suddenly underwent a grotesque transformation, their facial structures shifting until they all bore the same faceless visage. Upon witnessing the scene, numerous patrons within the restaurant could not suppress a gasp of cold air, for they suddenly realized that all 80 or 90 individuals present were indeed faceless ones. Some cultivators seated beside these enigmatic figures began to tremble uncontrollably. Once again, the non-combatants were urged to take their seats, otherwise they would genuinely risk being harmed. Sun Baisho, satisfied with the expressions of the crowd, stepped forward and reiterated his warning. Upon hearing this, those who had been whispering amongst themselves fell silent, suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. It dawned on them that with such a formidable display from the faceless ones, even Xu Taiping, the leader, was likely facing an inevitable demise. Some even speculated in their hearts about the magnitude of chaos that Xu Taiping's death would unleash within the Upper Clear Realm. After all, he would go down in history as the fastest deceased gold-scale leader of the Jinlin Society. "Young Master Xu, it appears this opportunity may no longer be yours," Sun Baisho remarked, strolling leisurely in front of Xu Taiping with his hands clasped behind his back. "What a pity." Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, with death looming. "What facade are you putting on?" At that moment, Lu Yidao stepped forward, glaring at Xu Taiping with evident displeasure. "Not necessarily," Xu Taiping replied, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor calm and smile unwavering. "They say your swordsmanship is commendable, yet to Lu Yidao, it seems rather commonplace. Since you are destined to perish, why not accompany me for a trial of blades?" Lu Yidao too placed his hand upon his hilt, and Sun Baisho, standing to the side, did not object. He wished to utilize Lu Yidao's prowess to further gauge whether Xu Taiping held any hidden cards. Though Lu Yidao had merely entered the realm of gazing sky, his frenzied serpent blade had already attained true essence, making him more than capable of dealing with a mere refining spirit cultivator. Sun Baisho mused to himself, arms crossed. "Very well, but you have disturbed my banquet for the leader today, so my intent may carry a heavier aura of lethality when I draw my blade." Xu Taiping, unperturbed, regarded Lu Yidao with an indifferent expression. "How noisy." Lu Yidao shot Xu Taiping a scornful glance. Immediately after, he suddenly lunged forward with a resounding crash, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that engulfed the entire restaurant, stirring the spirits of many cultivators. Before the crowd could catch their breath, Lu Yidao had already drawn his long blade, channeling all the true essence within him, and struck violently at Xu Taiping. With a whoosh, he merged with his blade, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that resembled chaotic serpents dancing wildly as they descended upon Xu Taiping. At nearly the same moment, Xu Taiping too unsheathed his sword. With a slicing sound, a brilliant arc of blade energy manifested between him and Lu Yidao. "You think to defeat me with just this?" Lu Yidao thought to sever Xu Taiping's blade momentum, but a sudden, tearing pain surged through his chest, causing his limbs to weaken simultaneously. Although this agony lasted but a heartbeat, in the presence of a powerhouse like Xu Taiping, it was enough to be fatal. Boom! Amidst the jarring sound of slicing air, the onlookers, including Sun Baisho, were left astounded as Xu Taiping cleaved through Lu Yidao's blade force, bisecting him from crown to navel. Thud! It was only when Lu Yidao's severed body thudded heavily to the ground that the patrons of the tavern reacted. An uproar ensued within the establishment. "What have you done?" Sun Baisho, seasoned in the art of assassination, quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Xu Taiping offered no reply but simply snapped his fingers, producing a sharp crack. Ugh! Ah! At the sound of the snap, every faceless individual in the tavern, including Sun Baisho, doubled over in pain, some even letting out cries of agony. "Xu Taiping, You are declaring war against the entire faceless house. Sun Baishou, who was attempting to dispel the poison and curse, threatened Xu Taiping menacingly. Ping in by you. Xu Taiping telepathically instructed from above, close the door, eliminate the dogs. Understood, came the voices of Ping in and Bai Yu from downstairs. No sooner had the words been uttered than a thunderous explosion resonated, and a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout the tavern. In an instant, the floors, walls, and even the ceiling of the establishment were adorned with runes. Following the booming sounds, the walls and windows of the tavern were enveloped in a protective barrier forged from concentrated spiritual energy. Within mere moments, the entire tavern was ensconced in a protective enchantment. The Gungjin Black Prison barrier personally laid down by the Spirit Moon Fairy. The copper walls of the tavern, an ethereal manifestation of Gungjin energy, were incredibly resilient, akin to the sword Qi walls that divided adversaries on the Golden Scales platform. Xu Taiping, how did you recognize all of us faceless ones? Sun Baishou, striving to dispel the poison, sought to buy some time, genuinely perplexed, as even he could not identify all the transformed faceless individuals within the tavern. No comment. Xu Taiping replied, stepping forward with his blade in hand. He would not divulge a single secret of the lotus eyes. Boom. Just then, two faceless individuals, hidden from Xu Taiping's line of sight, disregarded their afflictions and forcefully channeled their true essence, unleashing their formidable artifacts toward him with terrifying intent. Swish. Yet, with a sudden, piercing cry, a crane silhouette soared up from behind Xu Taiping, accompanied by an inexplicable, heart-quaking aura that swept over everyone in the tavern like a fierce gale. The patrons were overtaken by a disconcerting sensation, as if their fates were being manipulated by another's hand. Even the venerable ancestor of the Qi family felt a tremor in his heart. It is the Blade Domain. Qi Changqing, the head of the Qi family, could not help but exclaim. Swish. As he spoke, a sharp sound of slicing air was heard, and the onlookers beheld as the two faceless assailants lunging at Xu Taiping were simultaneously cleaved in half. At last, even the body itself shattered under the onslaught of the blade's aura, with the venomous curse of the Spirit Moon Fairy afflicting him. And amidst the domain of blades unleashed by Xu Taiping, it was inconceivable that these two mere half-step metamorphs, the faceless ones, could evade the edge of Xu Taiping's sword. Was it possible that Xu Taiping intended to slaughter all 100 of these faceless ones? As he observed Xu Taiping advancing with his sword towards Sun Baishou, Qi Changqing suddenly wore a look of astonishment. Beside him, the elder of the Qi family remained silent, his countenance dark as thunder. Boom. At that moment, Xu Taiping abruptly summoned forth his Xianyuan avatar, which too brandished a blade as it approached the struggling faceless ones afflicted by the curse. Xu Taiping, by doing this, do you intend to sever all ties with my faceless tower, to the bitter end? Recognizing Xu Taiping's intentions, Sun Baishou suppressed the curse within him and threatened Xu Taiping with eyes filled with malice. Since you are the leader of the faceless tower, you must be acutely aware. Xu Taiping raised his water-severing blade and assumed the chaotic cicada stance, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Baishou as he continued. The faceless tower would never engage in a vendetta against me for your trifling leadership. It would merely elevate my ranking on the headhunter list and multiply my bounty several-fold. Upon hearing this, Sun Baishou felt a heavy weight in his heart. For Xu Taiping spoke the truth. The faceless tower cared not for the lives or deaths of the faceless ones. Everything hinged upon the value of the bounty. Individuals like Xu Taiping, capable of annihilating 100 faceless ones in one breath, yet classified as the lowest tier of headhunters, would not provoke the attention of the higher-ranking faceless ones. The disparity between effort and reward was stark. This was precisely why the Spirit Moon Fairy advised Xu Taiping that the more ruthless he was, the safer he would be. Do not underestimate the leader of the Faceless Tower. Realizing that threats were futile, Sun Baishou suddenly howled in rage. His aura mingled with blood mist, violently expanding as 8 spider legs erupted from his back, surging towards Xu Taiping with terrifying force. At nearly the same moment, a piercing tremor resonated throughout the building. The assembled guests witnessed the cicada-like shadows of blades slice through Sun Baishou's body, cleaving him into numerous pieces of flesh. And this was merely the commencement of the massacre. Xu Taiping disregarded the pleas for mercy from the faceless ones within the tower, swiftly reaping their lives alongside his Xianyuan avatar. In the span of a single tea ceremony, over 100 faceless ones met their demise. their souls sealed by ghostly talismans, ultimately becoming nourishment for the blade spirits. During this time, as they observed the god of slaughter that was Xu Taiping, the guests within the tower wore expressions of abject terror, yet none dared to utter a word of protest, not even the elder of the Qi family. Crack! As soon as Xu Taiping tossed the last head of the faceless into the pile of corpses, the ancestral elder of the Qi family exhaled a deep breath, then conveyed a warning to Qi Changqing beside him. Inform the members of the Qi family that regardless of past grievances, they must refrain from provoking Xu Taiping in the future. He possesses skill, talent, cultivation, and formidable backing. Most importantly, he is ruthless in his actions. Such an individual is not one that the Qi family can afford to antagonize. Boom. At that moment, another explosion of spiritual energy resonated through the air. The crowd looked up to see Xu Taiping, expressionless, gripping a ball of azure flame-like primordial spirit, warning them, "Go tell the people of the Faceless that I am fully aware of their schemes." Chapter 387, Slay the Faceless. Destroy the transmission platform of the PL Temple. Henceforth, for every individual sent by the Faceless, I shall take their life until none remain. Upon finishing his words, Xu Taiping relaxed his grip, releasing the primordial spirit, while simultaneously undoing the Gongjin iron prison barrier, letting it go. His declaration once again left the spectators in shock. They could hardly believe that after Xu Taiping had slain so many from the Faceless, he would still dare to spare someone to deliver a warning. However, what they did not realize was that Xu Taiping was merely posturing. The power of the Lotus Eye requires the sealing stone, which you might not be able to utilize in the future. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to issue a warning to the Faceless. Let them mistakenly believe that you have an informant within their ranks or possess the foresight to anticipate their plots. In doing so, at least until the reasons are clarified, the upper echelon of the Faceless will hesitate to act. After all, those who take lives fear being killed themselves. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Fairy of Lingyue elucidated the rationale behind Xu Taiping's decision to release the primordial spirit. Xu Taiping silently nodded, shaking the blood off his blade. While inwardly acknowledging the fairy, this battle at the gathering of immortals likely won to intimidate the Faceless. The key lies in whether we can successfully thwart their efforts to sabotage the transmission platform of the PL Temple. Based on the visions seen through the Lotus Eye, the Faceless are expected to strike at the transmission platform in 2 days. The reason for not hastily heading to the PL Temple is due to previous experiences with the Lotus Eye's predicaments, which taught him that intervening too early would transform the envisioned scenarios into mere illusions. Timing must be executed just before the foreseen events transpire. Not only is this battle at the PL Temple crucial, but if you can also avert the great calamity facing Qingxian, the potency of your Lotus Eye against the Faceless will amplify significantly. Unless someone escalates your bounty tenfold, the Faceless will refrain from acting against you for at least several decades. The Fairy of Lingyue added. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded vigorously. After all, the impending calamity facing Qingxian originates from the Faceless. Successfully overcoming this calamity would be beneficial for both Qingxian and himself. 2 days later, you say that all the Faceless lurking in the capital of Nanchu were slaughtered by a single individual? In the branch of the Faceless, Youyun Manor, a man clad in a voluminous black robe, gazed vacantly at the soul flame before him, his tone chillingly cold as he inquired. Master Qinsho, I assure you, it is true that Xu Taiping not only anticipated our movements, but also discerned the presence of over 100 Faceless ones among us, silently casting a poison curse upon us. Within the soul fire, the voice of Sun Baisho resonated. This art of divination is indeed easily performed in the realm of Youyun. Yet even so, those capable of such abilities are exceedingly rare across the 5 directions of the world. Given Xu Taiping's current level of cultivation, it is implausible that he could have accessed this knowledge. Therefore, it is my belief that a Faceless one has disclosed our plans to him, as some of those present in the city have yet to even enter the Faceless Tower. The man in the black robe dismissed this notion with a wave of his hand. Indeed, there exists that possibility, but what if there is no what if? Sun Baisho's spiritual essence wished to convey further, yet he was abruptly interrupted by the black-robed figure. Subsequently, the black-robed Qinsho produced a dark spiritual mirror from his robes, pressing his hand upon it, which in turn revealed a Faceless one within its depths. Master Qinsho, the Faceless one in the mirror respectfully greeted the figure in black. It was evident that this individual was presently situated within a Buddhist hall, faint chants echoing in the surroundings. How proceeds the plan? Inquired the black-robed Qianshou. 3 days ago, I infiltrated the Pilu Zen temple and located the position of the teleportation platform yesterday. I was just about to consult Yuan when to act, the faceless one responded. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, let us act now, commanded the black-robed Qianshou. The faceless one, Wu Baishou, hesitated for a moment before replying, as you command. In that instant, Wu Baishou's visage transformed into that of a youthful monk, and he rose to leave the meditation chamber, stepping steadily towards the door. The teleportation platform at Pilu Temple is a crucial passage for Xu Taiping's return to Qingxian, especially after the destruction of several other platforms. Once this one is destroyed, I wonder where Xu Taiping could possibly escape to, the black-robed Qianshou expressed with confidence. Master Qianshou, it is still prudent for Wu Baishou to exercise caution. Should Xu Taiping's mysterious benefactor have foreseen this step, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Sun Baishou endeavored to caution the Qianshou, only to be sharply interrupted once more. The individual was personally selected, and I have only just determined the timing of the operation. Wu Baishou's disguised appearance is known solely to you and me. If he can anticipate even this, then we might as well close the doors of the Faceless Tower, the black-robed Qianshou replied coldly. The Faceless Ones of the Faceless Tower are renowned for their assassination prowess. If every step of their actions could be predicted, then their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, a resonant chime emanated from the spiritual mirror, and the two men beheld the Faceless One, now disguised as a young monk. Arriving before a grand hall of the Pilu Temple, the hall bore the inscription Kasayapa Treasure Hall. This was indeed the site of the hidden teleportation platform within the Pilu Zen Temple. Senior brother Hengyuan, what brings you here so early today? A young monk emerged from within the hall. The young monk possessed a robust and spirited demeanor. His face illuminated with an exuberant smile as he gazed upon the Faceless One, Wu Baishou. Chapter 388, Encounter with Little Rain, Rescue at the Pihu Transmission Platform. Hengming, my junior brother, the esteemed Miaoxin is searching for you. You should make your way to the Heavenly King Hall at once, the Faceless One interjected, diverting the topic. Miaoxin is looking for me. The young monk, Hengming, exhibited a look of astonishment. Without delay, he leaped over the threshold of the grand hall and scampered down the steps. Observing this scene, the Faceless One's demeanor visibly relaxed. Not only him, but the robed figure, Qianshou, also discreetly exhaled in relief. Although he firmly believed that Xu Taiping's ability to slay over 100 Faceless Ones was attributed to a traitor among their ranks, and that Xu possessed no prophetic or divinatory skills, the weight of over 100 lives still lingered heavily upon him. Despite his unwavering conviction, a flicker of doubt inevitably crept in. See, I told you, there are no contingencies. As he witnessed Wu Baishou successfully deceive the young monk and prepare to enter the Kasayapa Treasure Hall, Qianshou crossed his arms, a glimmer of triumph evident in his gaze. At that moment, he was convinced that Xu Taiping's escape from the tavern was merely a stroke of luck. Hengyuan, brother. Suddenly, a jubilant voice resonated from the spirit mirror. Both Qianshou and the spirit of Sun Baishou were taken aback, fearing another complication had arisen. However, as they peered closely into the mirror, they discovered it was the young monk, who had dashed past Wu Baishou, abruptly halting to call out his name. What is it? Wu Baishou, disguised as Hengyuan, suppressed his rising ire and turned toward Hengming with a smile, palms together. Hengyuan, why do you lack a face? The young monk Hengming inquired, tilting his head in confusion. At these words, cold sweat broke out on Wu Baishou's forehead. Could it be that my disguise has faltered? However, as Hengyuan instinctively reached up to touch his face, his pupils dilated in sudden terror as he realized, I have been deceived. In less than a breath of hesitation, the Faceless One Wu Baishou lifted his hand and struck down toward the young monk Hengming. Boom! A fierce gust of wind erupted, sending Hengming hurtling backward. Just then, a sharp, piercing sound of a blade resonated. By the time Wu Baishou reacted, he found a brilliant blade slicing through his shoulder, cleaving down to his waist. Boom! With the explosive sound of the blade's force, Wu Baishou, unable to even register the pain, felt the blade pierce through him, transforming his form into a mist of blood. Only his head remained, thudding as it rolled on the ground like a sphere. A bloodied man approached the severed head, bending down to retrieve it. Holding the head aloft, he squatted to gaze at a moonshadow stone on the ground and declared, I warned you. For every faceless one that dares to come, I shall slay one, until your establishment is rendered vacant. Upon uttering these words, the man crushed the moonshadow stone beneath his foot. With that step, the spirit mirror before the black-robed master of the South Chu faction, Qianshou, suddenly dimmed. After a prolonged silence, Qianshou's icy gaze fixated on the spirit mirror, and he exhaled slowly. Unconsciously, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, then pressed his palm against the mirror. Immediately, the visage of the man who had just shattered the moonshadow stone reappeared on the mirror's surface. Is it truly him? Qianshou inquired of the primordial spirit of Sun Baishou. Yes, it is indeed him, the golden-scaled leader, Xu Taiping, Sun Baishou replied, his voice trembling at the mere mention of the name, invoking an involuntary dread within him. You may be correct, Qianshou acknowledged gravely, nodding. He then inscribed a rune on the spirit mirror with his vital energy, and spoke with a serious tone. Esteemed master of the Youyun Manor Hall, it appears that our South Chu branch may have provoked a formidable adversary. It is quite unexpected, allowing Taiping to masquerade as a villain, and he does so convincingly. Before the hall of Kasayapa at Pilu Temple, while dealing with the corpses of the faceless ones. The voice of the celestial fairy Lingwei suddenly echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Sister Lingwei, please refrain from mocking me. Xu Taiping ignited a golden flame upon the corpse of the faceless one, simultaneously wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The faceless one on the ground possessed cultivation, at least at the stargazing realm. Unlike the previous encounter at the Gathering Immortals building, this faceless one bore no poison spells, thus fully exhibiting its stargazing realm prowess. Consequently, any lapse in the coordination with his clone could lead to a grueling battle, potentially resulting in his demise at the hands of the faceless one. The strength of the faceless tower is indeed formidable. Even a casual faceless one possesses such cultivation. Xu Taiping mused. It is not as exaggerated as you perceive. The one you just defeated is likely a Baishou. The term Baishou refers to a faceless one that has completed 100 missions for the faceless tower, thus not being an ordinary faceless one, the celestial fairy Lingwei elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a slight relief. If all the faceless ones in the faceless tower were of such caliber, it would indeed be rather terrifying. Taiping, has the lotus eye exhibited any reactions? Lingwei inquired further. Yes, the sensation of burning in the lotus eye has persisted since last night, Xu Taiping responded. Touching his left eye, it seems it still wishes to convey something to you. Lingyue's tone took on a serious note. However, Sister Lingwei, I cannot afford to wait any longer. By tomorrow at the latest, I must return to Jinwu Heaven. Xu Taiping glanced at the ashes of the faceless one on the ground, his eyes filled with concern. Then you should make your return. However, Jinwu Heaven is vastly different from Youyun Heaven. The fortunes there are enshrouded in mystery, and by then, your lotus eye may be unable to reveal anything further. Additionally, the spiritual energy of your sealing stone is likely depleted, the celestial fairy Lingwei cautioned without opposition. I have considered all these factors. Xu Taiping nodded slightly. Brother Taiping. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside the courtyard. Xu Taiping looked up and was astonished to find that the visitor was none other than Duan Xiaoyu, whom he had not seen for 7 years.